of my enemies, one of my biggest enemies.
The record, because I was wrong.
Okay, so that and the
You're not wrong, John. Don't back away. He's a Zionist. He is. He does come out swinging for Israel. Ask him about ask him some questions, John, about Israel. Yeah, Tucker Carlson. He's my nemesis.
The Bibi side, because you know who's the only person in the world that interviewed Bibi and Nick Fuentes within 30 days?
It's got to be you.
It's only me.
It's got to be.
So you know what the problem is with me, John? This is the problem. The same people that want freedom of speech, that pitch it.
This guy is so funny. He's like, yeah, I interview fascists on both sides. I interview the anti-Semitic fascists, and I interview the Jewish fascists as well. As long as they are either in defense of a previous genocide that took place, that they deny it existed, or the one that's currently conducting it, I will talk to both of them. I will do it. We will validate you.
Don't practice it.
Yeah.
What do I mean by that? They generally want to only talk to people that agree with them.
This is Cap, by the way. This will not have me on a show. I have unironically posted under his comments being like, who should we have next time on the show? And I straight up was like, me, Patrick Bet David. I am the #1 fan of Valuetainment. Please have me on. And I ratioed his ass too. He will not do it. There was a point when they actually invited me on, and then literally right like a week before, they said, "Oh, we thought we were inviting Hassan Minhaj on." I'm not even kidding. And I think they did that with me. Sam Cedar was surprised you've never been on. I know Jank's been on. Sam Cedar's been on. He does not want to have me on. Okay, you don't got it like that is ridiculous. Come on, man. Wasn't Anna on? I think Anna literally works for him or something, right? Doesn't Anna have a show with him or something? Yeah. Yeah, see? He will not have me on. And I've been following him for the longest time, dude. Okay. Oh, maybe it's because he's Armenian. Maybe it's the Armenia half that don't want me on the show, you know? But then again, he had Jenk on. Vinny Vito. I think Vinny would probably himself. Vinny hates me, dude. But honestly, it's all good. I'm still a CBD fan. I'm still getting Valuetained on a daily basis. You already know. I'm Valuetained every time.
You and I don't know.
Yeah, this guy has the best PBD impression.
So Donald Trump is going into Venezuela. And
I love this guy. He's so good. Donald Trump.
President Maduro, and they're bringing him over here. Now, I'm looking at Twitter. Twitter is saying it's because of oil. I'm thinking, okay, let's take that. Who is the big players when it comes to oil? You think of somebody like a Donald Trump, a Diddy. You know, when they arrest Diddy, they saying he has something like $50 billion of baby oil in his house, right? Rob, pull up the picture. Pull up Diddy baby oil bathroom, okay? So we're having dinner last night, Casa D'Angelo. Me, Tom, Adam, my son Dilly, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, and we're having these very high-level conversations about it. The owner comes over, Angelo. I say, Angelo, I'm actually curious, how much oil are you using in the steak to make it taste so good? Okay? He's telling me this, telling me that. I say, okay, let's take that. When I was in the military, we're going overseas, and what is it about?
It's me, your dog. So sorry I died. What?
People is saying oil. So you look at Venezuela, what is it about? Is it because of baby oil, olive oil, or another kind? We don't know.
Nathan, for you joke? Oh, he does such a good Patrick Bet David. It's crazy. I
agree on maybe a few things.
No, which is why I so enjoy
the conversation.
Yes,
I love the conversation because
I love
my
the conversation.
thoughts are, Alicia, just bring it to me. It's totally fine. My thoughts are, it's like, man, I don't know. He's a CIA guy. He must know more than I do.
Oh,
he has some experience. So I want to know. But
no, I'm wrong, and I apologize.
No, let's go to the other one because I want to clear all of this up. Let's go to the one about when you said 94%. I'd love to know when I said 94%. Rob, can you take one of the language learning models? Matter of fact, why don't we do both of them? Take ChatGPT and do Grok and ask a question.
Take ChatGPT and do Grok. I do sincerely love Patrick Bet David. Like He does bring a smile to my face every time, bro. Every time he speaks. I don't know why his mannerisms are so good. Like, he's just such a funny guy. Why don't you do grok? Vinny, do grok for me. He also does remind me a little bit of my uncle. I know some people say, oh, he's like a Mena uncle. He is a Mena uncle in many ways. Like the Mena uncle that doesn't know shit, but thinks he knows everything, you know? Classic Middle Eastern unk status. But he reminds me a lot of Jank as well. He's like Jank on TRT. Like he kind of looks like Jank a little bit too. Like his admiration for America reminds me of my Uncle Chunk Weigert.
How do you want to pose this question? What percentage of Iranians don't support the IRGC? What percentage of Iranians don't support the IRGC? Okay, ask the same exact question. So what we'll typically do is we'll ask different and we'll go.
Oh, you asked the grok. You asked the grok. Oh, incredible. Another banger tweet about the controversy from Sean. Oh, I already saw this. We already saw this. We want to know. We want to know what the IRGC approval is, and see what we kind of do. This is the research that we do. We ask Grok, and Grok obviously wouldn't lie to me, right? I mean, Grok is directly by Elon Musk.
We'll do our own, and then we'll look at the numbers that's being given. Okay.
Wow.
This is which one? What does it say? Around 80
Grok.
to 92% of Iranians appear to not support the IRGC. Based on available polls, supportedly like them. The direct polling on the IRGC is challenged and due to Iran repression, surveillance, and self-censorship. Okay, great. Leaked internal Iranian government poll 2025 commissioned by the presidency, a confidential report found 92% of Iranians hate the regime. And that's from Yahoo, explicitly including Supreme Leader Khamenei in the IRGC, not just specific officials or
so his source is Grok, sourcing it from Yahoo. So he did say it. So he wasn't even contesting whether or not he has said 92%, like he initially suggested. He was like, I never said that. Remember? When John Kiriakou said, oh, he said 92% like support or 92% hate the regime or whatever, his initial response was, I never said that. And now he's actually doubling down that he did say that because he got it from Big Yahoo himself. No investment whatsoever. Also, come on, John, don't be scared, please. John, you're much smarter than this. You can contest this idiotic sourcing here, please. This is going to be so disappointing. John is getting value-tained. John, it's go talk, but he's not locking in. He's not locking in. Patrick Bet-David is gaslighting a CIA agent that he isn't an Israel dig rider, and he's succeeding. So what's going on with the CIA? Maybe this is why he went to jail, okay? It's crazy.
Policies. This was cited by Iranian experts and aligns with widespread dissatisfaction. Gammon is the one that I saw. By the way, I haven't even seen the one above that we're reading for the. Go to the Gammon one. Gammon says what? Independent Arts online poll 10,000, 13 to 14 have confidence in the IRGC, so that leaves another 86. And what does it say? Broader regime rejection. Only about 15 to 20% want Islamic Republic to continue. 70 to 80% favor regime change or major transformation. High agreement, 70% with designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization in Iran. Can you go to the, is this ChatGPT or Grok?
That was Grok.
Okay,
This
let's
is
see what ChatGPT says. Zoom in a little bit. Okay, so direct IRGC spent
Yeah, John is really a fake demon, bro. You can't be hitting that. You can't turn around and be like, oh, where's this information from? Oh, that's right. That was down the hall when I was a motherfucker the CIA, as a matter of fact. Oh, you're bringing up Iranian International. That's really cool because they use data. When I was at the CIA, this is a Gulf state-backed PSYOP that got all of its fake bullshit from us down the hall. You were literally in the CIA, man. You were in the CIA, John. Push back. Defend yourself. Why are you letting Patrick Bet-David walk all over you, John? Don't do it.
2019 Maryland poll, 80%. Maryland, Iran poll, so that's Maryland, so you can criticize that because that's from here, 80%. Gammon is the same one. I think Gammon is from Netherlands, 71% of Iranians oppose, 20% support. So you see what numbers we're repeating.
Yeah, yeah.
We're repeating
No,
reports that are coming in. So it's not a...
You're right, and I'm wrong, and I apologize.
Brother! This does not make any sense. You are a part of the CIA, John. You are the CIA. Jonathan, you are the CIA. You know where the information come from, Jonathan.
No, I appreciate that. And the last one I want to show you, which is crazy, to get this out of the way so we can have our conversation, is do you know who I brought on the podcast who never agreed to go on the podcast with anybody? And when he came in, he was the most suspicious guy here looking at me saying, why do you have me on the podcast? You know who it was?
No, who's that?
The co-founder of IRGC.
No.
That guy right there. Mohsen Sazegara. Okay? Do you know who he was?
How did I miss that?
So check this out. I'm gonna show this for you. So if you go a little bit lower to see who he's the founder of, go a little bit lower, put IRGC,
Fuck.
arrest, blah, 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 blah.
The desk was not ready to go up. I'll be honest. It pulled my monitor, it fucked everything up. I thought the desk was reliable. I thought it could stand. It can't. It literally pulled the monitor. It pulled out the cord. It yanked the cord from the stream deck. It's very up. I gotta ask Grok what to do. This is the time where we ask Grok. We say, Grok, what do I do here? What do I do if I put the desk up? No more soundboard. What do I do? Do I make and the Grok tells me, the Grok says, do the sound with your mouth. Okay? So I do the fa myself. A lot of people they say, hey, this is not very good cable management. I say, Vini, you get your ass over here, Vini, and you fix the cable management.
Can we find the IRGC there with him and Khomeini?
Khomeini.
Okay, right there in the middle.
There he is.
An Iranian journalist and political. He was the founder of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps after the Iranian Revolution. He was the guy. It was between him and Khomeini that started the IRGC.
Him and Khomeini.
He would do the intro to all the tapes where they would send in for Iranians to listen before the revolution happened to pin Pahlavi's people against him. This was the voice.
Wow.
Then you hit Khomeini. I had him on the podcast. And the claim was that Savak killed 100,000 people. Now, keep in mind, he's the propaganda guy.
Sure.
That's at Savak, which is,
Intelligence service.
Pahlavi's.
And we know the normal number is actually one. He killed one. That's right. Savak killed only one. Pahlavi.
CIA, Pahlavi's Mossad, right?
Right.
At the end of the podcast, I wanted to ask him, it's been 40-something years now. You were involved. Was it a lie that Shah killed 100,000 people? This is not a fan of me.
Right.
This is not a fan of the Pahlavi. He did not come in knowing what we were going to talk about. Look at his answer here. Go ahead, Rob.
Compare Shah with Khomeini. Let me say my judgment now. That many documents have come out. For instance, on those days, opposition claimed that 100,000 political prisoners Shah has.
Love how John has publicly apologized before we can start the real interview. Lamau. John's entire thing is he says what he thinks everyone wants to hear. He doesn't have an ego like that. He makes people comfortable so they're more pliant. And Patrick Bet-David's a goon. That's cope. Okay? John is being a little bit of a here, and it makes me quite sad to see him do this. But I guess he's doing it because he doesn't want the Patrick Bet-David fans to yell at him. Because I'm the only Patrick Bet-David fan that cares about the truth, I guess.
There are 100,000 political prisoners in Iran. That was false.
It was only 3,000, 3,500.
3,000, few hundred.
Right.
Now that
Yeah, guy who invented the IRGC that can live in the United States of America. Okay. The IRGC founder that currently resides in the United States of America. I wonder, I wonder how reliable this information is.
As the
If I
founder of
compare
IRGC.
Shah with Khomeini, definitely, I already said. First of all, his personality, Shah, was a better guy than Khomeini. First. Second, what he did for Iran, because that he believed in, modernization of Iran, was definitely better than Islamic Republic. As I said,
You can pause.
That-
I would suggest if you want to watch it. It's fascinating because it's a little back.
absolutely will.
I'll text it to you. I think you'll.
Oh my God, this guy, John, you can't have your entire worldview ripped apart by Patrick Bet David. Come on, dude.
Enjoy it. But these are my positions. My concern is, John, people that have had good relationships, there's this one guy that I think he's the head of the snake, that behind closed doors is creating division and creating rumors and stories about, and he's a very influential guy. Could be the same guy that told you stuff about me. Very heavyweight guy. Very, very heavyweight guy. I think we're talking about the same person. If I tell you I've heard 10 people that he said stuff about me behind closed doors, that's a small number.
Wow.
Okay, wow. I don't care about your beef with Tucker Carlson, man. What is going on? Everyone knows he's talking about Tucker. This is a great example of how two people who disagree on something get together and resolve their issues. See, this is a fa moment. If I was sitting down right now and I hadn't actually destroyed, because of Vinny, destroyed my stream deck, okay, I would be using the fa right now at this moment, because this is a great example of a stupid guys who watch the Patrick Bet David show and go, oh, these two guys are agreeing with one another, and they don't even know about the truth. Okay? Fa is what I would do, but I have to do it with my mouth because Vinny f***ed up. Vinny, he did. I asked the Grok, and the Grok said, use your mouth to do the fa sound. He's unbelievable. CIA guy agrees with everything. Oh! Just a little bit of context and look at the convo, dude. Just a little bit of context. All of a sudden, when someone is equipped with the knowledge, all of a sudden everybody goes, oh, wait a minute. This was...
WNYC Studios is supported by Odoo.
Brian Lehrer did a show segment with Daniel Denvir, who has written about me, who I've known for a while now. He's a brilliant guy, where he had a debate about little old me. We're going to be listening to this, or at least some choice words, choice parts of this conversation, against Jonathan Cowan, co-founder and president of the centrist think tank Third Way, and Daniel Denvir, journalist and host of the Jacobin podcast, The Dig, author of The All-American Nativism by Verso Books, addresses Piker's statements and a debate on whether or not politicians should interact with him, and more broadly, if he belongs in the Democratic coalition.
When you buy business software from lots of vendors, the costs add up and it gets...
And Carl's spot look
to appear on Hassan Piker's Twitch stream or include him as a surrogate at campaign rallies. For those not familiar, Hassan Piker is a 34-year-old leftist Twitch streamer touted as a potential Joe Rogan of the left, that is, the host of a show that reaches millions of young voters, especially young men, who get their politics from podcasts and things like Twitch streams rather than conventional news media. Like Rogan, Piker's audience of an estimated 3 million swings young and swings male, seemingly ripe fruit for Democrats looking to win back a swath of party defectors. The problem for the party is that Piker is very outspoken in ways that sometimes get him labeled misogynist, racist, anti-Semitic, and anti-American. In a minute, we'll play a few examples and debate two questions. Is Hassan Piker a hater or a truth teller? And just strategically, is it smart for Democrats to go on his show or smarter to stay away? But here's a little more background. Early this month, Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Said, running in the Democratic primary, campaigned with Piker at the University of Michigan and Michigan State. El Sayed's campaign said the rallies drew more sign-ups than any other event of his campaign. They also drew condemnation.
No way you went on my Go Brian Lehrer? No, I didn't go on your Go Brian Lehrer. Daniel Denvir did to debate the head of Third Way, Jonathan Cowan, and apparently cooked his
State Senator Mallory McMorrow compared
Like
Piker
absolutely
to far-right.
destroyed him is what people said. When the ones that listened to it this morning were saying that Daniel cumstered and dumpstered Jonathan Cowan. If there's any highlights, Cowan doesn't even try to form an argument. He literally just clutches his pearls and yells, "I can't believe the left is defending this guy over and over again. It's actually insane, Lamau." Yeah. People were giving rave reviews.
White nationalist streamer Nick Fuentes. So appearing with Piker has become a 2026 litmus test of sorts for Democrats one way or another. Politico had an article about this recently that named 3 Democratic presidential hopefuls for 2028 who say they would appear with Piker. They were California Governor Gavin Newsom, California Congressman Ro Khanna, and former Chicago Mayor and White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel. They're on the yes, I would appear with Hassan Piker side of that. One likely Democratic presidential candidate who Politico included.
By the way, I'm not the litmus test. Israel is, okay? That's the point. They want to turn me into a litmus test, but the reason why they want to turn me into a litmus test because they can't turn Israel into a litmus test.
No column is New Jersey Senator Cory Booker. Booker affirmed that position when I asked him about it here last month. Here's that exchange.
I'd be honest with you, I was not that familiar with this person until my staff came up to me and showed me a lot of the quotes that he said that seemed to me strikingly wrong and problematic, to say the least. And so I have lots of people, as you heard another caller, that I spend my time with and listen to and talk to. You know, I'm a person that's trying to heal and bring people together from different perspectives. So from what I've been presented by my staff, it does not. That's not somebody I want to sit down with.
Senator Cory Booker here last month. A lot of the heat around Piker right now comes from the center-left Democratic Party-affiliated think tank Third Way. Last month, Third Way President Jonathan Cowan, who'll join us in a minute as one of the debaters, co-authored a Wall Street Journal op-ed arguing Democrats are too cozy with Piker. That was in the headline, citing his past comments on Jews, on 9/11, on Israel, and more. Third Way then sent a public letter calling on.
By the way, this introduction is precisely the reason why this like media hit job has been happening for the past month. Because someone like Brian Lehrer doesn't know who the I am. He's just reading the highlights, right? And if the highlights for people like Brian Lehrer is that I'm a rapacious Jew hater who may or may not have been involved with 11, he's going to just repeat that verbatim, okay? I can't be everywhere all at once, and I can't actually defend all of my positions everywhere all at once. I can defend all my positions, but I can't do it all the time, non-stop. So the expectation is that even those who are stand-in, those who are engaging in this conversation, like Daniel, is that the positions are presented in the most like indefensible format possible, so that people that don't know the full context of all of the smears look silly in their attempts to defend. Except Daniel obviously cooked here, so let's get into it.
Stepping away from the
Campaign, pretty much. You got Fox News and corporate Democrats, AIPAC, ADL, Third Way, all of my enemies, all of the people whose politics I find to be repulsive, all these undemocratic forces in this country, all these fascist forces in this country are screaming from the rooftops.
And now that you have that much context, let's hear some of what Piker actually says about the issues and hear our guests debate how to take it and what's good for the Democratic Party and for the country and for the world. Joining me are Jonathan Cowan, co-founder and president of that center-left think tank and advocacy group Third Way, and Daniel Denver, journalist, host of the Jacobin podcast The Dig, and author of the book All American Nativism. His piece in The Nation that responds to Third Way and the Hassan Piker question generally is called Hassan Piker Threatens the Establishment. That's Why They Want to Destroy Him. Jonathan, Dan, thanks for engaging. Welcome to WNYC.
Thanks for having me.
Let's jump in with one of the Hassan Piker clips that often gets referenced in these discussions, this exchange from 2019 when he was a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast along with Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw. The controversial part, comes right at the top when Piker says America deserved 9/11. His context is what the U.S. had done in other countries.
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
in a video
and
game.
Equipping and enhancing their capabilities. So that's part of what we're doing. And the other part is just knowledge. We want to know what's happening.
Like, we totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We did in a video game.
So that was in 2019. I might have gotten the context slightly wrong. That might have been Piker just on his stream commenting on Daniel Crenshaw's appearance on Joe Rogan. But either way, Piker has since explained what he meant back in 2019.
The worst part about that is my voice. I have a baby voice on there, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
And that he didn't mean civilians ever deserve to be killed. For example, here he is speaking with John Favreau of Pod Save America just last week.
And that was me responding to Daniel Crenshaw, ironically enough, on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was making this ridiculous argument that, like, we have to go out and fight these people all the time because they hate us because they ain't us. And I was like, that's insane. That's not the reason. Like, and this was actually echoed by Robert Kagan, one of the godfathers of neoconservatism, just last week, where he came out and was like, yeah, actually, we have been messing around in the Middle East for, upwards of 60 years, and that's precisely the reason why 9/11 happened, and that's precisely the reason why these guys say death to America and Iran, for example. So, like, that was exactly the same sentiment that I've addressed a million times over. But of course, in this moment, it was a heated response, an impassioned response, and people will consistently use that against me over and over again. Some people hear that and they think I understand exactly what's going on here. Some people hear that and go, "How heinous! Oh, my stars and garters! I am clutching my pearls. I don't even want to learn what this is about. I don't want to understand what he's saying. His name is Hassan. He must be Al Qaeda." I mean, and that's fine.
Hassan Piker last week. Here's one more from Piker last week on YouTube on the notion that he is anti-American, in which he might be heard to say, yes, he considers America to be bad in that clip. He starts by stating what people say to him.
You're just saying that because you hate America. You just hate America. You say America bad. You don't ever explain why, even though I do, right? They never factor in or consider that I want America to be good. That's my advocacy. I want America to be good to its own people, and I want America to be good to other countries. Wait, this is actually kind of awesome. Like, I'm kind of shocked that Brian Lehrer, or at least his team, and I assume there's some Asanabi heads in the production side. This is unbelievably good faith. It's actually shocking because no one ever brings this stuff up. No one ever brings this shit up. They only talk about, like, the notes that they can flip, the notes that they can actually bastardize. It's the equivalence of, like, Brian Lehrer being like, here is what social murder is, and this is what he was talking about, responding to why Gen Z is so responsive to Luigi Mangioni's alleged murder of Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO. It's a unique experience to hear the full scope of my commentary. So respect to Brian Lehrer. Holy shit.
And one more in this set at Yale just last week on the fall of the Soviet Union at the end of the Cold War being horrible for the world because it enhanced U.S. power.
Lehrer is mostly pro-Israel. His 100-year-old parents are still alive and listening to the show, but he has integrity. The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait. Listen, maybe you'll agree. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting, but America
was no longer contested around the globe. And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism that is devastating every Western nation right now. Unlimited and unchecked greed.
So, with those clips as context, Jonathan, is any of that a reason, in your opinion, at Third Way, for Democratic presidential hopefuls and others in the party to not appear with Hassan Piker?
Yes. So, look, Brian, here's our bottom line. Hassan Piker is entitled to whatever views he wants to hold, however heinous, offensive, disgusting, anti-American, bigoted, misogynist, etc. And it's quite well established that he said plenty of things that qualify him just as I described. The question for Democrats is not whether Hassan Piker should have a show or even if they feel like going on his show and denouncing him. The question is, should Democrats across the board, including people who might run for president, House, Senate, etc., should they elevate Piker? Is that either morally or politically the smart and right thing to do? And I think morally it's clearly wrong. But as a political matter, Democrats are already seen too often as too extreme. Why would it make sense for Democrats to elevate someone this radical, this extreme, who's this much of a bigot and an anti-American? Why would you elevate them if you're trying to actually win back the White House, defeat the extremist in MAGA, and win majorities in the House and the Senate? It's actually insane, and no one has presented a shred of evidence that would make it make sense for Democrats to elevate Piker and his views.
Daniel, your reply.
Third Way was pro-Iraq war. I mean, but that was good.
Those particular clips, which, you know, are about views of the United States.
Yeah, first.
Have you considered that was good? Parini, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Hype train level 1 achieved.
Into those specific clips, the big picture is that this is a ginned up controversy. Third Way and their allies want to shut down Hassan Piker because, first and foremost, they want to protect a militaristic far-right Israeli government that's committing genocide in Gaza and waging war against its neighbors alongside the Trump administration. And on top of that, they want to defend a Democratic establishment against a voter base that has moved dramatically leftward. The voter base of the Democratic Party opposes Third Way's pro-oligarchy, pro-Israel agenda. And to respond specifically to those points, the America Deserved 9/11 line, that was a stupid thing he said and apologized for. But what he was referencing, as he explained in those later clips you played, is that our leaders for years lied to Americans about the historical context of 9/11, pretending that 9/11 just happened in a vacuum, that the U.S. was just minding its own business. Don't get me wrong, it was a horrific mass murder of American civilians, but it did not happen in a vacuum. It would not have happened if the U.S. hadn't been for decades engaging in wars and interventions across the Middle East. Third Way and establishment Democrats who are committed to more foreign wars are doing the American people a disservice to them by lying about this history.
50.
In terms of the Soviet
Amy
Union,
Goodman.
it was one of the great catastrophes of the...
Amy Goodman's peace sign, thank you for the 50 bones. And Drew Bix, thank you for the 10 bones. And Ciara, thank you for the 5.
20th century when it collapsed. First of all, it led to a huge collapse in living standards across the Soviet Union. This is well documented by scholars. A huge drop in life expectancy, the rise of a criminal oligarchy that looted the country, the very kind of crony capitalist order imposed by the West that's played such a key role in making Vladimir Putin the dictator that he is today. And in terms of the lack of a counterbalance to U.S. power across the world, I mean, that's just common sense. Look at Southern Africa, where the Soviet Union and Cuba fought against the U.S. and apartheid South Africa, who were attempting to maintain colonialism in Namibia. And what happens when there's not a counterforce to U.S. power in the world? We have the forever wars in the Middle East that, again, have played such a role in not only destabilizing the whole world, but here domestically in the U.S., making Donald Trump president. Donald Trump, the MAGA authoritarian fascist project, is an enormous danger to everyone in this country and everyone in the world. And Hassan is a rare progressive in an online space where young men are being converted to fascism by people like Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes. He is on the front line of fighting fascism. And so when people like Third Way try to gin up fake controversies and make people like Hassan Piker toxic, it's backfiring. All it's doing is raising his profile, raising the profile of candidates like Abdul Sayed. But the problem, because it's good for the left, actually, these attacks, the problem with what he's doing is that he's giving cover to the rise of actual anti-Semitic fascists on the far right, like Nick Fuentes. And that's going to be Third Way's true legacy here.
I'll let you go around one more time on that first set of clips, and then I'm going to play.
Daniel Denver of The Dig is the one who is absolutely cumstering and dumpstering Jonathan Cowan of Third Way on this Brian Lehrer show segment.
Another set that goes specifically to the charge of anti-Semitism. But Jonathan, you want to reply to anything Daniel was just saying?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Brian. So Daniel is wrong about literally every single point. First, let's get his facts, correct his facts. Third Way was opposed to the Iraq War, and we've been vociferously and publicly opposed to this war. So I would just say to all your listeners, take everything Daniel's saying with a pretty big grain of salt, because he opened up this session refusing to actually tell the truth about Third Way. Secondly, it is an embarrassment for not just Daniel, but the entire left that they're defending this anti-American bigot. Someone who's...
Why don't they see him the way I see him? As a truly repulsive, evil monster. I have tremendous disdain for the average person that has similar opinions to Hassan Piker. And if given the opportunity, I would yell at them too. I condemn everyone who's anti-Israel. I condemn every voter in the Democratic Party who actually thinks that we should have Medicare for all. I condemn them. Why are they not thinking about the interests of the oligarchs in the way that I'm paid to do? Ah! I'm a whiny baby. That's all it is. Can't refute a single point, by the way. Just has to chirp over and over again. Apparently, this plays itself out on numerous occasions. Very funny.
Talked about black people, gay people, Jews.
Again, bullshit. Yeah, I have talked about black people. I have talked about gay people. I have talked about Jewish people defending all of these groups. Okay? Third Way, on the other hand, literally is the Democratic Party's footprint that they designed to lean into reactionary sentiment. Okay? Just don't worry about, all these social issues. As long as we're still defending corporations, we're good. That is genuinely their attitude, their message. I oppose them. Okay? I oppose the Democratic Party that also leans into this kind of reactionary framework. It is bad politics and it's bad policy.
I mean, I could go on down the list in the most offensive, outrageous terms. Let me just cite a couple of quick stats. A recent poll by Echelon Insights found two facts.
Yeah, right-wing pollster, by the way.
To completely blow away Daniel's case. First, they tested a whole bunch of figures, Trump and Democrats and lots of people, long list of people. The only three people in their list whose unfavorables were double their favorables were Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, two right-wing lunatics, and Hassan Piker. So
wait, that literally polled AIPAC as being less favorable than me, an institution that you don't have any issues with, an institution that reflects your values, and AOC as well, as a matter of fact. But he won't mention that because that would give the game away that, of course, they're polling right-wingers and Republicans who, of course, are not going to have a favorable opinion of me.
So he is anything but popular in the country. Second is, they asked Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents, do you think the party should move more towards the center or move more towards the left, or it's great where it is?
Yeah, they also asked, do you think the Democrats should be Democratic Socialists? And 68% said yes in a different push poll. So, you pick and choose what you like out of that poll.
42% said
perhaps a lot of people actually look at democratic socialism and think, oh, that's like Zoran, that's moderate, that's the moderate position, that's like Bernie, the moderate position. Perhaps move to the center from their perspective is, cut it out with this silly stuff. Cut it out with this, elite liberalism and get to class politics, right? Because from the perspective of the average voter, they don't look at the issues in the same way that Third Way analyzes it. That much is very clear. A lot of people think Bernie is more moderate, just like they thought Trump was more moderate than the average Republican. Because from their perspective, they're like, yeah, it makes sense. Why can't we have free college? Why can't we have free healthcare? What are you talking about? That's the moderate position, right? Like it seems that a lot of people actually look at moving to the moderate position, moving towards the center, a more normal expression of politics as like, people who put class first, people who put working class first in their messaging and also in their agenda.
Democrats should move to the center. Only 24% held Daniel's view that it should move more to the left. And if they'd said, do you think they should move to the radical left, that percentage would have been
the average person thinks the radical left is Kamala Harris. They think the radical left is when you say stuff like, when you're associated with like the most extreme version of like quite normal policy in real life that oftentimes is not discussed. But when you're only defined by those positions, then Kamala Harris is seen as a black woman from California who only wants to do bottom surgeries for Guatemalan immigrants in American detention facilities that happen to be transgender, and also nothing else, or maybe at most $50,000 in tax credits for small business owners in underserved neighborhoods. So clearly, from their perspective, and a lethal military and endless militism and the like. So from their perspective, they consider that to be radical. If you were to say, hey, we're actually doing Medicare for all, that's what I'm running on, that's what I want to do, people look at that and go, oh, that's not radical. And in the same process, if you turn around and say, yeah, we should stop being weird about trans people, you should let trans people live, it's a decision that they should make between themselves and their healthcare professionals, like Graham Plattner is doing, for example, all of a sudden, people go, yeah, hell yeah, that's actually exactly what I want to hear. That's exactly the type of commentary that I want to hear. Not this the third way neoliberalism.
Even less.
Right.
It is strategically obvious that if Democrats want to win over the middle of the country, they cannot elevate figures like Hassan Piker, who are so radical and so extreme that they will drive away all of the voters we need to beat MAGA and Trump.
Daniel, your reply.
The DNC found in a still secret autopsy of the 2024 election that was reported by Axios that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's support for Israel's genocide in Gaza played a substantial role in her losing the election. 63% of Americans now say there was no reason to go to war in Iran. A majority of Americans' sympathies, according to a Gallup 2026 poll from earlier this year, February, they sympathize with Palestine over the Palestinians over Israeli. Amongst Democrats, that's 65% that sympathize with Palestinians over Israelis compared to 17% that sympathize more with Israelis. This is not about some abstract call that Democrats should go out there and say, hi, I'm left wing now. It's a call to embrace causes and issues that are popular among Democratic voters. This is support for an end to these forever wars. 84% of Americans say the rich have too much political power. That's 96% of Democrats. These are the sorts of positions that the left is arguing Democrats should take. Those are the sorts of positions that Hassan is popularizing on his stream. And these are the sorts of positions that will allow Democrats to not only beat the MAGA fascist authoritarian threat, but actually address its root causes, which is decades of bipartisan disaster created by establishment Democrats alongside Republicans. Establishment Democrats that, whatever Third Way's official positions on these matters are, have gotten us into forever wars, have put us in a situation where we have an oligarchy running this country, presiding over historic wealth and inequality, an oligarchy whose political expression is now MAGA authoritarianism. And that is exactly what Third Way is arguing for. And it's dangerous because we are living in a very dangerous moment right now as a result of it.
Let's go next to the specific charge that Democratic politicians should shun Hassan Piker Oh, and just for a little more context, for those of you just joining us, as I mentioned at the top, presidential hopefuls who say they would appear with Hassan Piker include Gavin Newsom and...
I'm not going to lie. When Andrew Cuomo decided to use this as a line of attack against Zohran Mamdani, who is now the mayor, so it demonstrably failed, I genuinely did not think that this would elevate to mainstream discourse to this degree, and it would be repeated so much. I did not think that. I don't have such a high opinion of myself. I don't think that I have this level of power or prominence. So it's been an unbelievable thing to experience. Very, very strange. Very strange that this is the discourse that they're running with over and over and over again. But yeah, thank you for thinking of me in this way, I guess.
Hannah and Rahm Emanuel. On the no side is Cory Booker, for example. And let's go next to the charge that Democratic politicians should shun Piker because he's not just a critic of Israel, he's anti-Semitic and supports Hamas. Here's a clip of him from shortly after the October 7th, 2023 attack. In fairness, this will sound to a lot of people more like he's explaining Hamas than defending them, but his language about Israel...
Oh, Brian. Brian literally goes, yeah, it's actually analysis, but make sure you understand that he's actually bad and defending Hamas. Okay, yeah, sure. All right. Hey, guys, I just want to make sure that you understand he's a bad guy, okay? He's a bad guy before I play this because he's going to make too much sense.
And whoever he's addressing here is very tough, including expletives that we bleeped out.
Do you think the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting? And then these guys came in with gliders out of nowhere? Don't say off, dude. They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another theme park in Gaza. You baying pig. You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
That was from shortly after October 7th. Another.
I cooked. Left no crumbs. I'll be honest. I think it was what's her name? It was Kylie Chung who said Hassan is the Gagatron 9000. I don't know if she deleted it or not. Yeah, she said not about this take, but she said he's Loki, the Gagatron 9000, and they're trying to kill him for it.
For example, is this from 2024, where he reacts to a newscast on an Israeli court ruling that ultra-Orthodox students must be drafted to the military. That report came out in June 2024.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
So calling the ultra-Orthodox inbred is what's gotten attention and criticism there. And one more in this set. This is a post on X that Piker penned on January 9th of this year in response to a protest outside a Queens synagogue where protesters chanted, "Say it loud, say it clear, we support Hamas here." His post on X reads, quote, "As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is..."
Your boos mean nothing when I've heard what makes you cheer. Or rather, they're calling me a lot of names, but they're not calling me a liar.
That another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue, unquote, from Piker on X. So Daniel, you'll get the first question this round. Are those things okay with you? And should people like Gavin Newsom and Ro Khanna and Rahm Emanuel be saying yes to appearing with Hassan Piker after he seems to say there that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel?
The smearing of critics of Israel as anti-Semitic is bad faith, it's wrong, and it doesn't work anymore. Allies of Third Way last year tried the same thing against Zoran Mamdani, and he handily won the mayoral election. The movement against the genocide in this country, the movement for Palestinian liberation, is not only not anti-Semitic, it is substantially Jewish. My Jewish mother-in-law is listening right now from Brooklyn. The JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, is one of the leading organizations in the pro-Palestine movement in this country. It is absurd gaslighting to call the left, which believes in universal principles of human life, the equal value of human life everywhere in this world, anti-Semitic. In terms of Hamas, I strongly oppose violence against civilians everywhere at any point, including on October 7th. But what this entire discourse serves to obscure is the fact that since October 7th and since the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948 with the Nakba, the catastrophe that displaced hundreds of thousands of Palestinians permanently from their homes, the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of civilians killed have been Palestinian. And it is right and just to criticize Hamas for killing civilians on October 7th, but this demonization that somehow Hamas is of a different order of magnitude more evil than the state of Israel, all it seeks to do is obscure the history that scholars have written a lot of very interesting books about, of why there's armed resistance in Palestine and why there's always armed resistance under a military occupation. So, the left is taking a position here that is in line with Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. And I wonder if Jonathan would agree with that assessment, or if he will continue to believe.
Oh, this is where he cuts straight to the chase, okay? This is where he cuts straight to the chase. He goes, Jonathan, do you agree with the assessment of virtually every international humanitarian organization?
That Israel should be able to act as it wishes towards the Palestinians. There is one way to stop the crimes that Israel is committing in the Middle East, and that is a full arms embargo on that country. We cannot give more weapons to a country that is murdering Palestinians and committing murder in Lebanon and dragging the U.S. into another disastrous war in Iran. And everything that Jonathan is arguing here is just an attempt to obscure that debate. And that is a debate that the vast majority of Democratic voters agree with the left on. Sure. That Palestinian liberation is important, that the U.S. should not be complicit in genocide. And this anti-Semitism thing, it is just absurd, it is offensive, and it is backfiring, and it is actually weakening the very moral urgency of combating actual anti-Semitism that we are seeing emerge from literal Nazis on the far right, like Nick Fuentes, that Jonathan and his buddies are giving cover to. It's really shameful and gross, frankly.
Just so you react to the other instance that I cited, calling the ultra-Orthodox inbred. Does that strike you as anti-Semitic?
No, it doesn't strike me as anti-Semitic. It strikes me as rude and not the sort of language I've used. But there's documented evidence of Hassan calling dozens of far-right individuals, most of them Americans, inbred. It's an insult he uses for far-right people. I wouldn't use it, but it has nothing to do with Jews, and it's...
Just a little bit of context, and look at the convo, dude. Just a little bit of context. All of a sudden, when someone is equipped with the knowledge, when they know that it's like something that I have regularly utilized to talk about any kind of like supremacist movement, all of a sudden everybody goes, oh, wait a minute.
Incredibly disingenuous, the fake controversy, pretending that it does.
Jonathan, your response?
Look, it's really embarrassing for Daniel and everyone on the left that once again they keep defending for and apologizing for a laundry list.
He can't do anything but pearl clutch. Oh my God, this is his argument. His argument is, he's bad though. He's bad. Even Brian Lehrer is like at least doing the decent thing and showing the context to foster a more productive conversation. I cannot believe that this was the argument. There's an exchange here, which is almost literally Dan going, do you support genocide? Third way guy. The question is just a smokescreen to distract from the real issues Democrats care about, which is whether or not candidates should appear on Hassan Piker's Twitch stream. Unbelievable, dude.
Of things that Piker says that are bigoted, anti-American, anti-Semitic, misogynistic, anti-black. I mean, why is the left defending all of these horrible things that he says and apologizing?
Can you respond to anything I said, Jonathan?
As if
Anything?
you
let him go. You'll get another round each.
As if you
go ahead,
can't
Jonathan.
have a legitimate debate about U.S. foreign policy, but that debate...
Yeah, we can't have a legitimate debate about U.S. foreign policy because whenever someone has an opinion that you don't agree with, you immediately hit him with a word salad barrage of like, he actually doesn't want to have a legitimate debate about foreign policy. He's actually anti-black somehow. Like, that's the whole point. You are the one who is rendering legitimate debate American foreign policy unhabitable. It's just like it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because of you. You have rendered this discourse into nothingness. Constant smearing. You're doing it right now.
It somehow can't be separated out from this misogynistic, anti-American. It's a pathetic position the left has put themselves in. Secondly is, let's just, we got to slow down on these things. I mean, if Hassan Piker had described any other group as he said, which is, I'm quoting him, you are left with a country that is packed to the effing gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultranationalist, rabid population. If he said that,
it's literally Israel's future, brother. That is the design you have for Israel. You want Israel to be this like this shining beacon of light and prosperity. By the way, that's also the same for America too. But you know, that's a totally separate conversation. But like that is literally what you are saying you want Israel to turn into. And I have said that about many other countries as well. Any country that revolves around purity, genetic purity politics will eventually become an inbred country. That's how genetic purity works. White supremacy also works in the same fashion. So when white supremacists talk about, you know, genetic purity and how all these other ethnicities are actually impure or inferior, that's the same exact argument that I present towards, you know, white supremacist Americans as well. That's why I call them red.
About any other group in the world or in the United States, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He would be completely shunned. So it is very blatantly anti-Semitic that that Daniel says, oh, I don't like the language, except if it were said about any other group, he would openly denounce it.
Just to quickly follow up, you heard what he said about how Piker applies that to people on the right as a sort of general insult, that it wasn't particularly singling out Jews?
I know, but here's the thing.
No, Brian is cooking the third way. Oh, my God.
Every single thing that Piker says, every single thing. I mean, just for example, you started this off with America deserved 9/11, dude. I didn't hear in your thing an apology for that in which Piker said, that is disgusting, I said it. It is, I should never have said that 3,000 Americans deserve.
Yeah, this is also unbelievably smarmy and whiny. It's not.
Kitty, you better not be dead. If someone hits you with their car, I'll chop off.
This is so dumb. You guys are so stupid for this. Okay, it's so funny because they're going to be like, we're only a couple steps away from Jonathan Cowan of Third Way being like, he's promoting moral degeneracy by being transgender, wearing a sexy maid's outfit. Do you know how horny that got me? He's promoting femboyism. I don't know why I'm turning into Mark Levin here.
Deserve to be killed. That is wrong. I'm ashamed. I will never say anything like that again. He didn't say anything. He doesn't apologize for it. Again, if someone says one or two things in their career that are profoundly offensive and disgusting, maybe. Every single week, week in and week out, he says the same thing. He says, I will quote you on this, I will quote him. If you have these effing millionaire, billionaire WASPs sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other millionaire, billionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, from a Italian perspective, a little better. So here is a guy who is explaining away and justifying dating because it occurs between people who are very wealthy, who he can.
Dog, oh my God. Again, why are you defending Liberty University? You are defending Liberty University, okay? That's what you're doing. You're defending a university who literally straight up marketed not prosecuting date that takes place on their college campus. And I'm saying, look, if these guys are going to be cordoned off to a place where it's self-selecting, then yeah, it's better off that they do that. None of this, ironically, when he reads the quote, also suggests what he's trying to say.
Consider spoiled. He says, I quote, I don't give an F what black people care about, end quote. I could go on and...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I don't give an F what black people care about. Once again, that's literally someone trying to do standpoint epistemology to claim that all black people actually hate immigrants. It's bullshit, okay? Do you actually feel like that's a decent quote? Are you dumb? I like that this guy went, clearly, Hassan has never cared about the opinion of any black person, ever. From the beginning of time until now. Unbelievably disingenuous. All right,
on and on and on. This is not a debate about U.S. foreign policy. This is a question of whether Democrats who want to win over the middle of the country should align themselves and elevate a guy who is this anti-American, misogynistic, and offensive. That's the only relevant question. Everything else is a smokescreen.
Let me play one more clip, the one you just referenced, something that Hassan Piker said about black people in political context, and then you'll go around one more time, and then we're out of time. This is on his alleged racism, or at least dismissing the concerns of black Americans as just a cover for reactionary politics. This is from 2024.
Like it or not, black people care about the border. Man, shut the up. Black people care about the border. I don't give a what black people care about. The Democratic Party literally is going to lose, even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the up. That's not how politics works. I hate that. I hate this, shield. Okay? I like that they actually put more of the clip in context, by the way. This person goes, black people care about the border.
So, Daniel, I don't give an F what black people care about is the quote that jumps out from that longer thing. Wait.
But it's not what the actual segment's about. The actual segment's about.
So let me just set up that we have a limited amount of time left. Take about a minute to address that and to go back at Jonathan for his last answer, then him, and we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's absurd to claim that clip is Hassan saying he doesn't care what black people think. The segment is critiquing establishment Democrats for inventing a monolithic black person's opinion to argue against the left. That's what's going on there. Hassan has had, I mean, the thing about this and this whole ginned up controversy invented by Third Way and their allies is that it depends upon the idea that the American public, and specifically the base of the Democratic Party, is stupid. But they can listen to that clip and understand that Hassan is in no way saying that. It's absurd to say that he's saying that black people's opinions don't matter. It's equally absurd to say that Hassan supports date. What he's critiquing there, what he's mocking there, because it's a humorous podcast, Twitch stream, that's why people listen to it. What he's critiquing there, what he's mocking is the WASP elite, which, think back to Brett Kavanaugh and his confirmation, is full of the normalization of preppy, rich, white guys date people. He is critiquing that. And again, he is critiquing that in a space, in an online space where actual far-right Nazi misogynists are recruiting young men every day, and he is in the trenches fighting that, bringing them over to a humanistic, universalist, anti-racist, feminist politics. That is what Hassan is doing, and undermining Hassan is doing nothing but elevating and empowering the far right. And I'm really curious, with all of this ginned up controversy that Jonathan is putting out there, if Jonathan thinks that U.S. intervention across the Middle East had anything to do with creating the context that led to the horrific murder of American civilians on 9/11, I'm curious if Jonathan supports an arms embargo on Israel, if he, like the vast majority of Democratic voters, opposes Israel's genocide in Gaza, and if Jonathan recognizes that Israel is indeed committing genocide in Gaza, because I bet the answer is no.
Jonathan, do answer his direct question and say anything else you want in our last minute, and that'll be the last word.
Daniel and his allies continue to try to make this debate about something other than what it is. It's a smokescreen to cover up for the singular question that matters to Democrats, which is, should you elevate Hassan Piker and his views? I'd like to actually give the last words to Hassan Piker. Quote, America is truly the Fourth Reich with nukes, end quote. Quote, F this refugee, okay? F this South Vietnamese emming.
Oh my God, he literally said I thought that was an exaggeration. I thought it was an exaggeration where Daniel goes, hey, you're the head of a prominent think tank that wants to teach the Democrats how to message on issues and what the Democrats should care about. And so it's totally understandable to ask whether or not you think Israel's committed a genocide. And he went, no, that's not the real issue. The real issue is Hassan Piker.
Refugee living in America. Why don't you go back and live in effing South Vietnam? About property owners. Kill them. Kill those mother effers and murder those mother effers in the street. Let the streets soak in their effing red capitalist blood, dude. Lastly, between Vance and Newsom.
In a video game. Didn't mention the video game part.
Quote, I'd probably vote third party at that point. It doesn't even matter. Go on. Keep defending this guy and apologizing for him and lose all of your moral credibility if that's what you choose to do. But as a matter of strategy for Democrats, aligning with someone this anti-American and this repugnant, misogynistic, and bigoted, there is not a shred of evidence that would be helpful for Democrats for beating the MAGA right and expanding their majorities.
Do give him the courtesy of a reply to his direct question.
What direct question?
Do you acknowledge that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, or do you deny it?
Do you acknowledge that Hassan Piker is a bigoted, anti-Semitic misogynist?
There's the answer. You support Israel's genocide
and
in Gaza.
There's the
You've
answer.
Discredited yourself before the world and before the Democratic primary.
And there is your answer, which is
Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and you support the mass murder of people with U.S. weapons. That's really...
By the way, this literally is the cheat code. Because all of my biggest naysayers, and they might find someone who'll be like, actually, I do think that Israel's committing a genocide, but we should still talk about Hassan. Like, eventually they'll get there. But for the time being, it's the number one cheat code. Just be like, oh, what's your thoughts on Israel? Do you think America should continue giving? Do you believe in an arms embargo? If the answer is yes, if you believe Israel's committed a genocide, do you believe in an arms embargo and punishments for the Israeli state for committing a genocide? Ask that question. They will never be able to answer that. That's it. Even if you find someone who goes, yeah, I think Israel has committed a genocide, but let's talk about Hassan. Turn around and go, okay, if Israel's committed a genocide, do you believe in an arms embargo to Israel and punishments for the Israeli state for doing a genocide? This normally shouldn't be a cheat code, but the reason why it is because all the people that are chirping at me are not chirping at me because they've been long-term watchers and are genuinely frustrated with like what they've seen of my commentary. That's bullshit. They saw a bunch of clips out of context that they could use and weaponize against me because they're using me as a stand-in for the Israel conversation. They want to put an embargo on me before putting an arms embargo on Israel.
To the end of our time and you talking over each other, we will leave it there without settling the conversation about Hassan Piker's place in the Democratic Party or in relation to Democratic Party politicians. But listeners now, hopefully, maybe you're more informed about multiple points of view on that. We thank Daniel Denvir, journalist, host of the Jacobin podcast, The Dig, and author of the book All American Nativism is Peace in the Nation. that responds to our other guest is called Hassan Piker Threatens the Establishment. That's why they want to destroy him. Jonathan Cowan, who's been our other guest, is co-founder.
Oh my God, that was amazing. Daniel Cook, dude, what an incredible, thorough way to dismantle these cynical genocidaires, these charlatans. This is such a childish criticism to have. Why would you post that openly? Yeah,
All right, y'all.
Tucker Carlson apologized, and I feel like I'm going to have a disagreement maybe with Kyle. Let's take a look at what Kyle had to say.
So it's happening, bro. It's happening. What have I been saying for the longest time? I said, like, look, if you want me to even begin to take you seriously, and you're somebody who was fighting MAGA and supporting MAGA and hopping on the bandwagon, at the very least, you got to apologize. You got to apologize and be like, my bad. I f***ed up. Shouldn't have done that. I've been conned. I've been had. I've been took. I've been bamboozled. If you say that and you sprinkle on top a little bit of, like, obviously Kamala would have been better, then we're getting somewhere. Then we're getting to a point where it's like you can begin to heal, have a conversation, open up the lines of communication, and sort of my whole thing is, you want to come in the tent? Welcome in the tent, but get to the back, right? Like, your judgment was bad enough that you f***ed up in the first place, so you can be with us, but sort of know your role. Know your role and shut your mouth, as The Rock used to say, right? That's been my whole spiel on this. But I have to say, as time goes by, I think I was too kind. I think I'm being too kind by being that open-minded and that open-hearted, because some of this I really think is just grifting, and some of this is shifting with the vibes, because the vibes are so overwhelming that to save your ass, you have no choice but to turn on Trump. You understand what I'm saying? So, with that being said, here we have Tucker Carlson, and this appears to be like an apology, where he's like, man, I should not have pushed Trump, and I'm going to have to live with this the rest of my life type shit. So let's listen, and then we'll break it down further. Here we go.
Looking back, because, I mean, you and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
I don't know how to feel about this. I don't trust Tucker Carlson. A lot of people are way more forgiving about Tucker Carlson. The real question is, are we savvy enough to use someone, i.e. Tucker Carlson, to turn his audience without giving him wings? Yeah, Cenk is obviously, Cenk is a hard on for Tucker. I don't trust Tucker Carlson at all, especially because here's the thing, okay? Here is the thing. Tucker Carlson is a room reader. Tucker Carlson knows that Donald Trump's days are numbered. Tucker Carlson still wants to maintain credibility as an anti-war voice, an anti-Israel voice, so that he can either use that credibility to lend that credibility to whoever comes next, possibly J.D. Vance, or run for the office himself. That's what Tucker Carlson is doing here. A Trump lover who's fallen out of favor. That's what he's trying to do. And the reason for why I say that is because none of the fundamentals of Tucker Carlson's worldview has changed at all. Not even one iota. Maybe on the issue of Israel, I'm willing to give him credit on that. Perhaps he thinks that the violence and the bloodshed that he saw was unconscionable. Sure, whatever. Okay, that could be one thing. However, and I'm not even talking about like, oh, he's anti-Semitically anti-Israel or whatever. I don't give a shit about that, okay? I'm not talking about that at all. That's not the part of the calculation. I'm not trying to make an assessment on how much of his like Israel perspective is geared by anti-Semitism and how much it is genuine because he saw all this bloodshed and all the horror. But what I am saying is that none of his worldview shifted, at least thus far. If Tucker Carlson is still a white supremacist, then how is he any different than a guy who says, I really that Donald Trump is such a lover of the Israeli state, and therefore I can no longer support him in good conscience, than Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes is anti-Trump as well. Nick Fuentes also goes hot and cold on Trump with regular frequency. Nick Fuentes is still a neo-Nazi, though. And no, this isn't about like Tucker Carlson's assessment on Israel being geared or motivated by anti-Semitism or Nick Fuentes' assessment on Israel being geared or motivated by anti-Semitism. I'm talking about like the full belief system that these guys very clearly have and also very openly demonstrate. Even if you have a sincerely held belief that Donald Trump up or you up for pushing Donald Trump, sure. Okay, fine, great. But I need to see your worldview change. Because if you're just saying like, no, I still want to fucking purge all the migrants from our boundaries. I still believe in WASP supremacy. I still believe in legacy Americans as a concept. Then you didn't change at all. You just want to do Israel in America for Christians, right? Like you want to do Israel in the United States of America. You're not mad at Israel. You're just jealous that Israel gets to do Israel for Jews, and you want to do Israel in America for Christians, right? This is the problem. A lot of people fall for famous people converting. They want a conversion story because it makes people feel like their worldview is validated, right? Like I'm so right that like this guy who's been a demonic entity on the opposing side is now on my side. Like that's what it is. It's not that it's not that people love a redemption story necessarily. It's more so like, oh, this person confirms my priors, right? I think that's what it is. That's where it comes from. And then they also don't know the full scope of Tucker Carlson's worldview. That's number one. And number two, maybe some know, but can overlook it because, you guessed it, it doesn't impact them, right?
And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway, but the question does present itself immediately, like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that. Yes.
So he's basically like, hey, dog, I fucked up. My bad. Trump's horrible. Trump's worse than I expected. He's committing war crimes. You got to fill in the blank with whatever. But he's like, I'm sorry. He's saying, I'm sorry, right? Now, again, at face value, I hear this and I go, good. If somebody says that, and then they also come out and say, I think Kamala would have been better. Okay. All right. I'm willing to listen to you now in a way that I wasn't before. However, having said that, shout out to Jim Stewartson because he makes this point. After being fired from Fox, Tucker was funded with $20 million by the Mercers, who have been bankrolling Peter Thiel for over a decade. J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's personal android. They're trying to take Trump out.
This guy's right. I think so too. I think they know that Trump's days are numbered. I mean, look at his approvals, right? It's over. And I think they're gearing up for what comes next.
So what's the ulterior motive here? I think the motive, in a very simple and straightforward way, is, yes, they've turned on Trump, but ultimately what they want is J.D. Vance to be president. And you need to ask yourself, what good is the apology? What good is the mea culpa? What good is like all the anti-war talk? If at the end of the day, they're just going to try to take this energy and redirect it into supporting J.D. Vance, who's just as guilty as Donald Trump. I don't want to hear with, oh, he's the actual populist right one. He's the
It's Kyle cooking.
Actual anti-war one. My ass cheeks. No, if you were bamboozled by Trump, you will also be bamboozled by J.D. Vance because he is none of those things. No, he is a tool of Peter Thiel and the AI demons. And when he gets in there, what's he going to do? The same thing as every Republican president if he gets in there, right? He's going to cut taxes for the rich, support the Epstein class, continue the military-industrial complex, warmonger like nobody business. And so if you're going to apologize for supporting Trump and your move is ultimately to just I'm going to back you.
Kyle is rewriting Theory on God. I know exactly what clip it is.
We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education. I'm not so
What the
sure a gulag was a bad idea. Come to think of it. This is making me understand a lot of things I previously
Wait, what? I didn't know what Kyle was going to say. I thought he was going to be on the jank camp.
did not understand. I never used to understand authoritarian left movements. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? Just be like libertarian left. Listening to these, I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you.
This one always gets me because it looks like they gave Stalin a little fro. This is Stalin after he got waves. He's looking wavy. Fox News gonna get you. I'm sorry. I don't care, dude. Froze of Stalin. Ethnic Stalin. He's already ethnic. He's Georgian.
J.D. Vance. And even if Like, what is this for? Are you just going to, the second 2028 comes around, you're just going to go, oh, great, I support J.D. Vance. Like, because I fear that's what's going to happen. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been very, very critical of Trump, but she's also stopped to give J.D. Vance a lot of credit and pretend like he's sort of the solution. That's
true.
And so that's why it's hard to take
King.
this seriously. Because it's like, okay, are you doing this
Speak
and then all
on
of a sudden
it.
you're going to, like, you know, support Abdul El Sayed? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to go out there and support Graham Plattner or Abdul El Sayed or any of the left-wing candidates running across the country, right? Or are you going to go out there and support, I don't know, are you going to be a Bernie Sanders style person now? If you did that, that'd be but that's not what they're going to do. They're going to take all this energy, they're going to harness it to be anti-Trump, but be pro-J.D. Vance or pro the next Republican, slop Republican that gets served up on a silver platter by Wall Street and the military-industrial complex and the AI tech demons, okay? And you know what immediately came to mind when I heard Tucker do this? Remember this? There was a big story that came out. It was in the New York Times, I believe, about how, you have the lawsuit that was happening because of Dominion was suing Fox for lying about the 2020 election. And we had a lot of their internal correspondence of the hosts leaked. And in those correspondence, we had text messages from Tucker where he was talking to somebody and he said this, quote, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait." And then he said, "I hate him passionately." And this was a theme of his text messages. He despises Trump. He hates Trump. He's annoyed to no end by Donald Trump. Okay? And he said this in January of 2021. In other words, Tucker knew about the flaws. Tucker knew this guy was a con man and a bullshitter. Tucker knew he was lying about the 2020 election. Tucker knew all of that. And what did he do? He still backed Trump in 2024. Okay? So I don't trust you when you just I'm sorry about the Trump thing. I don't trust you. In the same way that Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, he was on a podcast before he became the Secretary of War Crimes, and he said, I'm a recovering neocon. It was so wrong of me to think the U.S. military could go around the world and solve all these problems and do all these wars, and we'd be better off for it. He gave a whole spiel about how neoconservatism is bad, being a warmonger is bad. I'm a recovering neocon. I supported the Iraq War. I shouldn't have done that, et cetera, et cetera. Now, he's Secretary of War Crimes. He was the loudest voice in the room calling for war. The loudest voice in the room supporting the illegal attacks against an innocent country that didn't attack us, and now we're triple-tapping girls' school.
Sarah responded, Scott landlords cuddle up to murderous authoritarian regimes. The whole package. Also, illiterate would be an inability to read, not simply hear clearly the words coming out of your mouth. At some point, folks will get to these unhinged ladies. The text on Piker just revealed the author's APAC third way stooges. I don't know what this lady's deal is. I don't know what her problem is. She is so mad at me. It is crazy. Let's finish
And bombing
this.
hospitals and bombing bridges and doing all sorts of horrific Nazi-like atrocities. So, in other words, he said the right things. He sounded like he was better on the issue, and all of a sudden gets a little taste of power, goes right back to those old tricks and supports all the wrong things. And so when I hear this, that's immediately what comes to mind. Is like, we've been down this road before. And by the way, how do we not know that, let's say Trump decides tomorrow, okay, I'm done with this. I'm going to cut and run, cut my losses, get out of Dodge, pulls out, declares victory or some shit, then goes right back to doing a lot of the other shit that these guys love. Right? Like cracking down on trans people, for example, ramping up the mass deportations. How do I know that he's not going to be right back on Trump's nuts in 7 minutes? Right? He almost certainly will be in that scenario because this is what these people do. I remember Alex Jones crying on air in Trump's first term, going, he bombed Syria. He bombed Syria. It was so bad. He was doing so good, but then he ruined it all by doing this. How could he let us down like this? Crying over the betrayal of bombing Syria in the first term. He was back to riding Trump's nuts in 2024 like that never happened. Okay? So that's why I'm skeptical. That's why I pump the brakes. That's why I'm very slow to give these right-wing cretins and demons any credit whatsoever. Because it's hard to believe them. Now, by the same token, I've also said on the show, look, I supported it and I liked it when Dave Smith came out, and Dave Smith also kind of was like, look, I'm sorry for supporting Trump, but more importantly than that, he said, I actually think Kamala would have been better given what Trump is doing now. And I hear that, I'm like, based. Credit to him. That's awesome. However, what happened during Trump's first term? Well, here's a guy by the name of Dave Smith, and you can see here why I continue, and many people continue to be skeptical, because he did this before. I'm going to criticize him. I'm done with him. It's over. And yep, I'm back on the Trump train. But I disagree, and he's a war criminal. But I am back on the Trump train, though. So really what this all stems from, Tucker has it, Dave has it, a lot of people have it. They have leftist derangement syndrome and liberal derangement syndrome and Democrat derangement syndrome. And it's like, you may keep breaking up with Trump and getting back with him, but what you don't consider really is actually supporting left-wingers. So listen to what he said back in the day. This is in the first term.
I would be very happy for to see Donald Trump impeached for the illegal, immoral, borderline war of genocide that he's been helping the Saudis conduct in Yemen. Even grading on a curve. He is a war criminal who deserves to be tried and buried under the prison, just with right alongside Barack Obama and George W. Bush and John McCain and all the rest of them.
Oh my God. How did these guys go back to defending Trump after that? I guess they don't give a shit.
Let me just say this real quick.
I'm
Donald
talking
Trump should
about
be
Dave.
in prison for war
Shut
crimes
up.
for what he did to the people of Yemen. How's that for taking on the right?
But I think I might vote for Trump.
He should be impeached and removed for this one.
He backed Netanyahu as he completed his genocide in Gaza, backed him to destroy the whole place. He bombed the Houthis, he bombed Iran, he bombed Venezuela, killed a whole bunch of people in boats. So that's his actual track record here.
Even grading on a curve. He is a war criminal who deserves to be tried and buried under the prison.
I had the same experience in Trump's first 4 years. I mean, it was a little bit different, I guess, because I supported him this time, and I hadn't the first time.
So that's why people are skeptical, right? It's like, he's a war criminal, bury him under the prison. But I'm going to support him. I'm going to go ahead and support him. So, look, but here's the good news.
Like, what is it? It's called schizophrenia. Read a book.
The good news is, it doesn't matter what I say. Like, what I say is totally irrelevant. What you guys say is totally irrelevant. If these people have truly had an enlightenment moment and have awakened to the horrors of Trump and MAGA and the right more broadly, if that's truly the case, then they will just continue to say the right things and do the right things, right? But if my skepticism is merited, then at some point they won't. They'll have a relapse and go right back into shitty, authoritarian, horrific politics. And so we'll all find out together here. But what I say has no bearing on this. It's not like no serious person is going to look at people like me and go, well, since he's mean to me, I'm going to go back on the Trump train. Since he's mean to me, I'm going to vote Republican again. No, because what you realize is, who cares if somebody's an asshole? That doesn't mean anything.
Yes.
The bottom line is, we're murdering innocent little elementary school girls in Iran and triple tapping them, okay? We're bombing bridges. We're bombing hospitals. We're bombing steel plants. We're bombing pharmaceutical companies. We're destroying a civil society. We're backing a nation that's doing multiple genocides with our money and our weapons in our name. And so, obviously, somebody being an asshole should have no bearing on what your politics are. You should just go based off your principles and your values and have that lead you. I've often said this myself, but if the Pope of leftism was the worst person in the world and, assaulted me or something, I would still be a leftist, because it's about the ideas, it's about the issues, it's about the policies. Everybody on the left could scream at me and yell at me and call me an asshole and call me every negative thing under the sun, and I wouldn't care. I would still vote left, because
yes,
that's correct, because the policies are correct and those reflect my values. So we'll find out.
I say this shit all the time too. I say shit all the time whenever people are like, oh, well, this person was mad at me, that person was mad at me. It's making me reconsider my stances. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? We don't, like, think about, Black Twitter hates me, right? Because of the Nicki Minaj stuff initially. That's when Black Twitter turned on me and they were like, oh, you're a racist. Did I stop advocating for the things I believe in? No, of course not. Because when you're a leftist, you're not, your moral compass, your convictions should not change because people are like nice to you or people are mean to you. That's idiotic. Put the policies in the bag. That's all I give a about.
But understand something, guys. There is an industry here, right? And in this industry, these right-wing people, they view their role as, we are the right-wing people. Like, you see Alex Jones, now he's criticizing Trump all the time, but if you pay close attention, he also says, I'd never vote for the Democrats. The Democrats are absolute demons. Left-wingers are evil and they're terrible and they want the New World Order and globalism. And he goes on and on and on. Like, somehow he has the most scathing criticisms for left-wingers and liberals and Democrats, even today. Even with Trump committing war crime after war crime and clearly has Alzheimer's and severe dementia, Alex says he has severe dementia, and he still shits on the Democrats harder.
Black Twitter also hates Nikki. We also have black Republicans. No, this was black Twitter way back in the day. This was when Nikki was already making her pivot, but like I was right just too early. This was in like 2021. Yeah, I called out Nicki Minaj in like 2020 or 2021. And then everybody yelled at me.
Right? So they view their role as, no, we are right-wing pundits, we are right-wing commentators. And so even if they criticize Trump, at the end of the day, they will somehow jujitsu themselves back to supporting fucking J.D. Vance or supporting somebody else on the right. And so that's why you got to take this for what it's worth and take it with a grain of salt. The only reason to actually take this seriously and cover it and pump people.
Black Twitter currently dunking on racist Japanese people who think we are Viltrumites. What the Viltrumites like from Invincible? This ain't my algo. Yeah, what? Wait, why are the Japanese thinking that? Yup, it's hilarious. Are the Japanese all right? What the hell's going on? That's the new discourse. Yeah, they think we're superhuman. What the
People up here is divide and conquer, right? Like just heighten contradictions on the right, make the Civil War, add fuel to the fire of the right-wing Civil War by talking, pumping people up and talking about it. Oh, you're gonna let him get away with it? Like that's the only reason you take this seriously. But yeah, man, we're now adding to that list. There's now how many? 4 or so right-wing commentators who have like fully abandoned Trump, even to the point of like apologizing. And guess what? I think it's only going to go up because when you're at 32% approval rating, you're also just sort of destroying your own business if you double down and triple down and quadruple down on that. It is now the most low IQ, depraved idiots in the country who are still riding with Trump. And not the best people to make up your audience, is it?
Wait, what the The number of encounters with black people in my neighborhood is steadily increasing. Their skeletal structure and the way their muscles are built are on a completely different level from Japanese people. I'm slim, so if I got pinned down, it'd be over in seconds. I never imagined that violence from a foreigner would climb the ranks in my predictions for my own cause of death. I couldn't have pictured that even a few years ago. Things change when you least expect them to, huh? What? So this Japanese guy saw a black person in their neighborhood for the first time in their lives and instantly thought, this person has an ungodly physique, like a godlike physique, and he is going to murder me. He is going to violently and physically pin me down. Yeah. Gay thoughts. Wrote that fully bricked? Oh, 100%. I mean, he's hard as diamond, okay? Oh my God, we're literally exporting. Oh my God, this is the same white supremacist, dude. This is literally what white people are terrified of and also like weirdly sexually invested in, like racists are, right? Like it's a girl, not a guy, funny enough. Oh, it's a girl? What? I think they're a woman. They say they are in their bio. That's still very strange. I'm going to Japan later this year. We'll report we'll report back if I'm treated like Thanos. They'll most likely sit quietly and say nothing with insanely racist thoughts in their head. They think foreigners are Yujiro Hanma. They're like, what a time to be alive. Her was pulsing while writing that tweet. We don't agree on everything, but I support Hassan Piker's right to exist. He can exist out of Democrat space because he's not a Democrat and he calls us lib. This is such a childish criticism to have. Why would you post that openly? He called us lib. Oh my God, that's so funny. I was going back to my hotel in Tokyo at night, walking along an overpass bridge. A couple girls were coming in my direction and bolted as soon as they saw me. I'm Hispanic, not black at all. All right, buddy. What do you mean not black at all? That's crazy. Like not black at all. Okay. Bro wanted to be included in the racism. Oh man. Oh my God. Oh let him. Oh, this is. Oh, I'm just wafting in it. Okay. Oh God, the air of defeat, depressed Republicans. Incredible, dude. Incredible. The beautiful state of Virginia. That's right. Virginia is in the news. It's on the map. Before we talk about Virginia, though, let's talk about the state of Texas. Now, if you recall, Donald Trump, a while back, wanted to desperately create an opportunity for more Republican seats. He wanted to redistrict in the red state of Texas. And Democrats did the unthinkable. For the first time ever, when Donald Trump forced a redistricting to happen in Texas so he could secure a couple seats in the state of Texas, Democrats did the unthinkable and fought back and decided, oh, two can play that game. If you redistrict in the state of Texas and gerrymander and get a couple additional red seats, then we'll do the exact same thing in California. We'll do the exact same thing in Virginia. Because here's the reality. While redistricting takes place all around the country, more often than not, it's been favored by red states. And it turns out there's a lot more room for redistricting in blue states and even in purple states that could go blue. So it's not even a two can play that game style situation. It's a, you should have never deployed this option. You should have never frustrated the Democrats into actually taking action, because that shit is never going to be good for you. Okay. It's unbelievable. I think the reason why Donald Trump did this initially, okay, and this is a day where we're blue no matter who. I mean, I'm finding myself, in line with the likes of Trouble Man 90, who spends most of his time shitting on me, right? We will talk about the double standard in the media as well, for sure. But once again, I'm telling you right now, the reason why Trump did this initially is because he thought Democrats are and they won't actually respond in kind. And for the longest time, there were Democrats who did not want to respond in kind. So, hey, a very, very reluctant W that I will offer to gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom here, because he immediately was like, oh, bet. Oh, you're going to redistrict Texas? Bet. Here's unlimited blue districts from the state of California. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, you want to redistrict? We'll redistrict too. Oh, you get 4 seats? How about 10? How about 20? How about unlimited seats? How about we delete Republican districts altogether and turn them into blue districts permanently? Okay. So yeah, he did do that. And I said at the time that it was a good thing. And I will say once again, this is still a good thing. Okay. Turns out when Democrats actually fight back, there is a wonderful opportunity to make changes. Okay. And remember, the only reason why Donald Trump, California's going to turn red. Oh, dude. Sure, bud. Okay. That was a good one. Thank you. No, you're right. Cali's turning red any day now. Dude, California used to be red. Okay. Not anymore. In any case, I need you to understand one thing. Okay. Donald Trump did this because he thought there is no way in hell that these pussy Democrats will actually fight back. And it turns out, if you go meat for meat, whether it be the Ayatollah and the IRGC or the American version of the woke Ayatollah, the Democratic Party, the Democratic Party's got more meat. He didn't realize that the Democratic Party had more meat. Okay. He went band for band. He went district for district. Turns out Democrats got a lot more schmeat than you would have actually imagined. Turns out in many of these states, in many of these blue goddamn states, there are reforms. There were reforms that were implemented to even combat Republican redistricting initiatives, which is precisely the reason why they had independent commissions in a lot of these blue districts, which is precisely the reason why a lot of these blue states had not specifically rigged it so that Democrats maxed out on all of the Republican seats they could put in Congress. Turns out Republicans, on the other hand, had done it all around the country and therefore don't really have the same opportunity. Yeah, turns out Democrats were growers, not showers. Okay, but once they went down there and once they got to work, okay, once they started rubbing the pole, oh my Lord, dude, a lot of meat out there. Here's one of the examples. We're gonna obviously talk about Virginia. Virginia had a referendum. Okay, very different than a normal election. Referendum is not a partisan issue, right? In most circumstances, which is precisely the reason why the Virginia redistricting referendum, it was 51-49 split. The referendum was for redistricting in the state of Virginia, and now Democrats are going to secure additional seats in the House. Okay, this is just for one term before the next time. Before the next like independent censure, the independent censor, what the f am I saying? Census. Oh my God. The census takes place. At that point, they'll go back to the independent commission. But for the time being, since the next census, Democrats are going to be securing a bunch of seats in Virginia.
Democrats in Virginia that could help them take control of the House in November's midterm elections. Joe O'Brien is on Capitol Hill with the details. Good morning, Jay.
George, good morning to you. And this was a major victory for Democrats ahead of those critical November midterms. After a bitterly fought referendum, Virginia voters approving new congressional maps that could help Democrats pick up as many as 4 safe Democratic seats. This is in direct response to a firestorm of redistricting that was really ignited by President Trump over the summer when he demanded that Texas Republicans redraw their maps for safe Republican seats, other states like Missouri and North Carolina following suit. But after this win in Virginia and other Democratic-controlled states like California redrawing their maps, Democrats now appear poised to cancel out some of those redistricting gains made by Republicans, George.
And, Jay, we have the third House resignation in a week, this time a Democrat.
Yeah, Democratic Sheila Sherfless McCormick, the third member of the House to resign in less than a week. She resigned just minutes before the House Ethics Committee was set to meet and decide her punishment after it found her guilty of violating 25 different House ethics rules. She's also been indicted on federal charges, accused of embezzling $5 million of pandemic-era FEMA funds. She's pleaded not guilty to those charges. She denies any wrongdoing. And in a statement announcing her resignation, she accused the House Ethics Committee of playing political games. George.
Jay O'Brien, thanks.
Our message to Florida Republicans is F around and find out. If they go down the road of a DeSantis dummy-mander, the Florida Republicans are going to find themselves in the same situation as Texas Republicans, who are on the run right now. And under no circumstances are Texas Republicans picking up 5 seats. They'll be fortunate if they get 2 or 3. While in California, we are going to get all 5. The Republicans are dummy-mandering their way into the minority before a single vote is cast because they started this war, and we're going to finish it.
We have some breaking news tonight as CNN can now project that Virginia voters have approved a Democratic plan to dramatically redraw the state's congressional map. 92% of the results are in, with just over 51% voting yes on the ballot measure. Now, if this map is enacted, it means Democrats could win 10 out of the state's 11 congressional districts.
I missed the sexual panther. I heard his voice. I heard his voice from the other side of the hall, and okay? But I'm not going to replay it because I feel like it's going to, his aura is too powerful. When he says dummy mander, I was like, I had to rush over here. We're currently only up 1-2. Estimated redistricting shift so far from John Cooper: Texas +5 Republicans, California +5 Democrats, Utah +1 Democrat, Missouri +1 Republican, North Carolina +1 Republican, Ohio +1 to +2 Republican, Virginia +4D. Net roughly 1-2 Democrat seats nationally. Oh, don't worry. That's all it takes, baby. You on the big TV. What's wrong with you, dog? All right, well, please check out VA State Senator Louise Lucas. She's the only politician I've seen who might be able to keep the woke Commander Kyle Kalinske if you keep messaging better than Jeffries. Okay. Dude, you guys, you know, there are like, once we add on state senators as well and like state reps in general, like we're talking about thousands of candidates, okay? Thousands around the country. Like I can't, I don't know what you want me to do. I can't get to all of them, okay? I know I said I want to let 1,000 Zorons bloom, but like, it's pretty, you know, there are thousands of people. I can't go through all of them and like, you know, lend as much support as possible. I'm one guy. You guys forget. I'm literally one guy. This is the life you chose, liberal Rogan. That's not even the case. Like, Joe Rogan doesn't do any of this shit. This is a totally separate thing. Let's get back to it. Dems win Virginia redistricting battle. What does this mean for the midterms?
Which would boost the party at large in the fight for control of Congress. Harrington is here to join us. And Harry, obviously, there were a lot of questions of how this would go tonight. Tell us what we're seeing in these numbers so far.
Yeah, I would just say, look, the yes side won. Yes, they are probably going to end up lower than the percentage that Kamala Harris won in terms of the margin. But you know what? A win is a win is a win. And this means a lot for Virginia. And I will just note, just look at this. They have basically going to gerrymander this state rotten. They are basically going to lock Republicans out of power in a state where Donald Trump got 46% of the vote back in 2024. House seats Republicans in Virginia.
If you want to understand how ridiculous like redistricting is in places like Wisconsin, for example, famously, I've talked about it quite a bit, but for Democrats to actually win majority in like to win majority representation in the state of Wisconsin, they need like almost 70% of the vote. Okay, it's a little bit like for those of you who don't understand how redistricting works or gerrymandering works, it's a little bit like the Electoral College, where like Democrats need to outperform the Republicans not by 1%, but usually the way the Electoral College works, they have to outperform the Republicans by like 5 to almost 10%, not 10%, but like 5 to 7% in order to actually win the Electoral College. So it's kind of like that, okay? You know, they're trying to slice up the districts in a way that you know, puts a majority. Bro, you have no idea what you're talking about. Get off the platform. All right, today we're gonna do something different. We're gonna let Pockets 2, following since 2026, 420, explain to us the concept of redistricting. And I'm just giving him the table now. Go ahead, Pockets 2. Don't chat GPT it. Just explain to us, you know, redistricting, gerrymandering, why I'm wrong about the way that I've described it thus far. Okay, you've taken too long. Kind of feels like you didn't know what the we were talking about, and you were just chirping for no reason. All right, let's continue.
Are only going to really end up with 9%. That is quite the imbalance that's going on here, right? Of course, this is part of a larger national picture as well in terms of redistricting. And this, to me, is what is so interesting, right? Oh, we've had all this redistricting, right? It started in Texas. Then it was California. We've done Ohio. We've done North Carolina. We've done Utah. But heading into tonight, pre-Virginia results, the net gain from this mid-decade redistricting was really 0 seats, neither side gaining. But now is where we are right now with the Virginia measure passing. Democrats jump out ahead.
Isn't this only a temporary thing, the redistrict? Yes, it is. It's until the next census where it snaps back into a independent redistricting council.
They're the ones leading in mid-decade redistricting, leading right now by 4 seats on the strength of that yes vote, however thin that margin actually is.
So, Harry, I mean, obviously, Senator Warren was just talking about 6 months from now, the midterm elections. What could this mean for the fight for who controls Congress here?
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the House of Representatives, and you're down in Washington, D.C., so you know a heck of a lot more than I do, I would just say this. The power right now, it's so tight, right? Every vote is so tight in the U.S. House of Representatives. So you just take a look here, and this gives you the math of why this vote was so important. If you talk about the margin of the GOP majority in the House post the 2024 election, it was 2 seats, 2 seats. That's how many seats they could lose on a vote before losing the majority. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about Democrats gaining 1, 2, 3, 4 seats, 4 seats in Virginia. The simple math here is 4 is greater than 2. Without Democrats needing to pick up any more seats, this would eliminate the Republican majority and instill a Democratic majority because the margins are so tight. This vote in Virginia means so very much, and that's why all that money was spent on it. My goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Holy Toledo! And they did the damn thing, and they won by a narrow margin. That's just how democracy works, okay? Sorry. You snooze, you lose, dude. I know this is annoying, but I've been an advocate for fighting fire with fire for a very long time. So it would be awfully hypocritical of me to criticize the Democrats now when they are finally behaving like Republicans and playing politics like Republicans and not just doing policy like Republicans. Okay. Glad that this is finally taking place. They need to do more of this. Sometimes you have to fight back with the same methods that your enemy is using, especially if your enemy is trying to undermine democracy. Sometimes you have to fight back in a similar vein to preserve democracy, to preserve the democratic process. This is it, okay? Is there a but coming? No buts. No buts whatsoever. I mean, I know that Democrats will probably use this as an opportunity to farm as many like AIPAC Democrats as possible, put them in the caucus. But yeah, no, this is good. This is objectively a good thing. This is something that they should have done. That's a gerrymander shift only. That doesn't account for the electorate opinion shifting D in competitive races, right? No, it does not. I don't think it does.
Ton of money. Harry, thank you for doing that math for us.
I know, it's very hard, very hard.
This is why we keep you around.
That's right.
Harry Ensign, thank you for that. For more on this, my political sources are here tonight. Jermichael, what's your assessment of what's happening?
I mean, look, I'm not happy about it.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh, my God. Is that Neera Tanden? Oh, my God.
Holy Toledo.
Dude, what is this panel?
What we're seeing is a gradual destruction of incentives in our country. So what happens when you create an atmosphere and an environment where compromise no longer exists? Yeah, maybe this is good for Democrats today, but is it good for the long run? Probably.
Dude, CNN, what is the panel? Caitlin, what are you doing? Put someone else on that goddamn panel. Okay, I guess Neera Tanden will be the defender of the Democrats here, even though she sucks. Unbelievable. Or they're like, oh, what a sad day for the democratic process. Okay? What do you mean, what a sad day for the democratic process? Sorry, talk to Republicans for once. It is one of the most annoying things, like when Democrats finally do like a fraction of what the Republicans have been doing, and everyone's like, whoa, you're not supposed to do that. Them's not the rules. You're supposed to eat every election. What do you mean? Why are you not rolling over and taking it up? How dare you? It's literally Harlem Globetrotters versus Washington Generals, man. Every time they're like, whoa, what are you doing? You're not supposed to dunk. You're not allowed to take 3-point shots. What are you doing? You're supposed to lose every time. It's unbelievable. The one time Democrats do the right thing, all of these like liberal panelists, like liberal adjacent panelists, the reasonable Republicans, the reasonable Republican strategists immediately are like, whoa, what a sad day for democracy. I'm sorry. Trump is your guy. You can't say that. You can't be defending Trump on a daily basis and then turn around and be like, well, I can't believe the Democrats are doing this. I mean, I get why, okay? I get why they're saying this, because the expectation is, yeah, Democrats are supposed to be controlled opposition. Democrats are supposed to just eat it every day of the week. Sorry, it's so ridiculous, and it's hilarious to see this. Look. Washington Post editorial board was fine with the Republicans gerrymandering in Texas, but when Democrats responded in Virginia, it's a power grab that plunges America deeper in the gerrymandering abyss. The Texas gerrymander freak out. What's happening in the Lone Star State is not a threat to democracy. Virginia plunges America deeper in the gerrymandering abyss. It's unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable, but I hope this gives more confidence to the Democrats to do stuff like this, okay? I hope it gives more confidence to Democrats. Incredible double standard by the media. The one time Democrats actually fight back. More of this, please. We got our own dog to dunk now, and the libs are mad. Yeah, it's fucking bull. Okay, I've been talking about how this is for the longest time. Okay, maybe this is a dumb question, but what is even the moral argument against Dems redistricting? Like, there isn't a fair way to district there. It will always be arbitrary. No, redistricting is cheating. Okay, it straight up is cheating. But the problem is Democrats for the longest time, knowing full well that they have the votes in all of these states for the most part, with the exception of some states where they have like done gerrymandering, have actively tried to fight against gerrymandering. As a matter of fact, there's a reason why there's a lot more blue seats that are readily available in blue states. That is because to even have a normal Democratic proportional representation in said blue states, they had to literally set up independent commissions against the Republicans constantly cheating. Okay? Now, of course, there's a wonderful opportunity here for the Democrats to keep farming more seats because most of those blue states are even blue to begin with because they were able to set up independent commissions against the wishes of the Republicans who wanted to gerrymander it into oblivion. Red states, on the other hand, unbelievably red because they've already been gerrymandered. Okay? Play the same game that Republicans are playing, okay? When are you going to thank this woman for fighting back against the Republicans, Hassan? Louise Lucas, I have the utmost respect for Senator Kaine and Senator Warner, but we don't need coaching on redistricting coming back from a chair in the corner. How about you all stay focused on the fashion in the White House and let us handle redistricting in Virginia 10-1. You truly aren't your normal grandma. I keep telling him, don't let the gray hair fool you. That was in January. She posted her victory lap today. Thank you, McDonald's, for hiring those facing federal job losses. Every family deserves to earn a living, and that's why we raised our minimum wage in Virginia to $15 an hour. Yeah, her header is her with boxing gloves on. You see? Revealed. Virginia wine moms release counter plan for the Trump arch.
These elections, if we lose these elections, the House, and in this case the House, and just it's going to be a disaster.
Essential. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
Oh, that's dope. I mean, that's fire. You owe me an apology, Madge. Oh, now you read the tweet? This is who I was trying to send you, you dingus. Okay, bro, calm down. All right. Even when I was close to the feet, I rose to my feet. L. Louise Lucas.
Credit rating. Still Snoop Dogg and D.I. Guess who's...
Anyway, it's great. It's great. Yeah, she got L's in her name so she could be handing them out like hotcakes. It's great. It's great. Let's once we're done with the analysis, we'll get to the fun part, which is hogwatch, because Republicans are losing their minds. They're like, how could you have done this? Okay, because it genuinely feels to me like they got so comfortable consistently not playing by the rules and having the Democrats just go, oh, I can't do anything about it. Never mind. Just like throw up their hands in defeat and just sit idly by. Okay.
Probably not. For 4 years, there was an argument from my friends on the other side about democracy falling in darkness. Well, how in the hell is this preserving democracy? And look, I'm not saying that one side over the other doesn't gerrymander. Hell, they all gerrymander. It's just not a good thing at all. The American people don't benefit from this. And as someone who resides in Virginia, where you have, 40+% of the state that voted for the current president, rather, leaving only one Republican congressional seat seems to be in force of democracy and protecting the Constitution and the preservation of these great ideals. I would think not.
Well, I mean, what do you say to that? Because that was a question we asked a lot of Democrats once they launched their own redistricting efforts after we saw what happened in Texas. But a lot of them argued to us was, well, if the Republicans are doing it, we're also going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem here is that Republicans launched a mid-decade redistricting project in Texas. Virginia came up with its results, but Florida is likely to redistrict in the next couple of days. In fact, they held off for the vote. I think for political reasons, but they are likely to redistrict. So at the end of the day, I think Democrats and Republicans will roughly match out to be equal. We don't know what Florida will do. I think maybe they'll be concerned that redistricting could end up, they could end up losing some of those seats because there could be such a great wave. But I think the truth is that Democrats have supported.
Do you see her post about the poll on you? I know. After chirping she once again finds herself aligned with the Republicans, which is really funny. You realize the average unfavorable opinion here is Republican, right? You know, you were weeks away from working in the White House, but this seems okay too. Don't feel too bad. I was the White House domestic policy advisor, job of my dream, and worked at the White House for about 4 years. Clearly, you don't pay much attention. They literally, she was supposed to be appointed and couldn't be appointed because she tweets too much. So, you know, that is kind of the future that she designed for herself. Don't understand why she's still seething. I mean, I kind of do understand, but whatever. This is a day of unity, I guess, across the board.
A nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering. Republicans have opposed that. This was a part of legislation.
Hello, Hassan. You have blind spots. Hello, Hassan. You have blind spots. So the person who replied, "I can't see. Chat is too fast." All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it, dude. It's struggle session time. Okay. I love when liberals do Maoist struggle sessions. Okay. Skip to 2340 if you just want key takeaways. Do you feel like this is a productive use of your time, our time, what we're doing a little quick self-plug here? I love you, chatter. Thank you for trying to make me a better person, okay? And everybody else in the chat, don't dunk on this person doing self-promo, okay? Even though, you know, probably not the best the way to go about it. But just like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
They tried to pass in the last cycle. Republicans have opposed that. I believe that we should have a nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering. The real thing that set this all up was Donald Trump called into Texas and asked them, not by anyone voting, but just asked the legislature to change. And in California and Virginia, at least they asked the voters to weigh in. This is very different than what happened in Texas. Voters have said they would like to move forward on this because they recognize the stakes with Trump ending accountability through gerrymandering mid-decade.
Scott, what's your take?
Virginia literally had the fairest maps in the nation. They had a 6-5 map, 6 Democrats, 5 Republicans. In terms of proportional representation, they had the fairest map in the nation that was drawn, by the way, by an independent commission that the voters asked for just a few years ago. Now they will have the least fair maps in the nation. And I'm not surprised that the yes vote won. They had all the money and all the lies. And sometimes in politics, when you got those two things, you can put something over the line. Even something as egregious as this whole thing has driven Spanberger's approval ratings down into the toilet. She lied to the people of Virginia. They had to write a ballot question that was a joke. They drew maps that were a joke. Now you're going to have huge chunks of rural Virginia represented by 5 or 6 Democrats who all live in Northern Virginia within about 15 miles of each other. It's a complete joke. Everybody knows it. And there's a reason that all these national Democrats and all their money came into Virginia because, you know, they don't really care about the people of Virginia.
Dude, what? That's crazy. I can't believe they're undermining the principle of democracy here. You're a Republican. Up! You're the reason why this is happening.
Just care about power.
I mean if we could just put that new map back, Nira, I want you to respond to that. But if we could just put that new map back up, I mean, that's
Republicans about to be like, well, with this new information that's come out about Scott Jennings, Hassan Piker is actually being very homophobic, very biphobic, very queerphobic, telling a queer man, Scott Jennings, who was recently outed on the timeline, to suck. How dare you, sir? How dare you? This is a recently outed man. RNC is about to come out and be like, well, Democrat spokesperson, chairman of the Democratic Liberal Party, the Liberal Democrat Capitalist Party, Hassan Chairman Piker, tells a recently outed bisexual man to what won't the Democrats do?
back up that you can see obviously what the proposed districts that were on this ballot.
Yeah, blind spots exposed.
I mean, here's the thing. Unlike in Texas and other states, in Texas and Florida, they are not putting this up to the voters, right? Republicans, I don't know, they have a lot of money in their coffers. As far as I can see, the RNC has a lot more money than Democrats.
Who spent
a
more
lot
here,
of them?
but you know what the difference is?
They may not have spent more because you know you're going to lose.
Just
because
tell
the
the
actual
truth.
issue is, here's what motivated people in Virginia. The fact is that because Donald Trump, people believed that in order to level the playing field, you needed to ensure that Virginia acted.
But you know what the difference is?
Ridiculous is
what's
the one thing. Just to say, no.
With Texas,
Neither one of you said a word about Texas.
Well, that's not true. I actually talked a lot about Texas,
where was Scott
and I wasn't happy about that. But let me just say this: the difference is Democrats have a number of seats still in the state of Texas. Now we can disagree on whether this made sense morally, ethically. That's a fair point. But in Virginia, you're eliminating all but one.
They took 5
all
seats in Texas.
but one. That's basic math. How's that at all fair? How's that fair?
You didn't give Texans
How's
a right
that fair?
to vote. You didn't put it up to a ballot proposition.
The question is, but how is it fair in Virginia?
The legislature,
to leave Republicans with one. Would you be okay if we left Democrats with one congressional seat?
You know what I would be okay with? I would be okay with a ban on partisan gerrymandering across the country. And I wish you guys had supported that.
When the president, so clearly wanted this to happen in Texas, that it did set off this kind of arms race.
Of course it is.
Why do these people want to talk about fair? Because, again, meat for meat. Democrats went meat for the first time in a long time. All of a sudden, there's more meat. Life is a game of inches, okay? Turns out Democrats got a couple more inches on the Republicans, and all of a sudden everyone's like, whoa, you're not supposed to do that. You're not allowed. We get to do that. We get to violate all the rules, and then we turn around and we cry to the referee after we beat out of the referee. Fuck you. That's what I say. That's what I say to the Republicans, okay? Fair is fair. What do you mean fair? When have you fought fair? Shut up.
And that's my initial point. This is not good for the country. Like, I'm a conservative. Hell yes, I want my side to do well. I strongly believe in my principles, and I presume Near here cares a lot about her side, and she wants to see Democrats do well. But how in the hell is this good for democracy when both sides believe there is no interest in incentivizing on anything? We don't have to compromise. We don't have to figure it out. We don't have to work things out, because you know what? We'll have one red state, one blue state. There will be no purple states. There will be no party in the middle. How does that move things forward when you look at the things that this country is currently struggling with on the economic front, the education front, healthcare? You have China, our greatest adversary, that are moving leaps and bounds ahead, and we can't even govern ourselves appropriately. This should make any person in this country happy about where we are.
You know,
It's
I agree. I just think the way to have dealt with this is to have a ban on gerrymandering in any of these states. Mid-decade redistricting is really something has really happened very rarely. North Carolina did a few years ago, but we should really most people are used to decennial. Most states are used to it, like doing it every decade. We should do it, and we should actually abandon all this. And I wish Republicans had joined the Democrats.
Scott, if you were a member of Congress, would you vote to ban gerrymandering?
Well, I actually am rather protective.
What's up? What's up, Scott? Great question. Great question. I don't know. I mean, maybe. It depends.
Of the states making these decisions.
That's a no.
I don't really have a problem with states making decisions about this.
Do you see the guy who outed Scott on the timeline was also saying Cenk is paid by Russia and funneled part of that money to kickstart your career? True. Yes. He had gay sex with Scott Jennings, and also Vladimir Putin gave Cenk, Uncle Chunk Weigert, $17 billion.
What I have a problem with in this case, look, Texas did what they did. They had a right to do it. Virginia did what they did. What I have a problem with in Virginia is you had a fair map, and you also had an independent commission draw it, and you also had the new governor, tell the people of Virginia during her campaign she wasn't going to do it. So this whole thing was built on lies, and the ballot question, if you read it, was a total joke. You showed the map of the districts. They're a complete joke. And so I think what they've done is they basically disenfranchised 90%.
Scott seems like he hates referendum, which is a referendum is the purest expression of the democratic process, Scott. Kind of feels like you're crying to the referee after the fact, huh? Doesn't feel too good, does it? Doesn't feel too good, does it now? Doesn't feel too good, does it now? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. The question, Scott, was, would you be in favor of banning redistricting across the board, Scott? It wasn't, in Virginia, they didn't abide by the democratic process. Thank you to the Democratic Party for at least giving me one day of pleasure watching these Republican fascist cry about how undemocratic this process is. Oh, it's so good. Look. First time the Democrats actually fight back, Republicans are on the back foot. You see how quickly they change their language? I've been literally saying this non-stop. I've been saying this for the utilization of rhetoric, okay? I've been saying this for legislative engineering, all of this stuff. The moment that Democrats actually start fighting fire with fire, Republicans turn into libtards. Democrats have been getting punched in the face nonstop for decades. The one time that they punch back, look, they start cry bullying. Let them cry.
It's against democracy to argue that you're against the vote.
Don't you find their tears to be delicious? I do.
I'm a Republican voter in Virginia. I would never do this to Democrats. I don't agree with Democrats on a whole lot of issues.
So you disagree
There's
with
no
it?
way I would do this.
You
How is
disagree
this
with it
so
on a moral front, and you just on a principle front.
Of course.
But politically, I mean, if you're Mike Johnson tonight and you're looking at this, how does that make you feel about November?
I mean, look, you'd be pretty pissed off, but I'll tell you this. Other Republican states are going to do the same thing. And Democrats should not be surprised if there's one congressional district or if there's 0 congressional districts, because that is where we are now.
There's still so much more I want to talk about because, again, delicious tears. Who has Tim Pool crying on the timeline? Because Tim Pool, Virginia is the last bastion for the deep state. It's their counteroffensive. They need to eliminate all opposition voices and consolidate power in order to stage the next political assault on the U.S. Dude, remember, I need you to remember something, okay? They did January 6th. Like, look, I think it was funny, but like, if you care about like the democratic process or whatever, okay, you cannot be defending January 6th and then turning around and complaining about shit like this, okay? Never forget. The very same people, including, Tim Pool, that literally got paid by Russia anyway through Tenet Media. That's a totally separate story. But just like, remember, these are the same people. What? January 6th was not funny. The left treating it as a joke is why Trump is back in the White House. Buddy, what leftist is the reason why Donald Trump is not in prison for doing January 6th? What leftist is the reason why Donald Trump is not behind bars? I'm a very fair guy. Okay, I'm a very pragmatic guy, perhaps too pragmatic. Some of the people on the to my left get mad at me for this. But the idea that like it's the left that is the reason why Trump is not behind bars is idiotic. Okay, I've said this before. Throw his in prison. Yeah, I said that too. I said the same shit. I said, hey, look, Brazil did the right thing. It wasn't my fault. And not only did we not punish the Republican Party for doing this, none of the motherfuckers that did January 6th even got announced a punishment either. Charlie Kirk was bussing fools. Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk was bussing to the Capitol, man. What are we talking about? If you don't take it seriously as a Democratic Party, you can't expect me to not laugh at it, okay? Yeah, they did Hogchella, and you're out here expecting me not to laugh. Charlie Kirk was at January 6th. Oh, my God. Not only was he at January 6th, he bussed people. Okay, Nick Fuentes too. They all did. Democrats tell me like, oh, we want a strong Republican Party. No, I want no Republican Party. Okay, maybe a symbolic one. That's my argument. Okay, so of course, on this glorious day when the Democrats are finally fighting back, okay, like they got something to lose. They're finally fighting back and winning. But yeah, here it is. Texas gerrymander freakout from the WAPO editorial board, obviously. It is not, the irony is not lost upon me that Trouble Man is dunking on the right-wing outlet Washington Post, comprised entirely of right-wingers. Jeff Bezos purchased it to do this kind of propaganda because he's a bald piece of shit himself. Sorry, boss man. It's just the truth. Okay? Obviously, Trouble Man, this guy, loves when that right-wing outlet is shitting on me. Doesn't realize that the Washington Post is a right-wing outlet, especially his editorial board. He's fine with that alignment when it's actually dunking to his left, but all of a sudden, obviously, when it's dunking on the Democrats, we're united. Unlike Trouble Man, I'm consistent, okay? I want to fight the Republicans. I want to fight fascism in this country. If the Democrats, if the liberals are going to be doing that, I'm going to support them. All right? That's it. That's the point. Now let's keep watching these Republicans cry delicious tears. Anyway, I'm going to break my self-imposed social media ban to note something that I might write if I wasn't leaving or on a trip tonight. If you want to solve gerrymandering, it's a solvable problem. There are several options. Liberals would prefer some. Commissions that account for communities of interest. Conservatives will prefer others, say strict compactness requirements, but each side's skepticism of the other's preferred option is mostly unjustified. Commissions haven't mistreated the GOP in the way it believes. Nationwide commission-drawn maps perform as one would expect based on computer sims. With commissions nationwide, the maps might well lean more GOP than today. The GOP's misperception here is partly based on the lopsided seat count in California, but single-member districts don't yield proportional maps. In California, where 80% of people live in D geographies, a fair map will yield 80% Dem seats. That's what the Sims say too. The GOP's concern that communities of interest are just a backdoor way to justify gerrymandering Democratic seats isn't unfounded. This strikes me as an area that's ripe for compromise if anyone ever wanted. Still, so far it hasn't yielded unfair results. There have been commission-drawn maps where Ds aren't happy with the result, like Colorado or Arizona. On any given map, someone's going to get the marginal district. But if you judge this process in the aggregate, it works out fine and fair. A compactness/boundary standard wouldn't be nearly as bad as progressives seem to believe either. It wouldn't hurt Democrats or the number of minority-majority districts to the extent they believe. Dem fears were understandable in the Obama era, but it's not 2012 anymore. Dems win in the burbs while doing worse in both city and countryside. As a result, compact districts yield a competitive and relatively balanced map nationwide. More pure gold from Tim Pool.
Pritzker's, of course, talking out his rear end, trying
to. Texas rep calls for arrested Democrats who fled possible bribery charges. Oh, this is when the Texas Republicans were rigging their state 8 months ago, when Tim Pool was calling for the arrest of the Democrats who were trying to stop that process from taking place. Disagree not while Republicans are actively trying to revise our history. What? This isn't Nate Silver. This is Nate Cohn. This is the other Nate. This is the New York Times Needle Nate, okay? He's the upshot guy. Here again, there's a lot of interstate variation. In states like Texas, compact districts will yield many seats for the Democrats. In Illinois or Wisconsin, it's great for the GOP. Nationwide, it would be fine. As the nation's suburbs become more diverse, compact districts do less and less to pack non-white voters into overwhelmingly non-white seats. Nowadays, compact maps yield many minority opportunity districts without any deliberate effort to create them. Details are interesting and I guess not wrong, says Aaron Frischner. But Republicans aren't against a ban because of the particulars. They simply think they're entitled to power regardless of the popular will. This is also why they stole the Supreme Court seat and tried to steal a presidential election. Exactly. Because Republicans are fascist, okay? I've said Republicans are fascist throughout my entire career, but now they're like fully leaning into the fascism. They're like openly demonstrating the power that they have, no matter how undemocratic it is. Okay, as a matter of fact, they like that it's undemocratic. They see that as a flex. I understand why journalists want to show nonpartisan objectivity by drawing parallels between the parties and finding space in the middle, but the parties simply differ here. The reason the parties disagree on a gerrymandering ban is also why they disagree on the Electoral College. There are 10,000 examples of this from prominent voices on the right today. They aren't saying, let's reform the system. They're just outraged that their own tactics were used against them. Look at this from one of the most followed conservative Virginia accounts. It's insane. I'll take 4 to 6 GOP. By the way, one of the most followed Republican Virginia accounts, of course, Lolly. I'll take 4 to 6 GOP pickups in Texas, 1 GOP pickup in Missouri, and 2 to 3 GOP pickups in Ohio in exchange for losing 1 GOP seat in Maryland. The fact of the matter is, we hold all the cards here. There's absolutely nothing Democrats can bring to bear that matches our ability to gerrymander Republican-controlled states next year. Why would we not do this? And then openly states, no, I support gerrymandering when my side does it, and I oppose it when Democrats do it because Democrats are my enemy and I want them to lose everywhere. The Democratic Party masquerades as a legitimate political party while functioning as an illegitimate tool for foreigners, criminals, and their managerial handlers to sack and pillage this country at the expense of the American people. The appropriate number of Democratic seats at all levels of government is 0. The party itself should be banned, and at least half of its elected officials should be in prison. How refreshingly honest. Unbelievably funny, though, that like a prominent right-wing figure in the election Twitter on the Republican side is a god. You should be in prison. As a matter of fact, in the state of Texas, by Texas law, you would be in prison. What are you talking about? This is why it's so funny. It's funny to me that these guys are like, yeah, no, in a future neo universe that I want to craft, I will be fine. They will let me off to the lolicon. No, they won't. Okay, even in your wildest dystopian future that you have designed for yourself, you're still going to jail. This is not just a phenomenon of Trumpism either, though he has obviously taken it to new depths. Adam Serwer makes the point in a depressing way. Exhibit A. Peter J. Hansen, it's really so egregious that Virginia's wealthiest residents are straight up trying to steal voting power from the state's rural and working class voters. From now on until eternity, Peter J. Hassan says, any Virginia Democrat who says, I support the working class or I support our farmers should be asked, then why did you support disenfranchising them? Adam Serwer says, you can't do that to rural voters. What are they, black people? That's the other side of the story. Because redistricting by Republicans has been wielded as a weapon to disenfranchise black voters in perpetuity. That is like the major point of this. Just like the filibuster was most commonly applied to undermine any kind of civil rights legislation, racist reactionary forces in this country have used every tool in the tool belt to undermine black voters in the South. Okay? That's their purpose. That's what they've done. That's the whole point. She responded to a Groyper crying. Red line politics. Yeah, the dream of Republican Virginia is dead. Red line politics is damn. Red line politics just had nothing to say. Just said, damn, I got cooked. Yeah, the L. Louis Lucas is cooking. Hopefully this take doesn't come off poorly, but the only reason that the neocon is wrong is because of their morals, not their tactics. That them should fight just as dirty as the fascists do against them, treat them as an actual enemy. Yes, that's my point. That is what I've been demanding. That is what I want. I want these motherfuckers to cry, okay? What are we doing? Let's get serious. Are we actually fighting the fascist threat in this country? Or are we just like playing by the uneven rules that the fascists have designed that they keep utilizing against the Democrats over and over again? This is good. I will support it. Of course, when the Democrats do something good, I'm going to support them, even if they're a liberal, bourgeois, capitalist party. As long as they're not the controlled opposition party against the growth of fascism in this country, yeah, of course I'm going to support that. And it's good. Let their tears motivate you, okay? Let the opposition's fascist tears motivate you into doing more of this, please. In fairness, Nate Cohn's original post does lead with a, if you want to solve gerrymandering, but the thing is, Republicans don't. Almost none of them do. The details are interesting, but largely irrelevant because they don't want reform, they want control. Exactly. This is why I have often said this point like undermines the way that the Democrats approach politics in the United States of America undermine the severity of the crisis, right? On the one hand, they'll be like, oh, these guys are racist. But then on the other hand, they're constantly playing patty cakes with these goddamn racists. Don't play patty cakes with them. They're punching you. They're punching you in the mouth over and over again, and they're fascists. Fight back. I said they can't comprehend the Dems actually fighting back. Incredible hogwatch opportunity here, MAGA tears. Here is Taylor Popolars, national political reporter for Spectrum News, showing how Donald Trump reacted to voters in Virginia approving a ballot measure yesterday to redraw their congressional maps to favor Democrats, versus, in the bottom, how President Trump reacted initially to GOP states lawmakers in Texas passing legislation last summer to redraw their congressional maps to favor Republicans. Now, this was already done because Donald Trump demanded it, by the way. Donald Trump is the singular force here. He is the guy who started this process. Okay? There were even considerations on the Republican side that like this might backfire, right? If we go, if we go ban for ban, this might actually backfire. Those voices were quickly squashed, obviously, because the Republican Party is singularly focused on soothing the fascist interests of a demented madman, Donald Trump. It's a cult, so obviously it doesn't really matter if there were, more reasonable figures in the Republican side who saw that this could be a situation that backfires on them. I'm going to read you what Donald Trump said last night or earlier today. A rigged election took place last night in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. All day long, Republicans were winning. The spirit was unbelievable until the very end when, of course, there was a massive mail-in ballot drop. Where have I heard that before? And the Democrats eked out another crooked victory. 6-5 goes 10-1. And yet the presidential, he's going to do another January 6th in Virginia, dude. That's what took place. They stole it. They rigged the election and they stole it. Unbelievable. Very close to a 50-50 split. In addition to everything else, the language of the referendum was purposely unintelligible and deceptive. Yeah, it's the Democrats fooled my illiterate voters. Everyone knows Republicans can't read or write, which is good. That means they're bigger patriots than the stupid elite liberals who know how to read and write above a 6th grade level. This is why it should be illegal. We are doing a reverse poll tax. We are instituting a reverse poll tax. If you can read or write above a 6th grade level, you are not allowed to vote any longer. That's right. We're bringing back Jim Crow laws, but this time you are no longer allowed to read or write if you want to vote. After all, that is the real America. Big words are banned in the real America. No more school. Only homeschool. Homeschool only. We're no longer doing common core curriculum. It's woke. It's too woke. They're teaching them the maths. They're teaching them the reading. They're teaching them the writing. Anyway, yeah, he said the language was purposely unintelligible and deceptive. As everyone knows, I'm an extraordinarily brilliant person. I'm an extraordinarily brilliant person. And even I had no idea what the hell they were talking about in the referendum, and neither do they. I'm so smart, and yet I couldn't read. We should make it illegal to read. I am a real stable genius. How dare they? How dare they trick us with big words? Let's see if the courts will fix this travesty of, in air quotes, justice. President Donald J. Trump. Now, look at what he said when the shoe was on the other foot. Let's take a look. Big win for the great state of Texas. Everything passed on our way to 5 more congressional seats and saving your rights, your freedoms, and your country itself. Texas never lets us down. Florida, Indiana, and others are looking to do the same thing. More seats equals less crime, a great economy, and a strong Second Amendment. It means happiness and peace. But Republicans, there is one thing even better. Stop mail-in voting, a total fraud that has no bounds, except for when I do it every single election. I have never voted in person. I have only voted by mail. That's real. Donald Trump votes by mail. Everyone else, it should be illegal. Just for me, I should be able to vote by mail. Also, go to paper ballots before it's too late. Again, it's paper ballots almost all across the United States of America. At 1/10 the cost, faster and more reliable. If we do these 2 things, we will pick up 100 more seats, and the crooked game of politics is over. God bless America. Do you think he actually votes at all? Yes, of course he votes, man. Come on. They are massive dump posting. The voting was basically 55-45 with no less than an hour left. Fairfax County has shown exactly 0 votes at that point. Suddenly, they report exactly 35,000 votes. At 80% yes and 20% no, and then the vote flips. Okay, wonder how that looks on a graph. Let's guess. Oh, the big, beautiful ballots were dumped. Oh, the big, beautiful ballots were dumped. How dare they dump those ballots? The mules, 2,000 mules, 3,000 mules. Senator Elisa Slotkin meeting with the ADL. Oh, brother. All right, I don't care. I don't want to talk about Elisa Slotkin, okay? Let's hear what, let's look at some reactions, okay? Let's look at some reactions.
The Democrat Party is ruthless. And what they did, you know, they wrote a ballot initiative.
They were ruthless. He said the Democratic Party were ruthless. I love hearing that. By God, that is music to my mother ears, dude. Oh, I love hearing Republicans say the Democrats are ruthless. More of this, please. Oh my God. More of this, please, dude. Oh, it's music to my ears.
The Democrat Party is ruthless. And what they did, you know, they wrote a ballot initiative that was completely disingenuous.
Oh.
This is not saving democracy. If you look at the actual vote totals by county, which I did this morning, it proves that the 65 ratio is accurate. This is a sham. I've got a lot of friends that are here in Congress that are Republicans in Virginia, and if this goes through, you know, I'll miss them. But I don't even know if I'm going to get reelected. Today's modern.
No! 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 It's not fair. This is the most fair way to do this, by the way. They straight up did a referendum. Like, it doesn't get more fair than that.
It's up here about to kill us. We need to start playing hardball and this redistricting stuff. It's ridiculous. We're going to lose everything because we don't have any guts to fight it. You know, we don't.
Oh, my God. Let him. Oh, this is, oh, I'm just wafting in it. Okay. Oh God. Oh, the air of defeat, just straight up depressed Republicans. Incredible, dude. Incredible. Liberals. I mean, many of you are not. Many of you don't even give a shit. But if there are any liberals in here, okay, just remember how good this feels, okay? Demand more of this feeling. Demand more from your electeds so they fight back, so you can feel this good again and again and again and again.
Not educating our voters. We're not registering people to vote. You know, we hang out at the country club with the Chamber of Commerce crowd, and we get our hats handed to us.
No, we started off 6 points down. And we knew this was always going to be a fight. We've been saying from the beginning this was not California. And we came off of a successful no gerrymandering constitutional amendment just 4 or 5 years ago. So I'm pleased that we won by 3 percentage points. It was by no means a done deal.
We will not let Donald Trump rig the midterm elections by gerrymandering maps all across the country without a forceful Democratic response. That is what you saw in Virginia. That is what you will see in Florida. And that is what has taken place all across the country.
My sexual panther, dude. Damon Toll, FAFO, boom, God bless Texas. The House Redistricting Committee just passed a new map that adds up to 5 Republican House seats. Here's Gunther Eagleman also saying, sickening. Oh, this is so good. Boom, God bless Texas. Sickening. Sickening, not like that. You're not allowed to do that. Why are you doing that? Stop doing that now. Don't you care about democracy? This was the language of anyone. This ballot language is inexcusably deceptive, says the NRSC Sarah Gallagher. How do you rig an election? You rig the question. Look at this ballot asking Virginians to flip a 5D, a 6D, 5R congressional map to 10D, 1R, breaking up every region of the Commonwealth. Yet the ballot says to restore fairness. Should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore fairness in the upcoming elections while ensuring Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census? They should have said permanently. That's the real crime here. They're still going to go back to an independent independent redistricting measure in the 2030 census. Okay, that's what I think. If you want to ask me what I think, they should have just kept it. Okay, they should have kept it going. Unbelievable. These guys crying. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
One at that. With former President Barack Obama writing on X, quote,
oh, they're so mad.
Congratulations, Virginia.
Give me the Jesse Waters. Give me Jesse Waters must have reacted to this. Give me the Jesse Waters, please.
Republicans are trying to tilt the midterm elections in their favor, but they haven't done it yet. Thanks for showing us what it looks like to stand up for our democracy and fight back. Our next guest lives in Virginia. Defending Education founder Nikki Neely joins me now. Nikki, thank you so much for joining us on this. One of the notable things about this is that this was narrowly passed in Virginia, 51.5 to 48.5, but it's going to have a major implication when it comes to the congressional map. I mean, it will change it drastically, could give Democrats 10 seats to Republicans 1. So as a Virginia resident yourself, what do you think about this?
This is sickening. You know, Virginia used to have what was basically the most fair maps in the country. Our congressional delegation of 11 seats sent 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans.
Was it no longer fair for you? Oh, that's so crazy. Why are the Democrats giving us a taste of our own medicine? How dare they?
Republicans.
That's literally everything, by the way. Like, everyone immediately when they turn on the back foot, Republicans when they get on defense immediately turn into liberals. What about the process? What about the system? What about the process? Referee, help me. Well, the referee's dead. You shot him with a gun, okay? What do you expect? Boo. Who?
So as you said, now it's going to be 10-1. But this whole referendum was a gaslighting attempt. Much like we were told Abigail Spanberger was a moderate, we were told that this was a temporary measure. We were told that it is to restore fairness. And there is absolutely nothing fair about upstate Virginia basically dictating what is going on for the rest of the state and the rest of the country. Because, you know,
oh, so many So many this you moments. What is this? Pinchy intensifies. Oh, the gerrymander lobster. Here's Jesse Waters mid-decade on mid-decade redistricting last year versus Jesse Waters on mid-decade redistricting tonight.
This party is delirious, and the Republican Party has to take full advantage at this point. We have to kick the illegals out of the country, we have to kick them out of the census, and we have to gerrymander to the tilt. Why? Because the Democratic Party cannot be trusted to be the opposition party anymore. They have to have a permanent minority.
Dude, it's so crazy. Like they were farting on the Democrats. Not only did they ruthlessly brutalize the Democrats, ruthlessly brutalize all systems, all process, everything. They were literally dabbing. They were dabbing on the Democrats. Okay? They were Fortnite emoting on the downed Democratic Party. And now this.
Fox News alert. According to the AP, voters in Virginia have approved Democrats' plan to gerrymander congressional districts 50 to 49. This could flip 4 House seats from Republican control to Democrats. This.
Yikes. Every single one of these celebrated so hard where they were like, hell yeah, Texas, let's do it, baby. Well, guess what, dude? Around and find out. Also, obviously, the biggest of all time, John Fetterman, the #1 Republican in Congress, says Democrats redistricting win in Virginia. We all lose at this point. Shut the f. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, give me more. Trump's disapproval rating has noticeably spiked upwards ever since he announced this blockade on the issues. His net approval on inflation has fallen literally below the chart. There's also that too. Libs finally getting their dunks in. Yeah.
House seats, Democrats.
Raw milk meltdown. Last thing I wanted to cover here is DeSantis is eyeing a redrawn House map that addresses his concerns about Florida being undercounted in the census could result in 1 to 3 new GOP seats per person. Familiar? Many Republicans of Florida hope it's just 1 seat. Another says amid worries about diluting other districts. More on GOP anxieties about redistricting in Florida. Meanwhile, some Republican influencers are still pushing the idea that Florida can add 5 red seats, which GOP officials have worried could backfire. Benny Johnson, be smart. Florida can still give Republicans the win by adding plus 5 seats. Here's another thing that the Republicans are not factoring in here, okay? You're operating with yesterday's electorate. You're not thinking about tomorrow's electorate. You're not even thinking about today's electorate. These guys think, here's the other problem. These guys think that Democrats are losers. And for the longest time, Democrats were losers, right? But if Democrats stopped being losers and actually started taking advantage of the inconsistencies, the imbeciles that are in charge, and started genuinely fighting back, started offering popular policy prescriptions to the problems that people are experiencing, you have, if you made 10 R+2 districts, you're going to get 10 Democratic seats. Exactly. In an effort to game this out with extra seats, you have to slice it up in a way where you got purple districts, okay? You put purple districts on that map, they can swing, especially in a midterm election where the Democrats are running against a very unpopular president. These guys are literally running as though they are going to have a permanent majority in all of these districts. They won't. That's the other side of this beautiful story, is that do you want plus 10 Republican districts, or do you want 2 plus 2 Republican districts that could easily fall into the hands of Democrats? Do you understand the problem here? Make them purple. See if I care. Go ahead. Make my day. Okay? Now, of course, once again, this could all still favor the Republicans if the Democrats are still cowardly, if the Democrats are still not fighting back, if the Democrats are still doing their very best to be the controlled opposition party. Okay? Bro, don't tell them this. Why are you giving them advice? Because they're stupid. They're not going to listen to me. They're going to listen to Benny Johnson. This is the issue here, okay? This is what is called a dummy mander, is what Jeffries was calling a dummy mander, you know, where he said, in Florida, Republicans proceed with this illegal scheme. They will only create more prime pickup opportunities for Democrats, just as they did with Trump's dummy mander in Texas. I hate that they're calling it dummy mander. I think it's lame. but whatever. It doesn't matter. Hakeem Jeffries on this glorious day is a sexual panther, unironically, so we have to stand with him, okay? We will aggressively target for defeat Mario Diaz-Balart, Maria Elvira Salazar, awful as well, by the way, Carlos Jimenez, Kat Kamek, Anna Paulina Luna, another monster, Laura Lee, Corey Mills, and Brian Mast. Oh my God. We are prepared to take them all on, and we are prepared to win. Maximum warfare everywhere all the time. Pack watch, RIP Bozo, go ahead, make my day, okay? Straight up. You chop these districts up. They are no longer safe. You create an opportunity where they are less safe. You create an opportunity where the Democrats could actually pounce and flip some of these purple districts blue, especially given how unbelievably unpopular Donald Trump is. In a situation, you're living out so hard law because listen, I think a lot of people forget that, like, I don't just shit on the Democrats because they don't abide by my wishes personally. The other side of the story is that the Democrats could be using the system to their advantage, okay? So in the very few instances where they actually do fight back against the Republicans and make them scream in agony, of course I'm going to celebrate it, okay? Because at the end of the day, aside from being a socialist, I am also an anti-fascist. And the Republican Party is a fascist party. So if the Democrats, as liberal as they are unironically fighting back against the fascist Republican Party for once, yeah, I'm going to celebrate it, okay? Because this is a multifaceted, multi-pronged approach. Every bit helps. Anything that claws back power from the hands of these corrupt, tyrannical fascists in this goddamn country is good, okay? Even through the electoral process, even through the ballot box, I've made that very clear, all right? I've said this over and over and over again. And it's also wonderful because these guys are crying so much. And I do personally appreciate seeing the hypocrisy, and I do personally appreciate watching them cry, okay? The persistent Scott Pressler, my goat, one of my favorite Republican weirdos, says this is not a mandate. Democrats spend over $40 million. Yeah, Donald Trump won the popular vote. It's a mandate. Look at that. I'm not so silly to think that this will get the job done, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that even a little bit. Okay, Democrats, given the opportunity, will always secure defeat from the jaws of victory. Make no mistake. But when they're doing the right thing, we got to celebrate it. We got to urge them to do more of it. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, come on. That's the best part of the article. This is what I was waiting for. AI is being utilized in very meaningful ways in our lives, in ways that many people can't comprehend, and in ways that many people probably assumed it was being used. I'm, of course, talking about some conservative influencers on the timeline. Okay? Wait, did I not tweet about this? Here it is. I said, it's unbelievably easy to grift to stupid people. This is why you always see the scheme going one way. For Wired, E.J. Dixon wrote a report where he spoke to a med student in India who made thousands of dollars duping MAGA fans by creating blonde AI influencer named Emily Hart. Here's how he did it. Okay? Of course, Democrats protest us because they are deporting half their voters. Sam wanted to make a little extra cash, so we fed an image of Sydney Sweeney into a custom ChatGPT tool to make Emily Hart, a 20-year-old nurse based in New York City who loves Christ, beer, and ice fishing. Okay? Now, ice fishing in New York is really funny. That should have probably clued you in on the fact that this person is not a real... this person doesn't fully understand America, but I guess he understands America enough to know that you can really sell dumb on right-wing grifting. Emily Hart's account blew up. Every reel I posted was getting 3 million views, 5 million views, he said. I haven't seen any easier way to make money online. He attributes his success to following he attributes his success to the following: the MAGA crowd is made up of super dumb people, and they all fall for it. Trump should tell all the illegals that he will give them citizenship if they vote Republican and see how fast Democrats want them out of the country. We should accept illegals into our country. They could end up being a doctor. Now apply that logic to the unborn. Sam also started an account for Emily Hart on Faisley, which is how he made most of the money. Insta didn't monetize her account. He regularly DM'd with horny men who followed her, sending AI-generated bikini pics. Sam didn't make an insane amount of money, just a few grand, and his account was ultimately banned from Instagram for suspected fraudulent activity. As of publishing time, however, Emily Hart's Facebook is still up. Read the story here. You know what's really funny about this story? First of all, just a few grand goes a long way in India, right? But you have to remember something, okay? And my favorite part about this is that he also tried this in a liberal way as well, because he's a med school student in India. He doesn't give a fuck about American politics. He's just trying to make money. So apparently, EJ Dixon is a woman. Oh, sorry. Apparently, the person is a he, I'm pretty sure, right? The 22-year-old aspiring orthopedic surgeon from northern India got some money from his parents, but he says he spent most of his subsidizing his licensing exams, and he's still saving up to hopefully emigrate to the U.S. after graduation. So he started searching for ways to make additional money online. Sam, who requested a pseudonym to avoid jeopardizing his medical career and immigration status, tried a few things with varying degrees of legitimacy and success. He made YouTube shorts and sold study notes to other med students. It wasn't until he started scrolling through his Instagram feed that he landed on an idea. Why not make an AI-generated girl using Google's Gemini Nano Banana Pro and sell bikini photos of her online? But when Sam started posting generic photos of a beautiful, scantily clad woman on Instagram, he was dismayed to find that none of the content was hitting. He turned to Gemini for advice. If you create a generic hot girl, you're competing with a million other models, it said, according to a transcript Sam provided The Wired. Sam says he presented Gemini with a few possible options to help his model stand out, and the chatbot selected one in particular, the MAGA conservative niche, referring to it as a cheat code. Plus, it said, the conservative audience, especially older men in the U.S., often have higher disposable income and are more loyal. A representative for Gemini said Gemini is designed not to give particular opinion unless you tell it to. Instead, it is designed to offer neutral responses that don't favor any political ideology or viewpoint. So last January, Sam created Emily Hart, a registered nurse and Jennifer Lawrence lookalike. And on an Instagram account for Emily, at Emily Hart Nurse, Sam posted photos of her ice fishing, drinking Coors Light, and shooting off a few rounds at the rifle range with emoji-laden captions like, if you want a reason to unfollow, Christ is king, abortion is murder, and all illegals must be deported. And POV, you were assigned intelligent at birth, but you identify as a liberal, clown emoji. Though Sam has never lived in the United States, he became as an assiduous student of MAGA ideology. Every day, I'd write something pro-Christian, pro-Second Amendment, pro-life, anti-abortion, anti-woke, and anti-immigration, he tells me. The grift seemed almost too obvious, but to Sam's astonishment, he says the account blew up. Every reel I posted was getting 3 million views, 5 million views, 10 million views. The algorithm loved it, he claims. By the way, there's a human version of this as well. His name is Asmongold. Yeah, he's right down the hall, okay? That's how simple it is. I tell you all the time. Of course this worked. Within a month, Emily Hart had more than 10,000 Instagram followers, many of whom also subscribed to her softcore AI-generated content on the OnlyFans competitor FanView. And between FanView subscriptions and selling MAGA-themed t-shirts, one sample message reads, PTSD, pretty tired of stupid Democrats. Sam estimates he was making a few $1,000s a month. I was spending maybe 30 to 50 minutes of my day, and I was making good money for a medical student, he says. In India, even in professional jobs, you can't make this amount of money. I haven't seen any easier way to make money online. Emily Hart is one of a slew of AI-generated hot girl MAGA influencers inundating social media thanks to technologically savvy young men like Sam, capitalizing on both pro-Trump sentiment and Americans' relative lack of digital literacy, and just lack of literacy overall. Overall, Americans are fairly stupid, especially right-wingers, obviously, and right-wingers are incredibly easy to dupe. I mean, look at Donald Trump. He literally duped tens of millions of them and still continues to do so to this day. All you got to do is say the right things, and a bunch of dumb are like, hell yeah, brother, this is my life now. This is my wife. The influencers are created from a specific template. They tend to be white and blonde with jobs as emergency responders. A lot of them are cops, firefighters, or EMTs. They also incorporate right-wing views into all their content, railing about immigration or Epstein files or pronouns while posing in American flag bikinis or MAGA hats, often both. Valerie Wirtschafter, a fellow at the Brookings Institution, studying emergency tech and democracy, says, while the trend of fake profiles isn't new, AI has made them more believable, and there has perhaps been an amplification of it. Though many social media platforms, including Instagram, require creators to disclose their content as AI generated, such guidelines are enforced only in a slapdash fashion. Emily's posts were not labeled as AI generated, and Sam says he was unable to monetize her account on Instagram itself. Female MAGA influencers tend to do well on such platforms for a few reasons. I love that this is like a serious Wired.com article, so they have to like write this seriously. But the answer is because MAGA men are dumb and they're horny, okay? That's it. Because they're stupid and they're horny, which makes them even dumber in their moment of peak horniness. And they are infinitely more likely to get duped. The overall chud reaction seems to be, yes, we fell for it, but have you considered that AI is hot and the Indians are deceptive? Checkmate liberals. What we did learn from this: A, Indians like the scam. B, conservatives are generous. Dumb, horny, lonely, and angry, which means easy to manipulate. The same lot. Okay, so MAGA movement, unlike their Gen Z male counterparts, 18 to 29-year-old women overwhelmingly skew liberal. Young MAGA women are therefore more attention-grabbing, Wirtschafter says, citing the uproar over the likely AI-generated Swifties for Trump photo Trump posted on Truth Social during the 2024 campaign as one example. The same logic, however, apparently does not apply to left-wing influencers or accounts, as Sam learned when he created a short-lived liberal counterpart for Emily on Instagram. Oh! Oh, hell yeah! Oh, come on. Come on. That's the best part of the article. This is what I was waiting for. This is what I was waiting to get to. This is my favorite part of the article. Democrats know that it's AI slop, so they don't engage as much. Sam's explanation for why MAGA influencer accounts work is blunt. The MAGA crowd is made up of dumb people, like super dumb people, and they fall for it. There's also another reason. The algorithm favors controversial views, making politically polarizing content more successful. This was Sam's experience in running Emily's account, which he characterized as rage bait. Even though liberals would flock to the page and leave irate comments, they were still clicking. It's a win-win situation because you're getting engagement anyway, and your content will go viral, he says. Lately, he says he noticed that pro content has been getting especially high engagement on platforms like Reels, speculating that an AI hot girl influencer would blow up. It would just break all the records. When asked about his claim, a Meta spokesperson said, "We prohibit content that glorifies, supports, or represents Nazism, and we remove it when we find it." In recent months, the phenomenon has attracted more notice, especially after a Washington Post article charted the rise of Jessica Foster, a leggy blonde Army service member who went viral for posing a selfie with President Donald J. Trump and Vladimir Putin. Though her Instagram account was clearly fake, it garnered more than 1 million followers in just over 4 months, which Jessica Foster appeared to capitalize on by promoting feet pics. The account has since been taken down. An account for Foster has since been added to View. Another popular account, Mayflower Mommy 13, features brief videos of a brunette woman in a car in her kitchen, gazing coquettishly at the camera with captions like, "If this American flag emoji is your pride flag, I want to be friends. Hashtag Let's MAGA." Her followers ate it up. Not a Democrat live in the world looks like this, folks. Young fellas, pay attention. Reads one comment. The account appears to have been removed after Wired reached out to Meta for comment. Because fans' policy requiring AI disclosure as well as creators authenticating their identities before joining, those trying to profit off of hot girl MAGA accounts gravitate towards fans' competitors, where such policies are less rigorously enforced. FanView, one of the most popular options, has differentiated itself by allowing AI-generated content. Though he did not actively promote Emily's FanView account for fear of alienating her conservative MAGA base, Sam says he used Grok AI to generate photos of her and uploaded them to the platform, with Emily's fans sending him payments for exclusive content and exchanging messages. "I was basically doing nothing," he says, and it was just flooded with money. He says he made a few $1,000s off the account in a few days, though he did not enjoy the interactive aspects. Once a guy sent me a video with Emily's on a tablet on a pillow, and he was basically recording himself pillow, he says. It was incredibly weird, but he sent me a $50 tip, so I was like, okay, do what you want. Few of the fans cared whether Emily was real, Sam says. This is very much in line with the psychology of the average hot girl MAGA fan, according to Wirtschafter. Whether it's plausible that a sexy blonde nurse would love Christ, ice, and flashing her boobs for strangers is secondary to the fact that many, many people want to believe it. Even among some digital natives, there's a perspective of, well, I don't actually care if this is true. I like the sentiment of it, she says. Even though platforms like Meta ostensibly require AI content to be labeled, it can often escape detection. And accounts like Emily's continue to proliferate. To Meta's credit, however, Emily Hart Nerd's Instagram was relatively brief. In February, Emily's account was officially banned after Instagram flagged it for fraudulent activity. Sam says even if her account had not been banned, he probably would have stopped posting anyway. He doesn't have any regrets about creating Emily. I don't feel like I was scamming people, he says. After all, he was getting paid, and people were happy with the content he was making. But he's moved on from AI hot girl influencer niche. He says he needs to shift to focusing on his studies. That, my friends, is proof, once again, that there's only one direction that you can grift on with ease. You sell to stupid people. I know I tell you this all the time. If you actually want to sell a product, you don't sell to competent people. You don't sell to smart people. And if the product that you're selling is a lifestyle, or if it's selling a political perspective, there's definitely one group of people that are infinitely dumber than the other. Okay? I get mad at liberals all the time. Oh, head of EU heard of my warnings about Hassan and immediately started calling to cut off Turkish relations. You got tweeted by the NRSC. Abdul Al-Sayed and Hassan Piker, birds of a feather. Dude, the Senate Republicans account claiming that I'm anti-black is really funny. Brother, you're the Senate Republicans. Who are you fooling with this? Okay? You are the Senate Republicans. Anyway.
We won because essentially we've won here. Okay. I mean,
he's out of his dang mind, dude. How can anybody look at this guy running this country and go, well, that's a country I can invest in? Trump on Truth Social, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir, the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, Zindabad, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and, in all other respects, remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or another. What happened? Dude, every time Donald Trump pulls away from military action, he presents it in a way where he's like, it's because they're so weak. It would be bad. It would look bad if we just hit our enemy in their weakest moment. Okay. It's so funny. Another Tuesday, another Taco Tuesday. Okay. Now, of course, the problem here is still the continued blockade. He'd rather explode than be seen as weak. It's pathological. Yeah, I think this is turning into Trita Parsi's assessment a little bit. I still think there's perfidy at play here. Mike has been recalled to the United States. That's interesting, at least. And also, you have a lot of troop activity leading up to this moment. So who knows what he does?
Don't we have the biggest military in the world? We just spent nearly $1 trillion on the Pentagon last year. Why don't we have enough ammo? And I think it's important for folks to understand, especially as we move into talking about supplemental funding or a new defense funding bill, that these hundreds of billions of dollars that Congress gives the president for war largely do not go into things that we would say we need for war. The reason that we don't have enough air defense interceptors is because instead we've been spending that money on like these big projects that are kind of designed to be expensive. Like I hate to describe it this way, but a lot of this $900 billion budget, and that's what Congress passed last year, nearly every Republican and over 50% of Democrats too, kind of becomes a slush fund for defense contractors. Raytheon, Lockheed, and instead of producing the defensive capabilities that you say we might need, instead of doing things like paying to get black mold out of the soldiers' barracks, instead of going towards getting better bomb shelters for the hundreds of U.S. troops who've been wounded in this war, we're building big vanity projects like the F-35 stealth fighter, which we learned pretty early on in this war is not that stealthy. Iran caught it on camera and shot at it, or like Ford-class aircraft carriers that the toilets don't work on. And so I think it's really important to understand, if you see these numbers and are shocked or worried by them, more money is not the answer. More judicious spending is.
There's also an aspect to this, specifically when it comes to Iran, and I'll get to China in a moment, but financially it's asymmetrical, right? I've heard some experts describing the U.S. weaponry as a Ferrari out in the skies over Tehran, and the Iranians essentially shooting like a razor scooter at a Ferrari. It's way less expensive for them to take out the U.S. and Israel's equipment than the inverse. How does the U.S. make that more efficient? Does it need to adjust toward a more Ukrainian-like model?
So this is another reflection of our misguided priorities, I would say. Drone proliferation in the Middle East has been a threat for at least a decade. We saw them popping up in the Syrian civil war, and Iran has been a leader in this field. As you mentioned, Ukrainians, out of necessity, figured out much, much cheaper ways to deal with this threat. Why haven't we invested in them? Again, these are because of decisions that Congress and successive military leadership made.
U.S., and I mean this, will never be able to engage in the same efficient procurement strategies of the Ukrainian or the Iranian drone manufacturing industry. And there's one reason for that, and especially for Iran, but even this is also the case with Ukraine as well, to a lesser degree. The reason is because why our defense industry exists, okay? The Iranian defense industry exists out of necessity. It is for survival. It is for sovereignty. Okay, it's not because America doesn't have the industrial base to do this. Of course we do. I mean, look at China. The reason why is because our military industrial complex does not exist for national security. It exists for profit. The Ukrainian drone industry was built out of necessity. Now, it's still very westernized, and therefore there is an element of profit seeking in that one as well, but it's still ultimately built out of necessity. Okay, and it is especially the case for Iran. Iran's defense sector is not designed for profit. It is designed for survival. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. And that's precisely the reason why we take the Iranian Shahed drones that are made for like, I believe, $7,000 to $10,000 a pop, the cheapest versions of the Shahed drones, which is basically like a lawnmower with explosive ordnance attached to it, right? Very cheap and very reliable. And our version of that, which is the Lucas, is like $30,000 a piece. So even when we just take the Iranian invention and basically slap made in the USA, a made in the USA sticker on it, it's still infinitely more costly. Sometimes, twice, sometimes 4 times, 5 times the price. The reason for that is because American manufacturing is not designed around survivability, is not designed around necessity. It's designed around contractor bloat. It's designed around endless profit seeking. It's that simple. And that's why in a situation where you're going toe-to-toe with a country that is capable of waging asymmetric war, and a country that is willing to absorb a lot of the costs because it's had to absorb a lot of the cost due to the sanctions regime that we implemented for many, many years, they have a lot more leverage. It's a lot cheaper for them to maintain control over this key choke point for trade, for international trade, and they can just withstand us in a game of attrition. The U.S. defense industry is like the last pillar of our domestic industrial investment, and it's used as a way to pour money into the economy via bloat. And for greed, of course, it is incredibly inefficient, and we get so much less per dollar than many other countries do. Yes. But it's also important to understand that when I say defense bloat, or when we talk about like why we spend so much money, that is a much more favorable attitude about what the defense industry exists for. It's true that this is the last line of like good, in air quotes, good jobs, reliable jobs, aside from like fracking, right? However, even in that field, much of the money, much of the unlimited expenditures still goes back to financial engineering in the same exact way that all of these companies are no longer companies that manufacture goods and try to make the most reliable good you possibly could have, but instead, all these companies have turned into banks. This is the same for Lockheed Martin. It's the same for Boeing. It's the same for Northrop Grumman. These companies are all banks now, okay? That is the problem. Capitalism has made the United States of America and its imperial war machine, which is a necessity for capitalism to continue, into a much weaker, much more overextended behemoth. In some ways, this is a contradiction working itself out. Not very good ones. I keep asking my local branch for loans and they just tackle me when I walk in. I still think this might be perfidy. Jeremy Scale also seems to agree. Given that the U.S. twice attacked Iran while claiming to be negotiating, we can never rule out that the U.S. and Israel resume the war against Iran, even if talks are scheduled. This is what happened in June 2025 and February 2026. While the talks are seemingly off, that doesn't necessarily mean they're truly off. Anyway, let's get back to the American stockpiles.
War is not that stealthy. Iran caught it on camera and shot at it, or like Ford-class aircraft carriers that the toilets don't work on. And so I think it's really important to understand, if you see these numbers and are shocked or worried by them, more money is not the answer. More judicious spending is.
There's also an aspect to this, specifically when it comes to Iran, and I'll get to China in a moment, but financially it's asymmetrical, right? I've heard some experts describing the U.S. weaponry as a Ferrari out in the skies over Tehran, and the Iranians essentially...
Yes, this is true. Remember, my brother has said the Bayraktar is like the old reliable. The Bayraktar is like a Toyota Camry, whereas the American drone systems are like a Bentley or a Ferrari.
Actually shooting like a Razor scooter at a Ferrari. It's way less expensive for them to take out the U.S. and Israel's equipment than the inverse. How does the U.S. make that more efficient? Does it need to adjust toward a more Ukrainian-like model?
So this is another reflection of our misguided priorities, I would say. Drone proliferation in the Middle East has been a threat for at least a decade. We saw them popping up in the Syrian civil war, and Iran has been a leader in this field. As you mentioned, Ukrainians, out of necessity, figured out much, much cheaper ways to deal with this threat. Why haven't we invested in them? Again, these are because of decisions that Congress and successive military leadership made. And it's really unfortunate, because how did the first U.S. troops die in this conflict? It was a drone strike.
Yeah. I did want to get your thoughts on China, because this morning President Trump said the U.S. intercepted a ship that had, quote, a gift from China. This is notable because as the president is saying that he was sort of surprised.
Trump speculates is crazy. Brother, that's the president. What do you mean? I like that the president is so unreliable that when he makes a statement, and this is a pretty significant statement, he's basically, Trump is basically saying China was sending weapons to Iran and we intercepted it, right? But because he is so unreliable as a narrator, that even American news has to be like, it's speculation.
As by this, we talked about last week the letters exchanged between he and President Xi of China, in which Xi effectively promised Trump that that China would not be supplying ammunition to Tehran. Do you think a shipment of arms from China could have gotten sent to Iran without Xi knowing, without Beijing being aware of what was being transported to Iran?
I don't think that would be possible, but we also have to note that the accusation here is a dual-use system.
I see.
So that could be electronics. It doesn't necessarily mean they sent them missiles. A lot of Iran's missiles and drones do depend on electronics, circuit board stuff that they can't manufacture domestically. So this could have been something routine, or it could have been China testing the waters and trying to keep the Iranian war effort going. It's hard to be sure right now.
Major Harrison, man, thank you so much for the perspective. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Let's get to Donald Trump. Earlier this morning, delivering an incredible interview with CNBC, where he just says ridiculous
President Donald J. Trump. President Trump, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you very much, Joe.
You are very welcome. Can you give us, I think it's on everyone's mind, the latest on where the Iran negotiations stand? We now know Tehran has publicly confirmed that it will send representatives to the meeting with Vice President Vance. What do you expect? What are you hearing at this point, sir?
Well, as I said 2 days ago when they said they won't send them, I said they'll be sending them. They have no choice but to send them. What I think is that we're going to end up with a great deal. I think they have no choice. We've taken out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. We've taken out their leaders, frankly, which does complicate things in one way, but these leaders are much more rational. It is regime change, no matter what you want to call it, which is not something I said I was going to do, but I've done it, indirectly maybe, but I've done it. And I think we're in a very strong negotiating position to do what other presidents should have done during a 47-year period. We have 47 years where these bloodthirsty people have been killing a lot of soldiers, a lot of our soldiers, and a lot of other people. They've killed 42,000 people over the last 2 months. And, you get to a point where people don't want to mention that. They don't like mentioning that. 42,000 unarmed protesters, innocent unarmed protesters, many of them hung. So we're not dealing with the nicest group of people, but we're dealing with them very successfully, and the blockade has been a tremendous success. They said 2 days ago, we will open the strait. I said, no, we're not going to open the strait until we have a final deal. No, we want to open the strait. They said, we're not opening. We totally control the strait, just so you understand, for all the fake news out there.
And, Mr. President, we've seen 100 days of the largest protests in Iran since the revolution in 1979. And I know how much you respect.
We live in a totally separate planet here in the United States of America. Like, no, 42,000 protesters with the biggest you've ever seen had not been hanged by the Iranian government, okay? That's what Donald Trump is claiming, okay? Don't get mad at me. He said they're all hung, okay? None of those things have happened, okay? That's ridiculous. And even if that ridiculous claim were to be true, it's still additionally ridiculous to blow up the Iranian the pipelines and the Iranian bridges that 93 million people still use, and the Iranian power plants that, again, 93 million people use. That's not a solution to this problem. Not only is it not true, but also, even if it was true, what is your solution? To wipe out the entire Iranian civilization? How is that somehow a solution to this problem?
And admire and are concerned with the Iranian people themselves. And this is, I think, in large degree, one of the reasons you decided to embark on this whole thing, maybe among other things, but the timing was right. If we get close in negotiations right now, but the deadline for the ceasefire is tomorrow.
Yes, I listened to the Daily today. It pissed me off to no end. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The New York Times Daily still doing the damn thing.
If it looks like things are...
Like, the Daily, basically, when it comes to foreign policy, is a way to manufacture consent for the most liberal audience to still feel reluctantly on board with whatever military action we decide to do against whatever foreign adversary we've designed. Where that's their primary purpose, is to be like, listen, guys, I know you might not. I know that, our liberal audience might be feeling some type of way about our, bombing campaigns directed by the president, who has said he's going to do a genocide against the Iranian population. But here are two Iranians that are, not in Iran currently, and how they also think that American military action is totally justifiable here is unbelievable. I basically listen to it when I'm lifting to piss me off so I can get better gains in the mornings, okay? It's just... It's so frustrating to see exactly what they're doing. Like, exactly what they're doing. The whole purpose is for liberals who are anti-war to feel reluctantly on board with the actions that Trump is taking. That's all it is. See, here are two Iranians who agree. And obviously, in an effort to maintain some kind of credibility, they will mention that, like, there are other Iranians, including the first guy's wife who lives in Iran, who's like, shut of course, bombs are not good, right? They'll show both sides of the story, but the two key fixtures in the commentary are two people that are not in Iran currently, that are excited to go back to Iran, who still tell you, blowing up Iran might not be the worst option here because we're so desperate for a regime change.
Or progressing, will you not necessarily extend it to a definitive amount of time, but will you let it keep going if there's progress in the talks before taking?
Well, I don't want to do that. We don't have that much time because by the time both parties get there, as you know, they just got the okay to go forward, which I knew they were going to do anyway. I mean, I don't think they had a choice. They have to negotiate. And, the one thing I'll say is this: Iran can get themselves on a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation again. They have incredible people. But they seem to be, bloodthirsty. They're led by some very, very unfortunately tough people. And I don't mean tough in a good way. I think it's very negative for the country because we're much tougher than they are, like not even close. But they have to use reason and they have to use common sense, and they can get themselves into a great position to make themselves into a great country, but a legitimate country, not a country based on death and horror.
I think regimes only respond to certain things, and I understand your threats to bomb the bridges in the electric grid.
You are wrong because my grandfather was half Iranian, and I agree, born and raised in California. By the way, yeah, the only solution here is to evaporate every single Iranian living inside of Iran out of existence. That's the only way that we can enact regime change in Iran, which we have to do. Okay, I need you to understand. Lifelong Iranian here. Hello, buddy. I'm from Tehrangeles. Okay, and I'm here to tell you this is what we got to do so I can get Cuba Day one day.
But I don't think the regime cares about the people of Iran. And if
okay, sure,
if you did that, I'm sure it's the last thing you'd probably want to do, but it would hurt at least some of the people that we care about and why we embarked on this in the first place. So that would be, I'm sure, a last resort for you.
It's not my choice, but it will also hurt them. It'll hurt them militarily. They use the bridges for their weapons, for their missile movements. They're trying to move the missiles because we've obliterated most of their missiles, and they're trying to move the missiles.
I'm blowing up the bridges for the missile movements
around, even during the ceasefire, which I think was a good thing because we're totally loaded up. We have so much ammo. We have so much of everything that we've, much more powerful than it was 4 or 5 weeks ago. So we've used this to restock, and they probably have done a little bit of restocking. We caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it which wasn't very nice. A gift from China, perhaps. I don't know. But
this is what they're relying on as new evidence. Perhaps it was a gift, a dangerous gift, the most dangerous of all. You never know.
I was a little surprised, but because I have a very good relationship, and I thought I had an understanding with.
How did she betray me? How did he do it? How did she do it? I said, not my she. Not my she, I said.
President Xi, but that's all right. That's the way war goes, right? But I will tell you that our military is incredible, what we've done. I mean, think of it. In the first 3 days, we took out their entire Navy, 159 ships. 159 ships, and wiped out their Air Force, wiped out their anti-aircraft, all of their anti-aircraft apparatus is all gone. All of their radar is gone. Their leaders are gone. Their leaders are gone. The whole thing is gone. And frankly, this should have been done a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier because they were a lot less lethal a long time ago.
So to be clear, you're saying that you need at least the prospects for a signed deal today and tomorrow, or else you would resume bombing Iran?
Well, I expect to be bombing because I think that's a better attitude to go in with. But we're ready to go. I mean, the military is raring to go. They are absolutely incredible. I built the military in my first term. I'm using it now. The military, when I took it over from Barack Hussein Obama, it was so depleted, so sad. and I built it in my first term. You remember those big numbers? You talked to me about it once. That's a lot of money for military. I built it. We did a great job with our military, and we're using it now and rebuilding it too. We've done a lot of rebuilding also in my first year of the second term. But we have we have the most powerful military in the world. Everybody knows it.
Since we're kind of tight on time, can we just talk about what something else happening today, and that is your pick for Fed Chair Kevin Warsh on CAVS.
He's like, enough with this Iran stuff. Every time you talk, every time you open your mouth, the markets suffer. Let's get to your your Fed chair pick.
Capitol Hill. We've had a couple of guests today say the best thing that we need now is for Jay Powell to leave in May like he's supposed to.
If you hate America so much, why don't you fund an American insurgency?
And to have Kevin Warsh in as Fed chair for that next June meeting. But we still have this Justice Department probe hanging over. And I've seen things that you said in recent interviews, Mr. President. And I just want to ask you again, if it would be possible for the Banking Committee to completely investigate all of your concerns about the cost overruns and the testimony of Jay Powell in front of Congress, if you could take that off-ramp to get this moving, and Jay Powell leaves, Kevin Warsh goes in, is that something you'd consider dropping for the DOJ probe to let the Banking Committee handle it?
From the standpoint, Joe, from the standpoint that we have to find out why a small building costs close to $4 billion. It's not finished, by the way. They have a long way to go. They ripped down the most beautiful ceilings. They'll never build them again. The most beautiful, thick, 1.5 foot thick walls of solid masonry. They're never going to be built again. They put up 6-inch sheetrock walls, and they say, "Sir, we have no insulation. It's not in the budget." I mean, these walls, they had the best. That building was so beautiful. I would have fixed that building. I would have had it brand new, beautiful for $25 million. And they're going to spend close to $4 billion, maybe more than that. I don't know. It's not finished. In fact, I looked at it the other day. I'm afraid Kevin will have to have an office next to me in the White House because that building's not going to be done. He's not going to be able to use that building for a long time. And, you know, he had a complaint. He said, I didn't realize this. He said the saddest thing is they ripped down the best building. He said there was a building that had beautiful boardrooms that he used many times when he was there, that beautiful boardrooms and meeting rooms. It was so beautiful. The nicest in Washington, and he said they ripped it down, and maybe they did that to save money, like the Gavin Newsom, the railroad, where they.
Why do people listen to him? I don't know, because he's the president, dude.
They made it shorter in order to save money, but it's still 25 times over budget. But the worst I've ever heard is the railroad in California, and I think this might be worse. Think of it. I would have fixed that building.
We have to. Like, it's one of those situations where no matter how unhinged or unstable or demented he clearly is, his words still hold tremendous weight. This is what happens when you have a toddler for president, but, you know, he's still the president.
Beautiful. Quickly. 25 million would have been like a brand new building. All the ceilings would have been left. All those beautiful, thick walls with gorgeous moldings would have been left. You're going to get a sheetrock ceiling, a sheetrock wall without insulation. They said, "Sir, insulation's not in the budget." Insulation costs you $100 a room. The whole thing is crazy, and they're at $4. I think it's going to cost more than $4 billion when it's finished.
But it would
somehow but Joe, somehow we have to find out how this can happen. It's not the first time. How does this happen? Did the contractor make $3.5 billion?
Right.
You know,
if the Banking Committee could take it over.
I can't imagine that Too Late is taking money on construction. I can't. But it's possible. But we have to find out why is a job that should have.
I mean, this is the thing that he loves talking about. So it's really funny that this was the entry point into any sort of. This was the entry point into like creating a big deal, a controversy around the current Fed chair, because it's right in his wheelhouse. He loves talking about building buildings. He's like, this is the one thing. That's why he never shuts up about the ballroom. Like, it's a fantastic way for Trump to endlessly talk about how the Fed chair has to go to prison, not because of the real reason. Which is what Trump wants, which is to lower interest rates, but because he did a real estate deal that was bad. I don't like the way he did the real estate. I don't like it. You know me. I know how to do real estate. I know how to do developments. It's a very bad deal. Very, very bad deal.
Cost $25 million, costing billions and billions of dollars. You know, I built the hotel. It's now the Waldorf. I sold it to Waldorf, and it's now the Waldorf. I built it for $201 million. It's a bigger building than the federal, and it was hotel rooms with bathrooms.
Like, he's comparing the Jerome Powell's the necessity to prosecute Jerome Powell for a development project that the Fed engaged in with him building a Waldorf Astoria, bro. What is this comparison?
Rooms and, you know, partitions, and it's much more expensive to build a hotel room than it is a nice empty office space, right?
Oh my God!
I built that for $201 million. This now is 8 years ago or so. But think of it, this building, you look at it, it's a little building. It's over, I think it's going to cost over $400 billion. And here's the thing, it's going to be nothing compared to what it was. This is,
yeah, it's going to be nothing compared to the Waldorf Astoria. The Waldorf Astoria, beautiful building, believe me. Can you believe it? Oh my God. The curtains I put on that. The curtains I put on that Waldorf Astoria. Oh, unbelievable.
And $4 billion, and it's nothing compared to what it was. It was beautiful. It had beautiful ceilings. They were all destroyed. They took them down. I don't know why.
If the DOJ, though, if this goes forward with Department of Justice and it delays him being confirmed, Kevin Warsh, it's kind of counterproductive for what you're trying to do in terms of changing the MO of the Fed up to this point. So I'm just trying to look for an off-ramp to get for you.
Well, it is and it isn't, Joe. You have to find out why a thing like that could happen, because if you have hundreds of projects like that, you know, very few are like this, but if you had hundreds of projects like that, you have to find out why that happens. I mean, because we obviously don't do it right. But, you know, we have some great people in government that can do jobs. I built under budget, ahead of schedule. I'm doing a ballroom now. It's a much bigger job than that, and it's going to cost, depending on finishes, like $300 million. It's a much bigger job than that. It's ahead of schedule, and I have lawsuits every week from all these people, all the do-gooders that, you know, that stop progress in our country. But,
I'm going to give Becky a chance, Mr. President, to get you to.
And you can have some extra time. I know my people said 20 minutes, but you can have some extra time.
That's
you
good.
can even put Andrew on the phone. You know, you told me Andrew would not be there, and I said I don't care.
That was last week. That was last week.
You could even put Andrew on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You know, Joe made a comment to me when he tried to get me on. He said, I promise I'll have Andrew Ross-Hawkins. He will not be there. He is there. And you can put him on. It's okay.
I didn't say I'd have him. I said he's not in last week, but then you canceled because you were on the West Coast.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll chime in a minute.
There, and that's
he's
going to
be so.
Becky,
but I don't mind if he's there. I like him. I respect him. He's just wrong on a lot of issues.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about what you. Hi, sir. Let's talk a little bit about what you expect from your next Fed president. There had been a lot of expectations. You've been very clear about wanting lower rates. But with the situation in Iran right now with higher oil prices, most people tell us that that's going to have to wait. The market itself is not anticipating lower rates or any rate cuts until at least the second half of this year. There's only a 41% chance or something of that, according to the market itself. Will you be disappointed if your new Fed chair, if he gets approved, doesn't cut rates right away?
I would. But let's talk about Iran first. Iran, I'm looking at your numbers now as I speak. I mean, the market's up. We're going to be at 50,000. That's where we were just a little while ago when it started. And when I hit 50,000 on the Dow and 7,000 on the S&P, I said, well, I hate to do this to everybody, but I'm going to have to journey down to a place called Iran and not make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, because they will blow up the world. You want to see a bad stock market? Try blowing up the Middle East and then Europe, and then they come for us, right? And we're not going to let that happen. So I said to my people, they're all gathered, all these wonderful guys, Scott Bessent, the whole group, Howard, they're all doing a good job. I said, fellas, I got a little bad news for you. I'm going to put a little wrinkle in your numbers. Why, sir? We're going down to a place called Iran, and we're going to make sure that they never have a nuclear weapon because they'll use it to blow up, because they're religious fanatics, and they will use that weapon to blow up the world, but they'll start with Israel in the Middle East, and we're not going to let that happen. And they said, wow, that's going to be bad. I said, yeah, it's going to hurt the market, and it's going to drive up the price of oil and whatever it is. But that's peanuts compared to what would happen if we let this happen. And I told them, 47 years other presidents wanted to do it. They never had the guts, the courage to do it. I said, we have to do it. And they understood that, very professional. They're great guys, great people. Jameson's doing such a great job, all of them. And so I said, we're going down, and we're gonna do our little thing, and we did, and we've knocked out. We've totally won the war. If you read the New York Times, you think, oh gee, when are we surrendering? We have totally beat them militarily and otherwise. I mean, I wish you could hear the conversations we have with him, with them. We are victorious. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. And they can't get the nuclear dust because it was obliterated by the B-2 bombers that went in. They never got the credit they should get. They've tried to get down there. We have cameras from Space Force on it all the time. They've tried to get down. They can't get down. That place was obliterated. They did such a good job. The left tries to make it, tries to demean all the time, like, oh, well, maybe it wasn't totally obliterated. It was, and they can't get it, or they would have tried to get it. But the fact is that we took this little journey, and if you would have told me that the Dow is almost, I'm looking at your thing, I mean, literally we're at 50,000. And if you would have told me that oil is at 90 as opposed to 200, I would be frankly surprised. And you know what is happening? Boats are finding other sources. They're going up to Texas and Louisiana. They're going to Alaska. They're going to other places. It's an amazing phenomenon. When there are problems, people find out how to take care of things, and the strait's very important, but people have found out. I mean, you're taking a look at your numbers right now. I'm looking at where the stock market's up, where it's, look at that, S&P. The numbers are what they were when we started this whole thing. I thought they'd be down 20% or down a very substantial amount. Even when it was down more a couple of weeks ago, I was surprised. I thought it would be down much more, and I thought the oil would be much higher. And I'm very happy to say that it wasn't. And when it's over, and it will end, when it's over, they want it to be over immediately. And I just looked at a little chart. World War I, 4 years and 3 months. World War II, 6 years. Korean War, 3 years. Vietnam, 19 years. Iraq, 8 years. I'm 5 months. Okay, 5 months. I would have won Vietnam.
I read this as a threat, by the way. When he talks about how long some of these other the wars have taken, I feel like he's saying, first of all, 5 months is, I thought it was just 55 days or so. But also, I feel like he's saying we're gonna be in it for a lot longer. Vietnam.
Very quickly. I would have, if I were president, I would have won Iraq in the same amount of time that we won, because essentially we've won here. Okay, I mean,
he's out of his dang mind, dude. How can anybody look at this guy running this country and go, well, that's a country I can invest in. This yield, this, to me, what this demented old man is saying, you know what that says to me? Stability. Okay, this inspires confidence in me to continue investing into the United States of America. Everything is gonna be fine.
People can play games.
Like Donald Trump's statements and market moves in the aftermath of Donald Trump's statements show me one thing, and that is that the money is unbelievably fake, and stock market confidence is just a never-ending cycle of copium that has nothing to do with whatever the previous market fundamentals used to be. It's anchored around delusion and a mutual interest in the market growing. It has nothing to do with any fundamentals. It has nothing to do with like actual serious analysis and looking at what Trump is saying, looking at where the American government is going. It's just everybody thinking, this is just has to keep going up. There's no other way around it.
The Democrats can say, well, we should have done better, no matter what. If I did it in 1 week, they'd say, we should have done better. Look at Venezuela. I took it over in 45 minutes. It was basically a 45-minute. And by the way, a very strong military country. And we took it over in a day, but let's be nice. But we basically took it over in 45 minutes. We took it over during the attack in 45 minutes.
Mr. President,
and they would say, I'm surprised they haven't said it, that you should have done it in 30 minutes. It took too long, So it's tough. But we can't let traitors. We can't let traitors like Schumer put pressure on you where they say we want out. Think how bad that is. I'm negotiating with these people, and they're telling us we have to get out now. We have to get out now. We have to get now. And they were in a war for 18 years. They were in a war for, think of that, Vietnam 19 years, Iraq 8 years. So.
Right.
I want to make a good deal. I'm not going to be rushed. I have all the time in the world. I want to make not a good deal. I want to make a great deal. I don't want to do this, go through this. And, if you look at this, what we've suffered in terms of losses, we lost 13 men, and that's terrible. I wish we didn't lose one. But if somebody would have said, we've done this and obliterated that country, obliterated it, and we lost 13 men, people would have said, that's not possible to have done that. It's not possible.
Right.
So we've done a great job, and I don't want to be rushed by people that are really treasonous as far as I'm concerned. And it's just, I watch this low IQ guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a totally low IQ person, and he's always ranting and raving, oh, this war is so terrible, terrible. They shouldn't be saying that when we're in the midst of a negotiation, because it does hurt us somewhat. It gives the other side some hope, and I don't want them to have hope.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about Anthropic, if I could, for a second, because this is a company that your administration has declared a supply chain risk. And I want to understand the determination for that. There's a view by some that it's political, but more importantly, at the same time that this is happening, reportedly, the NSA and other parts of the government are using Claude, which, of course, is the large language model of Anthropic, and how you square that.
Well, Anthropic is a group of very smart people, but they started telling our military how to operate, and we didn't want that. And they tend to be on the left, radical left, but we get along with them. In fact, they came to the office. They came to the White House a few days ago, and we had some very good talks with them, and I think they're shaping up. They're very smart, and I think they can be of great use. I like smart people. I like high IQ people, and they definitely have high IQs, It's one of those things, and I think we'll get along with them just fine.
So do you think a deal will be made so that Anthropic will be allowed to be used inside the Defense Department in the future?
We want the smartest people. Now, in the meantime, we replaced Anthropic with somebody else. You know who they are, and they're very, very smart people. Sam Altman, a very, very smart group. We have a lot of smart groups. We have some brilliant people. We have the most brilliant people in the world. President Xi told me that. He said Silicon Valley, he called it Silicon Valley. During a conversation, I have a great relationship with him. He said, you have the smartest people in the world. And we do. You take a look at what's happening with Jensen and all of these people, and they're great.
President Xi, I call him. Silicon Valley, I call it. Very high IQ people. She said, you have the most high IQ people. They're so handsome. They are so handsome. IRGC Media Tasnim's information from various sources indicates that Iran had not requested an extension of the ceasefire. That's unsurprising. We kind of know that already. Donald Trump decided to extend the ceasefire on his own. And yes, Trita Parsi's assessment was somewhat correct for the record. I will get to that in a second. Trump caves and agrees with the extended ceasefire while presenting it as a function of the Iranian government being in disarray. Very importantly, he's also extending the ceasefire indefinitely, which reflects the outcome I have argued is the most likely. No deal, no sanctions relief, no nuclear compromise, no return to war while Iran continues to control the strait. Not a stable situation, but one in which Trump pockets the central thing he sought, which is exiting the war, while Iran is bereft of the main thing it was looking for, sanctions lifting. The one aspect of this back and forth that I consider to be interesting, however, is that while there is an ungraceful exit seemingly from this weird limbo that we're in now, is the Strait of Hormuz closed? Is the Strait of Hormuz open? Well, the one thing that remains is that it is actually closed, right? The American Navy is still closing the Strait of Hormuz. So if that's the case, if the American Navy is still very much firmly keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, then the economic impact will still continue. And therefore, in this war of attrition, that's still beneficial for Iran. It's not as beneficial for Iran because they don't get their maximalist goals across, which is, again, sanctions relief, obviously. But I see this as potential perfidy. He should be called Mao Zedong, the way he be good to China. Oh, he is. Iran has said over and over again that they will actually attend a new round of talks if Trump opens the Strait of Hormuz, like the American side of the blockade. Barack Ravid knows the real reason behind the extension. Behind the scenes, one reason for Trump's decision is that the U.S. and Pakistani mediators have been waiting for Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei to respond to the latest proposal and give a clear directive to his negotiators, according to a regional source familiar with the mediation efforts and an Israeli source with knowledge of the discussions. Khamenei is expected to give his response on Wednesday, the Israeli source said. The Iranian negotiators said they are waiting for a green light from the Supreme Leader, the regional source said. Let's see what the Iranians are saying, though. Iran's permanent rep to the UN, Iravani, as soon as the U.S. breaks the naval blockade, the next round of negotiations will take place in Islamabad. So I believe the Iranian side on this, more so than the idea that Mojtaba Khamenei has final say here, and that's the reason why they haven't been able to move on the talks. And the reason why I say that is because these are the very same sources on the American side and the Israeli side that said Mojtaba Khamenei was probably dead. Okay? So they are the ones who, for the longest time, said he was incapable of making decisions because he's dead or close to being dead. And now they're the ones who are like, oh, just kidding. He's alive, actually. And also gay. Yeah, they were like, he's both dead and gay. Or half dead and definitely full gay. And now they're like, oh, he's gay, but also making decisions and alive now. He's probably not well. I mean, I suspect that he is not doing great. That makes sense. If he was struck as well, I believe that. But yeah.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Who said he was gay? You don't remember? The New York Post? And Trump himself said it. Trump was like, I've heard he's gay. Yeah, you don't remember?
Did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that.
That's what this is. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. It's very hard to take these guys seriously. You know what I mean?
Of the United States, it is violation of the ceasefire, and we told them that they should block this blockade. We have received some sign that they are ready to block it, and as soon as they broke this blockade, I think that the next round of the negotiation will take place in Islamabad. So they to them, we have not initiated the military aggression. They initiated the war against us, and we are ready. If they want to sit on table and discuss and find a political solution, they will find us ready. If they want to go to the war, in this case also Iran is ready for that. It was one of the conditions that we put that the ceasefire should be entire the region, even including the Lebanon also.
More from Reuters, from Phil Stewart, chief national security reporter for Reuters. U.S. President Donald Trump's ceasefire extension is a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike, an advisor to Iran's parliament speaker and top negotiator Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf said on Tuesday. Kalibaf's advisor said on a post on X that the continuation of the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports was no different from bombardment and must be met with a military response. Yeah, these were the alerts from an Iranian official hitting the Reuters wire. Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate terms, advisor to Iran's parliament speaker, Kalibaf. Continuation of the blockade is no different from bombardment and must be met with a military response, advisor to Iran's parliament speaker says. Trump's ceasefire extension is certainly a ploy to buy time for a surprise strike. Iran must take initiative, advisor to Iran's parliament speaker says. I do think that there is a high likelihood that this is perfidy to to once again restart the bombing campaign. Obviously, not like a full-blown military occupation. They don't have enough troops amassed in the region for a full-blown military invasion. They might have enough now for a special operation, like trying to control the coastline of Iran and trying to seize, like, maybe not Karg Island, but one of the islands in the region to apply pressure to gain some kind of leverage over Iran. But they clearly do not have enough troops. The American military, as it stands currently, does not have enough active duty combat troops that are combat ready, that are willing to take on a combat role to wage war on Iran. Okay, the coastline is gigantic. They can't do it. I said one part of the coastline, not the entire coastline. They can't do the entire coastline. No. Let's finish this Trump idiocy, and then we'll move on.
Great honor to be working. I think Tim Cook, I see he's retiring. I wrote a piece about him today, and got to know him very well.
I wrote a piece about Tim Cook. What the fuck?
Fantastic person, did an unbelievable job. And I say it respectfully, but if Steve Jobs had lived and ran the company, it might have done good, but it wouldn't have done, I think, nearly as good as the job Tim has done. And I got to work with Tim, so I really know it. I know what I'm talking about. He's a very unusual guy. He gets things done.
Mr. President, yeah, we did read your entire Truth Social post. I just want to return for 1 second and make an analogy here. You saw what inflation did to the Biden legacy and administration. So 22% price increases. By the time he was leaving, it was down to about where it is now, about 3%. But not a single.
It was down to 5%. It wasn't down.
Well, or 3, but not a single
person. And the reason it was
person.
down was because I had won the election, and it started falling after I won the election, and I started getting prices down from right after November 5th.
If you needed to prevent that from happening, let's say Chair Warstock, for whatever reason, there's some type of energy shock, who knows, with the blockade, let's say that things got too hot. At that point, just to make sure there was no inflation, would you allow him to raise rates or not cut rates? Would there ever be a period where you could see that was something that a Fed chair needed to do? And if you said he might have an office right near yours, he might not want an office right next to yours, sir. I don't know. After what happened to Jay Powell, you might want to be across in those new digs, maybe.
Maybe I'd like him next to me. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Maybe Jay Powell did us a big service in retrospect. I call him too late. He's just too late. He's always too late, except when it came to before the election, but that didn't quite work out well for him. So the answer is I want Kevin. I think Kevin's great. He's sent
Trump interview, AOC, Shoykot, AOC, you see me, little bro. No one cares about Trump. Shoykot, AOC beef. Shoykot, AOC beef coverage, little bruh. Buddy, are you okay? What do you think is more important? What do you think is more important right now? The mother president talking about the next steps, potentially, or your own personal hatred for Shoykot Chakrabarti? Lem FAO, 100 million from Stripe. Lem FAO, 100 million from Stripe. Yeah, it kind of feels like you have a personal stake in this. Like, you don't like Shoykot Chakrabarti because he happened to hit the lottery by being the founding engineer of a company that made him hundreds of millions of dollars. And now you're like, oh, that's the reason why he's, an unsavory fellow. I can't trust him. He's not trustworthy, which is fine. I mean, I had my skepticisms as well.
Casting in a true sense. Okay, I think he's going to do a great job.
I don't understand why you think that is like the most important thing that we need to get to right now.
I've been in favor of interest rate rises to stop inflation. I think it sort of is effective. But there's one thing, and nobody ever talks about it but me, unfortunately, so I'm sure it's not correct.
What did he say?
I think it is. We should have the lowest interest rate.
I'm just LARPing. I live in Louisiana.
When I was a young guy growing up, we always...
Bro, you're fucked anyway. You live in Louisiana. You're fucked.
had the lowest interest rate worldwide. We always did. And then 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it started where Switzerland and other people had lower rates than us. And I just had a thing with, if you take a look at some of the let's call them like elite countries. They're only elite because we allow them to walk away with $30 billion and $40 billion a year, but I don't do that so much anymore.
Yes, I have looked into Xavier Becerra for California governor, and I don't like it, okay? I don't like it. Out of all of the options with viability right now, Tom Steyer is the only guy that has like an actual progressive campaign. Xavier Becerra is now being looked at by Gavin Newsom as like the real viability pick. Xavier Becerra was somewhat progressive. Here, just go to the lever for reporting on Becerra. Becerra is no. Okay.
I sort of put a clamp.
He is the Swalwell replacement. Yes. Whole timeline is Xavier Becerra. I don't know why. The reason why the whole timeline is Xavier Becerra is because he got like 8 points in this poll that came out, and that's the reason why they're pushing for him aggressively, because they want to collapse all of the remaining centrist support behind him. Why Tom Steyer over Katie Porter? Tom Steyer has an infinitely more progressive platform than Katie Porter. Katie Porter started as a progressive darling and basically became this establishment Democrat. Katie Porter also has her own staff abuse drama as well surrounding her campaign. Not the same as not the same, of course, as Eric Swalwell, obviously, but both Xavier Becerra and Katie Porter have gone from being somewhat progressive to when they actually were supposed to meet the moment, have become unbelievable centrists. Xavier is pronounced Javier, by the way. All right,
that
apologies.
With the tariffs and charges that we charged them, because they were elite, because they were making billions and billions of dollars from the United States, larger, and other reasons. And they run a good
Becerra,
operation.
when he was at the HHS, did here. We'll do it later. We'll do it later.
Money, where we have these massive.
Yeah, Our Revolution endorsed Tom Steyer recently.
It's with you take a look at some of the countries, but Switzerland is one. They talk, oh yes, we are a small and brilliant. Well, they're brilliant because they pay us almost nothing. Now they pay a little bit. They should pay much more. We'll get that up a little bit. But if you take a look at Denmark, you take a look at all these countries, you think of them so good. They pay such a low interest rate. Well, if we charge them, and what happened with me is I charged some of them, and they squawked like you wouldn't believe it. They called, and we are a small country. All of a sudden, I realized they're not elite. We're elite. We're being sucked dry. And we can't do that. And you'll see that. We had a little setback with the Supreme Court. They said I can charge tariffs, but I have to do it a different way. And because of what they did, we have to pay back $160 billion. All they had to do is add one sentence, just one sentence. And that's, you don't have to pay anything taken in thus far back. But because they didn't add, and by the way, it was a close call, too. There were justices that were powerful that I was right on the tariffs. But because we lost by just 2 votes, just little vote, 2 votes, we have to pay back $165 billion. They could have, with a little one sentence, you don't have to pay back tariffs that have already been received. You start from this point, and you do it a different way. So we're doing it a different way. We're going to end up with the same. Actually, we'll end up with bigger numbers, actually, but it's a little more unwieldy, but it's the way it's been done. But it's so sad
Mr. President,
that the Supreme Court didn't want to save our country with one sentence, $165 billion. And we're giving a lot of that money back to people that hate our country. Right. So I'm not happy with the Supreme Court, I'll be honest with you, okay?
Mr. President, on that topic, there's a whole number of very large companies, including Apple and Amazon and others, that have not sought reimbursements yet for the tariffs, meaning they haven't tried to collect refunds. And from what I understand, part of the reason that they have waited is because there is a worry about, frankly, offending you. Would you find it offensive for them to try to collect a refund?
I think it's brilliant if they don't do that. I actually think if they don't do that, they got to know me very well. I'm very honored by what you just said. If they don't do that, I'll remember them. I will tell you that, because I'm looking to make this country strong. Supreme Court could have helped us. Now they have birthright citizenship. They'll probably rule against us. No country in the world has it.
Tom Steyer going to say genocide on your stream? I know. He wasn't able to. And yet his position on Israel is still the strongest out of all the top candidates with viability, the top two being Republicans who are super pro-Israel, super pro-genocide, and others who can't even get themselves to criticize Israel at all. Now, before you say Ramsey Robinson or Butch Ware, yes, I'm talking about the candidates with viability this close out from the race. They have not been able to reach a significant audience. They have their own issues as well. I'm not going to get into it. But with all of the top candidates with viability, Katie Porter and Xavier Becerra, or Javier Becerra, neither of which have a position that's even remotely close to our side on the issue of Israel, as opposed to Tom Steyer.
It's horrible for our country, and I just see it. You know, I see some of these Republicans that are nominated by me asking real bad questions, and looks like maybe we're going to lose that one too. Look what happened with NIL. They destroyed college sports, the court system, destroyed. So hard to put that one back, Humpty Dumpty, so hard to put that one back together. You know, we had 150 years of...
I'm not voting for Steyer. I'd rather just not vote. Okay. I mean, you're always talking about viability. You realize you were still wrong even in 2016 when you personally said Bernie was disqualified from being president because he was unelectable. Wait, what? Hello, Kaya. Someone's bored. You are Hillary Clinton. Yes, that's right. I am Hillary Clinton. Is that chatter joking? No. I am not Hillary Clinton. I am, however... It's true. I am Charlie Kirk.
Of rulings and everything else, and they had such a great system. It was a scholarship system. You get free college if you're a good athlete. You get this, you get that. And it took care of every sport. Fencing, not only football. Now it's all football and the foot.
Okay, dude. All right. I'm not listening to the rest of this shit. I don't give a... All right. It's just so annoying. The amount of freedom you have if you are just on the right to say whatever the you want and get endless loyalty and endless charitability, and sometimes even get charitability from liberals, is unbelievable. That kind of bricks me. Now let's look at Drew Harwell's Washington Post article on Nicolas Fuentes. Drew reports from WAPO. New, we found out how much money Nick Fuentes makes from Super Chats. $900,000 since the start of Trump's second term. $900,000. Here's the story of Christine in Ohio, a food truck operator who became his most frequent donor despite not making much money herself. Nick's super chats look like this, so we use an AI tool to tally up the tips. His revenue spiked after the Tucker interview from $60K a month to $100K a month. People are fanatical because they feel conflicted and misunderstood like I do, Nick told me. Nick Fuentes' response to the story on X, I'm rich, and says on Telegram, mo money, mo problems. In text this morning, he told me, it's like an attack on my livelihood, and it's mean. He spreads hate online, and fans pay him hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. This is the story about Nicolas Fuentes. Nicolas Fuentes. The Hasanabi method, classic Hasanabi method. Do you make anywhere near that in donations? No, I don't get any donations because I don't have TTS on purpose. If you recall, you have an archive link. Thank you, chatter. Far-right influencer Nick Fuentes pocketed roughly $900,000 from fanatical donors since the start of 2025. Some superfans see him as a part of their families. Christine Kasubienski's donation appeared on viewer screens for hours in the live stream. 4 hours into the live stream of Nick Fuentes, the far-right influencer she often called her second son. I pray daily for your safety, she wrote one night last August, sending Fuentes a $50 digital gift. I would become Charles Bronson vigilante to anyone who harmed you. Keep up the fight. For 7 years, Kasubienski has binged Fuentes' nearly nightly monologues from her home in Lorain, Ohio, watching as a college student from suburban Illinois grew into one of the most prominent torchbearers for an increasingly radicalized online right. The 57-year-old Air Force veteran believed Fuentes' furious talk about the dangers of diversifying America and worried that it placed him in danger. On many nights, she sent paid messages known as super chats to tell him about her own moments of personal crisis and encourage him, dipping into the little money she made serving chicken paprikash on a Polish food truck. She doubted Fuentes was making much money, no more than $50,000 a year, she said. Her son, Stephen Ryan, who watched Fuentes together with his mom on a 65-inch TV screen. We were barely making it, but we wanted to help him because we saw that what he was struggling with, Ryan said in an interview. But by the time of her prayer message, Fuentes was already generating a sizable income. Since the start of last year through the end of last month, roughly 11,000 donors have sent Fuentes nearly $900,000 in super chats. A Washington Post analysis found. The Post analyzed more than 1,400 hours of Fuentes' streams using artificial intelligence to tally donations, which flicker on screen in real time. Fuentes, 27, was kicked off most mainstream social networks because of his viral provocations and extreme bigotry. He has said that is awesome and that most black people should be imprisoned and that organized Jewry has corrupted society and that women should be locked in breeding gulags and serve only as mothers or nuns. Unbelievable that prominent Democrats have connected me and my worldview to this worldview, by the way. Something that I find to be morally repugnant, something that I've chosen to combat my entire life, and still you have a bunch of dumb dipshits actively making this comparison because they love Israel that much. But he has become an increasingly influential and disruptive force in the American conservative movement, thanks to a shadow economy of loyalists who cut and promote viral clips from his hour-long streams in pursuit of their own online clout. Through his super chats, Fuentes has funneled that attention into a lucrative financial engine fueled by handouts of hardcore fans. He said he also makes money selling swastika-imprinted t-shirts and $100 a month subscriptions to a private chat room where he talks with devotees. His monthly revenue for super chats has grown. We're an invisible empire, Fuentes replied to one donor's message during a January stream. We're building a cadre of professionals, money people, bureaucrats, and we need them to all be waving the flag, but quietly, ideologically, loyally. We've got to be underground. Fuentes' super chat revenue throws a spotlight on the crisis now engulfing the American right, where some leaders fear a new blitz of agenda-setting online firebrands will alienate more moderate voters or empower a platform of racist and misogynistic rule. His critics in the Republican Party have said they believe Fuentes' popularity would fade as more Americans learn his provocative views, but the Super Chat show he has instead found a still relatively small but diehard audience eager to support him, extending him a financial incentive to build his following even more. Invisible Empire is what the Klan calls themselves. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, he is very much that. A Klansman, a Nazi, he's all of it. The funding also shows how fringe online platforms have helped create perpetual hate machines for the social media era, allowing provocateurs whose work is too controversial for mainstream platforms or too noxious to advertise around to reap the rewards of online outrage. Fuentes frequently uses his streams to advertise his America First Plus chat room membership club and merchandise store, where he sells $39.99 shirts depicting him holding a flaming katana and $70 sweatshirts modeled after one worn by Jeffrey Epstein. Fuentes has defended the late sex offender by saying age of consent is a feminist artifact and the gynocracy has used to stop men from pursuing teenage girls. But he spends more time promoting viewer donations, which he reads out loud in a rapid-fire super chat segment at the end of his America First shows. He streams roughly 4 nights a week, sometimes 5 straight hours, from his studio home in Illinois. His videos on Rumble, the alternative platform that hosts his broadcasts, have been viewed more than 100 million times. Fuentes is largely supported by donations from a small cadre of sympathizers. Just 10 accounts were responsible for giving him a total of about $77,000, while the top 500 accounts provided almost half of his super chat income, more than $400,000, the Post analysis found. The rest comes from much smaller donors, most giving $30 or less. You could legit make millions if you had a donation segment at the end of the stream. I know, but I don't do that. Many of the donors are anonymous and use account names such as Anti-Semiticat and Woman Ego Crusher 9000 that reference edgy memes, profane language, or inside jokes, making it difficult to verify the names or other details of the donors shown on Fuentes streams. Owen Gatz sent $5, said, I'm taking a college class on the Holocaust. Should I push back on the propaganda the professor pushes? Austrian Paintress sent $20. What are the chances that we were at the same airport last week? How do you want your followers to react when they meet you IRL? Salute you with a Hitler, ask for a photo, give you a hug, ignore you? Roman Groiper sent $10. I feel white-pilled by how right-wing Zoomers are and by how much leftists hate Israel. It may be a unique opportunity now to get rid of the world of Zionism if literally all of the earth hates them. Megan Squire, a researcher who has studied online extremism at the Southern Poverty Law Center, said the growth of super chats and other micropayments has helped insulate influencers like Fuentes from the constraints that once made open racism a difficult business. Some donors see the super chats as a form of participatory politics that will help spread their beliefs and show their loyalty, Squire said. Others just pay for the status symbol of seeing their message and username on screen, she said. A way to prove oneself in an insular group brought together by their hatred of outsiders. Donating super chat is the new showing up to a Ku Klux Klan meeting, Squire said, as a community builder. It shows you're involved. It's a financial form of keyboard warrioring, a thing you can do for the cause. Ryan, who sent Fuentes super chats alongside his mother, said he gave money not out of hatred, but to support the streamer in his goal of sparking candid discussions about global events. Some of the angrier exchanges, he said, stem from listeners just being a little more free with their speech. When the Post contacted Fuentes to discuss its findings, he did not dispute them and said, pocket watching is crazy. Wow. It's a little up, but not gonna lie, I'd probably say similar things. Speaking of right-wing income, did you see this? Oh, the Asmongold thing? Yes, I did. Yeah, he has not paid $400,000 worth of taxes. Yeah, I mean, look, you make unbelievable amounts of money being a right-winger just by donations alone, you know? The Piker Broadcasting Service, on the other hand, is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, with voluntary subscriptions, no ads. Thank you, Emily Giselle. How 900K, though? Look at YouTube top super chat. Oh, my God. Pastor Jerry Eza, super chat revenue, $8.3 million. What are these things, dude? What is all this? Timcast IRL is number 12 at $2.5 million in super chat revenue. What the is any of this? VTubers make so much money. Oh my lord. It's like televangelists and then VTubers, huh? Dr. Disrespect is here at 1.7 million. Fresh and Fit made $1.5 million. Wait, is this like, what is this? Oh, this is all time. Okay, bro, you me up. This is all time, dude. I thought this was like yearly income or something. I was like, Jesus Christ. This pastor makes $2 million a year. A low 4K radio show. Bad Bunny. 3 million yearly super chat revenue. LolCow Live makes 471 grand a year off of super chat revenue. Bro, iShow Speed makes less money than these people. How is that even possible? That's just Ludwig. This is crazy. Okay, Parker Get a Job, 270 grand a year just off super chat revenue. Dean Withers at 251 grand a year. Damn, these are caking it, dude. Lolcat people are the most parasocial of all time. Think about it. Yeah. This is just super chats, by the way. They obviously do ads as well. They do a tremendous amount of revenue off of ads too. Oh my God. The entire environment is so geared in the direction of right-wing shitheads all the time. It's so funny that if you sincerely ask like a big chunk of leftists on the internet, a big chunk of right-wingers on the internet, they'd be like, who's the biggest like political grifter? Who makes the most money off of political commentary? Even leftists would probably universally say me. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers with like a fraction of the audience are raking in bigger funds off of just super chats alone. It's actually kind of crazy. Begging for you to be a VTuber so you can talk politics and drag weebs into being a leftist. I don't have the voice for it. Anyway, getting back to this, his popularity, he said, stemmed from not just his political stance, but his community's craving for emotional connection. People are fanatical about my show because they relate to me and feel conflicted and misunderstood like I do. I don't think hatred or even ideology animates them as much as a feeling that they aren't totally alone. The message of my show is be yourself. Everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. Good news, Jason the Ween and Pokemon are suing.
I bet. Nah. Directly involved. Okay, bet. I bet. Nah, I'm saving. Let me save this shit. I like download videos. Actually, let me screenshot this shit, bro.
Boomer, dude. See, he has to use the snipping tool. Even I know how to snip and screenshot without opening the snipping tool up.
Delete them. What's one? Let's go one more, bro. Hope Rain is paying you enough, buddy. Hope Rain is paying you enough, buddy. I know exactly how much they're paying you too, buddy. Hey, they offered Ween updates bread too. Not exactly. Hey, it's not enough. It's not enough, buddy.
Great.
Hey.
I mean, I'm 100% on board with this. They should, I mean, every single one of these accounts should get sued into oblivion. They do this shit all the time. Someone's got to deliver accountability, you know? Yeah.
Hey, matter of fact, bro, I'm about to hit Pokey up, bro. We're gonna double suit your hit you with a double lawsuit, motherfucker.
You should have been sued them too, dumbass. I got too much going on. If I did this, it would be the only thing I do. Yeah. If I went after people who defame me professionally, I would have to literally go after virtually half of the commentary sphere, some of which have actually now turned on their on narratives and are have now gotten, it got so old for them that they just like literally were like, all this stuff is bullshit, it turns out. Yeah, I would have to sue politicians. I'd have to sue old ass YouTubers. Same with Pokey too, to be honest. And it would be all of my content. It would take up every single moment of my life. You'd have to sue Pokey? No. Pokemon would have to sue the entire internet too. Pokey would have generational wealth in those legal battles? No, because most of these people are broke. Fuentes sometimes bragged about how successfully he's translated online attention into wealth, saying in January to a super chat donor, who encouraged him to take cooking class? I'm a famous millionaire. You think I'm going to do that? Cooking, he added, is a little gay. Fuentes refers to traditional workers as wage slaves and said in response to one donor super chat last year that he was too rich to need a real job. I'm providing information. I'm doing real cognitive work over here. And, you know, I don't know. You sell paperweights, he said. It is so funny that like these guys, and they love this, right? Really, he's ever said. Like, these are all the same people who are like, Hassan, you hate the working class, you piece of shit. Remember when we misunderstood a point you were making by design and decided to make like a month-long hate campaign off of it? Streaming is harder than a 9 to 5 when I never said that. It's the same people when it's Nick Fuentes saying something far more heinous than what they claim I said. They're like, hell yeah, baby.
Have you had? I love when poor people say, what real jobs have you had? First of all, I'm rich. Second of all, you should avoid having a real job. If you can swing it, you should avoid having a real job. I don't know what a real job is. What's a real job? A real job is what exactly? You sell insurance? What the is real about that? You're a financial advisor? What is that exactly? You don't have a real job. What do you sell? You sell what exactly? You sell widgets? That's a real job?
The amount of freedom you have if you are just on the right to say whatever the you want and get endless loyalty and endless charitability, and sometimes even get charitability from liberals, is unbelievable. The amount of people who are like supposedly on the left who are like, oh, I reluctantly think he's like kind of charismatic and he's kind of funny. That kind of bricks me. Like, there are people who sincerely say this kind of stuff. We are, as a society, so primed to be forgiving of reactionary commentary, so forgiving of right-wing commentary, no matter how far right it goes. We're also endlessly unforgiving for anyone that says, you know, we could have a better world. We could design this world in a better way for more egalitarian outcomes. Everyone goes, you, how dare you? Oh, man. This even happens like when you are ostensibly to the left of whatever the norm is. Like, this happens to liberals as opposed to, because like liberals are to my right, but liberals are to the left of the Republican Party, right? To the left of conservatives. So like they have to operate by very different standards than conservatives have to operate off of. It's just always, there is, the further left you are, the less charitability there is to your worldview. The further right you are, the more charitability there is to your worldview. It's kind of unbelievable. In his messages to the Post, he noted that the Super Chats brought their own kind of mental labor. I'm not free, he said. I'm chained to the desk reading insipid slop. In the years since he began streaming from his parents' basement, Fuentes has emerged as one of far-right's most contentious agitators, most notably his scathing criticism of President Donald Trump. Fuentes now argues that the president betrayed MAGA by supporting Israel in a war with Iran and blew it by not working more aggressively to deport people of color. Fuentes told his fans known as Groypers to vote against Trump-backed candidates in the coming election so that a more brutal fascist regime can bloom, saying last month on an X post that the GOP must be purged and burned to the ground. Fuentes rises alarmed GOP leaders who are concerned that the online ecosystem that rewards his views are here to stay. The California Republican Party sent state party officials a memo in February urging them to block candidates who promote Fuentes and Groyper culture, saying his ideology called for an America modeled closely after Nazi Germany that was alienating to average Americans, to say the least. Trump said in January, first of all, you can't say that because the Republican Party is literally designing society in a similar fashion, right? Like, there are prominent members of the Trump administration that have identical views to Nick Fuentes, like straight up. And they know it too. They talk about it all the time. No such equivalence exists on the left. Like, the closest that our movement has reached in terms of like proximity to power is maybe like, you know, Zohran Mamdani and a couple of other people. And also, there is no moral equivalence between socialism and Nazism, obviously, which is precisely the reason why I don't shy away from saying my perspective on the world. Because at the end of the day, like, my goals, what I want to do, I sincerely believe will lead to a better future for everyone. And not only that, but also I don't shy away from describing my vision. Don't see the need to like hide behind dog whistles or whatever in the way that like liberals try to present it, because there is nothing embarrassing or scary about my worldview. Like, slowly but surely moving in the direction of mass control of mass politics is not a bad thing. There is no death and destruction at the end of this process, in the same way that there is death and destruction at the end of whatever vision Nick Fuentes has for society. As a matter of fact, that death and destruction is already here, right? Through the brutal ICE encampment. Horseshoe theory. Oh my God. Every dumb on the planet. Please. No, I don't believe in horseshoe theory because I'm not okay? I'm sorry, chatter. Only keep saying the horseshoe theory. Yeah, dude, I know. It's the radical center is where we must be. Look how far it got us. Seems like the radical center keeps swinging wildly to the right. Yes, horseshoe theory is like every dumb guy who is self-IDing as a liberal, who hasn't explored the full the confines of their ideology, that think, oh, well, I'm in the moderate, mythical, liberal center. Ask those people what they think about certain policies, and you will very quickly understand that they're not actually in this like moderate, mythical center that they think they're in, okay? Half of those people either know enough to know that, like, you know, modest social democracy is absolutely the direction that we need to move towards, at least in the short term, and perhaps could be convinced for more radical transformation of society in the long term. The other half are just dumbasses who think, America is the only OECD nation that can't have socialized medicine for some weird reason, because they're dumb morons that have been propagandized into thinking that the only way the society can function is if like healthcare is costing an arm and a goddamn leg. Horseshoe theory is the easiest tool for your average dumbass to think they're smart by avoiding the ends like it's a seesaw. It makes people comfortable. Sure. Fuentes' online following has only grown since then, given his surprising political reach. A video from a TikTok account, Liberal Groiper, combining stirring music with the sound bites of Fuentes celebrating former President Joe Biden's Iran policy, has been viewed more than 4 million times. That's the other thing. Nick Fuentes found out the secret method to winning a broad coalition of watchers, which is be a prominent neo-Nazi who celebrates former Democrats. Because every goddamn Democrat loves getting a convert, okay? They love converts. Democrats, liberals love converts. So someone who is not converted at all can just as easily manipulate that system by every now and then saying things like, oh, I really wish Joe Biden was still president. And then every stupid liberal eats that like Neera Tanden was retweeting Fuentes. Okay? That's all it takes. All it takes is for you to develop yourself as a prominent right-wing figure to then turn around and say, oh, I'm libtarded now for like the duration of this clip. That's all it is. It's so easy. Trump said in January he didn't know Fuentes and that the MAGA movement does not welcome anti-Semites. VP J.D. Vance, whom Fuentes disparaged in racist terms for marrying an Indian American woman, said in 2024 that Fuentes was a total loser who should be ignored until he goes away. The White House did not respond to requests for comment. Fuentes' digital infrastructure has helped him secure a level of political and cultural influence that would have a few years ago been unimaginable. Chicago Magazine in February named the white nationalist number 7 on its list of the 50 most powerful Chicagoans, just behind the city's mayor. But he's argued that its real value has been in helping him develop a network of followers eager to shape American power in a post-Trump future. If I'm a Nazi, then there's millions of young people that are following a Nazi, he said on a stream last year. There's millions of monsters then because they love my show and they agree with me way more than they agree with you, and they're pissed off and they will follow me into battle. Probably not, because there's a lot of people like this. Ryan said he didn't agree with all of Fuentes' views or those of his followers, but he believed the influencer was helping expose forbidden truths about the Holocaust or other fraud topics. Oh, the American predisposition to like unlocking hidden truths is just like a thought terminating machine. How can we convince Nick Fuentes' followers to stop being bigots? Should we give them hugs and kisses until they're not racist anymore? Yes. That's my argument. You should do that. Ryan said he believes he was Jewish and the Holocaust was more of a Jewish-oriented Christian killing event. It's just like a thought terminating machine. How can we convince Nick Fuentes' followers to stop being bigots? Should we give them hugs and kisses until they're not racist anymore? Yes. That's my argument. You should do that. Ryan said he believes he was Jewish. He started giving Fuentes a few dollars here and there to show his support. The heart of Fuentes' message was that young men in the United States have gotten a rotten deal. In his telling, a nation of entitled baby boomers like those leading the Republican Party had poisoned American society with bad jobs, unbearable women, and a racially diverse population intent on depriving white people of what they are owed. Fuentes was charismatic messenger for those grievances, delivering them across live streams, ex-posts, and short video feeds with a casual charm that made him seem approachable and fun, Ryan said. But he was also not afraid to turn dark when he needed to, evoking a righteous anger at the chaos and constant wars of this fake world, Ryan said. The blame, Fuentes said, laid in how the country had tolerated minorities and immigrants, championed Israel, and given women the freedom to choose their own lifestyles. He was like a younger version of me, just much more hostile, Ryan said. I was like, this guy's saying everything I really feel, but I try not to say out loud because I just don't want to piss anyone off. Growing up in the Chicago suburb of LaGrange Park, Fuentes has shown an early fervent interest in conservative debates. In an archived statement on the website of his high school, where he served as a student council president and secretary general of the Model United Nations, he called himself a classical liberal and an objectivist. He wrote that his personal heroes included German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck and Richard M. Nixon, and declared his life philosophy, hunt or be hunted. In his first year as an international relations and political science student at Boston University, he gained a small following for his pro-Trump YouTube channel, building on the skills he'd learned working on a high school TV show. In 2017, when he was 18, his profile grew further after he attended a white supremacist rally in Charlottesville, Unite the Right, where a neo-Nazi rammed his car into a crowd of counter-protesters, killing a woman named Heather Heyer and injuring dozens of other people. Fuentes went viral on social media for his posts in the rally's aftermath, championing the rise of a tidal wave of white identity that elites will not be able to stop. Fuentes dropped out of college shortly after, blaming online threats and the liberal climate on campus. He began working full-time on fiery anti-immigration speeches and posting right-wing content online. He went from conservative values to very deep to the right, Bill Allen, a supervisor at TV services at Fuentes High School, reportedly told Chicago Tribune in 2017. Fuentes has said his father is part Mexican and his parents are vaguely conservative like boomers are, but that they rejected some of his more extreme beliefs, including that he was right and the Holocaust didn't happen, as Fuentes said on one stream. He and his family remain close. They had just gotten dinner at a steakhouse near the mall, he told viewers last month, but they are not without their disagreements. Fuentes said his father last month asked him to reconsider selling a swastika emblazoned t-shirt. Dad, that's the whole point. It's edgy, he said, he replied. Fuentes' parents did not respond to a request for comment. Oh, God. It's so crazy that there are Americans who unironically think the hammer and sickle is the equivalent of this, by the way, a byproduct of liberal American education. And there are even more, or not more, there are even a significant amount. Hassan, get ready to be the next Secretary of Defense. First fifth world country. My ideal government. President Marco Rubio, VP Hazal Din, Secretary of State Kamala Harris, Secretary of Defense Hassan Piker, Health Secretary RFK Jr., Speaker of the House Gretchen Whitmer. How does this cabinet work, man? Anyway, whatever. This is sad. Sad state of affairs. Jesus Christ. Theo Vaughn.
And what American is this helping? Besides the war, the industrial war complex, what American, what hard work, what guy who's trying to take care of his family, or a single mother who's a nurse who's going to work and has to get home and get to her kid's ball game and has to be both parents. What farmer is this helping? What regular person is this helping? I just don't know. I don't understand. So yeah, that's what That's what our president's up to, and it's baffling. And it's sick, and it feels like he's just been compromised by Israel, by this dark government over there. And I don't know. Dark.
The article gets really sad at the end. This woman donated to him over 1,000 times, I believe, until literally the week she died of cancer. Then Fuentes said he'd go to her funeral and didn't. That's crazy. By the way, did you see these crazy numbers? I mean, this is an entire complex, dude. Yeah, if you're a Kick streamer, they have entire Discord servers dedicated to this. Clavicular has gotten 2.2 billion views, over 69,000 videos with 1,610 clippers. Jimskin is the only guy here who is decent. Are you going to cover the InfoWars news? Yeah, InfoWars has been officially bought by The Onion. This is unbelievable. I mean, I guess it's super believable if you are paying close attention to how Trump moves. It's a spectacular up, and you see a panicked Trump behind closed doors. Iran is more likely, Danny says, Iran is more likely to escalate than accept a good deal that forces concessions on missiles, enrichment, Hormuz, or its regional proxies. The argument that a weakened Iran can be pushed into a favorable deal is flawed. Even if weakened, Iran is more likely to escalate than surrender. After weeks of sustained aerial pressure, it is already clear any large-scale military campaign will dramatically worsen regional and global economic consequences without forcing Iran to concede. At its core, forcing Iran to give up its missile program or enrichment would amount, in Tehran's eyes, to regime change. That is precisely why the Iranian leadership will resist it at all costs. There are no easy solutions, either a deal broadly resembling the previous nuclear agreement or escalation that leads not to resolution, but to a far more dangerous confrontation. Attempts to imagine a good deal ignore both the structural constraints and the realities we've seen unfold since the 28th of February. In hindsight, it is clear that a policy which completely ignored the nature of Iran's current leadership and relied primarily on wishful thinking has led us into a deeply problematic strategic reality. By ignoring the regime's ideological rigidity and decision-making patterns, this approach replaced strategy with illusion, and the results are now evident. Yeah. This also goes back to, again, that inconsistency that we're seeing with like the way that America is moving and the way that America is talking. On back channels, they're demanding that Iran get back to the ceasefire table to get back to negotiations. But Donald Trump, who has final say on these operations, is behaving as though there is no need for negotiations, right? And we hear some of the more insane versions of this whenever he goes on TV, where he says, like, we've destroyed the Iranian Navy, we've destroyed the Iranian military, Iran doesn't exist anymore, we've cratered Iran, their missile cities are gone. But then we look at observable reality, and it's obviously very different, right? Now, there's been a ceasefire for the past 2 weeks, so you can't tell, I guess, or maybe we forgot. But up until that ceasefire, Iran was pummeling the GCC and also Israel. So clearly, we had not attrited their striking capabilities. We had not destroyed nearly enough TELs, which are replaceable and easy to fix. And not only that, but perhaps more importantly, we had not established full-blown aerial superiority over the Iranian airspace. And that's and the observable reality there is by looking at the weapons that America was using. We deployed and expended a tremendous number of our standoff munitions, which are missiles that you use from afar rather than the unguided or guided gravity bombs that you normally would use, which we have virtually infinite supply of, not infinite, but close to infinite supply of, as opposed to the standoff munitions. We're not using those because those are dropped from airplanes. And if you haven't established air superiority, if you haven't created a no-fly zone over Iranian airspace in the way that Trump is claiming, air superiority, yes, but not air supremacy, sure. But even if there was air superiority, you wouldn't have had so many planes fall out of the sky, right? That's just the reality. It would be easier for American flights to conduct their missions without having to withstand anti-air defense systems. And it's very clear that Iran still has denial capabilities, anti-air defense systems, And that's precisely the reason why there was a search and rescue mission that took place, right? I mean, that's because they dropped an F-15 over Iranian airspace. They dropped a Warthog in the process as well. Like, they still have capabilities of defending the Iranian airspace. So once again, you don't just listen to what the American side is saying. You have to look at what the American side is doing. By ignoring the regime's ideological rigidity, it's time to fundamentally rethink our assumptions and strategy towards Iran before the situation deteriorates even further. Instead of weakening the regime and reshaping the Middle East for the better, the opposite has occurred. It has been significantly strengthened, especially amongst its core supporters. As a result, the region now risks moving into a more dangerous direction with a more radical and more assertive Iran at its center. And the only think tank, it seems, that still operates inside of Washington that has the president's ear, unfortunately, is the Benjamin Netanyahu think tank, Foundation for Defending Democracy, FDD. And they're the only guys who are like, things are going great, actually. We should just be extra hard. We should do more of the strikes. We should continue waging war against Iran. We shouldn't stop until Iran is destroyed. And everybody else is like, no, this is an unbelievable catastrophe. It has greatly diminished American force projection capabilities around the globe. It has made our footing with our allies, not just in the region, but certainly outside of the region, in the Asia region, for example, Asia Pacific region, far worse. It is causing everyone to recalculate American security cooperation agreements. We're losing our standing with our Western allies in NATO. We're losing our standing with the Asia Pacific allies. We've frustrated everyone, both because of the economic damage that they have to withstand, the energy crisis that they're currently going through. As Donald Trump keeps saying over and over again, it's not our problem, it's your problem, even though he caused the problem to begin with. It's a spectacular defeat. Getting back to Donald Trump, effort posting through this process. The deal that we're making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal, penned by Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden. One of the worst deals ever made, having to do with the security of our country. It was a guaranteed road to a nuclear weapon, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. One thing that's really funny about this is that Democrats don't even raise this point, because many Democrats that are in leadership roles, like Chuck Schumer, for example, were directly opposed to the JCPOA at the time because, come on, let's be real. Again, Chuck Schumer cares about Israel a whole lot more than he cares about the Democratic Party, his own constituents, American democracy, yada, yada, yada. All of that is secondary, okay? Don't take my word for it. Take Chucky Boy's own word for it, right?
Fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs. I will continue to fight for it, and we delivered more security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. We will keep doing that, everybody. It is so important to give Israel what it needs and to protect itself from the many in that difficult region who want to wipe Israel off the face of the map. We have to do everything to do that.
He was in opposition to the JCPOA at the time. So that's part of the reason why many of the Democrats in power don't bring up the fact that there was a successful deal that was implemented that Donald Trump destroyed, the JCPOA. Okay? Because Israel didn't like the JCPOA. Israel hated it so much that Benjamin Netanyahu came to America, okay, was invited to speak in front of Congress. Many Democrats didn't attend that speech, by the way, because it was a symbolic speech to say "F you" to Barack Obama, where he complained about Barack Obama in the halls of Congress. Okay, he gave a State of the Union as the real president of the United States of America when Barack Obama was in the process of implementing the JCPOA. That is the level of access and the hubris demonstrated by Israel. Many of you are probably oblivious to this reality. It happened decades ago. You probably don't remember. You probably didn't know. But that has been the case, okay? So if you're confused as to why many Democrats don't raise the point that there was a successful implementation of a denuclearization agreement with Iran through not war, but through the negotiations process, It's because they too are pro-Israel. But what's interesting about it is now Trump is bringing up the JCPOA, which will force the hand of Democrats to be, oppositional to Trump. And now maybe they'll be forced. Now they might be forced to bring up the JCPOA to say, hey, Barack Obama did actually see a decent amount of success here. It was guaranteed road to a nuclear weapon, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. They actually gave $1.7 billion in green cash, loaded onto a Boeing 757, and flown to Iran for the Iranian leadership to spend any way they saw fit. He emptied out all the cash in the banks in D.C., Virginia, and Maryland. Those bankers said they'd never seen anything like it before. In addition to hundreds of billions of dollars was paid to Iran. If I did not terminate that deal, nuclear weapons would have been used on Israel and all over the Middle East, including our cherished U.S. military bases. The fake news, like lightweight Washington Post journalist David Ignatius, loves to talk about the JCPOA, knowing that it was dangerous and a complete embarrassment to our country. If a deal happens under Trump, it will guarantee peace, security, safety, not only for Israel and the Middle East, but for Europe, America, and elsewhere. It will be something that the entire world will be proud of instead of years of embarrassment and humiliation that we have been forced to suffer due to incompetent and cowardly leadership President Donald J. Trump. Again, another funny part about this is that Donald Trump, as a part of the current ceasefire negotiations that he begged Iran to conduct with the American admin, is releasing $20 million, not $1.7 billion of green cash, but $20 billion. Okay? 20. Joe Biden unfroze $6 billion. Barack Obama unfroze $1.7 billion. Donald Trump is slated to unfreeze $20 billion. Okay? Now, some of that is the Brandon inflation, okay? Joe Brandon, he did inflation. So it's really funny that Trump is trying to volunteer this information as though it was bad. And I'm sure a lot of his moronic fan base will eat this shit up. But I wish more Democrats would communicate that this was a far better alternative. Diplomacy was always a far better alternative to dealing with Iran than whatever we're doing currently. Gregory Bruce says, but if you want to see some clarity as to why the U.S. gave Iran $1.7 billion in 2016 as a part of the JCPOA, here's a good explainer. The money was a part of the pre-revolution agreement that was still lingering in arbitration. The reason it was such a large sum was the accumulated interest. So he then follows this up with a second effort post. And when our boy is writing these effort posts, know that he is suffering. Okay? Constantly chirping about Iran now. He is constantly chirping about how Israel doesn't own me. I'm not dominated by Israel. Don't say that. Don't say that Benjamin Netanyahu dominates me. Don't you say it. I am not blackmailed. Oh my God. How many posts has he had? It's unbelievable. Trump compares the war in Iran to World War II and calls Democrats traitors. We won't let the weak and pathetic Democrats traitors all belittle the accomplishments of our military and the Trump administration. Oh, he's doing the thing where he's like, oh, you're not yelling at me. You're yelling at our beautiful military. You must hate America. It doesn't really work when you're Trump, though. Okay. At this point, Trump saying, you're not yelling at me. You're yelling at our beautiful military. Oh, I bet you wouldn't say that to my troops' face, is kind of like if Trump came out and was like, oh, you're not yelling at me. You're yelling at the Pope, actually. You're not yelling at me. You're yelling at all good Catholics at this point. I was simply highlighting the beauties of Catholicism. Like, everybody knows that you're a madman. Well, not everybody. 70% of the country knows you're a madman, okay? 30% think everything that you're saying is great and awesome, and they believe it, even if you contradict yourself in the same sentence, as he does with regular frequency. Trump says the Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are in with respect to Iran. Despite World War I lasting 4 years, 3 months, and 14 days, World War II lasting 6 years and 1 day, the Korean War lasting 3 years and 1 month and 2 days, the Vietnam War lasting 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days, and Iraq lasting 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days, they like to say that I promised 6 weeks to defeat Iran. And actually, from the military standpoint, it was far faster than that. But I'm not going to let them rush the United States into making a deal that is not as good as it could have been. I read the fake news saying that I'm under pressure to make a deal. This is not true. Oh my God, this is so true. At this point, when Donald Trump claims something is not true, just know that it's definitely true. He is crashing the right now. It is very funny. I am under no pressure whatsoever, although it will all happen relatively quickly. Time is not my adversary. Again, objectively false. In the game of attrition, Iran, every day that passes by that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed is a day that Iran gains more leverage and America loses more leverage, which is why the double blockade was very stupid. The double blockade was unbelievably stupid for this reason, because the whole point of the blockade is that it benefits Iran and it harms the interests of capital and therefore harms America standing around the world. The only thing that matters is that we finally, after 47 years, straighten out the mess that other presidents let happen because they didn't have the courage or foresight to do what had to be done with respect to Iran. We're in it, and it will be done right, and we won't let the weak and pathetic Democrats, traitors all, who for years have been talking about the dangers of Iran and that something has to be done, but now, since I'm the one doing it, belittle the accomplishments of our military and the Trump administration. He does kind of have a point there. Democrats have, foolishly, being the Israel first party that they are, just like the Republicans, have for years said that Iran presents a constant danger, a constant threat. If Democrats were saying the truth throughout that process, right now they would have a stronger position. They still have a fairly strong position. They're not even leaning into it because they're assholes, but, you know, that's besides the point. This is being perfectly executed on a scale of Venezuela, just a bigger, more complex operation. He's going to hold on to the Venezuela operation till the day he dies, man. He's like, this is just like Venezuela. All the haters and losers saying this is not like Venezuela. This is just like it, okay? Except for the fact that it is exactly the opposite. It has not been an easy in and out mission, and that we didn't do regime change almost overnight. That did not happen. And also the international energy markets are collapsing, even though I try to hold it together by lying every day. I did Venezuela. Remember Venezuela? It was so good. In my first term, I built the greatest military our country's ever seen, including adding Space Force. In my second term, I am properly and judiciously using our military to solve problems left to us by others of far less understanding or competence. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump. Axios reports he's over it. Axios reports he's over it. Trump wants it done. He doesn't like Iran holding control over the Strait, over the Middle East. He doesn't want to fight anymore, but he will if he feels he has to, an administration official tells Axios. Well, why did you begin it if you weren't capable of finishing it? You know, I'm bored now. It's lame. It's woke and gay. I don't care about Iran no more. Oh, wonderful stuff. There's even more, by the way. A third tweet has hit the timeline. This one hitting the Pentagon, I guess. Donald Trump says, I'm winning a war by a lot. Things are going very well. Our military has been amazing. And if you read the fake news, like the failing New York Times, the absolutely horrendous and disgusting Wall Street Journal, or the now almost defunct, fortunately, Washington Post, you would actually think we are losing the war. The enemy is confused because they get these same media reports, and yet they realize their Navy has been completely wiped out. Their Air Force is gone onto darker runways. They have no anti-missile or anti-airplane equipment. Their former leaders are mostly gone, in parentheses. This has been, in addition to everything else, regime change. And perhaps most important of all, the blockade, which we will not take off until there is a deal, is absolutely destroying Iran. They are losing $500 million a day, an unsustainable number even in the short run. The anti-America fake news media is rooting for Iran to win, but it's not going to happen because I'm in charge. Just like these unpatriotic people used every ounce of their limited strength to fight me in the election, they continue to do so with Iran. The result will be the same. It already is. President Donald J. Trump. Wait, he has another one? The Iranian leadership has forced hundreds of ships towards the United States, mostly Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, to get their oil. Thank you very much, President Donald J. Trump. Even just our burn rate as opposed to Iran, if we're taking what he's saying seriously, and like Iran is losing 500 million a day, we're losing 2 billion a day. And that's just like our military expenditure. Okay? So no, I think meat for meat, you know, they're doing a lot better. They're going band for band. Yeah. I like that Donald Trump's last couple of posts has just been, don't tell anyone in the news. Do not put it in the newspaper that I am mad. Oh, meanwhile, the U.S. has suspended all funding and security coordination with Iraq's government and suspended dollar shipments to Iraq's central banking system, Al-Haddad. Our evil never goes away. We're also making Iraq, we're punishing the Iraqi population for the successful militia movement in Iraq that has actively purged the national boundaries of U.S. troops. So we're using whatever kind of leverage we have over Iraq. Ro Khanna said the thing that I've been saying, thank God. Barack Obama did his homework. He engaged in statesmanship that left America safer and built a coalition to prevent Iran from having enriched uranium. All Trump did is listen to Netanyahu. That's his entire foreign policy. And that is why Donald Trump posted this tantrum this morning, claiming Israel has no control over his decision-making because he was watching Maria Bartiromo. And he was watching our boy, Ro Khanna, go on Maria Bartiromo and say the truth. Because, like, if you are invested in ensuring that Iran never has, enriched uranium that's capable of building a nuclear weapon, then Barack Obama did it. I have many criticisms of Barack Obama. Many criticisms of Barack Obama. However, this was one of the things that he did right. This and Cuba were the two major points of credit that I give Barack Obama all the time as it pertains to his foreign policy. Washington is a part of his fighting oligarchy tour. Senator Bernie Sanders is heading to Ohio, Minnesota, and Michigan for May 1st to May 3rd, where he will hold a series of rallies with U.S. Michigan, U.S. Senate candidate Dr. Abdullah Syed, Minnesota U.S. candidate Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, and U.S. candidate Brian Poindexter, a union iron worker running in Ohio's 7th congressional district. Hell yeah. That's going to be awesome. Oh my God, that's going to be so sick. Very excited about that. Anyway, let's get back to Morning Joe. I have other stuff going on in the same time frame with other candidates, so I don't know if I'll be able to go to any of those things. Maybe the Michigan one potentially. Who knows?
Welcome back. The Wall Street Journal is out with new reporting from behind the scenes at the White House entitled, "Despite his public bravado, President Trump is grappling with his own fears regarding Iran." According to the Journal, the operation to extract 2 airmen whose jet was shot down over Iran this month was followed by hours of the president screaming at aides, quote, "Images of the 1979 Iranian hostage crisis, one of the biggest international policy failures of a presidency in recent times, had been looming large in his mind." The paper reports the president is dealing with his own fear about ordering troops into harm's way. Trump has resisted sending American soldiers to take Karg Island, for example, the launch point for 90% of Iran's oil export.
This story is incredible, by the way. That's why he was saying the Wall Street Journal is incredibly corrupt, is the worst newspaper, all the shit. Because this Wall Street Journal piece is unbelievable. I mean, I guess it's super believable if you are paying close attention to how Trump moves. But this kind of like insight into what's going on behind the curtain has been very revealing, and it's basically just complimentary information to the analysis that we've conducted here on the Hassan Abi broadcast. It's just, it's a spectacular, and you see a panicked Trump behind closed doors.
Sports. While he was told the mission.
Morning Joe is the best news program on cable TV. Okay, dude, calm the down. All right, it's probably one of the worst. We're not glazing Morning Joe here. We're glazing. We're glazing the Wall Street Journal, which is also crazy. But
and the territory's capture
just
would give
this
the U.S.
article.
access to the Strait. He worried there would be unacceptably high American casualties. Still, he has made risky pronouncements without input from his national security team, including his post about plans to destroy the Iranian civilization, saying seeming unstable could help spur the Iranians to negotiate. A president who thrives on drama is bringing an even more intense version of his unorthodox, maximalist approach to a new situation, fighting a war. He is veering between belligerent and conciliatory approaches and grappling behind the scenes with just how badly things could go wrong. Joining us now, the co-author of that piece, White House reporter for the Wall Street Journal, Annie Linsky. So, Annie, what else are you hearing about the president's feelings about this behind the scenes? It seems to match pretty well, or track pretty well, with the way Iran is responding, which anybody with a sense of how things go with Iran is not surprised about.
Yeah, Micah, my colleague Josh Josty and I set out to try to draw a portrait of the president at war. Donald Trump has had 2 presidencies, but he has never overseen a sustained military campaign like this. And while we, as Americans, have seen his very unique governing style in other aspects of his presidency, legislating executive orders and the like, we've never witnessed this type of sort of impulsive and his sort of desire to appear chaotic during wartime. So that was what we were trying to show and the reporting target that we had for this piece.
Annie,
this is Nixon madman theory. The problem with that, however, is when you match up against another madman, it kind of up your plans. Like, he is definitely demented, and it helps with the unique style of communication. Okay, you says fallen amen. So here's the problem: if you have an opponent that is far weaker, doesn't have any kind of like, not nuclear arms, but functionally the nuclear weapon of destroying 20% of the oil production and gas production of the entire world, or at least like stopping the transit of 20% of the entire world's energy supply, which is functionally the same as like being as disruptive as a nuke, right? When you have an enemy that has that capability and they are exercising their power, you kind of can't do the madman theory, right? Because the madman theory only works when you're posturing about like utilizing nuclear arms. But if your enemy is also saying like, yeah, we got nukes too, we'll use them. You, here's a tactical nuke. All of a sudden, that theory falls apart. Do you think this kind of coverage means they're ready to liquidate him? I don't think so.
Things I thought was really fascinating about your piece was how there seem to be 2 parallel tracks happening that are not necessarily communicating with each other all the time in the White House. So you've got, during the operation to try and rescue the airmen, you've got the security people keeping Donald Trump away from the situation because they thought he might make it more complicated. But then at the same time, you've also got the president on his own track launching truth.
The Nixonian madman theory was the way that Nixon communicated to appear more irrational, willing to use nukes if necessary, in an effort to erode the confidence of his adversaries. Like, oh, he's crazy, tricky dick. He's a crazy guy. He's a madman. He could deploy nukes if necessary, right? And that's pretty much what Trump is also trying to do. I mean, he is very Nixon in many ways, not just that. Paranoid, willing to erode all norms and all rules. But the problem here is there was never a situation where the opposition also had nukes and were entertaining the utilization of nukes. In this circumstance, Iran's nukes are not actual nuclear arms, but a nuke on global trade, which they have deployed. Political theory commonly associated with U.S. foreign policy, President Nixon and his administration, who tried to make the leaders of hostile communist bloc countries think Nixon was an irrational and volatile person so that they would avoid provoking the U.S. in fear of an unpredictable response. The premise of madman theory is that the appearance of irrationality makes otherwise non-credible threats seem credible. For instance, in an era of mutually assured destruction, threats by a rational leader to escalate to a dispute may seem suicidal and thus easily dismissible by adversaries. However, suicidal threats may seem credible if the leader is believed to be irrational. International relations scholars have been skeptical of madman theory as a strategy for success in coercive bargaining. Prominent madmen such as Nixon, Nikita Khrushchev, Saddam Hussein, Donald Trump, and Muammar Gaddafi failed to win coercive disputes. One difficulty is making others believe you are genuinely a madman. Another difficulty is the inability of a madman to assure others that they will not be punished if they yield to a particular demand. One study found that madman theory is frequently counterproductive, but that it can be effective under certain conditions. Another study found that there are both bargaining advantages and disadvantages to perceived madness. Also, this only works if you're America. That's the other thing. Like, you can't really behave in a rogue state manner if you are not America, because America wrote the rules of the fucking wrote the rules of the globe, right? But yes, of course, Donald Trump is also deploying this technique as well. The problem is, again, you can do this to you could have. I mean, you did this to Soviet bloc countries, right? You did this to Soviet bloc countries to a certain degree. But your capacity to escalate, and your capacity to behave in an irrational way is only as powerful as your opposition's willingness to abide by those norms. If your opposition, in this case Iran, has already shown their hand and has exercised tremendous leverage over you, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's why when Trump says, like, oh, we'll destroy the power plants in Iran, we'll destroy the bridges in Iran, that's a part of his, like, madman diplomacy in air quotes. But that doesn't stop Iran from controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If anything, that would force Iran to destroy the oil refineries in the region. The madman theory only works if the opposition is willing to both be a stable actor and is invested in offering concessions and doesn't have a serious upper hand. Iran has a serious upper hand. Iran has the leverage.
Socials about ending a civilization, for example, or praise be to Allah on Easter morning, without negotiation and clearing those posts and going through the posts with his national security team. So how much is it the president just launching things, and how much is it the national security team actually running the operation in the White House?
Yeah, those tweets, or I should say those Truth Social posts that took so many people off guard who woke up and read them about ending a civilization, saying, praise be to Allah on Easter Sunday of all days. Those were not tweets that he had even sort of chatted with his national security team about. They read them much the way we did after they were posted. The president did ask his staff about those tweets and said, how are they playing? What am I being criticized? And his staff said, yes, sir, you are. You're facing quite a bit of criticism for them. Some of his members of his national security team read them and weren't as alarmed by them as many others were. They said, look, they felt that he was communicating the way the Iranians do. The Iranians have for years said.
That is literally the opposite of how Iranians communicate. Unless he means, like, praise be to Allah, they say that. No, Iranians will always write deep prose. Like, they'll be like, they'll slap on like a poetry from like the 13th century, and then they'll be like, this is a surah that we abide by. Like, the sword of Ali will fall upon those who disrupt the normal existence, whatever, right? Like, they don't. Trump is just insane. They are, yeah, they're much more romantic with their utilization of prose. They don't do this at all. You have to roll up on stream for socialism. What does that even mean? Roll up on stream for culture? Oh, you mean 420 blaze it? Okay.
Death to America, and believe perhaps this would get through to them in a way that the more restrained language that we're used to.
Oh, because they say Mark bar America, Mark bar Israel. That's what they're talking about. Oh, got it. Yeah, that's not the official communiques when they're doing diplomacy with the West. That's not what they're saying. That's just something that they chant over there. It would be the equivalent of saying like, oh, well, you know, Americans famously say bomb, bomb, bomb Iran, and they make a joke about it, except that was someone who was trying to be president who did sing that. And Donald Trump is literally currently saying that as a part of the official communiques of the state, whereas the Iranians aren't doing that.
From a president perhaps has not. But you're right, that wasn't something that was being workshopped within the White House. As to that there was a long call that was open when the two airmen were down behind enemy lines, and that is an instance where
this part is crazy. During the combat search and rescue operations, they just kept him out of the room. That's awesome. Okay, they were just like, please don't f up. We just, sir, Mr. President, we got this handled. Okay, don't worry about it. We got this shit handled, is locked and loaded. Just don't, here's McDonald's burgers. Here's some Lego videos to keep you occupied, sir.
the staff were updating the president frequently, but they didn't want him to be on that line. They were concerned that he was so impatient as he was watching those developments that they didn't have him doing the minute-to-minute call. But to be fair, to be sure, he was being updated regularly in that weekend when those airmen were down.
Jonathan, off of what Andy just said about the president doing this, to speak in a way the Iranians understood, I have heard from Arab leaders in the region, several over the past year, that they actually, I'm just reporting, they actually like the fact, as one told me after these posts, that the mullahs now have to deal with someone who is, quote, crazier than they are.
Dude. Again, these guys, you could say they are, they have a capability of enacting tremendous violence, both at the domestic level and certainly as a part of their foreign policy as a regional actor against countries that are aligned with the United States or aligned at the behest of U.S. and Israeli interests. But to say that these guys are like dangerous and irrational is just not true. It is continuing along with this fantasy. They have always been ready to negotiate with the West to a degree that was unsustainable, naive, and self-destructive. And this isn't new. This has been the case for 20 plus years now, 2 decades.
Their diplomats across the region have said he actually thinks like an Arab leader. He doesn't think like an American leader. Donald Trump thinks and talks like the sort of leaders that we grew up with.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's eating right now. Okay. Oh yeah. I am an Arab sheik, and I believe Trump is behaving just like us Arab sheiks, famous for having implemented successful acts of diplomacy, famously getting our wishes across all the time. If there's one thing if there's one thing you can point to about Arab diplomacy, it's that it's always been a resounding success.
And if that throws the Iranians off, you Americans may not understand this, but we're totally fine with it, which I found to be fascinating. Yes,
I don't believe this conversation took place. Okay. I don't believe this conversation took place. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Joe is making this up. Sorry. I'm just going to say it. I think Joe is making this up. What Arab leader is calling up Joe, Morning Joe, to be like, we actually love the way that Trump is behaving right now. We didn't want any of our oil and gas shipments to transit out of the Strait of Hormuz at all. We personally love that shit. And also, as you know, we're violent savages. Us Arab leaders, we're violent savages ourselves. So we're very stoked that Donald Trump is behaving like us, the violent savages that we are. Like, who is saying that? Especially when all of the reporting shows that while Saudi Arabia and the UAE were, well, not UAE, but Saudi Arabia was like maybe not fully on board, but kind of on board with like striking Iran and deteriorating their capabilities and like weakening Iran. They weren't on board with like fully destroying Iran because that would lead to a dangerous predicament and unbelievable instability in the region. Maybe the UAE was on board with it, but who cares about what they have to say? Even the United Arab Emirates now is saying, we have to get financial aid from the United States of America. Otherwise, we're done. Okay? The Emirates are no longer so united, sir. Iran has successfully killed the idea of Dubai, sir. And again, that is a language that Trump understands. When all of the financial deals that they put together, like these mega mergers that the GCC states are putting in tremendous amounts of money into to put together these mega mergers that the Trump family is also benefiting from. All of that is falling apart, all of it. So clearly, they're not super on board with everything that's going on.
You have a problem with it. I have a problem with all of it. That said, even this past week, I heard again, as I've been hearing for a year, he's the only American president that can strike fear in the hearts of Iranians.
Unbelievable cope.
Well, and I would say, and also in the hearts of everybody that lives in Washington and across America.
Yeah, no question there. White House aides, as Annie reported, anxious at the time. A lot of them since that post have said, well, it worked. Look, they got Iran to agree to the ceasefire. Like, these sets up the table for negotiations, like sort of defending it in retrospect. The madman theory, if you will, that you just outlined, Joe, that it's impossible to predict Trump, so therefore you have to fear the worst. And that's all this was, art of the deal, that stuff. We'll see. But Annie, the other thing that your story illustrates well is, though Trump this time, second term,
Jr., thank you for
far
the
more
10 gifted.
likely to authorize military force than in the first, but he's still hesitant to cross a threshold of deploying ground troops. He's still very...
Dude, only Morning Joe could take this Wall Street Journal article about like how scared and how panicked Trump is and how paranoid Trump is and how his handlers literally need to, how his handlers straight up need to ensure that he's not in the room when like serious military operations are being conducted, and turn it into, it's actually awesome and everyone is so scared. Everyone is so scared that the guy who is controlling the nuclear arms, the nuclear arsenal of the United States of America is out of his mind. And Arab leaders have told me, this is just like us, man. We love this. Keep posting that shit, sir. That's what they're saying, actually. Great. Oh, this is MS Now, by the way. This is supposed to be the liberal news network, by the way. This is supposed to be the most libbed up news network. Thank you, Morning Joe, for finding a way to take this Wall Street Journal article that offers insight to what's happening behind closed doors and turning that madness and chaos into something positive, seemingly, for Trump's art of the deal.
Very nervous about American lives lost in themselves would be...
I swear to God, every crime or lol, are you talking to me? Got to be a boss to beat the main boss? Are you calling Iran the main boss? Don't you realize that that's an admission of defeat? Every time a Trump supporter comes in here, they just like hit themselves and hurt themselves in confusion. Every time. It's very strange. Why are your haters always so stupid? I mean, because I'm anti-MAGA, I'm anti-fascist, and I think a lot of MAGA are just very dumb. And a lot of people who end up opposing me end up aligning with MAGA and therefore presenting themselves as very dumb.
Terrible, but also the political ramifications of that. So speak to us about that still, that hesitation, and what we could learn from it as we consider what could come next, because the fate of these negotiations is still very much in doubt. Trump may need to escalate further and actually to get this war to close if it can't be done on the negotiating table in Islamabad the next couple of days.
Yeah, I was really struck in talking to some of the people around the president and his advisors and some of his informal advisors, the extent to which he has brought up in conversations Jimmy Carter and how Jimmy Carter's experience in Iran, this exact regime that President Trump has been bombing, But how Jimmy Carter's experience in Iran has loomed large as he's been weighing what to do. And he has even spoken, the president has spoken publicly about this in a March event in Florida. He brought up Jimmy Carter as he was talking about he was ticking off Democratic failures in foreign policy, but he dwelled at length about Jimmy Carter, something that his friends have said and people who have spoken to him have said he has talked about privately as well. So his hesitance on putting troops on the ground is real. He's very concerned about how that would be. He has not been in a position before of sending troops in harm's way in this way. That is not to say he won't do it. And his advisors have been very clear with us that remains on the table. It's not something that they're going to take off. But he has said, troops going to Kyrgyz Island, would they be sitting ducks? Would they all be killed? And that is a very real fear that he has articulated.
And for good reason. And Annie, I couldn't help but notice the picture that accompanied your story, at least when I read it online, had so many parallels with the failed 1980 Operation Eagle Claw, the failed operation to rescue the Iranian hostages back in 1980. Obviously, that parallel haunts the president, doesn't it?
It really does. It's something that we have heard he talks about extensively. And this is a time in his life when he was coming of age. He paid close attention to the news, as we know. But he would be he is one of 7 presidents to be bedeviled by this national security threat that Iran has faced. And he has thought about how other presidents have attempted to handle it and failed. So it is on his mind.
All right, White House reporter for the Wall Street Journal, Annie Linsky, thank you very much for your reporting. The new reporting is available to read online right now.
If I had a fraction of the infinite grace afforded the rich pedophiles, I could move the world, bro. Yeah, no, the wealthier and more like they are, the stronger they get, the more empathy they get, and the more grace they get. This happens all the time with people that exhibit critical levels of Hassan derangement syndrome. That's such a strange way to view the world. Yeah, I saw this. Sources tell me the leftist influencers got out in time. This is literally a white supremacist Stu Peters. Trump. Next, we're going to go to war with Cuba. Watch what happens. I'm lost for words at this point, says white supremacist Stu Peters. Natalie Wynn, ContraPoints, quote retweets this guy, says, sources tell me the leftist influencers got out in time. Please, God. This information tracker says Korea, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Indonesia, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala, and now Cuba, yet another country yearning for liberal democracy, only to be destroyed by brutal Hassanism. Thank you, ContraPoints, for speaking out. We can't keep letting him destroy the countries. I don't know what the wrong with her. I don't know what happened. I genuinely don't know what happened. But it's so strange. It's so strange to behave like this. I guess, once a Islamophobic sex pestiny orbiter, always a Islamophobic sex pestiny orbiter. Yeah, sources tell me leftist influencers, she blocked me a long time ago, obviously, but Caroline says, Natalie, what's your problem? Yeah, I don't know if it's like the Clintonite brainworms, or if it's just like not taking criticism well. Dude, she equated you to a wife beater the other day as well. She's gone off the deep end. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with her. I hope she is, I hope she's doing all right. I wish her well. She has started what I like to call J.K. Rowling posting on the timeline. I don't want to be too mean, but like the vibe and the attitude of her posts remind me of the same kind of like hyper focus and brain rot, only demonstrated by the Harry Potter author herself. live long enough on the timeline and you turn into a villain. Yeah, I think I saw this one. The cope was heavy. Yeah. What did you do to help Cuba? I strongly advocated that we not elect a president who would invade them. By the way, I'm willing to bet, and I mean this sincerely, a lot of my naysayers at least do post enough, right? Or were active during the election cycle. I don't even think she was. Like, I have been more hands-on involved in the last election cycle and have never stopped being hands-on involved in the American political process a lot more significantly than a random bread tuber who delivers like 1 8-hour video every 3 months or 4 months if you're lucky and collects Patreon cash in the process. So I do find this a little strange when people are like, well, I voted. Yeah, okay, so did I. And not only that, but also I haven't stopped, because for me, politics doesn't end when, Democrats win or lose, right? It doesn't end for the people that we're talking about. You were visibly at the DNC trying to help push the campaign in the right direction. I know. I went back and looked, and she made a few posts about how Biden should drop out in July 2024, retweeted Harris accepting the nomination, and made one post about the anti-electoral left, then didn't mention the election from July to November 2024. She's lying here. It's very strange, dude. Also, there was a Democratic president in 2023 and in 2024, or in 2023 and 2024, yeah, that was responsible for Cuba being starved and being blockaded, that, caused tremendous harm. He also happened to be the vice president of Barack Obama, who actually did aid Cuba in a very meaningful way. So this doesn't even reach that same standard of like, oh, guess what? Democrats are far better to Cuba than Republicans. Like, Joseph Robinette Biden absolutely continued Trump's cruel policies against Cuba. But that's what I think is the real problem here. For a lot of these people, it's just basically like, I tweeted, and that's all. Like, politics ends and begins at, like, I tweeted a couple times for Kamala Harris, and I voted for Kamala Harris. What more do you want from me? You guys actually are far worse than me. You people who go out and protest when a Democrat's in charge, but you also go out and continue protesting when a Republican's in charge. Like, you people are actually far worse than me, a person who did objectively nothing, right? Nothing at all. That's usually what it is. And it's the same energy about, like, Cuba as well, because, like, she's being so ruthless and so silly about, like, people that went to Cuba and delivered humanitarian aid. It's like, well, that pales in comparison to what I did, which is nothing, right? Yeah. Oh, you care about other people and you actually did go out there? Well, then it's performative. You actually engaged in a performative act by actually going out there and trying to do something, which pales in comparison to my strategy, which is to do nothing at all. I think there is this real anger that a lot of people have towards those who are frustrated with the way that the current system is designed, that actually do want to make this change, because they don't want to make that change at all. They're, somewhat benefiting from the current system, or at least, like, even when the current system is unbelievably violent to trans people, for example, you can, like, withstand the worst damages, I guess, or you think you can just, like, keep your head down. I think you talked about this recently, may have been on the pod, Johns, the jealousy of actual activists from the Do Nothing Dems. ContraPoints' fall from grace has been fascinating. Someone who de-radicalized young men and moved them to the left, now absolutely mauling over someone who also de-radicalizes even more young men, all downstream from the lucrative Hillary glazing interview. Lemau, amazing. What is this? She never de-radicalized anybody. That was a self-proclaimed title. She's always just another smug millennial Reddit atheist who we all had to pretend to take seriously because of video essays, when you can name 10 people more knowledgeable and influential in the same area. I mean, I don't think so. I think she played a decent role in, like, teaching people about transphobia, shitting on Jordan Peterson, things like that. It's just, but that's all it was. Matt Lieb about Natalie. Damn, I hope Trump doesn't attempt a genocide in Cuba, because then you'd have to wait 2 years to say a single word about it. Oh my God. But yeah, it's I don't know. I sometimes I think it's like envy masquerading as like sincere political disagreements. Maybe a personal distaste also masquerading as political disagreements. But this happens all the time with people that exhibit critical levels of Hassan derangement syndrome, where they just look to world changing events and they immediately assume that I will be either in favor of it or against it. And if I'm against it, then I must be really devastated by it. So it's good that it happened, you know? And I see this with like neo-Nazis on the timeline all the time, you know? Like, well, there was that one who was talking about how like Zoran can't commit the fast and free buses until like next year or something. And they were like, oh, this is going to really piss off Hassan. And it had like 10,000 likes. I was like, damn, dude, I don't even live in New York, you know? That's such a strange way to view the world. But I don't expect this from, I don't know, people who are supposed to be center left in their politics. Very strange. It's the internet. When she logs on to Twitter, she sees a bunch of snarky comments in her replies, and that makes her big mad. So she gets in a defensive posture and thinks she has to fight the internet. Yeah. Anyway.
An acknowledgement that you can't get.
Oh my God. She's hitting every left note possible here. It's so funny. Incredible.
Mayor Mamdani, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me. Bro, I can't believe Meet the Press. Wait, wasn't Meet the Press last week on me? It was Meet the Press last week, right? What a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive.
It's a pleasure to be back. Well, it's wonderful to have you here to talk about.
Yeah, last week they had Ro Khanna on to be like, why do you like Hassan Piker? Or no, not last week, 2 weeks ago. They were like, why do you like Hassan Piker? Shouldn't we? 2 weeks later, they're like, Zoran Mamdani, you are the best politician in the country. It was everyone? Yeah, that's true. No, not different journalists. It was her. She was the one who was yelling at. Before we can move on, can you highlight how AOC take about defensive is better? I mean, I don't want to just stop giving money to Israel so they can buy defensive weapons. I want to do a embargo on Israel, and I don't want to stop at an embargo on Israel. I want to punish Israel. I want accountability for Israel's crimes. I want accountability for what Israel has caused America to do as well. Okay? That's what I want. Any politician that moves the conversation in that direction is good in my book.
Your first 100 days in office, we really appreciate.
Yeah, I doubt that she's going to be kind to Zohran because it's Meet the Press.
Appreciate the opportunity, and there is a lot to cover. So let's dive right in. Let's start big picture. You came into office. You made sweeping promises on the campaign trail. I'll name a few: freezing the rent, free and fast buses, universal child care. Here we are.
It's been 100 days in, and you've done what? 3 out of 5? Like, pretty good, I think. Why are you a piece? Why only 3 out of 5? Why not 5 out of 5? It's like a standard they will never hold a normal centrist Democrat to, by the way. Normal centrist Democrats come in with wide, comprehensive agendas, never achieving a single piece of that. But that's by design, because they know that centrist Democrats are not supposed to accomplish those agendas.
100 days in to your tenure as mayor, are you still confident you can deliver on all of your promises that you made to New Yorkers?
Yes, I am. And I'm confident of that because of what we've seen over this 100 days. On day 8, we announced a $1.2 billion agreement with Governor Kathy Hochul to put our city on the pathway to universal child care. We are not only providing free child care for every 3-year-old in the city, we're now doing it for 2-year-olds as well. And by the end of our first term, we will see every single 2-year-old receiving free child care across the 5 boroughs of New York City.
And we're going to talk about childcare and a number of your other policies. You're also facing a $5.4 billion budget shortfall. You are required by law to balance the budget. Are you confident you can accomplish all of the promises that you made in your first term, in one term?
So I've always said that we would accomplish all of these promises by the time that I'm done being the mayor, and I'm fully confident of doing exactly that. And as you said, we inherited the largest fiscal crisis that this city has seen since the Great Recession. Frankly, this dwarfs even that. When we first came into office, we were looking at $12 billion. And thanks to the work that we did, the savings, the allocations of our reserves, the commitment from the governor, we were able to bring that down to $5.4 billion. Now what we're seeing is the importance of not just finalizing the city budget process, but the state budget process. And we're actually just a day from the moment when the governor announced that we will be pursuing a pied-à-terre tax, which will be a tax on the properties of the wealthiest of the wealthy. And we're so excited to be working with her on exactly that, because it will raise $500 million for New York City, and it will do so on an annual basis.
And we are going to get to taxes momentarily, but do you think you can accomplish all of your promises to New Yorkers, or do you think you would need a second term in order to promise and achieve the sweeping promises you made?
I'm going to just knock on wood over here for the second term. But look, I've said time and again that when I was running for mayor, New Yorkers would come up to me. They would say one of three things typically. They were talking about freezing the rent, making buses fast and free, delivering universal childcare. In this first 100 days, we had 6 vacancies on the Rent Guidelines Board that determines whether or not that decision will be made. We filled all 6 of them. They're an independent board. They'll make their decision this summer. When it comes to universal childcare, we talked about the $1.2 billion. When it comes to making our buses fast and free, we're already delivering on the fast. We are speeding up buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers, putting back up to 6 minutes back into their lives each trip. And we're doing this because we currently have the slowest buses in the United States of America. And we're working with Albany to make those buses free. And we're confident by the time that we are done with our administration, we will have delivered on these 3 central promises.
So you got the fast part for the buses, the free part. What specifically do you think you will have accomplished by the end of this first year?
Wow. Remember what I said? Anytime they got a left candidate, they did this with Bernie too. They never ask questions to Joe Biden about how we're going to pay for unlimited war. But they always would be like, how are we going to pay for Medicare for all? How dare you suggest Medicare for all? Such a ridiculous dream. We're back at it again, folks. Mainstream media used to behave like this with Trump too. They would remember that they're capable of engaging in adversarial reporting. Now, of course, a little bit of adversarial reporting is good. But if you ask the same question over and over again, 3-4 times in a row, then you're not engaging in adversarial reporting. You're just being annoying. Like, he has, unlike many electeds, a fairly solid track record thus far in the first 100 days. Okay? I find it very strange that they are this critical of a guy who is successful and popular for good reason.
By the end of this first year, what we're going to see is us delivering these 2,000 free childcare for 2-year-olds across New York City. It's going to be 12,000 by the end of next year. Every single 2-year-old by the end of 4 years. When it comes to our buses, we will have sped up the process for buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers. What this means is 20% increases in speed across 45 priority corridors.
But buses won't be free by the end of your first.
We're working with Albany right now, and we're still confident that there is a part of this budget that could start that process of making buses free. We have 1 bus route free in New York City right now. We're excited at the prospect of building that out before we deliver it for every bus route.
And just to be very clear, to put a fine point on this, I don't hear you committing to being able to accomplish everything.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Just to put a finer point on this, you're a loser. Can you say, can you look at the camera right there and say, I, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, am a loser? Please, I really need this clip for my career. I need you to say this. Just to put a finer point on this, you suck, right? Like, you recognize that you suck, right? I know you've told me that you've actually achieved many of the objectives you set out to do in a way that is actually truly unique to most American politics. And the people love you for that reason. But can you just turn around to the camera and say you're evil? Can you please turn around to the camera and say you are evil and are going to do Islamic-style Sharia law? Just give me something, Zoran. It's crazy, man. What if she's just excited for the free buses? Yeah. That lady has not taken a bus in the last 20 years, okay?
With 1 term.
I've always been hopeful of getting 2 terms, but I've always said to New Yorkers that we would accomplish everything with however much time that we get.
Days ago, you announced that your first of 5 planned free government-run grocery stores will open next year in East Harlem. In response, grocery store magnate John Catsimatidis says he can't compete with city-run grocery stores selling food for free. If private grocers start closing because of your policy? Will you?
That's awesome. Hey, I know you want to engage in price adjustments for some of the poorest residents in this city and do your very best to offer competitive rates. Why do you want to kill every grocery store magnate with a gun that you stole from the NYPD? Why? How many grocery store magnates do you have to murder until your appetite for bloodlust is satiated? It's ridiculous. He's the mother mayor, man. He's the mayor. His job is to offer things to the people that voted for him. First, they were like, hey, some of the things you said you were going to do, you haven't been able to accomplish yet in the first 100 days. Now she's like, what if the things you accomplish are actually horrible for big business owners? Have you thought about that?
Your policy have been a failure, or do you simply see that as the cost of achieving your grocery store?
I like that this question also implies, once again, a hypothetical that was designed by a capital owner who's in a competitive market. That's not a question. You just decided to take for granted what the grocery store magnate is saying. Hey, this guy who might actually have diminishing profit rates, diminishing profit margins as a consequence of like your affordable grocery idea, is saying you want to kill him with a gun. Zohran Mamdani, why do you want to kill every billionaire and millionaire in the United States of America? Zohran Mamdani, why do you want to spit on the faces of every millionaire that has made this beautiful city the greatest city on the planet?
So I just want to correct you on one thing. These are not free groceries. These are cheaper groceries. We've always said that we would have one city-run grocery store in each borough, and they would provide cheaper groceries, and we're going to do that by guaranteeing it through a basket of essential items, the kinds of things that New Yorkers need from their grocery store, but they haven't been able to budget for. We're talking about bread and eggs, the staples that have been skyrocketing. Now, I know that, grocery prices have been increasing across the
Zohran Mamdani, have you ever thought about people being able to purchase eggs at a cheaper rate, causing them to get fatter? Why do you want Americans to be obese and die? Zohran Mamdani, the number one death for average Americans is heart disease. Don't you feel like allowing them to eat more eggs in their diet would cause them to accelerate the likelihood of them getting heart disease? Why do you want to kill Americans, Zohran Kwame Mamdani?
Country, but they've been increasing at an even higher rate in New York City. Our goal here is to deliver cheaper groceries to New Yorkers. That's what we want the outcome to be. John is someone that I've had the pleasure of getting to know, someone who's been a big part of New York City life, and I'm excited to be delivering this. And even as we may have some disagreements, to still looking to serve New Yorkers across the five boroughs.
If John Catsimatidis, though, closes some of his stores, will that be a failure?
Yeah, here's the response to this, by the way. First of all, can you guys believe how much Zohran wants to kill every single New Yorker? Have you noticed that behind that smile, as he narrows his gaze, he Islamically is actually salivating at the prospect of murdering white Christians? Have you guys noticed that? And of course, Jewish New Yorkers as well, obviously. Because I noticed that. I'm glad that other people are picking up on it too. Very dangerous guy, okay? Yeah, she keeps asking the same questions in different ways. Have you failed yet? When will you fail? How long until you fail? Will you fail within one term or two? When you fail, will you disappoint the people who supported you? Do you want to fail or do you want to fail harder? Imagine if they held other politicians this accountable. Ooh, someone's annoyed that they didn't get Mamdani to trip. All media channels are just there to fight for the billionaires. I have not seen this much media scrutiny on previous mayors in New York City. Amazing how she can ask the same question all different ways. No, what they failed to write here, which is, most of the questions, they nailed it. There's also one question, which was really awesome. If you succeed, don't you feel like others will fail? Because, she went, have you failed yet? When will you fail? How long until you fail? Will you fail in one term or two? Will you disappoint the people when you fail? And also, in a hypothetical where you do succeed, don't you think others will fail because of your success? And at what cost will your success come?
On your part, how would you see that?
I will leave John's business decisions to John, but what I will tell you is that we're talking about 5 grocery.
The answer to this is simple. John Catsimatidis, or whatever the his name is, literally said, if Zoran Kwame Mamdani, became mayor, he was going to close up shop anyway. Well, guess what he did after I became mayor? He came and we had a meeting, and we had a very cordial meeting. Okay? He's a part of New York. He's a part of the identity of the city, and I hope to keep him here. And it seems like he's excited to stay in the city as opposed to what he said prior. That's what happened. He literally went and did a meeting with Zoran Mamdani. He didn't actually close up shop like he claimed he would. And none of the ultra-Zionists who claimed that, like, once Zoran Mamdani would become mayor, that, like, every Jewish person, there would be a pogrom akin to, like, Eastern European-style pogroms. None of that happened, and nobody actually moved out of the city either. So it turns out everyone was lying and being hysterical. Why are we entertaining these hysterical psychos?
Stores in a city that has more than 1,000.
And just to be very clear, you're saying some of these items will be cheaper than the essentials, but not necessarily all.
We're talking about the basket of essentials. We're talking about the items that New Yorkers plan their lives around that right now they've been getting.
Some of your critics have said that not only have you associated yourself with a streamer that says America deserves heaven, but that you might actually be responsible for 9/11 too. Zoran Mamdani, can you stare at the camera and assure New Yorkers that are not experiencing a psychotic, racialized, hallucinogenic episode, that you will not be responsible for 9/11 too, and if 9/11 too happens, you will not celebrate it?
Getting priced out of. That's what we're going to deliver, and we're so excited because the first city-run store.
Mayor Mamdani, can you please resign? Yeah. Mayor Mamdani, resign, please. Mayor Mamdani, those who are going to resign right now, says what? If you say what right now, you'll resign. Come on, just say what? Say I'll resign. Mayor Mamdani, please sign this contract without reading it. Don't look at the contract. No, it doesn't say I'm resigning from my official duties. You just don't know. That's a...
that we announced. It's at La Marqueta in El Barrio in East Harlem, which is actually the same place that Fiorella LaGuardia opened a market for fruits and vegetables at lower cost to New Yorkers back in 1936. We're continuing that legacy by delivering on something that, frankly, is a non-negotiable. It's food.
Let's talk about how you're going to pay for all of this. You've worked with Governor...
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Never a question reserved for centrist Democrats when it comes to, or right-wingers, when it comes to waging wars. Obviously, he's the mayor, so the mayor equivalent would be never a question for how will you pay for the police force and the 8 submarines that they currently have in the New York Police Department. Always a question for feeding the poor. Just remember, the New York Police Department has submarines, okay? The New York Police Department also pays an unlimited amount of billions of dollars almost, not billions, but like tens of millions of dollars a year in liability claims because, you know, their officers are beating the out of people, right? The New York Police Department has bases in Tel Aviv. We have already talked about that too. This is never up. This is never a question. As a matter of fact, when someone says we are going to defund the police or we're going to limit the budget of the police, people go, why do you want people to be on the subway stations? Why do you want every American to be lit on fire by vagrants at every subway station? Do you want every American to die? You know, something to consider. These sorts of questions are never asked in the direction of... These sorts of questions are never asked about, limiting the budget of the New York Police Department. These sorts of questions are always asked when you want to feed the poor. You want to clothe the poor, feed the hungry, offer shelter, that sort of stuff.
Kathy Hochul to get some of the starting blocks in place for universal child care, for example, which you referenced. When can New Yorkers expect to see full universal child care? What's the timeline for that?
They will see full universal child care for 2-year-olds by the end of the first term, and then in the second term, we would pursue fulfilling that for 1-year-olds and those from 6 weeks and above. We've always said over the course of the campaign we would deliver it for New Yorkers from the ages of 6 weeks to 5 years. What we started in this first 100 days was fixing the system for 3-year-olds. We've delivered on that. We're rolling that out right now, and then starting to deliver it for the first time in history for 2-year-olds. And I just want to go back to, sometimes this feels like, you know, just checking off a box on a list that did we do something that we talked about. The importance of doing this is also because of what it means for New Yorkers. We're talking about $20,000 a year that a family won't have to shell out for childcare any longer because they know they can afford to raise their kid in the city they love.
And you still don't, you have agreement with Governor Hochul on that. You don't have an agreement with Governor Hochul on raising taxes on the wealthy yet. Will you be able to deliver on your promise of taxing the wealthy to help pay for your programs?
Absolutely. And I'm actually happy to tell you that that pied-à-terre tax, that is an agreement that we have to tax the wealthy. Because again, when we're talking about a pied-à-terre, this is a home that is owned here in New York City by someone who doesn't live in New York City. And we're talking about the valuation of which is the super rich, not just of this country, but across the world. I was just yesterday standing in front of 220 Central Park West, and there at the penthouse was a home that Ken Griffin had bought for $238 million.
Zohran Mamdani, don't you feel like you put crosshairs on a beloved taxpaying citizen of the United States of America and also New York City, Ken Griffin? Why do you want to kill him? Zohran Mamdani, why did you show his second vacant property in New York? Do you want him to die tomorrow, or do you want him to die yesterday? Objective news reporting here.
This is the kind of real estate activity that's happening in the city. Homes that are largely empty for much of the year, but it all occurs while New Yorkers are hurting in this same city. We're starting to actually bridge that gap, and I'm so excited to be working with the governor on it.
And yet, is the pied-à-terre tax an acknowledgement that you can't get a broader tax on the wealthy?
Oh my God. She's hitting every left note possible here. It's so funny. It's funny because Zohran will go to like left adjacent, left leaning independent media, and they'll glaze the out of him, right? And then he goes on Meet the Press, and Meet the Press is like, why have you not destroyed the commodity form yet? Why have you not seized the means of production? Aren't you a democratic socialist? There are still factories engaging in the process of exploitation, something you should not be in favor of. Why have you not seized control over the factory floors, Zohran Mamdani? Zohran Mamdani, why have you not achieved communism in New York City yet? Yeah, why does private property still exist in New York City? Aren't you a communist? It's just funny to see the like whenever you have like a leftist that is pragmatic, that has to like move within the confines of what is acceptable, what's permissible in modern American politics, these guys will turn around and do the same shit many do to me as well, right? Where it's just like either I'm getting hit with the hypocrisy beam, or I'm constantly getting yelled at for not doing a revolution now, like as though I find that to be achievable in this current moment. Yeah, there are no commissars in the street? Why not? You're just jealous that the press has double the standards you have? Yeah, exactly. They have not one set of standards, but two. It's true.
Which is what you promised and how you said you would pay for all of these programs.
I always said that I believed in the importance of taxing the rich. This is taxing the rich. And I said that the two ways that I thought were the most straightforward of doing so, a personal income tax, corporate tax, those were the two ways that I thought we could achieve it in the most straightforward manner. Part of that is a reflection of the fact that a pied-à-terre tax has been something that has long been fought for in the city, but hasn't been possible to get over the finish line. It's been really exciting to work with the governor to win something that many thought would never have a chance.
Why did you float raising property taxes, which typically fall heavily on the middle class as well?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Incredible.
So in New York City, as you said earlier, we have a legal obligation to balance the
turn
budget.
it off.
We have 3 moments where we come forward with the budget: preliminary budget, an executive budget, and then the adopted budget, the final one. In the preliminary budget on February 17th, we had to both tell New Yorkers about not just the level of our fiscal deficit, but what was still left to fill, $5.4 billion, as you said. Now, I can't put forward an accounting statement and just say $5.4 billion. We hope to find a way working with the state. That's the truth. But in terms of what you have to put in your budget, you have to use the tools the city has to fill it in the interim. And so in the interim, what we did was the only tools we had at our disposal: a property tax and rating of our reserves. But I made very clear on that day and every day since, it is a last resort, because what we want to pursue, what we will spend every day looking to pursue, is working with Albany, working with the governor, legislative leaders. And frankly, we're already seeing the fruits of that work. This pied-à-terre tax is one example of how we're reducing that deficit and not doing so on the backs of working class New Yorkers.
You're calling a property tax a last resort. Are you backing away from it? Have you all but abandoned your push for a property tax because there was backlash?
No, I'm just quoting myself from February 17th. The very day that I introduced our preliminary budget, I said then and there, I do not want to do this. And the truth of it is because it's a broken system.
I'm not gonna lie, it does give me a little bit of pleasure seeing that this is just not a thing that I have to deal with. It's like, if you're in a position of power, actually in a position of power, they treat you the same exact way. If you're even in any way, shape, or form to the left of like what is considered appropriate. Like the quoting yourself part of this conversation is what I guess every leftist, even if they're a political commentator or a mayor or a senator, hopefully, inshallah, will have to engage in all the time, which is like, I'm just telling you what I said back then, because you're leaving important context. You're leaving important context in this line of questioning. If this is happening to you on live TV, you'd be bludgeoning her like you verbally do with us. Well, yeah, because I don't have to play nice with members of the media, whereas he does.
It is a system far more regressive than what we want to do, which is progressive taxation.
So a property tax, increasing property taxes, is still on the table.
We are continuing to work with Albany to ensure that that is not the path that we go down. We're seeing in the pied-à-terre tax, we're already finding notes of encouragement that show us a different kind of path. This state budget, we hope, will be finalized by the end of this month. And then when we put forward our executive budget, we'll be able to update what tools the city has.
When you talk to New Yorkers, they say they feel like they're already overtaxed. What do you say to middle-class New Yorkers who are worried some of these taxes could wind up impacting them?
I tell them, unless they make more than $1 million a year or own some of the most profitable corporations in our city or have a second home that's worth more than $5 million, then these are not taxes that apply to them. And what I've sought to make this city the most expensive in the United States of America is one that's affordable for the people who have been priced out of it. And that's why I have fought for a vision that looks to ask those with the most to pay that little bit more so that everyone can live here.
And when I talked to you several months ago, I asked you about your push to increase income taxes. You expressed confidence you would ultimately be able to reach an agreement with Governor Hochul. Where does that stand? Do you have any confidence that she will see eye to eye with you at some point on increasing income taxes?
Well, I have to say that I am really glad at the relationship that the governor and I have developed. I wish it wasn't so unique, because relationships in the past between mayors and governors have not been this productive, frankly, for the city. And what we're seeing in that relationship is a commitment to this city. And when I spoke to you about the importance of personal income tax for $1 million or more, or corporate tax for the top tier of profitability, it was all grounded in the belief that we had to tax the wealthiest among us to deliver for everyone. This pied-à-terre tax, it is a clear illustration of that belief in action. We're so excited to be delivering.
The pied-à-terre tax, you view it as a step toward a broader tax. It sounds like you haven't abandoned your push for a broader tax on the wealthy.
I think the pied-à-terre tax is an incredible step. I think the final part of this budget process is to ensure that we're balancing the budget at zero. And that continues to be the work that we do with Albany, as well as right here in City Hall.
All right, let's talk about President Trump. When we last spoke after your first Oval Office meeting, one that surprised a lot of people in how cordial it was. How would you describe your relationship with President Trump right now?
I would say that it's honest, it's direct. and it's productive.
And are you still in regular contact with him? How often do you speak to the president?
I'll keep the cadence of that between the two of us. Much of that is based on the premise of privacy. But what I will say is that those conversations, no matter how they happen, they return back to one thing, one of the few things that we have in common, which is our love for New York City and how to deliver for this same city. He said it after the first meeting that we had in the Oval Office. He told the press that were there that the better this city does, the happier he feels. That's exactly how I feel about the city as well.
Understood. You're not going to give me the exact cadence, but is it fair to say you have had, to some extent, ongoing discussions since that first Oval Office meeting?
Yes, and we've seen a second meeting at the Oval Office, and much of this is a reflection of the fact that he's the president of the United States of America, I'm the mayor of New York City, and we know that so much of what this city needs is also dependent on a relationship with the federal administration. You know, we are sitting here in City Hall, and I've spoken often about my belief that Fiorello LaGuardia is the greatest mayor in our city's history. I shared that.
Yeah, will you commit to fighting the president in engaging him in fisticuffs the next time you meet physically right now on Meet the Press, all but ensuring that he reverses all the decisions that he's given that are beneficial to New Yorkers right now?
With the president as well, and I pointed at a portrait of FDR that he had shown me, and I said that so much of what LaGuardia was able to accomplish was because of a relationship with FDR, was because of the New Deal investments that we saw. And that's why in the second meeting that I had with the president, I put forward a proposal to build more housing in a single development that the city has seen since the early 70s. And it was something that he was interested in, and that's a big part of the conversation we're continuing to have.
You know, many Democratic mayors, governors, members of Congress have struggled to figure out how to navigate their relationship with President Trump. What do you think you have gotten right about that? What do you think that you're doing that's been effective so far?
Okay, you want to know the real answer to this? I don't know what kind of wishy-washy shit he's going to say because he's, you know, Mr. Media Darling. But the real answer is he's actually popular. That's number one. You have to be popular and well-liked. And number two, you have to be straightforward. Democrats always offer a conciliatory tone when they engage with the president, and the president respects strength. As a matter of fact, not only does he respect strength, but he also kind of sees like any kind of concession as a weakness. He reads concession as weakness, both with Iran, which has caused them to obviously make the wrong decisions, and also certainly in domestic politics as well.
I think, to be honest with you, I am lucky in that I have something that no one else does, which is that I'm from New York City. And New York City holds a very special place for him, as well as for me. We're both from this same city. And it means that our conversations are not just of the scale that is typical with the president, but also granular about even the things as specific as zoning law changes in Midtown Manhattan. And that, I think, speaks to the fact that Donald Trump is not just the president of this country, he's also someone who's been a New Yorker for his entire life.
He's the president of New York.
In this city doing well.
The other side of this is also because he is a cherished media darling. Donald Trump has always wanted the approval of like the New York liberal media elite. That was his main gripe for the longest time. And not only that, but like having the approval, seeming approval of someone like that is something that Donald Trump has always looked for. Yeah, I mean, these are the major reasons why Trump is treating Zoran differently than anybody else. And also, last but not least, he sees Zoran as an anti-establishment figure, taking out the establishment wing of his own party by force. So there's probably a sense of kinship there for Donald Trump, like a reminder of the striving, disruptive 2016 candidate that Trump once was as well.
Because you
his possibly best moments in American politics.
now had a number of conversations with President Trump. Do you trust President Trump?
I would say that those conversations are ones where we know they have to continue, and there have been times where I have raised things to the president. For example, in that last meeting, it was a meeting that we mostly spoke about this housing development. But over the course of the meeting, I did mention that just that morning that ICE had detained a Columbia University student. I mentioned to him that this was part of a larger trend that we had seen of 5 individuals being detained in or around Columbia University. I gave him a list of those 5. 30 minutes after the meeting, he called me and said he had now made the decision to release her. And so I think we see in those decisions the worth of a relationship that is both honest and direct and looking to be productive. And that honesty means acknowledging places of disagreement. When I was telling him that, I also told him, as I've said time and again, that I believe these ICE raids to be cruel, to be inhumane, and to do nothing to serve in the stated interest that it has, which is that of public safety.
Given that you have found some common ground with President Trump, would you say at this moment you trust him?
I would say that he is someone I will continue to speak with, and that I think, like with any politician, myself or himself or any other one, we should be judged by the actions that we have.
You and President Trump arguably both won on similar messages of affordability. New York City already had one of the highest energy rates in the country. Now, the war with Iran has triggered the worst oil disruption in U.S. history. Is there anything that you can or will do as mayor to help alleviate some of the high costs that New Yorkers are bearing right now due to the war in Iran?
We are looking to deliver relief to New Yorkers, frankly, even from before this war, because while this war has exacerbated a cost of living crisis, that is a crisis that existed from even before the time I was running for mayor. And it's reflected in the fact that we are the most expensive city in the United States of America. But I think your question also gets back to the fact that this is a war to not just be opposed on political grounds, on moral grounds, but even just on economic grounds. We are speaking about a federal administration that has spent upwards of $28 billion killing thousands of people all the way over in the Middle East at the same time as we're being told that this money cannot be found to invest in working class Americans across this country. And I wish
Zohran Mamdani, when will you commit to calling President Donald Trump to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz by offering long-standing concessions to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and the Islamic Republic of Iran? As a Shia 12er, this is well within your power. We all know you're practicing taqiyya right now as we speak. Why won't you get the president to commit to real long-standing cessation of hostilities with the Islamic Republic?
the words of Tupac from the 90s weren't still prescient, but they continue to be true for too many, which is that we always have money for war and not to feed the poor.
I know you're the mayor of New York, but there are diplomatic talks that President Trump says could be restarting. Do you support those diplomatic talks given the strong perspective that you have on Iran?
I support the end of this war, and anything that can deliver that I think is critically important. I support that not just as an American, but also as the mayor of this city, and I say that because at the core of any war is a dehumanization.
Okay, I was just joking, but it turns out she did low-key kind of ask that question. Like, that question is coming up. I was just kidding when I said it. Mr. Mamdani, do you approve of the new Ayatollah
that takes place? It is never confined to
Mr. Mamdani, what do you think about the reformist wing of the Islamic Republic? Mr. Mamdani, do you think that Galibaf could take over the role of Largiani as the pragmatic candidate, as the Speaker of the Parliament in Iran, that could potentially unite the IRGC hardliners and the moderate wing of the Islamic Republic, and therefore bringing about prosperity for the Islamic Republic for generations? Mr. Mamdani, why won't you commit to Galibaf becoming the next leader in a parliamentary structure in the Islamic Republic, moving away from the Ayatollah system, moving away from the supreme leader system that they currently have?
Battlefield. Recently, I read of a report of a hate crime that took place at a subway station. I called the young woman. She told me that she was a young Muslim woman and that right before her attacker threw her to the ground, the first thing that he said to her was, "I wonder how many Iranians we killed today." That's what these kinds of actions also breed. They breed a vision of the world where there there is division, where there is a debate as to who belongs. We're looking to lead a city where we understand that anyone who lives here belongs here. It's time to deliver for all of them.
Let's talk about ICE. You just referenced.
Yeah, no, Hamas condemnations will definitely come, chatter, who asked that question. Hamas condemnations will be demanded, and Hamas condemnations will roll through.
ICE. In the midst of the government shutdown, President Trump deployed ICE agents to airports across America, including right here in New York. In the wake of that, former Trump chief strategist Steve Bannon suggested that there could be a test run for sending ICE to polling places in the midterms. What will you do if ICE agents show up to polling places in the midterm elections?
I will do everything in my power to ensure that that is not the case. And I think it speaks to a vision of this country where democracy is something to be suppressed as opposed to something to be protected. And I think that what we are seeing time and time again is an attempt to utilize ICE for all of the other functions of government that Republicans are unable to fund because they don't want to ensure that these kinds of quality of services continue across our country.
And I know you're not going to get into specifics of your conversations with President Trump, but have you directly raised this issue with him? Have you said to President Trump that you don't want ICE agents here ahead of the midterms?
I've said to the president it has nothing to do with elections. I've said to him time and time again that ICE is a cruel and inhumane agency, and that here in New York City, we are focused on delivering public safety. I talk about affordability every single day. I know that affordability, it is premised on the delivery of public safety first and foremost. That's why, whether it's the president I'm talking to or anyone else for that matter, I speak about the fact that our approach to public safety in New York City, it's working. We've delivered the lowest recorded murders in New York City history, the joint lowest recorded shootings in New York City history. Staten Island has gone more than 180 days without a murder. Major crimes are down by more than 9%. We know what we need to do to deliver safety. We have the NYPD tasked with that responsibility. To think that ICE should be doing that, it speaks to a complete abdication, frankly, of the kind of politics that New Yorkers are looking for.
Let's talk about the Democratic Party and the future of the Democratic Party. Former Vice President Kamala Harris said just last week she is thinking about running for president again. Would you like to see former Vice President Kamala Harris run for president again?
I have to be honest, I haven't thought about the candidacies for president this time. My focus is 2026.
You're the only Democrat who hasn't thought about that.
And I'm proud to say that I am not and will never be running for president. And here in 2026, I want to be delivering for New Yorkers. And when it comes to the national level, I want to make sure that we win these midterms and actually have a vision that we're fighting for, not just one that we're fighting against.
Given that former Vice
Wow. You know what that means. He hates to see black women thrive. Bro just lied. Yo, he just lied. I mean, that's a non-response, which means he's racist. He is demonstrating misogynoir. He's demonstrating anti-Asian racism. He is sexist as hell.
President Kamala Harris was the nominee in 2024. Do you think she would be the strongest person to represent Democrats in 2028?
I know you're trying to get me to answer the previous question again.
Trying.
But I have to be honest with you. I think that New Yorkers are tired of politicians pontificating about other politicians. What they want to see are results.
Wow. You know what? Anti-Semitic too. How about that? Add that onto the pile. What a question, dude.
And that's why my focus has been more on pop.
Mayor Mamdani, why do you love doing misogynoir? Mayor Mamdani, why do you hate strong black women who also were cops?
Holes than on politics.
Let me ask you about some New York politicians.
Okay.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer notably did not endorse you in the general election. And now there's a big discussion about generational leadership in your party, as you know. Just 3 years ago, do you think that Senator Schumer should step aside as leader of Senate Democrats?
I have to be honest with you. This is another question that gets into the future, gets into 2028.
Well, this is a New Yorker, though. This is personal for you in some way.
Come on, dude. Okay, to be fair, this is like, you can just be like, yeah, he sucks. Nobody likes him. Even Amy Schumer probably wouldn't defend Chuck at this point. And they're related, okay?
In terms of your politics here.
And I'll tell you that,
like, the Kamala one's going to piss off people. So it's understandable that you skip that landmine. You don't step on it, right? But Chuck Schumer is a little bit of a freebie.
Right now, my focus is on working with everyone, and that includes Senator Schumer. It includes others as well. And it's not predicated on, did you endorse me in the election or not? Because everyone is a New Yorker who has the opportunity to deliver for this city. You know, recently I worked with Senator Schumer to deliver on a hub of relief for delivery workers right here across from City Hall.
Oh my God, he's defending Chuck Schumer. Oh my God, unbelievable, dude.
That's what it looks like to actually work with anyone and everyone. We're going to continue to do that.
Would you like to see Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez challenge Senator Schumer for his seat as a part of the generational change that's being discussed?
I will tell you this, that I have had the privilege of being represented by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, and it was an honor to have that be my experience. Now it's an honor to work with her as an incredible congresswoman, and I'm excited to see whatever it is that she decides to do next. I don't think she's made a decision as yet, but we're very proud of her here in New York City.
Do you have any thoughts about this debate over generational change? Is it time for a younger generation of politicians in the Democratic Party?
I think it's time for a party that reflects the urgency that we're seeing across this country in terms of a hunger, frankly, that is not as much tied just to age, but to vision. You know, we know very well what we oppose. What are we for? That is a question that I think we have to be able to answer. What are we fighting for? It was not just enough in this mayoral campaign to say that I wasn't like other mayoral candidates. We had to always answer the question of New Yorkers, what will we deliver for them? And I really think that that is at the heart of the question for our party. And I'll be honest with you, when you look back at the history books of our party, 100 years ago, we had a very clear vision of what we were fighting for. And it is sad that for too many Americans, when they want to look for ambition in the Democratic Party, they have to...
He might be refusing to say anything about Chuck Schumer because, like, then it opens up the faucet of questions that are like, what do you think about this politician? What do you think about Kirsten Gillibrand? What do you think about that politician, right? So he's just trying to probably stay consistent and stay on message. He wants to talk about how he's delivering 16 inches, okay? That's what it is. All holes filled.
To turn to a history book.
I want to ask you about some of the focus on you, your family, the First Lady. She got...
You, 34, eating chicken tendies that your mommy made you. Sag. Zoran, 34, being America's best mayor. Chad. Why you got to remind me, dude? It's true. It's true. I'm an unaccomplished chud ass loser. Okay. What major city am I responsible for? None. Nada. Zero. Are you married yet? Yeah. Unmarried, eating mommy's chicken tendies. Well, dad's chicken tendies. Oh my God. Is she about to ask, do you condemn your wife? Oh, wait, hold on.
Focus on you, your family, the First Lady. She got a lot of attention after she, and I know you've been asked about this, she liked posts. They appeared to celebrate Hamas attacks on Israel on October 7th. You've said she's her own private person. But I want to ask you, and I think some of your allies want to know from you, do you think it's wrong to celebrate those terror attacks on October 7th?
I want to make very clear. I think that October 7th was a horrific war crime. I think that Hamas is a terrorist organization. And I think that any violation of international law is something that should be opposed. And I believe that because I have a belief in universal politics.
So do you disagree with your wife? Will you condemn your wife, Zoran Mamdani? Zoran Kwame Mamdani, will you condemn your wife so that all of us New Yorkers can finally feel safe? You showed how to answer these questions, PSA.
Would result in mass civilian death of their own people. So my question is, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solid...
Holy it's got $500,000. Oh my Lord. I'm Chuck Schumer's staffer and I hide in the toilet to watch this. In order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. I think he really nailed the social interaction. Bro, this is why liberals lose their minds whenever I go on the Pod Johns. Because every liberal that watches my Pod Save America interactions, their takeaway is always like, oh my God, why does no one talk like this? Significant improvement over Cory Booker. Exactly the kind of conversation we need. I love how everyone feels they have to scold him before they can agree with everything he says. We love having a conversation about whose feelings are being hurt in the Western world when the conversation should be about who's dying in Gaza. Damn, I did have some bars in that convo, didn't I? Jesus Christ, who is a subscriber to the Pod John, says, thank you so much for doing this. Outcasting an ally is so incredibly stupid. Thanks for building a bridge.
Solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point. And they've done a genocide at this point as well. But like it started off with the Nakba and has only evolved as technology has gotten better to become more heinous. And Gaza is this hermetically sealed area that many people correctly point to as the world's largest open air prison.
Whether it applies to here.
Let's see how he said it. Hold on.
I think that October 7th was a horrific war crime. I think that Hamas is a terrorist organization. And I think that any violation of international law is something that should be opposed. And I believe that because I have a belief in universal politics, whether it applies to here in New York City or anywhere across the world. And I'll also be honest with you that
before October 7. So my perspective on this has always been that I think that Hamas's tactics, which I oppose at times, right, or it's like internal governance issues, are secondary to this conversation because it's like placing a lot of emphasis on the Nat Turner rebellion, or instead of talking about the much larger, much more consequential, much bigger harm that chattel slavery was to black people, to like sell black people. Love the at times. I mean, it's true. Like, and to them and treat them as though they weren't human. I think
when New Yorkers come up to me and they're asking me questions, most of these questions come back to, can I make my rent? Can I find a way to afford to live in the most expensive city in the United States of America? Can I afford groceries? That's really what our focus has been as an administration.
What do you say to New Yorkers who might want to hear from the First Lady herself on this?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Which New Yorkers? Which New Yorkers? Why are we abiding by the standards of people who are insane? Okay? Like, these are insane people. It is an insane demand. Okay? It's an insane demand to ask me to condemn my wife. That's number one. And number two, it's insane that there are still hangups on this issue. Move on. Move on. Like, what do you want me to do? Put my wife in front of Michael Rappaport so he can berate her? Like, what is this, is what he should say. It's just like an endless sequence of humiliation rituals, man. It's ridiculous. Any question about Hamas should immediately be redirected back to Israel. Okay? It's not October 8, 2023. And even then, there was a conversation to be had about 75 years of apartheid that led to the violence that we saw on October 7. Okay? It's April 19th, 2026, and Israel has not only done a genocide in Gaza, but is doing something similar by their own admission in Lebanon. They've taken more territory in Syria. They've goaded the American administration into waging war in Iran. Energy markets are collapsing. And you are still asking me about my wife's likes on Instagram on October 8th, 2023. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation. At a certain point, I will say, like, taking this much of a conciliatory tone on like these ridiculous lines of attack do end up giving legitimacy to these incredibly disingenuous, incredibly disingenuous and hysterical lines of attack. It's fucking bullshit.
I'll say to them that, the First Lady has shared her own reflections. I won't add my words to hers, but that I'm so proud that I get to call her my wife. She's an incredible woman and one of immense integrity.
I want to ask you about some of the Islamophobia that we have seen recently. You are the first Muslim mayor of New York City, and some Republicans in Congress have posted what are outwardly Islamophobic comments.
People don't realize that for multiple days after October 7th, the scale of violence was very unclear. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if it was clear, we're talking about like policing. Like, what are you talking about? You don't know why she liked a certain post. You don't know what she saw when she liked on an Instagram post that has like a carousel of different images, when the description is just talking about how like Israel's occupation is unbelievably deadly. It's so stupid. It's a stupid angle of attack. It's a really, really stupid angle of attack. It's so cynical. It's so disingenuous. You know, the only concession you should ever make is to the truth. Okay, to what you believe is the truth. That's the only concession you should ever make. When people ask me about October 7 and they talk about like war crimes that took place, or they talk about the violence that unfolded, there's no reason to lie and act like no violence took place, no civilians died. Okay, that did happen. But that should always be discussed in the larger framework of 75 years at the time of Israeli apartheid and Israeli occupation. And it should always be talked about with what the violence that unfolded after. Totally, totally ridiculous not to do that.
In the wake of the war with Iran, Congressman Randy Fine, for example, even saying,
thank God these people are not smart enough to, I don't know. I don't want to give him any advice, actually. I'm not going to even say, because there are so many ways to just cut through. If you wanted to actually like, chop up his arguments here and just like call him out for inherent hypocrisy, there are infinitely better ways of doing so. I'm not going to say anything, obviously, because that would be silly. So let's just move on.
We need more Islamophobia, not less. How are you reflecting on that rhetoric as a Muslim American serving as the mayor of America's biggest city?
I think it's disgusting. And I think it's a reflection of a kind of bigotry that, frankly, isn't just confined to a Republican Party. It's become endemic to political life across this country. And what makes it...
Cheating on his wife, now you want to talk about his standpoint? Yeah, I mean, it's ironic because she's talking about Islamophobia after demonstrating a version of that, ironically enough. Any kind of framework that tries to subtly or not so subtly imply that Zohran Mamdani is like a vicious anti-Semite is Islamophobic. Is Islamophobia through and through. Not only is he unbelievably conciliatory to a degree that does not make any sense whatsoever, okay? Zohran used to rail against progressives that engage in lip speak about Palestine.
And to the explicitly socialist movement was that it didn't carve out an exception for Palestine.
Yeah, in this 2020 combo, Mamdani says New York City mayoral candidates should be pressed about supporting BDS against Israel. There are ways in which to make what seems to be an international battle into a local one. His spokesperson says Zohran has been crystal clear from day one of his campaign that his focus is squarely on lowering the cost of living and working for the middle-class New Yorkers and delivering a safer city for everyone. Yeah. Anyway, let's not get lost in the sauce here.
Unique is not the fact of its bigotry. Many Americans of different faiths face bigotry. What makes it unique to me is the way in which it is treated as permissible, that it's acceptable, that it's just a fact of life, that it isn't something to be spoken up in opposition to. And I'm less concerned for myself. I'm more concerned.
You can't expect them to answer like you would. No, that's why I said the only concession that Zohran should ever make is to the truth. Okay? Making hardline concessions this late into the game and just leaving it at that without even like flipping the conversation back on Israel is at a certain point has to be seen as like unproductive. There's never been a moment where I've expected him to like, go out and be like, I love some shit. Okay. That's ridiculous. It's not going to happen.
Frankly, for so many Muslims who face these same kinds of attacks, but we don't know their names. They don't have the privilege of serving as the mayor of the city. And I'm concerned about them because
part of the reason why is because it's not going to go away. Because the demands are not coming from a sincere place. The questions are not coming from a sincere place. These are not constructive criticisms. These are cynical attacks that basically egg on the bullshit that he is somehow a secret fundamentalist, a radical Islamist, a person who hates Jews. And if they can't get him on it because he's like far too conciliatory, they go after his wife. Target-rich environment. They can go after, and they've been going after people in his orbit.
I'm concerned about anyone who calls the city home, and how do we ensure that they never feel that their belonging is in question? They never feel that because of who they are or where they come from, they don't deserve the same things as anyone else.
The suspects accused of throwing explosives outside your residence were arraigned this week and pleaded not guilty. As you sit here, Are you worried about your own personal safety?
I'm very thankful to have hardworking men and women of the NYPD who keep me safe and keep New Yorkers safe each and every day. I don't fear for my safety, and that is a testament to the work that they do. I will say that there are threats that I receive by virtue of being the mayor of the city, and they will never intimidate me from doing the job that I am so grateful to have, which is a job to serve New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
We are in an extraordinary moment where political violence is on the rise. How do you process that and not let it stand in the way of your work?
I think it is something that we have to be clear about, that no matter who this political violence seeks to target, it must be vehemently opposed. It doesn't matter what you think about that person's opinions or whether you agree with them. To allow political violence to become a part of public life, it is the way in which democracy starts to disintegrate as a place where we can engage with those with whom we disagree. And it is all too easy amidst all of this to try and hide yourself from the world, to try and live only inside of City Hall or in your armored vehicle. But we always know that to best understand New Yorkers, you have to live like New Yorkers. And that's why I'll take the train, I'll get on the bus, I'll ride a bike, I'll walk around, because if I'm only seeing one New Yorker in the reflection of my window, and that's myself, I'm not going to be able to fight for everyone who calls the city home.
And just finally, Mayor Mamdani, you are the first Democratic Socialist mayor of New York. Now that you have reached 100 days in office, how do you define what democratic socialism means in practice?
It is the belief that democracy should extend from the ballot box to the rest of our lives. It's the belief that we should be fighting for each and every person who calls the city home. And in a practical sense, it's the choice to not only deliver the first steps to universal childcare, but to do it while filling in 102,000 potholes, changing 6,700 catch basins, repaving more than 1,000 miles of roadway. Because what we know in our pothole politics and our sewer socialism is that the worth of an ideology can only be judged in its delivery. And that's what we're looking to do. We're looking to deliver.
Now that you've bumped up against the hard realities of a $5.4 billion budget shortfall and the other red tape that you have to go through, do you still believe in democratic socialism? Do you still think it can be effective?
I believe in it even more than I did the day before. And that's because of the fact that it is focused on the needs of working people. And working people need that focus, that fight from politicians more than ever.
Mayor Zoran Mamdani, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate your time.
God, that was insanely contentious, dude. What the That was unbelievably contentious. Yeah. Yeah. It kind of feels like we're going back to war. This is so insane. How do you deal with this? Like, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with a bully? Trump has also threatened to blow up the entire country. And is posturing as though he doesn't want any negotiations whatsoever. Now, what's interesting about this is that is the Israeli position. But what's also doubly interesting about that is that whenever Trump talks about blowing up Iran and like ending Iranian civilization, well, oftentimes that means he really wants to do a negotiation, right? That's just like the Trumpian method. The Trump method is saying the most unhinged thing possible and then behind closed doors try to come to the table with a negotiations process. I mean, that's literally what has happened every single time. The other Trump method, of course, is also to do negotiations and then engage in the act of perfidy. Iran's IRNA says Iran rejected taking part in the second round of the talks with the U.S. Iran stated that its absence from the second round of talks stems from what it's called Washington's excessive demands, unrealistic expectations, constant shifts in stance, repeated contradictions, and ongoing naval blockade, which it considers a breach of the ceasefire. This, again, stems from the fact that Donald Trump is inconsistent and also doesn't make any sense whatsoever, which is, I guess, a part of his method here. But it's frustrating when it's not just his statements that don't make any sense, but it's his actions that also don't make any sense. Statements alone would not sully this deal. What is actually harming the negotiations process is two things. One, Trump's willingness to obviously lean into whatever the Benjamin Netanyahu's demands are, which is obviously to destroy this deal and then destroy Iran, get America to invade Iran militarily, boost on the ground military warfare. But the other problem here is also Trump is still abiding by the ridiculous conditions that he's set forward and not scaling back on that, which includes the double block that they are trying to engage in. CENTCOM publishes video of them firing the guided missile destroyer USS Spruance 5-inch MK-45 gun into Tuska's engine room after it failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period.
Motor Vessel Toska, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
I like that they were acting like they were frustrated when Iran was doing this. They were like, "This is illegal. How dare Iran do stuff like this?" And now they're doing the exact same. Breaking: Iranian forces thwarted U.S. attempt to attack Iranian commercial ship. Iranian state-linked media says. We just watched the video. Yes. U.S. Navy fires on Iranian cargo ship in the Gulf of Oman. There are competing accounts, says Dropsite. The U.S. and Iran are offering conflicting accounts of an incident Sunday involving an Iranian vessel in the Gulf of Oman as the ceasefire teeters on the edge of collapse. President Trump said the USS Spruance intercepted the Iranian-flagged cargo ship Tuska, nearly 900 feet long, after it attempted to breach the U.S. naval blockade. He said the Iranian crew refused orders to stop, so that the Navy blew a hole in its engine room. U.S. Marines have taken custody of the vessel, Trump said, adding to the Tuska is under U.S. Treasury sanctions for prior illegal activity. Iran's Mehr news agency reported it differently. IRGC Navy Rapid Reaction Forces responded to U.S. forces opening fire on the Iranian commercial ship and said that American forces were forced to retreat and flee the area following the IRGC response. Iran did not name the commercial vessel. The incident, okay, this probably means that the American story is closer to the, is closer to the truth. The incident comes as 2-week ceasefire expires Tuesday, and a second round of talks remains unconfirmed. Iran has said it will not negotiate while the naval blockade remains in place. The U.S. has said the blockade will continue regardless. Yes, if America already has control over the boat, it's over. Then the Iranian side is not correct. But then again, they're just showing only video footage of us shooting at the vessel and not of us maintaining control over the vessel. So who knows? And maybe the Iranians are talking about a separate vessel. So we have here, we'll look at Trump, and then we'll look at what the actual principal negotiators and their maximalist demands look like. Israel.
And showcasing how it's turned a shipping lane into a marina. Iranian TV broadcasting tankers halted in the Straits of Hormuz as radio traffic emerges of an Indian tanker attacked yesterday by Iranian forces.
Sepa Navy, this is Motoring Afsan Marhedar. You gave me clearance to go. My name second on your list. You gave me clearance to go. You are fighting now. Let me turn back.
That action causing Trump to repeat his previous threat to Iran to bow to his peace demands. If they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. An old threat, of course, so far an empty one. It would also likely be a war crime of enormous proportions. A former Israeli military intelligence specialist on Iran says America doesn't begin to understand the country. Iran will not cave in and indeed is emerging ever stronger in all this.
They cope with the two strongest air forces in the world, and they managed to overcome. For them, it was winning but not losing. They still have the capacity to launch missiles and drones even today. They still hold the 440 kilos or 60% enriched uranium in Natanz and Isfahan. They still have the capacity to control the straits and actually control the artery of the international economy. So for them, yes, they suffered. They know they suffered. They're not stupid. But in terms strategically, they have the upper hand.
So, suits on for Vance, Witkoff and team. The US Vice President leading another delegation to Pakistan tomorrow for talks. But who with? Iran saying tonight they won't go whilst Trump is blockading their shipping.
Our policy is also step by step. Action. Commitment for commitment. They take one step, we take one step. It should not be the case that we fulfill our commitments while they do not.
Well, at least both sides are still communicating behind the scenes, leaving their bosses to do the posture and threat thing that both do so well. It all leaves Israel's Prime Minister looking friendless abroad, beleaguered at home. Tel Aviv last night and thousands out demanding a full inquiry into the Hamas invasion of October the 7th. Netanyahu, the clear target in all that. Up north today, anger at Israel's leaders of a different sort. The border town Kiryat Shimona in a shut-down protest at Netanyahu bowing to Trump's order to stop attacking Lebanon close by. And over that border, caught as ever in it all, Lebanese families slowly going home to the south. Very slowly, after Israel bombed bridges. And what will they find when they get home? A house or a pile of rubble?
Yes, the Iranians then announced in the last hour they're not going to those talks. Fed up, they say, and indicate with the mixed messaging they see coming from the White House and President Trump. Well, when you look at it, President Trump has tried violent and abusive language to persuade the Iranians the deal. Didn't work. He's tried to compliment them. Didn't work. He's tried to...
Here's about October 7th. Buddy, those people that are demanding an investigation to October 7 are some of the most consequential voters in Israel right now. They're not demanding an investigation into October 7 because they're like, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu didn't go hard enough. They're demanding an investigation into the, for example, the Hannibal doctrine that was implemented and what the security flaws look like. How much did the Benjamin Netanyahu cabinet know ahead of time before October 7 took place? And whether they allowed it to happen or not, okay? That's not a bad thing at all. That's a good thing. And there should be more demands. Some of you must literally see a good thing happening and just immediately cast it aside. It's good. It's good that they're demanding that. And also, the protesters are frustrated with the Netanyahu cabinet's actions in general. They're not demanding more militant action.
To threaten what certainly looked like an out-and-out genocide. It didn't work. He's tried today to threaten what certainly appears in the minds of many to constitute a war crime if it happened. It did not work. Then step back. This isn't really primarily about Iran, Straits of Hormuz, their search for a bomb. It's about the Palestinian question. And on that, we've seen the Israeli state with its American ally get involved in serious conflict in not one, not two, not three, but 4 regions. 5 if you include the West Bank. Why? To destroy Hamas. They've failed. To destroy Hezbollah, they failed. And to destroy the Iranian regime, they have failed. That regime in Tehran, yes, is violent and it is repressive. But tonight, with all that, you understand why they're perhaps thinking they've got quite a lot in the tank when it comes to...
We are back with the Fox News Alert. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Inks just speaking with President Trump and has the latest from Tel Aviv. Trey, what can you tell us and what did the president have to say?
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for about 20 minutes, and he told me if Iran...
Holy shit, Trey got 20 minutes with the president? That's crazy. That's actually wild, man. He normally gives like, what, 2 minutes max? This assessment is important to also look at from Trita Parsi. Okay. Trita Parsi, speaking to several people involved in all sides, I believe I've gotten to the bottom of the story about Pezeshkian's video message and how Trump blew up a golden opportunity to de-escalate the war. Here's what happened. Regional efforts at de-escalation in the war had convinced Iran to gradually adjust its regional retaliation conduct. In a first step, the Iranian president, as the head of the Interim Leadership Council, announced that attacks on neighboring countries would cease as long as their territories wouldn't be used to attack Iran. This is why Pezeshkian issued that video statement, although he went further in a statement, but that's another matter. This is from March 7th. Hold on. Where's the other video? 1 second. Or not video. I clicked on the wrong link. This is what I was going to look at. He quote retweeted, Trita quote retweeted his own tweet. Okay. Here, this is what I was looking at. To understand how Trump is undermining his own diplomacy by quickly declaring victory and trying to humiliate Iran whenever Tehran takes a de-escalatory step, It is instructive to remember what happened when Iran and the GCC had negotiated new guardrails for the war. So the reason why I was looking at the other post is because it shows how Trump sees any kind of de-escalation from the Iranian side. Trump looks at Iran behaving as a sane regional actor and listening to the demands being made by the GCC, for example, as a sign of weakness. Okay? This is his calculation. Oh, they're retreating on this stuff. That means they're retreating because they're afraid. They're not retreating because they are behaving like a sovereign regional actor, listening to the demands being made by their neighbors. Okay? But instead, as a nation in retreat, terrified of the prospect of the might of American weapons destroying its infrastructure. In short, Iran and the GCC were in the process of agreeing to a deal that would see the end of Iranian attacks on the GCC as long as their territory ceased being used for attacks on Iran. Tehran would first message taking steps in this direction, followed by GCC's reciprocity. But before the GCC got a chance to respond, Trump declared victory on Truth Social, insulted and humiliated Iran, and even issued further threats of complete destruction. On top of that, U.S. and Israel also attacked water desalination plant at Keshem Island. Needless to say, this sabotaged the sensitive de-escalation talks, and a promising opening was destroyed. Trump's need for the optics of victory trumps what should be a far more important goal, advancing U.S. interests by ending this war and reaching a longer-term deal with Tehran. It appears that this same phenomenon occurred in the past few days when the Iranians, in a very vague tweet, declared that the strait is open as a de-escalatory step. In their terminology, it has never been closed, though Tehran is only determining who can pass and who cannot while charging tolls. Trump failed to reciprocate and instead could not resist the temptation to declare victory and insult the Iranians. What was designed to become the beginning of a mutual off-ramp was instead turned by Trump into an escalatory ladder, resulting in additional threats by him this morning to knock out every single power plant, every single bridge in Iran. Trump's lack of discipline and focus and his infantile prioritization of optics over reality are becoming a significant obstacle to him achieving his own goals, exiting the war, and striking a strong deal with Tehran. This is not art of the deal. This is the art of self-sabotage, says Trita. The part that Trita is not mentioning, in my opinion, is that this suits the ultimate desires of Israel as well. Okay? That is the real issue here. Trump gets to behave in this inconsistent manner, and he gets to behave victory, and he gets to just be more belligerent and escalate, while simultaneously people in his orbit are actively reading the room and trying to de-escalate. Trump does this kind of thing because it suits Benjamin Netanyahu's goals. Decisions, David Klein says, decisions Israel made are quite clear, directly the reason why people around the world are paying more for food and for fuel, and everyone can see that, and everyone's mad about it. It's going to have lasting effects. He's talking to the deputy digital director of Bulwark Online, who is complaining about, the relationship between Israel and the Democrats and yada, 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 right? To which Matthew Petty responds, this future was clear as day to me by 2019 or 2020. The U.S. being physically incapable of saying no to Israeli ambitions meant that they were going to become everyone's problem at some point. And even the specific route, Iran war, was advertised quite loudly. The United States of America is openly saying Israel is bringing us into this, and we are waging this war for Israel, and we're continuing to destabilize for Israel as the rest of the world experiences inflationary shocks, experiences an energy crisis. What do you think this is going to do to American soft power and American influence around the globe? And what do you think this will do to the influence of Israel and the way that people perceive Israel around the world? That is a major problem that neither America nor Israel is invested in facing. Okay, this goes back to the same mentality. This goes back to the same frustrating reality that I have observed. 800 military bases turning into 800 separate military invasions. Okay, it's that simple. But let's take a look at what Trump's assessment is currently.
Does not sign this deal, the whole country is getting blown up. He went on to say that bridges and power plants will be targeted if Iran does not sign this agreement. The president telling me that U.S. Special Envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are heading to Islamabad, Pakistan for meetings on Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday, to try and get this agreement across the finish line. The president telling Fox News this is a very simple deal, but this is the last chance for the Iranians. The president very clear in our conversation that he is not making the same mistake that President Obama made, giving cash to the Iranians and allowing them to continue a nuclear program. The deal on the table is...
It's literally, I mean, I don't have an issue with unfreezing Iranian assets and sanctions relief. I think that's the just thing to do. That's the moral thing to do. But from Trump's perspective, this is a far, far more beneficial deal for the Iranian side than Barack Obama ever entertained. Larger amounts of dollars are being discussed to the tune of $20 billion, right? Which is a fraction of the $100 billion that we have frozen, but still a far larger percentage of the overall assets that were frozen by the United States of America than Barack Obama did, okay? So, and Joe Biden as well. Barack Obama was what, 1.7 billion, Joe Biden 6 billion. Trump is talking about $20 billion, you know. If you're going to call one cold, hard cash in ballots being shipped over to Iran, well, then this is a much larger chunk of that cold, hard, green cash being shipped over in pallets to Iran.
To reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that the Iranians do not have this highly enriched uranium that is buried deep underground after Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. And again, the president telling Fox News that the entire country will be blown up. Bridges and power plants will be targeted if the Iranians do not sign this agreement. This is a significant development because we are in this less than 72-hour window before the ceasefire between the United States and Iran expires. And the president has given the Iranians an opportunity for an off-ramp, an olive branch he is extending to the Iranian regime to avoid this region going back into war. And the president said the United States military is prepared. He said the U.S. has massive amounts of ammunition, even better munitions than they had in the opening days of Operation Epic Fury, to use against the Iranian regime, to target a variety of different positions across their country if they are not willing to make this good faith deal.
How?
And again, he tells Fox...
How is that possible? Did they rebuild the arsenal? With what, you know, with what resources? With what runway? We know how long it takes. This is just, again, cope.
News that his special envoys are headed to the Middle East, and they are going to try and get this deal across the finish line. But this is in the hands of the Iranians, if they are willing to make a good faith agreement. And if they are not, the president has indicated there will be significant strikes against the Iranian regime in response if this diplomatic effort does not succeed. Guys?
Trey, in your conversation with the president, it hasn't been talked much about lately, but there has been focus on Karg Island because of its strategic proximity to 90% of the crude oil goes through there. Did the president raise, I know he's talked to you about bridges and power plants, but what about the oil infrastructure?
It takes weeks to reload missile cruisers. I mean, we're not even talking about reloading the missile cruisers. We're talking about rebuilding the missile stockpile. That takes years at times, especially if we're talking about standoff munitions that take a long ass time to make. We're talking about, in certain instances, you know, with the current capabilities of U.S. procurement, 12 per year for like the THAADs, right? That is, you're not going to be able to make up for that that diminished stockpile in a matter of 1 week. It's just not going to happen.
Structure.
The president talked about the Strait of Hormuz and these violations of the ceasefire that were conducted by the Iranians yesterday. President Trump telling me about how...
Can you explain what unfrozen assets are? Sorry, I asked that already, but it was right as you got up. Yes. So Iran, like any other country, like an oil-rich country, sells oil and gas to other countries, right? Other countries that are under the control of U.S. empire. Countries like Korea, or even in certain instances like Qatar, and many other places, right? So what America does after that shipment is cleared, after the money is supposed to exchange hands, is America will tell those other countries like Korea or Taiwan or many other places to freeze those assets so that money never exchanges hands. That money is taken out of the bank accounts of South Korea, for example. And before that money makes its way to the Iranian bank accounts, it's frozen. America is currently sitting on, tens of billions, if not $100 billion worth of money that was supposed to be sent to Iranian bank accounts. Okay? So when the American government says we're unfreezing these assets, what they're basically saying is they're no longer stopping the transfer of these assets that they have currently frozen.
How they're using these small vessels to fire on ships in the Strait of Hormuz, but they're just using small ammunition. And despite the fact that they're not doing much damage, it's an indication that they are violating the ceasefire. And then the question.
Yes, technically, the money is Iranian money. Okay, the money is supposed to be in the hands of the Iranian government. That's all this means. It's just that America has illegally exercised its awesome power around the globe as the hegemon to stop this transaction from being completed. So it's not in the hands of South Korea. It's not in the hands of Iran. The money has not exchanged hands. It's just America has stopped it from being delivered to Iran. America gets to do this because oil is traded on dollars, American dollars. Yes, all that takes place in this situation is oil has been extracted and shipped over to another country. Iran no longer has the oil. America now has frozen the money.
The question is, well, why are they not doing much damage? And that is because more than 150 Iranian vessels are currently at the bottom of the sea. During Operation Epic Fury, the United States hammered the Iranian Navy, and they had prepared for a possible confrontation with the United States, but not enough, because the U.S. was so successful in these strikes that much of the Navy vessels the Iranians had prepared were not able to be used. And that is the reason that they have to use these smaller vessels to threaten international shipping lanes. And again, this speaks to the success of Operation Epic Fury and just the inability of the Iranian regime to even respond and to violate the ceasefire in this manner. And so that is one of the key pillars of this broader agreement that President Trump is demanding the Iranian regime sign. They are going to keep open the Strait of Hormuz. They are going to release that highly enriched uranium that is buried deep underground in the aftermath of those U.S. strikes last summer. And they're going to stop threatening U.S. forces across the region, the president tells me, or the Iranians are going to pay a heavy price. And that price is going to come at their power plants, their bridges, and the remaining infrastructure belonging to the Iranian regime. The president said right now there is a divide between the hardliners and the more moderates within the Iranian political leadership that remains. Remember, in the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury, the United States and Israel took out the command structure of the Iranian regime. Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was taken out in an airstrike along with his top advisors. The Iranians were in disarray in these moments after Operation Epic Fury began because they...
Dude, Trey Yingst has become the biggest glazer of the Trump regime. Like, he is one of the most insane propagandists at this point. It is unbelievable how much he eats Trump's every time he talks. It's kind of crazy. Like, pretty much everything he said about the military successes we all know was a failure. There was no real military goal that was achieved. And it's kind of insane the way he talks about this stuff. I thought you said you liked him. I mean, he's an interesting guy. He has been one of the lone voices that has actually criticized Israel from Israel about its targeting and slaughter of Palestinian journalists. But I guess this is his job here, is to be a stenographer for Trump. The Hawks keep saying, we took out Iran's leadership. How could we be doing badly, as if nothing happened since day one of the war? It's just, you're not recognizing the events that have unfolded in the last 51 days and instead of the last 52 days. They keep saying over and over again, like, well, we killed Khamenei, we killed the leadership structure, and they were in a state of disarray, they were in a state of panic. It's like, okay, well, their Mosaic defense system was implemented instantly, and they haven't stopped pummeling both the GCC states and also Israel since that began. And they have control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Were hit even harder than anyone in the region believed they were going to be hit. And again, this speaks to the inability of the Iranians to not only defend their top leaders, but also defend their military structure. When we think about the threat Iran posed before Operation Epic Fury began, they were basically trying to get a nuclear weapon. They told negotiators they had enough highly enriched uranium for 11 nuclear bombs. And this was an indication to President Trump something had to be done to stop this regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon. But remember, you have this threat from the Iranians that also includes ballistic missiles and drones. And as part of Operation Epic...
Oh, Trey Inks was promoted the chief foreign correspondent. Maybe that's when he switched up his tune. I don't know. But this is not good reporting at all. This is just being a stenographer for Trump. You're not educating the Fox News viewership in any way, shape, or form. And he's also doubling down on the propaganda side where he's like, oh, Iran says they're weeks away from a nuclear weapon. They never said that. They've said the exact opposite. And they were unbelievably conciliatory to the demands that the American side was making, as not only the Iranian side has repeatedly conceded on those demands, especially as far as like developing a nuclear weapon, but the Omani Omani foreign minister came out on American television and literally said a day before America started its strikes through, once again, perfidy, that the Iranian side was totally willing to abide by the maximalist demands that the American side was making. So like every single thing that he's talking about is not only untrue, but also it directly contradicts observable reality. And it's also a rehashing of events that have already taken place from a totally ridiculous framework, a framework that just makes you believe that whatever Trump is saying is actually correct. Don't look at what's going on in the Strait. Don't look at what has taken place in Israel. Don't look at what's happened in the GCC states. And simply listen to Trump's words and Trump's framing.
Fury, President Trump ordered strikes against the production facilities of the Iranian regime, hammering their ballistic missile production centers and the drone center.
This is also contradicted by not only additional reporting, but contradicted by the fact that, you know, Iran kept pummeling Israel and GCC states as well. But also there's new New York Times reporting that shows that I believe Iran has approximately 60% of its entire missile silos that are left intact. These strikes did not actually harm their missile launchers in the way that the American and the Israeli side has been claiming. I believe it's 60 or 70% that they still have in their stockpile, and you know, even a larger percentage of their drones as well. Virtually everything he's saying is incorrect.
That were used to target U.S. forces and allies across the Middle East. And now President Trump tells me that bridges and power plants are back on the target list for the United States. And if Iran does...
By the way, they wouldn't be talking about missiles, and or they wouldn't be talking about bridges and power plants if they were able to successfully destroy the Iranian missile cities that are deep underground. That is an admission of defeat. That is perhaps the greatest. Kaya, watch out. That's crazy. She's like standing right underneath me. Oh, what are you doing, lady? If they were capable of actually treating Iran's strike capabilities, if they were capable of destroying Iran's missile cities, they wouldn't be talking about bridges and power plants. They wouldn't be talking about hitting civilian targets, right? That is also another admission that they have not been able to accomplish their military goals at all.
Not sign this agreement in Islamabad this coming week. The president will order strikes, he tells me, against power plants and bridges inside of Iran. This will be a major escalation. But the president told me, and he is expected, we also learned in that conversation, to release basically a letter today to the Iranians with this tough talk, letting them know what is at risk for their regime if they do not make a good faith agreement. The president told me this tough talk is the only thing the Iranians understand. They don't understand the traditional diplomacy and dialogue of the region. They understand.
That's so funny. Brother, I've never heard someone be so oppositional to reality. It is literally the exact opposite, man. We are behaving like belligerent actors here. That is crazy. Not only has Iran... Oh my God, Kaya. No. That's crazy, Kaya. That is crazy. She literally was like, oh yeah, you don't want me to stand right behind you so that you can accidentally drive over me with your chair. I'm going to get even closer. But in any case, getting back to what Trey was saying here, or it's just, whatever Trump is saying that Trey is just repeating verbatim. It's insane to make this argument. This entire war started through perfidy when Iran was willing to concede on the American framework on enriched uranium. So it's not only incorrect, but it's incorrect in the most basic ways. It's directly at odds with what we have seen so far in the last 52 days.
Stand firepower. The firepower that belongs to the United States military. And President Trump again told me they have massive amounts of ammunition prepared. If the Iranians are not willing to make that good faith agreement, they are going to hammer the regime, targeting those bridges, power plants, and what is left of the IRGC.
Like saying we are going to target the bridges and the power plants while simultaneously saying Iran doesn't understand like normal diplomatic process that everybody else understands is so funny, because that's not how you do diplomacy. That's not how you do diplomacy at all. It's not only an admission that America has totally failed on achieving any of their military objectives, which is to destroy these missile cities, destroy Iran's striking capabilities and the like, but it's also an admission that we, America, we are not the ones who are abiding by the normal negotiations process.
Military infrastructure. Guys,
Trey, you were on our show in an earlier hour before this phone call with the president, and you and I discussed this regime. You say that there's a faction, perhaps a more moderate versus a more radical wing of this regime. We don't know which one is in charge. Maybe you do. Maybe you can let us know. But if the more radical wing is in charge, per our discussion earlier, then that means they're crazy. And that means that this letter and this escalation may not have the results that we want, because they don't care. They're just like, fine, let it all go. This is existential. If, we're going to lose, so let's all just die and go to heaven, I guess, or hell. So did you discuss that with the president in terms of the mental state and the outcomes that the mullahs and the radical wing want?
Yes, and I can tell you, having talked to the president multiple times throughout this war and prior to this conflict, the president understands exactly who he's dealing with here. These are not traditional negotiators on the other side of the table. This is not a traditional regime. Even on our call today, President Trump brought up the protesters who were slaughtered in the streets of their country earlier this year. And the president multiple times said he would be there for them. And he targeted, actually, during Operation Epic Fury, many of the besieged force commanders and those responsible for the crackdown against Iranian demonstrators who were peacefully protesting in the streets of their country. But again, I think the fact the president continues to bring this up, he understands two things. He understands the Iranian population, more than 90 million people, and many of them are quietly supporting what President Trump is doing, pressuring a repressive regime that spent 47 years cracking down on their own people. But he also understands the negotiators, and he understands the break in who's actually calling the shots here. And it's a great question, because even the Iranians are not clear on who is calling the shots. And while you have this divide between the hardliners and the more moderates, even the Iranians can't agree on their own position. We heard Iran's foreign minister late last week saying the Strait of Hormuz is open, and then IRGC commanders saying it's closed, and then yesterday firing on these vessels trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And again, this speaks to the successful U.S. strikes against the regime and the command structure of the IRGC. But as it relates to who is at the negotiating table now, the takeaways that I had from this 20-minute call with President Trump were quite clear. It doesn't matter to President Trump who is calling the shots in Iran right now. What matters is that they signed this agreement. And the president said if they do not sign the agreement, he is going to target Iranian power plants and bridges. He is going to increase the strikes against the IRGC and go after the core that remains within Iran. Because he told me this is a very simple agreement. It can be done in 10 minutes. They know what is on the table. All they have to do is...
Yeah. It kind of feels like we're going back to war. I mean, this is, I mean, I guess the only thing you can expect here is that Trump is inconsistent, and his posture when he's on the phone or his posture when he's tweeting is entirely different than like what will end up taking shape on the battleground. But the key thing to remember is Trump is incredibly responsive to the markets. And the whole point of why America wanted Iran to come to the negotiations was because of the markets. Iran came to the negotiations table and the markets responded very positively to it. Trump likes that. It doesn't make any sense that they would just double down, triple down. I'm not exactly certain to, not exactly sure how this is going to be reflected on in a couple hours, Sunday after all. But Iran, Asina Tusi says, Iran closes Hormuz, Trump ignores it, then beseeches allies, then threatens and unleashes profanity-laced insults, then blockades it himself. Iran says it'll open after Lebanon ceasefire, only for Trump to double down on his blockade. Now it's closed again. Strategic incoherence. The whole point of this was to pry open the Strait of Hormuz because they can't do this militarily. Yeah, futures market in 20 minutes. So we'll see. 19 minutes. We'll see how Trump starts talking when that takes shape. But the situation is as follows. If the Strait of Hormuz is closed still, as it is currently, and the markets are not going to react positively to it, price of the barrels or oil futures are going to go up again. Barack Ravid says, here's the real beneficiaries of the deal. Here's the real principal negotiators. President Trump told me in a brief phone call that he is still optimistic about the upcoming round of negotiations with Iran and about the chance to reach the deal. But the Iranians believe that Trump's optimistic statements are a deception and a cover for a surprise American attack. I feel good about this. The concept of the deal is already closed. I think we have a very good chance to complete this, Trump told me in a brief conversation. The Iranians, on the other hand, are lowering expectations and even claiming there is no negotiation round with the U.S. this week. Iranian officials suspect that the U.S. might attack them even before the end of the ceasefire on Tuesday night. There are several signs indicating that the Iranian paranoia is justified. The sensitive security discussion that Trump convened in the White House Situation Room today, Sunday, the reinforcement of the U.S. military continues to pour into the Middle East, and the fact that so far it hasn't been announced when Vice President Vance is supposed to go to Pakistan. UAE to Trump administration, you started this war. If we run short of USDs as a result of it, either you will give us the USD swap lines, or we will be forced to start transacting oil and gas in CNY and other currencies. This is from the Wall Street Journal just now. Now, the UAE is the most pliant to Israeli demands. It's basically an extension of Israel, right? The United Arab Emirates. So if they're talking about Chinese yuan, okay, that's a fairly large threat, okay? This is the dynamic taking shape in the region that I was talking about from basically week 2 of Operation Epstein's Fury. The idea that, like, there's only so much punishment that these guys will abide by until they realize that maybe it's time for a different state that they will lean into for real stability. Yeah. Prominent Emirati commentator Abdul Khaled Abdullah says it's time to think about closing U.S. bases, calling them a burden. Remember all those journals briefed by Emirati officials last month to be like, Iran has really messed up this time. The Gulf states will never let go now. Yeah. Now, this is nothing but a leak, okay? This doesn't mean that they're actually going to follow through on this promise, right? Never underestimate the Emiratis' willingness to be servile to Western interests, okay? Trust me. If there's one thing you can bet the house on, it's that the Emiratis will still be loyal servants to the Western interests, specifically to Israel, no matter how hard they flip their phones. But this is a direct, direct line of attack against American interests in the region. And the reason why it's being communicated through Western press is because they're saying, look, enough is enough. If you're reading this coming from any Emirati whatsoever, any commentator whatsoever, that means that the UAE wants Americans to hear this, okay? They want Americans to hear this publicly. Islamabad and Tehran, differences in negotiation. There's a fundamental. Vali Nasser, Arakchi's tweet reflected an understanding in Tehran, likely based on what they heard from Pakistan, that if they took a positive step by opening the Strait of Hormuz, U.S. would reciprocate by lifting the blockade. But Trump kept the blockade in place and through his many tweets suggested that Iran was surrendering on the nuclear issue. This has only fed Iranian suspicions about Trump and that Islamabad, like Geneva, is a diplomatic ruse before another military attack. The door to diplomacy is not closed, but it has now become considerably more difficult. Deliberately or not, Trump has undermined diplomacy and raised the likelihood of more war. Right? There is a fundamental divergence of worldviews between Islamabad and Tehran that will eventually be the reason for a communication gap between the two. Islamabad believes that DC has to be fooled to get your way. Tehran believes DC has to be convinced by power of logic. Since 79, Tehran hasn't done much to fool DC, and since 79, all Islamabad has done is fool DC. These are two basically different approaches to foreign policy, and Islamabad thinks its way is the better way. Islamabad thinks its way is better because it has shown results again and again. The slow-moving, seemingly dumb Vogonic, I've never heard that word before, DC admin will always let itself be fooled by happily for short-term political gains, and Pakistan feeds them that. Can you really argue with this strategy? Yeah, I think the Iranian side is correct, and it doesn't really matter what Islamabad says. It doesn't really even matter what the moderates say. You want to know why? Because those who control the weapons are the ones who are making these decisions at the end of the day. And those who control the weapons are the hardliners. It's the IRGC. And their assessment is most likely the true assessment, the correct assessment, which is that America, until it withstands enough economic damage, enough economic punishment, enough of a military deterrence, America will not learn a valuable lesson here, a valuable lesson that Iran has to be reckoned with as a sovereign state, and that you have to have normal talks with Iran as you would any other country, as you would with another country that you respect. The only country that America respects, unfortunately for Iran, is the nation state of Israel. And the only way to change this dynamic, as I've said over and over again, is if there is sufficient pressure being applied to Washington, D.C. by allies, whether it be European allies, Asian allies, Latin American allies, if necessary, and also capital owners in general. They need to be making boss call after boss call. But the problem with capital owners and all of these other European allies is that, well, capital owners are, are much more independent and can make those conversations happen, can actually communicate their desires to the Trump administration, but they're probably being duped a little bit themselves by the fact that there is no more bombing, right? And as far as the European allies or the regional allies, whether it be the GCC or not, they are too afraid to say anything to America. They can't say anything to America whatsoever. So we just continue on the same trajectory that we've been on.
Sign the dotted line. And so far, they've been unwilling to do so. And that is why President Trump told me that on Tuesday, U.S. Special Envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are headed back to the Middle East to try and get this deal across the finish line. And remember what we are looking at here. Now we understand. After this conversation with President Trump, I can tell you very clearly, we are looking at option A or option B. Option A is that the Iranians come to the table on Tuesday and they sign a good faith agreement that never allows them to have a nuclear weapon, that makes sure they give up their enriched uranium, and ensures that they open the Strait of Hormuz. Option B is that their power plants and bridges are going to be destroyed by the U.S. military, the strongest military in the world. And so they have a decision to make. And the president was very clear just before we got off the call. He told me Iran has a decision to make. And the decision is either going to be an off-ramp that saves the lives of the leadership and the infrastructure of the country, or the alternative. And the president told me he is prepared for both options. And again, he is sending his negotiating team for one final.
This is so insane. Yeah, I mean, how do you deal with this? Like, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with a bully? How can you have a normal, sincere conversation with a bully that is choosing to extort you with threats of terrorism? It makes sense that the Iranian calculation here is just to say, then we go back. We go back to war. You have to punch back at that point, and with sufficient force that the bully retreats, and thinks twice before ever doing this again, not just to you, but to everybody else. It makes total sense for the IRGC guys to look at the situation and be like, see, we told you there is no negotiating with these guys. Proof deterrence has not been established. I mean, no. Here's the problem. Deterrence has been established. For any normal country, deterrence has been established. The problem is America's not a normal country. Ask the GCC if deterrence has been established. Ask the European allies that have a total of 6 weeks of jet fuel remaining if deterrence has been established. Their calculation is very different.
Effort to try and get this deal across the finish line, but the president was very clear. He told me if they do not sign this deal, the whole country is going to get blown up.
Trey, it's Lucas. Great reporting. Vice President Vance led the negotiations last weekend in Islamabad. He is not going on this trip to Islamabad. Why do you think that is?
It's a great point, and I do want to just read something to you right here. As we are talking, the president has now posted on Truth Social about exactly what he told me during that conversation. He says, in part, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. The president goes on to say, that wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan, confirming what he told me on the phone earlier. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. The president goes on to say in his post, they're helping us without knowing. And they are the ones that lose with the closed passage, $500 million a day. Now, it's a very long post on Truth Social, and we'll pull it up here. But the president later says, no more Mr. Nice Guy. They will come down fast. He's talking about the bridges and power plants. And again, that is what I gathered from my conversation with the president, that he is not playing games here. He is not bluffing. He is going to hammer the Iranian regime if they do not sign on the dotted line. The choice is theirs in the days ahead.
Can you respond to, I know the Truth Social came.
This is not the regime. When you openly admit that the strike targets are bridges, tunnels, and power plants, like you're like the administration is readily admitting that the goal is not to destroy the Iranian regime or their military or anything like that. It's just to do terrorism. I find it so odd that we don't even look at these kinds of statements with like any critical lens whatsoever. Like the president keeps repeatedly saying he's going to do acts of terror over and over again. And a pliant media class doesn't treat that as a threat to do war crimes, a threat to do terror, but instead as a simple negotiations tactic. I don't know where we go from here, you know? I don't know how you feel like you're the good guy in this situation.
Came out and we didn't get an answer to the question of why you think J.D. Vance is not included in this negotiation team.
The short answer is we understand that the vice president is still directly involved in these conversations and consultations. The president just yesterday at the White House held a situational assessment in the Situation Room, gathering top cabinet officials, whether it was the Joint Chiefs Chairman, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, the vice president, and others. And we understand that U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff was involved as well in that conversation. And so this is a full court press by the Trump administration. A variety of officials are involved at many different levels. The United States is preparing not just on the diplomatic front, but also on the military front. And as the president has made clear on Truth Social and in our call earlier today, he is prepared for a variety of outcomes. But we are looking at two outcomes here, either a diplomatic solution or military action.
Big decision. Trey Yingst, great reporting out of Tel Aviv. Thank you, Trey.
Sounds like, by the way, that the whole country should be praying right now.
Indeed.
The whole country needs to pray right now for peace, for them to come to the table and this to end.
He's the man, dude. Come on, how are you not value-tained? He's so funny. He's so unintentionally funny. He's not out-woking Tucker, but instead out-racisting Tucker. Like, this is right-wing infighting.
Here's Patrick Bet-David on his podcast a day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics,
have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this, I don't, listen, I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, oh, your Jesus is going to do, they'll say, well, he was a Jew anyways, right?
Yeah.
But then Catholics have that issue with Jews. And they act like, they're all innocent and everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have. Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide? It's like 1.213 billion. Jews are 15 million.
15 million.
But Jews are decentralized, meaning Jews don't have somebody they listen to that says, hey, you better do this. Catholics, God forbid you say something about the Pope. They're like, hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure in the Christian community? We don't have one. No. If I ask you right now who's the Pope in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at. Who is a witch pastor?
Yeah, exactly. No, they don't.
We don't have one.
It's an independent network.
It's just the Bible.
So if you look at only Catholics and Muslims have somebody that they look at as their supreme.
No, only Shias have that. And even Shias have disagreements on who it is. Sunni Muslims don't have a caliphate anymore, big dog.
Leader, like, you got to go to somebody. But even more, it's Catholic.
Well, there's only two theocracies in the world.
Catholicism?
Islam. I'm sorry, the Islam.
I bet he's not going to say Israel, right?
Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
And the Vatican.
Yeah.
Those are the two major theocracies.
So actually, the Vatican is very much like the Nazi Iranian government, the theocratic government, the mullahs. It's all basically the same. They've got the complicated dress. They hate the Jews, as Patrick Bet David just said. Catholics have a problem with the Jews. A problem with the Jews. It's slander. It's an attack on the world's largest and oldest Christian denomination, and it's taking place openly. And it's all coming from the same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque or genocidal of the Netanyahu government, those are the good people, and anyone who doesn't is a Nazi. And by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion.
So, Tucker, it's interesting. I watched this video a few times, and respectfully, I want to respond to you because you're a formidable voice. Whether I agree with you or not, you're somebody that's very good at getting your message out there. And I think at this point, if there's anybody that believes in your ability, it's a guy like this who, after I sold my company, offered you a $100 million contract. I even went on your friend Megyn Kelly's show when I announced it, and she was asking specific questions. I said, yep, we went to your house, we made the offer, then we spent some time together. I came to Maine, and we did your show, and we've had a couple good conversations together. So I believe in you. I think you're funny, quirky, very good communication, and you have your way of doing things. It's almost like you do twist words a lot, and I noticed you did.
Bro, why is there a smoke detector in this dark room that Patrick Bet David is talking in? A smoke machine, not a detector. What the hell is going on here? These guys have upgraded their beefs, I guess.
That with me, he hates Catholics. He hates this. Catholics hate the Jews and all this stuff that you did. It's a little bit of your shtick, which I get. But let me kind of get into a few things I want to address with you in this video. And maybe you're not aware of it. A few things you need to know about me. My number one priority is to make sure America stays as the greatest country in the world. Period. Full stop. I'm America first. I'm a Christian, non-denominational Christian that you need to know about me. And by the way, I'm Armenian, which, by the way, the first nation that accepted Christianity as their religion was Armenians. And the only ones that debate Armenians on them being first is Assyrians, and my dad is Assyrian. Maybe that's the reason why my parents divorced each other twice, married each other, and divorced each other. So Armenian, Assyrian, Christian, America first. I want this thing to be the greatest country in the world. I want capitalism to be common sense for everybody to realize that if a new person wants to come up and have their dreams become a reality, I want that to be out there. But I wonder if that's where you are today. You were always there for many years until what's happened with you the last couple of years. So let me kind of address a few things. So you said something a couple weeks ago. You said Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Huh. It's interesting. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. It's a pretty bold statement. I mean, it's like you're selling Sharia law more than you're selling America. You had a guest on a couple weeks ago. Your guest said, you know, that capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity. Christianity is socialism at its core. You almost agreed with them. And you're like, yes. And you almost agreed with them. So socialism, Christianity at its core, you almost sound like you're supporting maybe a Mamdani in New York or maybe an Ilhan Omar. Maybe those two will be in your podcast.
Yeah, famous supporters of Sharia law.
Yes, in the next few months, I don't know. I'm trying to see what you're solving for. See, this is kind of where I'm at with my life that most people don't know about, but let me kind of share it with you. For 7.5 years, I worked with Mormons. Guess what? I read everything I could on Mormons, and I realized it's not a denomination for me. I'm not interested. I watch all the videos you're not supposed to watch. Ask me how many bad experiences I had with Mormons. 0. They're phenomenal people. I work with Seventh-day Adventists, and I learned that on Saturdays, you know, there's Saturday, Sunday, all these different things. Very interesting. Guy named Juan Rivas, big community. Not for me, but guess what? I got along with them. Jews. I notice Jews, when I do business with them, it's very interesting. If you negotiate with them, they're going to be very, very making sure they get all the benefits on their side. But ask me how many times I've had issues with Jews. Never. Okay, if you ask me about Catholics, I built an insurance company with 60,000 insurance agents, 54% Hispanic. And what do you think most Hispanics are? Catholics. Never had one issue with a single Catholic in my life. And last but not least, Islam, Muslim. I lived with them for 11 years. When you say Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West, I lived with the IRGC and the Hezbollahs in Iran, where my mother and my sister were frightened to walk outside. That's this guy. I lived with them, okay? Not hypotheticals. And, you know, we are now both very wealthy. You come from a very wealthy family. I think you also may have married into a wealthy family. And you made a lot of money. You made a lot of money in your life, and your business is doing very well today. When you go to dinner, you're having dinner with people that are going to make sure you see the best side of everything you go to. When I went to Mumbai, they showed me the best part of Mumbai. I went to the slums because I wanted to see what it looked like. Whatever part of the world I go to, I get treated royally today. Why? Because they want to show me the best. But I lived in the worst when our family had...
He's the GOAT, dude. Everyone's always trying to show me the best stuff. I'm the man, dude. I mean, if that's the case, don't you think that like maybe Mormons did that too? And all the people that you work with did that too, not just people in Mumbai?
Nothing. Literally nothing is what we had when we lived in Iran. Regular places, we lived in the city of Tehran. But you know, as crazy as that is, do you know my chef that lives with us? When we go on the road, he's with us all the time. Do you know he's Muslim and he's Turkish and he's still a Muslim? And do you know what Turks did to Armenians and Assyrians? You ever heard of the Armenian genocide or the Assyrian genocide?
Damn.
You ever heard of that? 1.5.
He's like, I have a slave now. I have a Turkish slave in revenge for my ancestors. I bring him everywhere with me. I show him the world. I say, this could all be yours, but you can't have it. He went and got himself a janissary.
500,000, 300,000, 200,000. I love this guy. He's a great guy to us. He's very good to us because I isolate the relationship with that individual. And I still tell him how concerned I am with what Islam could do to America. I am still concerned of that, of what's happened in many different societies. Look,
he's monitoring the situation with Islam. He's keeping a close watch on this Islam situation, you know, because he's worried. He's concerned that it's going to take over America.
Look at, you know, what they're doing in Minnesota, many markets that we read about. Look at what's going on in New York right now. Look at what's going on in a couple places in Plano.
Wait, what? What's going on in New York? When these guys talk about New York, they make it seem like New York is now under the Islamic Caliphate or something. Like, what the?
On how they're growing. And so Charlie Kirk, whom you and I think both admire, Charlie Kirk once said, I think it was 2 days before he was killed. I think it was 1 day before he was killed. He said, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Let me read it to you one more time. Islam is the sword.
Bro, they are unironically reading hadiths. He said Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him, the great prophet, had a take on Islam. The prophet Charlie Kirk said, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Liberals also agree with these guys. Oh yeah, Noah Smith. I've sat here for years and watched Republicans embrace their worst extremists. I don't want to see the Democrats do the same. Obviously, Noah Smith is a disgusting monster, another major Islamophobe. I'm not happy about the growth of Islamo-leftism in America. We're following the UK down this path, and it's not good.
Left is using to slit the throat of America. Do you agree with Charlie? Because I do. I do. Because it's all like, hey, let's make it not a big deal. Let's be tolerant. Let's be tolerant Christians. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Let's just be tolerant. It's okay. Let's be tolerant. Let's accept all this stuff. Let's allow all this immigration that's going on in UK. It's not a big deal. They're not that bad. It's fine. They don't live the way you do. They just don't. They don't live by the values you and I live in America.
I love that he's not out-woking Tucker, but instead out-racisting Tucker. Like, this is right-wing infighting.
Because they don't. Now, if you I have a lot of friends that, like Andrew Tate chose to become a Muslim. If you've already converted, but you've not made the announcement publicly, listen, to each his own. You're making that decision as an adult. I support it. More power to you. But my priority is America first. My priority is to make sure we advance America in a way that young men are able to make enough money to get married and have 3+ kids, preferably 4, and be able to have their kids' dream become a reality, where if they want to go build a business and make billions, do it. If you want to make millions, do it. If you want to go in the middle.
Am I value tained? Always. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Wait, what do you mean? You want the kids? You want... Guess who's having a ton of kids, man? Muslims, Listen, I don't want kids to be... I don't want people to come to America and Islamically have 3+ kids. I want them to have kids Christian style.
Military, do it. If you want to go out there and, have a regular...
The best thing about Patrick Bet-David is that he's a brown man, Muslim. Wait, is he Muslim? No, he's not Muslim. Has an insanely Jewish last name and is Iranian, Armenian, Christian Shah enjoyer. Oh, you're saying he's a brown man as in he's Muslim coded for that reason. Yeah, it is. He is everything all at once. He's just the perfect guy to come out of South Beach, okay? He's insanely popular in the Muslim community. Oh, God. Yeah, I like that a guy that looks like this is talking to Tucker Carlson and saying Tucker Carlson is a secret Muslim.
Job, making $58,000 a year at whatever company, but you're happy about your job because you're a school teacher, go do it. That's what I want. And as a Christian man, non-denominational, Christ is king. I say that comfortably. My life changed the day I accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior, January 21st of 2004. I will say that to a Jew, to a Muslim, to a Catholic, to anybody. That's my faith. And every day I fall short. When we first moved to Florida for the first 30 days, every single night, I would walk and I would listen to this version of Amazing Grace because that's the only thing I relate to. Those words, you know the words. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. That, I want to read this.
He's the man, dude. That is what I listen to. Come on, how are you not value tained? He's so funny. He's so unintentionally funny. Oh my God, this banged 600,000 views in 19 hours. I like that he has to read it, by the way. He's like, oh, I internalized the message, except I want to read it now. This impacted my hugely. I do not know the words by heart. 51,000 likes.
This thing to you, that saved a wretch like me, like this guy, regular guy, a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Jesus Christ changed my life. And I'm a Christian man saying this, a business owner. Most people don't know what I do.
Most people don't know what I do. I'm a business owner. I didn't know that either.
Throughout the day, I run companies for a living. I'm not a media guy. We've grown this business from 9 employees to 165 employees. I'm in meetings from morning till night, and I love what I do because I live in the greatest country in the world. So, message back to you. I don't want to be enemies with you. Although if you want to be enemies, I'm okay with that as well. It doesn't bother me. But I don't want to be enemies with you because I actually want to believe deep down inside you love America. You love America. I want to believe deep down inside you're there. And whether you know this or not, you have a lot of influence right now. I do think one of the topics that's going to be an issue on the ballot.
Yeah, he's like a MLM schemer, by the way, which is probably unsurprising to zero people. MLM schemer, born again Christian, loves capitalism. That's his only real religion. I mean, think about how he talks about Christianity versus how he talks about the real Christianity, which is capitalism.
Ballot for 2028 will be.
Patrick Bet-David founded PHP Agency in 2009, a financial services company specializing in life insurance that operates using multi-level marketing model. Critics, including a 2019 The Daily Beast investigation and YouTuber CAVS, have likened it to a pyramid scheme, alleging heavy reliance on recruitment fees, $150 training fee, monthly fees, rather than just product sales. Do you think he has to do reshoots if there's not enough smoke behind him? No, he's one take Jake, dude. Come on.
Israel, control, AIPAC, all of that stuff. And I'd like to see how that, pans out and how it goes because I like debates. I watch these debates. I watch what takes place. I watch to see where the market is going to. So I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you're trying to get behind a Massey because I think he's a pretty capable, talented guy. I don't know if you want to run. I don't know what you're solving for. I don't know if you're like, well, I don't care if we win the midterms. I don't care. Let a Democrat win. Maybe sometimes America needs to go through the pruning process because I want to see destroy the GOP and start all over again. I don't know. Maybe that's the vision. If it is, more power to you. That's not my vision. My vision isn't that. And I have a sprinkle of libertarian in me because I want to be left alone and just kind of allow me to do that kind of stuff. So whenever I have the conversation and I listen to it, Dave, I agree with a lot of the stuff libertarian.
Yeah, he's like, I have a sprinkle of libertarianism in me, which is why I think we need to purge every Muslim from the boundaries of the state. Famously, a libertarian policy is too many Muslims in the country.
Libertarians also believe in, but I think there's an end to it because we've already started a country the way that we are. And so you and I both get accused of something. I want you to process this, and I want you to know I'm open to it. You get accused of, this guy, Tucker's taking money. Oh, Pat's a Zionist. He's taking money from Israel. Never been to Israel. AIPAC messaged me and told me, you want to come to Israel? I said, I have no interest in going to Israel for you to pay for me. I'm going to go one day with my pastor. We've never taken money from anybody. And I'm so confident with myself on what I've done because there's only one thing I fear in my life, and that's God. I don't fear anything more than I fear God. And trust me, I fear God a lot because this thing's like this.
Yeah, trust me, I fear God a lot.
If you ever wanted to have fun, and let's just say, put it out there on the line, and again, I'll put the onus on you if you're open to this or not. Let's go hire 3 accounting firms. You pick one, I pick one, and let's get a third party that we both agree on, maybe like a KPMG, PwC, and BKD, hypothetically. Some of the biggest firms you probably recognize. You have money. You've done well for yourself. Let's have them do audited financials on me, my wife, and you and your wife, and report back to see if I've ever gotten paid from Israel and report back to see if you've ever gotten paid from Qatar or Pakistan or any of these guys. All the businesses, all the LLCs, all the accounts, you know how this kind of works. They can kind of figure that out. And let's be honest with the audience. Let's be honest with the audience. If you're open to it, I'm available. We'll have to spend $500,000, something like that, because it's going to take a few weeks for them to do it. I am fully open to that idea if you are. And by the way, I know this may make you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to accept this offer. But I'm telling you, I'm comfortable if you want to do it. You don't have to do it because it's a little bit private. So I'm sure you're going to come out and say, how dare he want to look at my wife's bank accounts and all this other stuff? Because some people may say, well, they can.
Patrick Bet-David is crazy. He pre-banned you years ago. Yeah, Patrick Bet-David refused to have me on the show. Not exactly sure why, but... Are we team Patrick Bet-David or Tucker? Which of these heroes are we fighting for? I say let him fight. I'm just in it to see 2 legends of the game duking it out, doing what they do best, okay? I love both of these guys. As you know, I have great love for both of them. They're at the peak. They're at the peak of their game, okay? I obviously, I'm a fan of Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him. So, I think to myself, like, what would Charlie Kirk do in this circumstance, in this situation? What would Charlie Kirk do? He would carry the blame. And that's what I'm here to do. carry the goddamn flame.
Pay your wife and not through you, and I get that as well, and that's why I want to be a little bit transparent with you. I've tried many times to build a relationship with you. It's been challenging. But I do want you to know that as a Christian man myself, no matter how much you go to a place to not want to believe in somebody, I've been instructed by God to try to do my best to have some grace. And I believe in you. I believe in your abilities. But I believe in God and America more than I believe in any man in America, because I've seen many great empires fall. And for as long as I'm alive and I'm kicking, and if God wants to use me as a voice to elevate how amazing of a country we live in, how lucky we are to be here,
both of these individuals, Tucker Carlson and Patrick Bet-David, have refused to have me on their shows. So I'm an outsider. What prompted this video? Apparently Tucker Carlson said something about Patrick Bet-David. And that's what took place. That's how this happened.
I'm going to use my voice to elevate that message. I've been doing that since the time I went to dinner with a few different people in LA, and I was inspired, and I was finally taught about how amazing this great country is, that we escaped Iran after 11 years and went to Germany at a refugee camp. And I finally came here. I served the U.S. Army 101st Airborne Division, one of the most proudest days of my life when I went into the U.S. Army. So that offers back to you. Now, you have my cell phone number. If you want to call me, have a conversation, I'd love to. I'd love to. Your talent. I respect your ability on what you've done. But if you send your followers, and you got a lot of people that will do whatever you do, because you're the head guy at the top, and you know all the other people that follow whatever you say. So I trust all of them are going to probably attack me. I hope they don't, because I'd like to see that if the day Charlie passed, it was a heavy burden on me.
Dude, peace be upon him. Charlie Kirk, the prophet Charlie Kirk.
Because I have young boys that love Charlie. I've never seen my son get emotional for 30 minutes the day Charlie died, and I was at an event that I couldn't even get to my son that night. I think there's a lot of movements that need our help.
He's like, the day Charlie Kirk died, it was really hard for me personally, okay? Because I couldn't be there to emotionally support my son, my adult son, who was emotional for 30 minutes. Okay, do you know how long 30 minutes is when you're emotional? It's very long. After 30 minutes was over, though, he ain't no pussy. He was back. He was back to Sigma Grindset, okay? As soon as the 30 minutes were over, he looked at me and he said, "Dad, it's time to start a new business." What prompted this is because...
Just told us, can't be a Christian.
Tucker on the new religion of Trump's America and his mockery of Jesus Christ. 1.5 million views. Oh, my God. This is America B shit, I think. Or maybe it's America A. I just don't even know about it. That's crazy, though. 2 days, 1.5 million views. We have been focusing on monitoring the motherfucking situation like a bunch of dumb idiots, trying to make sense of what Trump is saying, trying to understand if the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open or not. Meanwhile, these guys are talking about shit that Americans actually care about.
It's amazing. But it's not just Lindsey Graham. This is everywhere today, in case you haven't seen it. Here's Patrick Bet-David on his podcast a day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics, have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this. I don't listen. I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?"
Yeah. Why you have no emotion on YouTube? Why do you think, man? Because I'm not some reactionary weirdo. It's so dope. We have another schism in 2026 somehow. Yeah. You mean the Patrick Bet-David Tucker Carlson schism, right? Not the anti-Catholic Church American Catholics, because that's the real schism.
But then Catholics have that issue with Jews, and they act like they're all innocent and everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have. Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide, it's like 1.213 billion. Jews are 15. Catholic, gosh, and
we already saw
look at even.
So
we already saw all this.
Largest and oldest Christian denomination, and is taking place openly. And it's all coming from the same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque or genocidal, of the Netanyahu government. Those are the good people, and anyone who doesn't is a Nazi. And by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion. That's what they're telling you out in the open. And the kind of casual dismissal, the mockery, the loathing of the oldest and largest Christian church, it's just remarkable. Now, again, Trump is someone who, has a lot of problems showing respect to other powerful figures. And it's not just Trump. Most men like Trump are that way. They get along well with women because they're not threatened by women. Woman's probably not trying to kill you and become king. They're kind of loyal. But other men, every other man to a certain male personality type is a potential threat. That's why kings kill their sons. Every man is a potential threat. And so Trump is not, on a gut level, instinctively respectful of anything or anybody. And that's one of the reasons he was a much-needed transformative political figure for so long in the United States, because he was willing to ask questions that most people in Washington had never even thought of out of deference to the existing system. Why do we have NATO? Is it really a good idea to offshore manufacturing? Is our immigration actually, our system helping the United States or hurting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? All famously the questions that Trump asked, but the way we were doing things were made possible. He was able to ask those things because he doesn't have reflective respect for anybody. Got it. And so when Trump mocks Jesus and the Pope and Christians and tweets out the F word on Easter morning, you're kind of like, well, this is awful, but it's also kind of consistent with the Trump we know. This is just Trump turned up to 11. But what's interesting is there are certain circumstances where Trump shows sincere reverence. There are the outlines of an actual religious faith here. And they're not what you would expect. So here, for example, is Donald Trump, the month before the last election, this is October 2024, visiting the grave of a man called Rabbi Schneerson, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who he's since passed away, the leader of a large Orthodox sect. He's Eastern European by birth, came with many of his followers to New York, to Brooklyn, and built a very successful, though relatively speaking, very small center of religious thought and political power, actually. He died some years ago. There's the now president standing there. It looks like maybe Ben Shapiro there, Howard Lutnick, wearing a kippah on his head. As you look at that, ask, is it possible?
Lamau, is this Trump is secretly Chabad? Yes. Trump is a Chabadnik. So is Zoran. And of course, how can I forget Vladimir Putin? I like that all of the leaders, all the centers of power are secretly Chabadnik. No, he's saying the argument he's trying to present. Well, he's not so subtly saying that Trump is secretly Jewish, but the argument on his face is him saying Trump has more reverence and respect for Jews than he does for his supposed own religion, Christianity, a religion that almost all of his supporters do believe in. He's trying to basically sever by force Trump's ties with his own base of support.
Able to imagine Donald Trump ever mocking Rabbi Schneerson, who, by the way, and this is kind of the point, is considered by some of his followers to be the Messiah. And to be completely clear, every American is allowed to decide for himself who the Messiah is, so that is not mockery of that belief. I don't personally believe it, but one of the reasons we've been able to live with people of different faiths in this country for 250 years is we don't mock other people's religious faith unless you're absolutely forced to, unless you're trying to make me attend your religious rituals or bow down before a God I don't consider God. Unless it comes to that, we kind of let each other have our own religious views. And that has worked. That's changing very, very fast, however. But ask yourself, can you imagine Donald Trump sending out a meme mocking Rebbe Schneerson? And of course, under no circumstances could you imagine that, because under no circumstances would that ever happen. Trump would not be allowed to do that, and Trump would never even consider doing it. But sending out multiple images mocking Jesus? No problem at all. So that gives you a more precise sense of what our civic religion actually is.
I just don't think that Tucker Carlson has motion amongst the people that he is seemingly trying to communicate to. Like, I don't think that there are, Trump supporters that are watching him and going like, oh my God, Tucker's right. Trump might be a sacred Jew. I don't. He absolutely does. Liberals love his takes. No, liberals like his takes. I think now Tucker Carlson is established an audience. He can still win back all the Republicans like that, because it doesn't take much for Republicans to lend their support to someone. But I do think that he has a larger audience of like Bangladeshi unks than he does like American evangelicals at this point, at least on his YouTube page. And maybe liberals and independents as well.
A civic religion, by the way, is not a conventional religion. A civic religion is a series of customs, some enshrined in law, not all, that a society, civilization, and its government observe. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's a God at the center of it. That's why it's a civic religion rather than a conventional religion. But our civic religion is, if you, again, takes 3 steps back and is to assess the country with the eyes of a visitor, a modern Tocqueville, you can see it really clearly. What are the events? Who are the people who we treat with reverence? What are you actually not allowed to make fun of? What is blasphemy in modern America? Those are the questions you ask if you are trying to understand what our operative religion is. What's the religion of our leaders? Again, it's not a conventional religion necessarily. It's not Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism or evangelical Christianity or Catholic Christianity. It's the actual religion, the real religion, the set of beliefs that we treat with reverence. Well, it just so happens there was a religious ceremony ongoing today in the United States Capitol, complete with very recognizable religious iconography, symbolism. You may not even have known this was happening, but it was happening today as part of an 8-day celebration of remembrance of the Holocaust, the period in the 1930s and 40s where the German government, the Nazi government, murdered, in addition to a lot of other people, a whole bunch of Jews. And that ended in part because the United States sent troops to Europe, millions of troops to Europe, to defeat the German government. And with the help of the Soviets, our allies at the time, we did that. And in the process of doing that, over 250,000 Americans, American men, were killed trying to stop the Nazi government from doing the evil things that it was doing. 250,000 more than American men died fighting the Nazis. But in today's ceremony in the Congress, there was no mention of them. There was instead this. Watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, a museum leadership.
Yeah, you say a whole bunch of Jews when you don't want to say 6. Okay. I think maybe I'm reading too much into it, but he has had like the Holocaust revisionists and stuff on his broadcast before. So it's not, I noticed that too. I did perk up a little bit.
Program has included more than 72,000 U.S. military members. Through examination of the Holocaust, they gained insight into their own professional and individual responsibilities. The candlelighters are members of the United States Army 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard.
I am Sergeant Ethan Ottman. I remember.
I don't get it. What's the Like, why is Tucker Carlson showing all this? I don't even understand what the point is here. Like, what's the point of why he's showing all this stuff?
That is a current uniformed U.S. military member from the old guard, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, which is, ever present at our public events in Washington, lighting a candle at the menorah and saying, I remember. No explanation of, I remember what? What are we remembering here? And we do have a sense that we're not remembering the American soldiers who liberated Dachau, for example. We're not remembering the 250,000 American men who joined a war they had nothing to do with inherently. It wasn't taking place in North America, it was taking place in Europe. And the dispute was over Poland and Czechoslovakia.
What the Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Okay, I get what he's doing now. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. All right, I got a guest. We're done with the Tucker Carlson portion here. Are you serious? That's how this stuff works? That's how this stuff works?
Hello, everybody. A little bit unusual.
Did he take questions on this?
Scientific, so the committee up ever. They got used to it.
Oh my God. Joseph Robinette Rogan. Oh my God. That manlet standing right behind the high chair of the president. Oh my God. Oh my God. Someone in the chat said, I was wondering if he had noticed. No, I didn't initially notice him because he was hiding. He was hiding behind the high chair because he's a tiny, tiny man. Remember when Joe Rogan was like, oh, why is Trump doing this? Why is Trump doing this? Joe, oh, I feel politically homeless, Rogan. Joe, oh, I'm not actually a Republican, Rogan. Yeah, no, he's not 5'8". Let's be real. He's like 5'4", maybe. Yeah, now we know why he, whenever he talks about the Epstein stuff, he rarely ever brings up Donald Trump. Breaking Galabaf advisor, just now, there's a warning of a sudden attack by America and the Israeli regime. Incredible work. I don't know if that's real or not, but we'll see. We don't know yet. We don't know. On WrestleMania weekend, yeah, it's really up that they're doing this on WrestleMania weekend.
Folks, and I think we'll keep it on the subject pretty much. You'll have some questions on Iran, I know that. But this is such an important subject that I'd rather let this just speak for itself. And we'll be talking about Iran later. We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no leaders, they have no nothing. Actually, their leaders it is regime change.
Bro has Danny DeVito vibes? How dare you? Danny DeVito is the GOAT and a lifetime big donor to Democracy Now! Fun fact. Danny DeVito has always had incredible politics.
You call that enforced regime change?
Big Bernie bro, too.
But, we're talking to them. They wanted to close up the strait again, as they've been doing for years. And they can't blackmail us. In fact, a lot of the ships are coming up to Texas. I don't know if you know, in Louisiana, the ships are coming up. They got used to it. Maybe they'll keep doing it. It's worked out pretty good. But it's going actually along very well.
Would he mind you revealing that? Wait, what? You think that's a secret? That's not a secret. Why do you think I know that? You think I know because I have access to the funders of Democracy Now? No. What is this? Does it have Danny DeVito on here? Yeah, Danny DeVito and Danny Glover on why they support Democracy Now. There it is. I thought you knew. Oh, you thought Danny DeVito and I know each other personally, and he told me. You think Joe Rogan will lose followers because of this? No, man. At some point, y'all got to realize something that is fundamental, okay? Right-wingers are stupid, okay? Sure, liberals are stupid. We're all stupid. But right-wingers are extra stupid, okay? And when your audience is entirely comprised of extra stupid people, they lack object permanence. They lack the capacity to comprehend who's actually doing them the harm. It's much easier to sell to right-wingers, okay? It's not a secret, and that is precisely the reason why when a beloved content creator is falling out of favor, or when someone has done like heinous crimes, they immediately pivot to thumping the Bible and also becoming a right winger, because they know that that audience is unbelievably forgiving, I guess, if that's the right term to use here. And they're very stupid. It's just, you sell to stupid people, okay? Selling to smart people is much more difficult. Selling to stupid people, on the other hand, is much easier. So no, Joe Rogan, who's, overwhelming majority of his audience is now like obviously very right wing, are not going to turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe Joe Rogan. Went and hung out with the president. No, they love that shit.
And we'll see, but we'll have some information by the end of the day. We're talking to them. And, we're taking a tough.
Let's see what Joe Rogan had to say.
Opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With one dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information. The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it.
Are you serious? That's how this stuff works? That's how this stuff works? Joe Rogan showing up to the White House after spending a month claiming to be politically homeless? He said, let me put my mouth on that thing. Let me also, every time you suck Trump, you're basically also sucking Benjamin Netanyahu as well. So it's a double suck, because Trump is sucking Benjamin Netanyahu off. So technically you're both Trump off and Benjamin Netanyahu. So good job.
It was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful. They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those.
I don't know enough about the drug that he's talking about, so I can't, I don't know what the deal is, but.
Terrible conditions.
Wait, Ibogaine DMT? Wait, he's saying DMT is helpful for overcoming heroin addiction?
Free of that now. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump. We have a gigantic opiate.
Ibogaine can cause heart attacks and other problems leading to death, even under medical supervision. It's a potent hallucinogen. It has been used to treat heroin addiction successfully. There was a moment here where the FDA people were saying this is great for us to study, and Trump was basically saying the studies are useless because Joe Rogan and his friends said it works at 30 minutes in the vid. Oh, that's unbelievable. I bet. Actually, what am I saying? That's the most believable thing.
Drug abuse director. She's been an absolute hero in just developing scientific, so the commitment for American science to focus on this, and in many ways, it's that scientific advance that brought us to this moment. So thank you, President Trump.
But if it's good, we want to get it fully approved fast, right?
I mean, for the things that have great evidence, and that's what
these studies, they're going for a long time, and if it's good, I mean,
yeah, get it done. Chop, chop. Start giving people these drugs right now. No need for testing.
A witness right here. These 2 incredible brothers. That to me is a study, right?
I mean, it's just as Commissioner McCary said, there's stuff that we know and we can tell it works. We still got to figure out sometimes how it works or why it works. That we got to keep doing even as we move forward fast.
But it does work.
Some of those, I mean, absolutely. Some of those treatments absolutely work.
Yes, it works.
Here.
I'm trying to get the answer because it either works or it doesn't. I would think.
Wait, Rob O'Neill, that's Mick Booyah, right? That's Mick Booyah. That's the guy who was like, I'm going to do on all of the I'm going to turn all of the young Democrat DNC influencers into my slaves. That was him. Yeah, Mick Booyah. He follows me on Twitter. Freaks me out a lot. I don't know why. That's how you know it's scientifically legit when the dude talks about how it scared away his demons. Yeah, look, see? We're Gen Z voters, and we all proudly voted for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris. You're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubines. That's him. That's the guy. Robert J. O'Neill. Hassan, bro, you're so disgusting for this. He was clearly struggling when he said he would turn that kid into his concubine. He's cured now. The psychedelics cured him. The demons are gone. You don't get it, man. Cures addiction, but not gayness. I think this is something different than being gay. Okay. This is the opposite of being gay. Why do they all sexualize Harry Hassan? I don't know. It's very strange because we know Harry Hassan. Okay. Like, but all of the like boomer right-wing psychopaths all want to have sex with him. It's very odd. Yeah, Roman Empire style, not like NPR and chill, question mark. Damn, that ass is fat. Harry Hassan. God, that ass is fat. Oh, God. That was funny when liberals were like, Harry Hassan. That's unacceptable. Anyway, I'm glad that guy, Robert O'Neill, is in the White House right now talking about how this, untested drug cured him of his demons.
Every day's a blessing. It took about 3 years of, I did it 3 times. It's a different adventure every time. That's not fun.
So without it, you would have had problems?
I did it with, there was a Green Beret, 28-year sergeant major, that told me when we finished, make sure you tell Amber Capone, the CEO of Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions, that she saved my life because I was going to kill myself next week.
20% of women are on an antidepressant.
And is that good in terms of do they work?
There's highly problematic research on the fact that over 20% of U.S. women,
Thank you, Mr. President. What's the timeline for those?
She just wanted to say something.
I think what's really important about your order is you include, we really want to understand why these rapid-acting treatments work. We need that for every treatment in mental health illnesses. Standard antidepressants in research, they do work for some people, but certainly not everyone. And if we think of cancer, all other conditions, we have a test to know which treatment is needed, and we don't have that for mental illness. It's guesswork.
This is tough.
So
with that, it either works or it doesn't work, and you have the result.
so
with this, you don't
as
know.
part of this order, I think it's really important that we're able to have the investment to understand who does this work for, and the test to accompany that. So thank you for making that.
Do you think this can be a big step above antidepressants, what we're doing?
I think it can be identifying who doesn't respond to an antidepressant straight away, rather than waiting for years. And
What
being
percentage
able
of people respond positively to antidepressants? How much?
They don't have, is it just about this particular cure? Because if that's the case, I'm going to skip
Tell
it.
everybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With 1 dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information. The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. It was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful. They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of that now. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
Hi, my name is Dr. Rubin, and President Trump signed an executive order today ordering the FDA to have a priority review on certain psychedelic medications used to treat PTSD and other related disorders, which it is important to have more focus on this because it is a significant problem. My concern is how this executive order came about and some of the framing behind it and how they are messaging it to the public. So Joe Rogan, who's a podcaster, not a medical professional, was able to send a small amount of data saying that the medication Ibogaine was safe and effective, and the president saying, hey, let's get this FDA approved, is not how the FDA actually works. It doesn't work on vibes. It works on evidence, looking at the body of clinical trial data to see if something is safe and efficacious. And right now, Ibogaine has very limited data in treating withdrawal and substance use disorder. In fact, it also has a lot of safety concerns because it's known to be potentially cardiotoxic. It can cause something called QTc prolongation, causing potentially fatal arrhythmias, and there's even been one death associated with this medication. It would not surprise me if the FDA doesn't approve this medication because recently leucovorin was being oversold by President Trump as a treatment for autism when in fact it didn't actually get FDA approval for autism spectrum disorder because it's really more about political vibes rather than actual data and being fully transparent.
Cool. Oh yeah, I'll play this when we get there. That's what happened. You got what you wanted. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, dude. Oh my God. How could the leopards eat my face? A California assemblyman put out a 3-minute video about you being racist towards Vietnamese. I don't care, man. Sure. Whatever, dude. Okay. Yeah. You got me. The California assemblyman is MAGA guy. Okay. He is the same guy that I'm yelling at. You're like, oh yeah, this racism coming from this progressive woke lib cannot go on, and that's why you should vote for Donald Trump, the least anti-Asian man in the country. Is that what the argument is? Like, shut the fuck up. You can disagree and even be vulgar with right-wing shitheads just because they come from an Asian background doesn't change. Like, you can't use that as a defensive mechanism when you're advancing the anti-DEI and the white supremacist agenda of the Republican Party. What are we doing here? It's so stupid. It's so funny because, like, we've seen this already. We know, like, it's the classic story of like minority groups tokenizing themselves under the altar of white supremacy over and over again to be like, wow, you're criticizing me? Well, I guess if you're criticizing me, well, I'm a black conservative. If you're criticizing me, that means you hate black people. It's like, no, I'm criticizing the conservatism. Like, it has nothing to do with your identity. You're the one who's trying to use your identity as a shield to be like, no, you have to be a white supremacist. You have to be aligned with white supremacists. You have to vote for Donald Trump. You have to be on board with this agenda. Here, after all, I'm a conservative, reactionary, far-right Vietnamese man saying that you have to do this. Okay, well, I don't think you have magical, mystical powers. Sorry. I'm going to treat you in the same way that I treat anyone. And if you are going to be a right-winger, if you're going to advance the white nativist agenda of Trump, then, you. Okay, sorry. What is this? I mean, I thought we were, like, woke 2 doesn't feature this stuff, right? This is woke 1 behavior, and liberals used to fall for this in woke 1. And I think a big part of the reason why this stuff doesn't work anymore is because we saw the unlimited faucet of standpoint epistemology and marginalized identities being used as a defense mechanism for heinous crimes that Israel was committing for the last 2.5 years. It's like, well, wait a minute, you're attacking my comfort, genocide, apartheid state. How dare you? I'll have you know, it's the Jewish ethno state. You must hate all Jews. Like, no, I don't actually. I don't. You want me to say that, but that's not the case. I'm actually attacking this far right country that's doing heinous acts of violence. And the same goes for this. You can't be like, wow, this is heinous racism. Like, this is heinous racism. It's like, no, man, it's not actually. It's me on a racist person that's pushing a racist agenda while also saying, look, how could I be racist? After all, I'm Vietnamese. It doesn't work that way, okay? It doesn't work that way. We know what this is. I know what this is. You also have every opportunity not to get duped by this shit. Okay? Yeah, it's empty. It's like totally hollowed out politics. I don't give a... Yeah, you want to know? Yeah, here's a great example of this, okay? Here's a great example of leopards eating my face. Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner is a very prominent, very reactionary, anti-trans, anti-queer trans person, right? And guess what? She pushed for Donald Trump to win. She was a big booster of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump did what? Well, Donald Trump turned around and engaged in some of the most heinous anti-trans executive orders we've ever encountered. Caitlyn Jenner, being a trans person, was not able to avoid some of that unnecessary cruelty. Now her passport gender identity has swapped back to male, okay? Not the gender that she clearly is, okay? But instead, her assigned sex at birth. And she's trying to avoid it. She's literally trying to get a carve-out for herself. Caitlyn Jenner lobbies Trump over male passport designation. This is a safety factor. I can't travel internationally anymore. I was in Mar-a-Lago 2 months ago, wrote a letter explaining all this to him, how it's affecting me and a lot of other people. Oh, so the leopards are eating your face. I never thought that would happen. Now, the worst part about this is because these freaks are so goddamn wealthy, okay, that they still will abide by their class interests. So, like, she is unironically trying to just get a carve out just for herself and maybe a couple other select few people, and she probably is still going to support Donald Trump. That's what's so crazy about this. Tokens get spent, okay? Tokens get spent. We told you. We've been talking about this. I hate this shit, but it's a great parallel to this guy being like, whoa, I can't believe it, Hassan. You're so anti-Vietnamese refugee. You told an old Vietnamese Trump supporter to suck. It's like, yeah, I did, okay? And I'll tell you to suck too, okay? Shut up. We're not doing this. We're not playing this game anymore. If you support Trump, then fuck you, okay? If you're a right-wing Republican politician, okay, you can suck too. Fuck you, okay? What is this? What do you mean? You're like, whoa. I was supporting Trump Vietnamese style. Like, it doesn't matter. You're still supporting Trump, okay? You're talking about a guy whose unaccountable thugs are literally kidnapping people that look like your relatives off of the streets right now. That's happening right now, and you're advancing that agenda. Suck my. Clearly, don't give a about racism. You're advancing it. I hate this. I hate this nonsense. It's so silly. It's such a silly thing that people do. It doesn't work, man. Who is this for? Anyway, and yeah, this is the alternative. This is exactly what takes place when you actually so aggressively petition for Trump, so aggressively push for Donald Trump and his reactionary fascist agenda. Okay, they take your rights away. Wake up.
Recently, I had my passport. I had to get it renewed. I sent it back. Comes back gender marker M. Screws everything up. So there's a form in there. If they made a mistake, you can correct it. So I fill out all the proper forms. I'm not calling anybody. I'm not calling the president.
No, they didn't. They did it on purpose. The cruelty is the point. That wasn't a mistake. That's actually what you voted for. That's actually what you petitioned for. That's actually what you aggressively demanded. Okay? That's what happened. That's what happened. You got what you wanted. You got what you wanted. The problem is the overwhelming majority of trans people did not want this. As a matter of fact, you might be one of like the 10 trans people in the country that was like, I'm going to vote for and actively demand others vote for the most anti-trans campaign and the most anti-trans administration that has existed in American history. And you got what you wanted. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. unbelievable, dude. Oh my God, how could the leopards eat my face?
Got his personal cell number. I'm not calling anybody.
I like
I'm to see if I
Hassan,
can
but
fix
sometimes
this
he needs
myself.
to wrap it up, take a
'Cause
week
it's
off.
not about me. It's about all people in this situation, you know? So I even sent a hard copy of my birth certificate, Caitlin Marie Jenner, gender, sex, female. I did everything. And they sent it back M. They didn't change it at all. So now I'm in a position, Tommy, that what do I do?
Right.
This is a safety factor, okay? I can't travel I've seen too many liberals being so excited to misgender Jenner. Yeah, I mean, that's also, I don't do that either. Like, that's the thing. I won't attack someone on their background. I will expose the contradictions of being, you know, someone who uses their like Vietnamese refugee status or someone who uses their trans status to hype up a dangerous right-wing anti-trans or anti-migrant agenda. Okay, I don't think it's an opportunity to, you know, it's not expanding the permission structure where you get to engage in the same kind of right-wing maneuvering, right? You can, however, talk about, you know, what it looks like to be a token for such a dangerous right-wing agenda and how that harm inevitably comes back to you. Yeah, this is the real chickens for KFC moment, okay? Yeah, Vietnamese diaspora in Orange County, by the way, Charlie Kirkway and Day, Westminster. They got conservative Viet diaspora got a street named Charlie Kirkway. Yeah. It's the same energy as saying you'll call ICE on your Latino Trump supporter neighbors. Yeah, I don't that stuff. As you guys know, I don't do that shit. Okay? This isn't even like holding back. This is just
nationally anymore. Okay? I can't use my passport. I can use global entry. It says F. I can do this. I can travel in the United States. License, you know, driver's license, pilot's license, everything, gender marker F. So it really creates a big problem. And I'm trying to figure out at this point what to do. I don't blame President Trump. I love him. But for a lot of people, this is a huge issue, you know? Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of...
It's crazy. Oh, it's not just for me. It's for all these other people. Oh, all these other trans people that you threw under the bus. Actually, I can't even say you threw them under the bus. It's like you drove the bus over them, okay? Like you literally were driving. You were in the driver's seat. You were holding the steering wheel, and you were steering the wheel in the direction of trans people, and you ran them over, okay? You were the bus driver. It's crazy. I didn't even realize that's a pun because she did actually kill someone. She did run someone over. I didn't even realize that was... God damn, Caitlyn Jenner sucks so bad. She did literally kill someone with a vehicle. She engaged in vehicular manslaughter. Oh my God, I had forgotten about that. That's how much of a psycho she is, that I forgot that she is also a murderer because of how much her like last decade of advocacy has been so geared in the direction of doing unlimited destruction to trans people.
Where I'm at right now, I have not talked to the president. I was in Mar-a-Lago 2 months ago, wrote a letter explaining all of this to him, how it's affecting me and a lot of other people. And unfortunately, he wasn't there that weekend. Actually, the Secret Service guy said he could get it to him, put it on his desk and stuff. I haven't heard from him. He's kind of busy right now.
Oh, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, no, I'm working on it. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. I really don't get the point of fat shaming Randy Fine. I don't give a what size he is. No one else gives a that actually cares about Randy Fine. They care that he's a sick fascist. Okay, guys, stop. Oh, every time I bring this stuff up, every time I talk about like, you know, certain pejoratives that are otherwise deemed inappropriate in most circumstances being utilized, there's always people who want to sanitize language even further. Okay, I understand your argument. You're morally righteous. I get it. You're correct. Okay. they're not a Randy Fine apologist. They're just doing the argument against fat phobia and fat shaming in general. You're right. You're right. I'm a bad person. Okay. I'm just a bad person. I'm a bad person. I promise you. That's what it is. I'm just a bad guy. That's it. And I can't hold myself back from being a bad guy. All right. I know it's bad and I still do it. And yes, it's the same with using the term lib, just saying the R word with extra steps. I know. Okay. You got me. I'm a bad person. And I also eat meat. Okay. I eat meat. I'm not a vegan. And that's also bad. It's immoral. I'm an immoral and bad person. Please. I'm imperfect. This is ironically what Republicans exploit with regular frequency, by the way. The constant need to sanitize language, the constant demands from the left to hyper-focus on aesthetics. This is exactly what Republicans are exploiting, which is, you know, part of this puzzle, part of this process of what I was talking about with respect to, you know, how you get a right-wing reactionary guy who is like a Trump booster in Orange County turn around and act as though they are woker than thou. They don't have to be woke at all. They can be a giant piece of a total right-wing Republican reactionary monster. But as long as they can get enough people on the woke left to tune into their message and to reconsider their support for certain people or whatever, then they won, right? They won. They won. They were able to successfully get you on board even for that moment, right? This is the whole point of the cynical weaponization of identity politics that only works towards your left flank. It only works towards your left flank because the further left you are, the more sensitive you are, the more virtuous you want your language to be, the more sanitized you want your language to be, because you care about these things. You don't want to offend people. You don't want to hurt people, right? And right-wingers know this, and they consistently weaponize it. They use it as a weapon. By their neighbors, because that's a really, I'm gonna steal that analogy. That's a good one. That's a great take. Okay, so this was Touré's show. He did a 17-minute video about me. I didn't get to watch it, but I'm excited.
Love Hassan Piker.
Israel is an extension of American empire. Israel is not a separate entity from the United States of America. There's a reason for why Israel is this malignant force in the region, this violent entity in the region, a constant destabilizing force in the region, and that is because it corresponds to the American grand design in this resource-rich region. Israel is a attack dog for American empire here.
A bunch of Democrats say Democrats should shun Piker because he's bad for the party. He's a loose cannon. He says wild stuff that's crazy.
Let's be clear, Hassan is radical. He says things that are indefensible, and he's definitely a wild card.
Some Democrats are trying to cancel Hassan Piker, and that could have huge consequences for the Democratic Party. He's been accused of making anti-Semitic comments, calling Orthodox Jews inbred, and for defending Hamas. Piker denies he's anti-Semitic, saying that his criticisms are focused solely on the Israeli government and Zionism, not Jewish people as a whole. But the centrist think tank Third Way sent a memo urging Democratic leaders to distance themselves from left-wing voices like Piker. They even called him anti-American, saying that he's...
I like that TikTokers have a better style guide than virtually every mainstream legacy publisher, because like this guy literally says centrist think tank. Every legacy publisher refers to Third Way as a left-leaning think tank. It's not true. It's a centrist think tank. It's a center-right think tank.
No different from ultra-right-wing streamers like Nick Fuentes.
Hassan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition. He's an illiberal guy. He's a China, Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things.
At the end of the day, the real problem that is being presented here is Israel. They don't like that there are loud, outspoken anti-Zionist voices that Democratic politicians are hearing from. And they want to desperately gatekeep who their politicians speak to and listen to. They're actively trying to turn someone like myself into a toxic person within the party. The only thing that is correct about this assessment is that I am vulgar. But that's just who I am. I'm a vulgar person, and I think think that's still infinitely better than being a civil war criminal. Being a civil person that defends war crimes or defends war criminals is, in my opinion, far worse than being a vulgar person that is on the side of justice and on the side of truth.
Does this man look bad for the party?
Every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you, because that's a dollar that they spend blowing up a school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhoods.
You want to know the worst possible outcome for 2028? Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers. The Democratic Party is done. The next wave of fascism is here. That's what I'm afraid of. Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory. This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats to take a stronger stance against Israel. You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy like Tucker Carlson, who has been leading the conversation for normies on the issue of Israel, will come out and destroy you.
What is Piker really about? He's a very articulate, well-read, intellectual, good-looking, manly star of the far-left media ecosphere. When the left said, we need our own Joe Rogan, here's a charismatic, masculine, progressive media star. Is that not the left's Joe Rogan? As if that's what the left needs. Piker's on the far left, like he's a fan of Bernie, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. He's for Medicare for all, taxing the wealthy, free public transit, affordable housing, radical lefty stuff. He thinks Iran should have a nuclear weapon because that would keep other countries from attacking it.
I think they should have nukes. If they had nukes, it would be like North Korea. Every country in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, where a separate world power could actually protect other countries under their own autonomous nuclear umbrella, you got to build nukes. That's it. You have to build nukes. If Iran had nukes, then the region would be much more stable. Iranian population would be safer right now. Okay, they wouldn't be getting bombed. Israel would not even be able to do half of the shit that it's doing in the region. That is precisely the reason why Israel never wanted Iran to get nukes.
He's a Marxist-adjacent democratic socialist, but none of that is why anyone is attacking him. Piker is at the heart of a fight about what direction the Democratic Party is going to take in the near future, because Piker represents the rapidly rising pro-Palestinian left, a faction that could become a kingmaker within the Democratic Party, because today, 2/3 of Democratic voters are pro-Palestinian. But
is this guy
most Democratic...
No, he's not. He's not an op.
Elected officials...
What are you talking about? He's showing full context of my statements. Why would that be an op? My ops, you can tell when my ops are my ops because they don't show, no matter how like crazy something might seem, even with the Iran statement, right? They would never show the full context of what I'm talking about.
Pro-Israel. We are in a battle over who the Democratic Party is going to be, and Piker is at the heart of that as one of the loudest, most pro-Palestinian voices out there. He's pro-Palestinian in a way that's shocking to some people. Piker has said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. That is not wrong. Israel's decades of genocide, murder, apartheid against Palestinians is far worse.
Israel is an apartheid state.
Piker has said he has no issue with Hezbollah. Again, this is shocking to people who don't know a ton about the situation, but Hezbollah was created in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. It exists to protect Lebanon from Israel. Hezbollah would not exist if Israel had not repeatedly attacked Lebanon. They are defenders of a small nation that cannot protect itself against an Israeli army that is funded by the U.S. People are horrified by Piker saying these things about Hamas and Hezbollah, partly because they hear a sanitized version of who Israel is.
Many people have just never encountered my worldview in America.
As Piker said on Pod Save America, Israel creates October 7th for Palestine all the time.
I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point. And they've done a genocide at this point as well, but like it started off with the Nakba and has only evolved as technology has gotten better to become more heinous. Gaza is this hermetically sealed area that many people correctly point to as the world's largest open-air prison before October 7. I think that Hamas's tactics, which I oppose at times, right, are secondary to this conversation, because it's like placing a lot of emphasis on the Nat Turner rebellion instead of talking about the much larger, much more consequential, much bigger harm that chattel slavery was to black people, to like sell black people and to rape them and treat them as though they weren't human. I think that's a far larger systemic force that is going to make the Nat Turner rebellion look inconsequential in comparison to the greater harm. What Hamas has done, especially when there has been an October 7 times 1,000, if not more than 1,000 at this point, in the hands of Israel against the Palestinian population in its entirety. I mean, they're doing an October 7 to Lebanon right now as we speak.
People hear Hamas and Hezbollah and they say things like, violence is the problem. No one should be violent. And that drives me crazy. The central problem is not violence. The real problem is injustice. The reason why you have violence is because you have injustice, oppression, genocide, apartheid, and the intentional prevention of a Palestinian state, thus keeping the Palestinian people suffering in cruel captivity. Oppressed people have a moral and a legal right to fight back.
It's kind of unbelievable that such a high-profile mainstream political figure like Toure is straight up not only saying like, look at all the defensible things that Hassan has said, but also on top of that, like actively saying like, militancies have a right to resist militarily against occupied force, against a force that's occupying their lands, their territory, killing them. Doesn't he go on like MSNBC and stuff? Like that's usually it's kind of cool.
But Piker is shocking to some because Americans have been fed a narrative that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and they're a victim surrounded by enemies all around them, valiantly fighting back. It's like they want people to see Israel as like a white person who's moved into a rough black neighborhood and they're constantly being attacked by their neighbors because they're wild.
That's a really, I'm going to steal that analogy. That's a good one. So does Mehdi, to be fair. No, Mehdi does not. What are you talking about? Mehdi famously does not defend militant resistance. There's no metric, no category of barbarism by which Hamas could be considered more terroristic than the IDF. The atrocities committed by the IDF in just the month after October 7 dwarf those committed by Hamas in its entirety of its 40-year existence. There is no comparison. It's true. Toure is an OG hip-hop journalist. He's interviewed a lot of great people. Yeah, that's a great take.
Old brown people. Yeah. No.
It's not realizing that he's not the only one who read Wretched of the Earth. Okay, no. Calm down.
Israel is a settler colonialist project that's captured native people and taken their land and attacked the neighboring.
It's not about the knowledge, Chatter. Many people have the knowledge. It's about the courage to say the truth. Many people that have the knowledge would much rather deny the truth, would much rather refuse to say the truth, especially if they have a foot in with mainstream publications. That's the difference.
In countries because they view perpetual war as good for them politically. They also dream of expanding the borders of Israel. The image of Israel as the most aggressive nation in the Middle East, practicing apartheid, committing genocide, that can be hard to grapple with if you've grown up in the American news media's Israeli-centric bubble.
Israel is an apartheid state.
Piker's comments on Palestine and Israel are shocking to people who don't know the true story of what's going on. But he's not wrong. Piker says Judaism does not equal Zionism.
It actually serves a very anti-Semitic purpose when you tie Judaism falsely to an apartheid regime doing a genocide. You think in the interim period it might be an adequate defense. You might be able to even silence some critics. But all you are doing is falsely smearing the Jewish population. For the record, it doesn't even work anymore. This was like early on. With the crimes of a nation state that does not have the Jewish population's
Man, you look
best
so
interest young here. in mind. Guys, it's because I don't have a beard, okay? Jesus Christ. Why do you guys are literally babies, okay? You know how, this chat reminds me of those videos of like father shaves his beard for the first time and watch what the baby does next, okay? Literally, that's you, okay? That's you. Every time you see a different length of facial hair, you go, wow, you look so different. A bunch of babies with no object permanence, and I'm the father.
He says Palestinians are not shown as human in Western media.
They refuse to show Palestinians as humans, and they have very successfully been able to dehumanize them. There are voices in Israel, there are voices out there who see it, who see the brutality, who see the endless humiliation that Palestine.
Yeah, they made fun. Remember when Destiny and all of the psychopaths, many of which are now noticeably quiet about the issue of Israel. Have you guys noticed that? I mean, not Destiny, he's still pro-Israel, but so remember when everyone made fun of me for crying during this leftovers video where they were like, how many centrist, apolitical, drama farming, dip made fun of me for this for months on end.
Palestinian people have endured. And I stand with them, and I don't care. I will always stand with them, even if there is a moment of violent retaliation. Okay? They have nothing.
He says Israel is practicing collective punishment.
You said Israel has a right to defend itself.
But they didn't even do it when it happened. They went back like a year to accuse you of faking it at the time. Yeah, they said I was faking it. They said I was like a for crying. A lot of these clips are right after October 7th that Tori is using, by the way.
Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food.
He says Israel is an apartheid state.
Israel is falling out of favor because many Americans and many people in the Western world are now finally seeing the truth that Israel is an apartheid state that is built around an ethno-supremacist ideology and that Israel is doing a live-streamed genocide. This is the reason why Israel has fallen out of favor and has become a pariah state on the global stage.
He says Israel could stop the genocide right now.
Please explain how the Democrats can stop the genocide right now. It's this, okay? It's this. This is a telephone, okay? You pick up the telephone and you call up Benjamin Netanyahu and you say, hey, cut it out. No more weapons. Click.
And
the reason why America is so invested in Israel is because it is a permanent destabilizing factor in a resource-rich region.
There is now a coordinated campaign to smear this man's name and make him seem too toxic to be in polite democratic society.
If the name Hassan Piker just came across your timeline for the first time, it's probably because there has been a coordinated centrist smear campaign against this man for being right about Israel. Hassan has become a more prominent figure on the left in recent years. This has led centrist Democrats and their billionaire donors to accurately assess that Hassan is a threat to their grip on power.
This is not coworker Ludwig. This is friend Ludwig.
They failed to stop
This is Ludwig if he wasn't evil.
Zoran Mamdani from becoming mayor of New York. And now they're trying to make sure that his success can't be
This is
repeated
friend wig.
elsewhere. They dislike Hassan because Hassan is not a politician. He cannot be bought and paid for by the donor class. And he is entirely supported by his own follower base, meaning the only way they can take him down is by making him radioactive to leftist candidates. So don't fall for it.
We are told that this campaign is coming from moderate Dems and the centrist group
Budwig. Yeah, that was Budwig, not Chudwig.
But I think it's actually fueled by the pro-Israel lobby, the likes of AIPAC and groups like it. They want to demonize Piker and make him seem too toxic for prime time, and thus to silence him. Not because anyone thinks he's going to run for office, but because he is an influential voice in progressive media at a moment when the Democratic Party might be at a tipping point over Israel and Palestine. Over the last 5 years, Democratic voters have become extremely pro-Palestinian. We now have an NBC poll saying 67% of Dems sympathize more with Palestinians than with Israelis. Gallup found 59% of Dems sympathize more with Palestinians. 76% of Dem voters now support an independent Palestinian state. Meanwhile, Democratic elected leadership remains extremely pro-Israel, in part because the pro-Israel lobby supports those who support Israel and attacks politicians who dare call a genocide a genocide. So we have a Democratic Party that's in the wilderness and trying to find itself and is deeply divided on the issue of Israel and Palestine. So will the party continue to drift in the direction that the elected officials and the pro-Israel...
Ludwig isn't evil, he's cowardly. You shouldn't suggest someone is evil even if you're joking. Oh my God, calm down. It's a very common meme on the internet. When people say like, Markiplier is not evil Hassan, it's a joke, man. It's not, I'm not being serious. I like that you actually hit him with a more serious criticism than what I was doing. I was joking. You're now actually biting criticism territory in your unbelievably woke statement. I was joking. You're being serious.
Lobby wants? Will Dems nominate a moderate like Gavin Newsom who won't call it a genocide? Or will the party slide in the direction that the voters want and become more pro-Palestinian and look maybe to a candidate like AOC who's unafraid to call genocide what it is? AOC may seem like a long shot to some, but in a Democratic Party where being pro-Palestinian is a crucial voting issue, like an issue that could make or break who voters choose, do not rule out AOC. But as the pro-Palestinian left rises in the form of AOC and Zoran Mamdani and millions of Democratic voters, the pro-Israel lobby wants to silence them. They can't have the pro-Palestinian left become an important voice, so they're trying to silence Pike.
People still bite the funeral bait so hard. I mean, who cares?
Now.
Who gives a shit?
The attacks on him are not because he's too wild. His comments are fairly common on the pro-Palestinian left. It's because a specific pro-Israel faction of the Democratic Party does not want him to be heard. When Democrats say Piker is bad for the party, the question is, bad for what party? Bad for the party that Democratic voters want? Or bad for the party that AIPAC and the donor class wants? The Democratic voter base has become pro-Palestinian, and the Israel lobby is pushing back, trying to squash their influence. But if the Democratic Party is going to represent Democratic voters, it has to be pro-Palestinian. Piker speaks for Democratic voters on this issue. Will Dems listen to their base and respond to what their people want, or find a way to sabotage themselves again? Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and comment all the things. I'll be back tomorrow.
I've never seen such a clear defense of my positions. That was dope. Not only just not Christian-like, but just satanic. It's insane. It is so insane that people don't even like look at this stuff and go, what is happening? These guys are just like actual freaks.
To the press corps.
Pete Hegseth calls press unpatriotic and compares them to the Pharisees. Dude, one of the funniest parts about this Pete Hegseth shit is that, like, apparently he did the Pulp Fiction thing. He did the Pulp Fiction speech, right? Like, as though he quoted Pulp Fiction as though it was like a real part of the Bible or something. Do you guys have a link to that? Pharisees just mean Jews, by the way. He's showing his hand. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't think these guys are, I think there's a higher likelihood that they're philo-Semitic rather than anti-Semitic. You know, it still comes from a place of otherizing Jews, but like these guys literally are operating with the same mindset that like most evangelical Christian Zionists are, where they literally think like Jews are the chosen sons of God, and that and therefore, you know, they have to carry out the extension of the world, the extension of the end of the world, and all this stuff. You know, Pharisees doesn't just mean Jews. I don't know.
Prayer is CSAR 25:17, and it reads, and pray with me, please. The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness.
Okay, I don't know enough about Christianity, but that's not a Christian, that's not a Bible thing. Like, that's just Pulp Fiction. Like, that's not a real quote from the Bible. Quoted Quentin Tarantino as scripture. This timeline blows is a fake quote from the movie. That's it. So it's not like there's nothing even close to it in the Bible, is what you're saying. Like, Tarantino made that part up. In the movie, Samuel Jackson says he made it up right after that.
He is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down.
Look at all these like closing their eyes and going, yeah, he's being real godly right now. My goat, he's speaking the word of God. You know what I'm saying? He's doing the damn thing.
Upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
And you will know my name is the Lord.
That's wrong. There is, in fact, an Ezekiel 25 or whatever the number is in Pulp Fiction, but it exists in the Bible, and it's about bowing vengeance to the Pharisees and other neighbors of Israel. It's a real verse in the Bible. The version in Pulp Fiction is rewritten. So he took not the real quote from the Bible, but turned around and took the, like, because he's doing a one-to-one with the Quentin one. So he just straight up, oh my God. Bro, these guys can't even do Christianity right. You got the president beefing with the Pope. You got the Secretary of War trying to quote the Bible, but then ends up quoting Pulp Fiction. It's just they're all con men, bro. Every part of this is so performative and such a sham. And there's so many dumb eat it up. You know, they're like, well, I don't even care if it's not from the Bible. I love Pulp Fiction. It was great. It was a great movie. Lib, shut up.
To the American media, as I just can't help but notice the endless stream of garbage, the relentlessly negative coverage you cannot resist peddling, despite the historic and important success of this effort and the success of our troops. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what side.
Oh, he's doing my favorite thing that Trump does too. It's like, oh, well, if you criticize me, that means you're criticizing our brave troops. No, they're just criticizing you, man. That's a separate thing. Oh, that's, I bet you wouldn't say that to the men and women in service. Yeah, they wouldn't, because it's not about the troops, it's about you, okay?
You're actually on. It's incredibly unpatriotic.
Yeah, anytime you guys do investigative reporting, or not even investigative reporting, because these guys don't even do that much. Anytime you make fun of me for being a drunk asshole, you're actually calling the troops drunk assholes, okay? And that's really up of you. Oh, I bet you would spit on the American flag right now if you could.
I sat there in church and I thought, our press are just like these Pharisees. Not all of you, but the legacy Trump-hating press. Your politically motivated animus for President Trump nearly completely blinds you from the brilliance of our American warriors. The Pharisees scrutinized every good act in order to find a violation, only looking for the negative. You see, on the battlefield, these are demonstrations of uniquely American capabilities. Strength and resolve, it's all around you each and every day. But in the press, you only seek the negative, earning each and every day.
Dude, that's awesome. Complaining to the press pool in the Pentagon as the Secretary of Defense, now known as Secretary of War, about how big of a meanie they're being is awesome. It's like, you're tactically destroying troop readiness by talking negatively about me personally, and because like a lot of the troops, they look up to me, and you're destroying troop readiness, and you're actually shitting on the troops. So please stop doing that. Why won't you look at the positive side of this failure of a 48-day military campaign? Why are you looking at only the negatives? I don't know, because there's a lot of negatives. What's the positive side? That you blew up a little girl school? That's the positive? What is the New York Times supposed to report on? Like, well, actually, Donald Trump destroyed the dinghies and the jet skis, which was the majority of the Iranian Navy. And also, on top of that, he killed an 87-year-old man with cancer and 160 little schoolgirls. What a brilliant military achievement this has been, sir. Thank you so much. Since then, the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. The global energy markets are collapsing. And there's no end in sight to the pain. Again, Donald Trump has brilliantly navigated this treacherous field by consistently lying about what's going to happen next in order to engage in market manipulation. But fear not, he has done the market manipulation very successfully. And it's good that he did the market manipulation. The market was actually too stable, is what we were thinking here at the New York Times. And we've realized that it's actually a little bit of volatility is good for everybody. You know, it only makes me grind harder.
Fake news label. But the American people, with goodness in their hearts, see past the Pharisees in our press.
When you fire criticisms at Pete Hegseth, it's like firing missiles at our troops.
So to those troops, stay focused, block out the noise, stay aggressive. You are showing the world what it means to be an American warrior.
Dog, they are, but it's not as good as you think it is. Like, that's not.
You are making this building and the American people proud.
New level of glaze unlocked. GOP Congressman Troy Nelson says Trump is almost the second coming of Jesus Christ. Let's go.
Is better than sliced bread. I think he's almost the second coming in my humble opinion. I believe that Donald Trump is better than sliced bread. I think he's almost the second coming in my humble opinion. I think he's done a fantastic job. He's got a very difficult job. Pope's got a tough job, got issues in the church, but Donald Trump has a very, very difficult job to do, the toughest job in the world.
When asked about Donald Trump and the beef that he has with the Pope, this guy says he's almost the second coming of Jesus Christ. Bro, American Christians believe in anything but Christianity, okay? It's actually unbelievable. I think I have more respect for this religion than the average evangelical Christian does. Actually, I know that for a fact. It is insane. Everything that they do is blasphemy. What is going on? I swear to God, American white evangelical Protestants are anything but Christian, okay? If anything, they're closer to the Antichrist. Every single day, everything that they say, everything that they do, everything they believe is unbelievably not only just not Christian-like, but just satanic. It's insane. It is so insane that people don't even look at this stuff and go, what the is happening? These guys are just actual freaks. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. What? How do you not call into question these people's supposed beliefs? Ugh. I've seen it in Central Texas. An evangelical read the Bible with their eyes closed, tracing papers with finger like it was magic. They believe whatever the grifter pastor says. It's It's so unchristian like, man. I don't know what else to say. Dude, my dad is a recent convert to evangelicalism. Literally grew up with him voting for Obama and him being atheist. How does that happen? What is happening? Is it lead poisoning? To be clear, evangelicals often hate Catholicism and many claim that they're not even Christians. Religiosity isn't just a cultural flavoring for these ghouls. It's a cancer in their minds. Call me a Reddit atheist, but is there a point where the left actually positions itself against evangelicals just in general as a cancer on the nation? I mean, I'm sure there's normal evangelicals out there. It's just their representatives are so psychotic though. Holy sh-. I guess they're just straight up fundies, right? Like they're like ISIS, but instead of, you know, Toyota Hiluxes, they have F-450 pickup trucks, and it's just in like much wealthier neighborhoods, so they don't do the shit that this normally does, right?
Why are you fighting with the Pope? And are you worried it's upsetting your
No, I don't. I have to do what's right. The Pope has to understand that. Very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
That's not what the Pope said. That would be really funny if the Pope said Iran can have a nuclear weapon. Nuclear Pope. The Pope is very weak from the standpoint of crime. The weakest crime Pope of all time. Previous popes, very strong on crime. This Pope, all he cares about is war crimes. Believe me. Not good.
And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope.
What do you say to people who see that, who see your criticism of the...
Look, nothing. I have no disagreement with the fact the Pope can say what he wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree. I think that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they do, the whole world would be at jeopardy. The Middle East will be blown up, and the whole world will be at jeopardy. We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing. The Pope has to understand, Iran has killed more than 42,000 people over the last few months. Think of it, protesters without guns, without anything. They were totally unarmed protesters. The Pope has to understand that. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But as far as the Pope and saying what he wants, he can do that. Now, I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis.
Why does he keep bringing up? Like, does he not realize that when you're the Pope, you're just the Pope? Like, you're no longer the person that you were. Like, you're like the things that you're communicating are no longer the things that you would communicate as a normal human being. Like, you're like, his brother is totally immaterial, totally irrelevant to this conversation. His brother is not like Pope, you know, he doesn't become like half Pope by kinship. Well, I'll have you know, the Pope's brother agrees with me is a crazy statement. He's the vice Pope. They should make him the Pope. You know, like, what about the Pope's, I don't know, girlfriend when he was in high school, you know? Like, who cares? Oh my God, do you think Donald Trump thinks that the papacy is like monarchies? Like, because it's old. So and there's a lot of, you know, funny outfits that you wear and stuff. I just realized he might legitimately think he could just like replace the Pope with his brother or something if he felt the need to do so. Listen up, Pope. Don't make me change you out with your brother. Back in the day, that's what they would have done. They would have swapped the Pope out with the brother, put the brother in. Brother's better. New Pope. Republicans normally don't do this. Why are they doing this? Because they're retreating. Even a Twitch streamer can cause the Republican propaganda apparatus to retreat. It shows that they are also paper tigers. Fox News has decided to put me in the crosshairs once again, as I talked about earlier. They're doing like multiple daily hits at this point, which I personally appreciate. I like it. I'm excited for it every time, because while that might not get all the MAGA boomers to listen to what I have to say, they might be fearful of who I am and what I'm saying and what I'm doing. There are definitely boomers on the other side that have a negative opinion of Fox News and have a negative opinion of right-wing politics, Trump, who hate Trump just as much as I do, who will hear some of these words coming from the mouth of a Fox News host and go, I kind of like what this guy has to say. There's a negative polarization that takes place in these moments, and therefore I welcome this stuff. Right now, if I was a different person, if this was a different time, if, for example, I did not have the opportunity to reach my own audience organically, and that, you know, I was limited to whatever mainstream media was saying about me and I had no way to retort, obviously this would be devastating. The large majority of people only encounter what you have to say through a negative filter. They're going to develop a negative attitude. But that's not the case any longer. A lot of people have access to the internet. A lot of people are actually interested in getting or incorporating independent outlets into their media diet, even old people. And therefore, when this kind of stuff happens, people don't just watch it and go, well, I'm horrified. I'm not going to look into this person, right? They do the opposite. Plenty of people do the opposite.
Listen to this clown.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time.
Why is it so
Because if
low?
we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way.
The part that he doesn't mention is that he's rooting for the destruction of the country. The ideas that they're introducing now, this new socialist movement, and they get a lot of support. Zohran Mamdani, who's only been an American for about 7 years, became a citizen, and he got elected on these platforms that totally disagree with our value system. They don't want law and
Anti-American streamer warns American empire will end. Yeah.
order, right? They believe that if you work hard in this country, you get a good job, and you get a little bit of wealth, that the government should be able to strip that away and give it to someone else. They don't believe in national defense. They believe we should just allow the enemy in and deal with the consequences there. That will destroy this country, and they're rooting for it to take place because they believe that at our core, we're a racist country.
Yeah.
And you can't have those people running.
They love communism. They're glad that 9/11 happened.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Awesome, dude. And what's even better? Wait, there's more? Oh, this is the Laura Ingraham. Hassan Piker is hinting at civil war. That's back to back, baby. That's crazy. Yeah, and it's pretty funny that Brian me sitting there in the corner going,
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
It's funny. I like that. Thank you, Brian. Love how little of a clip they play before they mischaracterize their statements. I mean, that's expected. That's expected. No matter what happens. I need you to understand something, okay? They're not offended at what I'm saying. They're offended at the entire worldview that I represent. So from that perspective, they're going to do everything they can. They're going to do everything they can to disparage the messenger. They're going to bastardize the message. They're going to chop it up. Okay. What is this? They want you on the Sean Hannity podcast, Fox and Friends. I want to see him in a debate. I told Sean, invite him on your podcast. I don't even know if he lived through 9/11. I want someone who's brilliant, who can say that to him that will happen. Oh, there was more. There was more.
You didn't hear it in that soundbite, but he got applause at Yale for his literally, he's over the pole of America. Invited number one and number two, he says it and gets applause.
I want to see him in a debate. I told Sean, I said, invite him on your podcast because I want a long format. I want him to understand what he is.
I would love that. Oh, my God. I would love that. Oh, hell. Oh, hell yes. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're going to be like,
do not come.
And I'm going to be like,
I'm going to come.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it's going to be like. I'm just saying,
I'm going to come.
reach out immediately before they forget. Yes. Did you see the highlight reel from Fox? No, not yet. We're going to look at that in a second. I didn't even know that there was more additional commentary on this.
I don't think he's lived through communism. He hasn't lived through. I don't even know if he lived through 9/11. How old is he? He looks young.
Yeah, he's around.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The glaze. Oh my God. Fox News. I'm blushing. Oh my Lord. They said, I got gray beard hairs. And I got this is the oldest I can possibly look, right? Because like there's different variants. If I shave all of it off, including the mustache, I look like a child. It's horrible. Everyone makes fun of me. If I shave the beard off, or if it's at least like a little scruffy, I de-age by like a decade. So it's pretty funny that she thinks that I'm not 34 years old. Bro, she literally said you look younger than 25. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That's wild that she thought I was younger than 25. That's wild. Damn, I don't even use any like facial creams or nothing. I don't got no. I'm so happy to live in this time. Yeah.
I just want him to understand the consequences for what he's saying and what would happen if America did fall. Where would he go if America fell?
But the thing is, Ainsley, people like that are uncoachable.
I want to know. I want to know why he believes this.
Oh, Brian's like, no. Sean should not debate him.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh no! Wait, hold up, Brian. No, Sean will destroy me. He will destroy me in the marketplace of ideas. Let me do it.
Huh?
I want to know why he believes this, and I want someone who understands these issues, who is brilliant, who can say to him, what you're saying, this is what.
Who's brilliant? And then the person that she's using as a brilliant orator is Sean Hannity.
What will happen if America falls? This is what will happen if America becomes a communist country.
All right.
Oh my God, I'm licking my lips, dude. Oh my God. I give Sean Hannity a kissy poo. Yeah, Sean Hannity, known brilliant person. Oh my Lord. All right, then there's more that we got. You shouldn't debate him. Such a bad idea. He'll make you look so bad and destroy your position. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm scared. I'm so scared about that. I would hate that. I would hate for that to happen. I would never do that. I'm terrified. Okay. I want to know. Oh, this is Sean Hannity's fiance. I would hate to get destroyed in the marketplace of ideas by the likes of Sean Hannity. I love that she is glazing her fiance, which is cute. That's cute. You know they will 100% edit their video to make you look bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna film it myself as well. There's no way that that's gonna be. I would hate to get destroyed in the marketplace of ideas by the likes of Sean Hannity. Oh yeah, the one where Trump leaked their relationship. Yeah, that's the one. If you get invited, you'd be forced to do it. You'd hate that, but you'd do it. Yeah, I would hate it. I added him, chat. I did. I already did. Fox and Friends first covered you too. What is going on, man?
Now to
what is happening, bro? Why is there so much? What? I don't understand it. It's like, I know liberals think it's because like my ideas are terrifying because they think it's bad and terrifying. So like liberals think like, oh, they're glazing or they're highlighting Hassan because they want to like use Hassan as a cudgel, except like it hasn't worked, right? It hasn't really worked. And I think part of it is because these guys have a much more conservative estimate on like where America's anger and resentment is right now. Like they think independents are resentful of America because like, I guess Trump is not conservative enough or something. Like, no, they're resentful and angry for the same reasons that I'm resentful and angry. Like you can try to disparage me all day, every day and be like, no, he just like hates America. If I hated America, I'd be excited at what Donald Trump is doing, right? Like, I'd be so elated at the prospect. I'd be like, wow, look at Donald Trump punishing the heartland. Look at Donald Trump robbing the poor blind, robbing his own supporters in the Rust Belt, robbing his own supporters in places like West Virginia, ensuring that they don't get a leg up, ensuring that their infrastructure is never fixed, and wasting away all of that productive output, all of those resources on Israel, you know? Fantastic. And doing it in this incredibly shitty way where he's also failing on the main stage, right? Like he's crippling the force projection capabilities of American empire. He's almost single-handedly destroying the petrodollar. Right? You know, if I hated America, I'd be a Trump supporter. I'd be riding Trump into oblivion. I think a lot of people have that anger and resentment. And since Donald Trump actually won the election and has been governing like a madman for the last 2 years, many Americans have realized, even those who voted for him, some, right, especially the independents and the swing voters and whatnot that voted for him, have now recognized that, oh no, it wasn't actually the trans people or the immigrants that we were dominating that was causing all of this, all of these issues, right? Perhaps there's an alternative out there. And the Democrats don't actually fill that void. The Democrats are refusing to communicate where this frustration is coming from, right? They're refusing to explain correctly why Americans are feeling the pain, perhaps even a worsened version of the pain that they felt even under Biden. Hassan, instead of spending a whole time defending shit you said, you should bring up some Sean Hannity controversy and grill him on it. I mean, yeah, there will be a little bit of that too in this situation like that. Hold on, I gotta pee.
Far-left Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, who made some controversial comments while speaking at Yale University. Listen here, and then we'll get your reaction on the other side.
Okay. It's an interesting resolution. End the U.S. empire. It's interesting because how do you end something that's already in the process of dying? Because that's the situation with the American empire as it stands today.
So, as you heard, he makes it seem like America's downfall is inevitable. It's going to happen, and that it's on my generation to figure it out and sort of mitigate the damage. Your reaction to what he said there?
Well, Nate, not only what Hassan Piker just said there, but I think I heard cheers from that audience at Yale, so scratch off another school that my daughter and son aren't going to go to. That's certainly for sure. It'll be a real hoot seeing Hassan Piker be the keynote speaker at the Democratic National Convention one day, won't it? Because more and more Democrats are lining up to be on this maniac's podcast. Ilhan Omar was just on there this week. Ro Khanna last week. AOC, Zohra Mandani, even the New York Times, Ezra Klein, just recently gave him the written version of what you could call, I guess, a hot stone massage in a piece titled, let's see, Hassan Piker is not the enemy. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's the enemy, considering that this is the same guy who was rude.
Again, an enemy to what? An enemy to you? Absolutely. An enemy to the people? I don't think so. I think people are smarter than we give them credit. I think Americans are smarter than we give them credit. Okay? As long as someone is just telling the truth, eventually more and more Americans will hear that over and over again, and they'll start recognizing that there is an alternative vision out there. There is an alternative trajectory that we could be on, one that actually doesn't destroy this country, okay? One that maybe even manages the decline that we're experiencing currently. Because we are experiencing a decline. Things are not working. Donald Trump was able to identify that pain, was able to identify that resentment, and then he channeled it to unproductive outlets, vulnerable populations. He took that anger that people were feeling at a time when the liberal side was seemingly communicating that there was nothing to be angry at all, that the system was fine, that we were just going to do business as usual politics, right? Put me in front of people, coach. I think the more they see it in an unfiltered manner, the more they hear this message in an unfiltered manner, the more they will recognize that while some of these concepts might come across as foreign at first to the uninitiated or to those who have been taught to hate these sorts of concepts, right? Who have this unnecessary antagonism towards the word socialism, the word communism. They don't even think about it. They're like, this is an enemy thing. This is an enemy thing. It's fine. Those labels are unnecessary at the end of the day. I just want you to have healthcare. I want you to have a better future. I want you to have education. I want I want this country, the wealthiest country on the planet, to do better for all of its citizens and not just work at the behest of these lifeless, faceless, parasitic corporations that have loyalty to no one but generating profits. Okay?
For the violent fall of this country, and just did again recently, the same guy who said America deserved, the same guy who calls Jews inbreds, that's a quote, and the same guy who quotes Hamas and supports them 1,000 times more than Israel. So if Democrats want to make Hassan Piker its next team mascot in an effort,
like if they just kept it at like, oh, he calls Jews, like I think more people would probably be like, wow, that's why did he say that? But when they actually end up associating like a bunch of anti-Israel comments right at the end of that, not to give them, tips on how to do better fuck us on propaganda, but like when they do that, people understand that it's not, oh shit, never mind, it's not, this is probably not about Jews at all. It's probably about Israel in general, right?
Effort to capture more anti-American, anti-Semitic voters. Roll the dice and take your chances, guys. But this is not somebody they should want to be aligned with, yet they keep lining up to be on this podcast. Go figure.
Yeah, and he just called Republicans.
It's just funny because, like, this literally failed with Trump. Like, I'm not obviously running for office, right? But this is unironically what the liberals try to do with Donald Trump, where they were like, oh, he says so many offensive things. He says so many terrifying things. And people didn't give a shit because they understood what he was talking about. He called the Republicans what? Terrorists.
The biggest domestic terrorists in the country on the Pod Save America podcast. And it should be emphasized with an underline that he was at Yale University, speaking to young people who, as you said, did cheer when he said, how do you end something that is already in the process of dying, referring to the United States of America. Those are just the facts there. Joe, we do have to leave it. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
So this was one of the Fox News hits, but the hits keep coming. Here's the Ingram angle.
The commie and the billionaire. That's the focus of tonight's angle. What an evolution for the Democrat Party. Now, in the JFK era, it was pro-life and patriotic. In the Clinton era, it was anti-illegal immigration and...
Yeah, except you guys opposed all of that even back then. So why are you bringing it up now? This is the same... I guess this, in some respects, is not dissimilar to, like, the Democrats going back to like, the George W. Bush era and being like, well, at least they were a competent party. At least they weren't run by the orange man, you know? And Democrats are doing this. Republicans are now doing the same thing as well. Now, you had never heard this from the Republicans, though. Republicans normally don't do this. Why are they doing this? Because they're retreating. Because even a Twitch streamer can cause the Republican propaganda apparatus to retreat, to show that there are moderate Democrats out there, to no longer call Nancy Pelosi a communist. When they see someone who's actually saying communist shit, they turn around and go, yeah, actually, maybe there are some moderate Democrats. They were glazing Elisa Slotkin the other day. Okay? They were glazing Elisa Slotkin the other day, saying, like, of course she's not going to go on this mean man's podcast. Like, this cuts away at their bravado. It shows that they are also paper tigers. This is important to acknowledge, okay? Because I think, genuinely, this plays a formative role in combating the ratchet effect, okay? Because for the longest time, Republicans have been able to, move the Overton window, shift the Overton window to the right over and over again, because the National Democratic Party has always been conciliatory. They've always offered concession after concession after concession, whether because they are backed by the same corporate entities and that's what they were supposed to do, or whether it's because they genuinely thought that this was the only way to win elections, right? I'm not going to say if it's I'm not going to make an assessment on how sinister the National Party's attitude on this issue was, and what if there was an ulterior purpose there, an ulterior motive there or not. But I'm simply saying that the outcome of Democrats consistently conceding to the Republicans on right-wing framing on issues only made this country go to the right. But the moment that someone says, no, that Republicans, what are we doing here? You know, uses maybe even similar language that Republicans use with regular frequency, and not just like Republican propagandists, but straight up Republican politicians, including the president. When Democrats do just a fraction of that, they will receive tremendous results in terms of pulling back the Overton window to a place of normalcy. Now, of course, my goal is not to just like recenter American politics. I don't want that. I want to shift it so far to the left that we never elect another Republican ever again. That the idea of fascism is impossible to contend with. People are like, what? What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. That's what I want to do. But the fact that even like a Twitch streamer is capable of making these guys retreat should be important. Should be important for even centrist Democrats to take note of, okay? Because this is the exact opposite of the method that they've applied and lost on over and over again. This is the exact same reason why they lost to Trump twice. Not once, but twice. Because They were far too forgiving of the insanity of the Republicans. They did not fight back against the Republicans. They did not actively try to sever the ties that Republican politicians have with Republican voters. Okay? And that's the reason why Republicans got away with saying whatever the they wanted about the Democrats for years. And that conversation got only more toxic and more violent as time went on. And Democrats could do nothing but just sit there and cower. But the moment that you have someone that speaks a similar language to the Republican Party from the actual leftmost position possible, they immediately retreat and they immediately start glazing moderate Democrats. When have you ever heard them glaze moderate Democrats before?
Anti-deficit spending. So Democrats used to believe that America was basically a force for good in the world. But now, the left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hassan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time. Because if we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way.
I love the applause he gets at Yale. Glad I went to Dartmouth. Of course, he presupposes that we are...
Does she think Dartmouth wouldn't be just as excited to receive me? That's so stupid of her. Yale is more conservative than Dartmouth. What are you talking about? I mean, these are elite Ivy League institutions. Most of the people there are not going to be receptive to that message in any way, shape, or form.
An empire, which we are not. Piker either doesn't know his history, maybe Rutgers didn't teach that, or purposely distorts it for effect.
America's not an empire is so funny. Like, who believes that? What are you talking about? At this point, there's not even a handful of people in positions of power or in the think tank orbit that still maintains the position that, like, liberal interventionism is a force for good. Also, elitist, shitting on a state school. You notice that? Again, this is how they operate.
But it's irrelevant anyway. It's slipshod, lazy thinking that is par for the course for this once great party. Who needs to read? Who needs to understand the arc of history, when you can just go for maximum Marxist shock value?
This is so insane. America deserves 11, dude. I'm saying it.
And he not only celebrates 9/11, but he mourns the fall of the USSR.
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting, but America was no longer contested around the globe. And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism.
I love this. I love when they bang. That's the new applause. Ooh, the Yaleys are actually impressed by the word multipolarity. Very revealing, as was this exchange.
When you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal?
I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot. I love that they've, I guess, like, at this point, at a certain point, they have to, like, give up on the cheap shots and actually get to the meat of it. At this point, Fox News viewers watch you as much as we do. Yeah. Your grandparents are getting a very quick, short summary of at least some of my high notes, my highlights. This turns into a highlight reel. The moment that they don't like, the moment that they're not trying to do the cheap shots that are not resembling my worldview whatsoever, and actually showcasing some of the things that I believe, I'm happy with that. You know, this is a little bit more productive.
People, I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter, I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has, like, a political party as well.
Well, Piker's not a socialist. He's not a progressive. He's a communist. Hassan Piker is the ultimate privileged Nepo baby.
Wait, that's cool. They're also now, again, another rhetorical retreat. Not only is Laura Ingraham glazing moderate, centrist, neoliberal Democrats, she's also separating communism from progressives and socialism. Okay? Again, that is another rhetorical retreat. It almost feels like the politics that I am representing is forcing Republicans to take a more serious look at what the broad scope of the broad scope of ideological representation within the Democratic Party. Have you noticed that? Again, this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. These are the same people who say Jeff Bezos is a communist, Nancy Pelosi is a communist. All of a sudden, when they hear someone say communist things, they turn around and go, actually, Bill Clinton was pretty good. I mean, he wanted to protect America. He wanted to glorify America. And that Hassan Piker is a communist, very different than socialist or progressive.
He cut his teeth as an intern at the Young Turk show, which his uncle, Cenk Uygur, founded. What he learned there was how to get attention, and he's getting a lot of it. Nothing is off the table, including resurfaced comments about property owners who choose not to rent out their empty homes. He said, quote, kill them, kill those MFers and murder those MFers in the streets.
Yeah, then they go back to this and it's like, okay, ask me, do I believe this is this a sincere policy perspective? No, it's not. Okay, let's move on.
The streets soak in their bleeping red capitalist blood, dude. And he's gotten so much traction among younger voters that he's plotting.
I like that she added dude, but she wouldn't add in a video game.
To take over the whole party.
I think we do have a real opportunity to make some significant changes and build a real left caucus in the party and hopefully maybe even bully some other Democrats into coming on board with positions that they previously would never have the moral courage to openly fight for. Also, to Laura Ingraham, I have to say,
Legalize comedy.
And another reminder that having a social media following doesn't mean having a brain. But it's not just the Gen Xers who are moving hard left. One of the Democrat Party's most prominent donors, billionaire Tom Steyer, is now the frontrunner for governor of California, and he's a total fanatic.
I'm very straightforward about this. ICE should be abolished. You really can't reform an organization which is absolutely wrong and criminal from top to bottom.
Yeah, he's even more open borders than Gavin Newsom, if that's possible. Be sure to like and...
Yeah, and then the rest of it is... Wait, I don't understand why it says, like, they're hinting at civil war, but this one actually banged for them. Fox News Clips, this one got a lot higher view count than their other clips that usually don't get this level of view count, so that's good, that's cool. And they're obviously very mad. Pacer for the Middle East, I think he'd be happy there. This guy's in big trouble. He needs arresting for blatant treason, calling for the fall of this great country. Piker's a sick individual. Do not give $1 to Yale. Yale should be closed for what they're doing to America. These people need to be addressed by courageous patriots. He should be arrested. It's like, what happened? What happened to free speech? None of y'all believe in any of that shit, okay? It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Nick Sorter did the whole, we must end the American empire. He got mad about it too. Obviously, I guess like this is, they're reposting banger after banger over and over again. Rick Scott goes, Hassan Piker hates America, glorifies him in his call for me and others to be murdered. He should not be given any type of platform, let alone a college campus that receives federal funding. Not realizing that, again, this is exactly what the Democrats failed at, okay? Democrats tried to do this. Liberals tried to do this in 2016 and even leading up to 2016 and certainly after 2016, and it failed. It failed. Trump is president. I don't know why I don't want them to stop because it's beneficial. It's beneficial to this movement. It's beneficial for me personally to get my message in front of as many people as possible. This is creating unnecessary friction. And it's also demonstrably a failure. At this point, yeah, we are close to Trump talking about me. Literally everyone except Trump has talked about you. I'm honestly shocked he hasn't yet. In some ways, I don't want that to happen because I feel like I'm going to get it after that happens. But sounds like you're soft launching a presidential run. I'm not even interested in running for a local office, dude. That's the funniest part about all of this is that, like, they're treating me like I'm running for president, but I'm not. Like, I don't think America's ready for a person like me to be in a position of power, okay? It's not going to happen. I also personally think that I have a lot more impact doing this, where I can highlight other candidates and help out other candidates and work to build a movement rather than spend all of my time, all of my energy on trying to win one race. And there's no guarantee that I win regardless, right? If I'm even entertaining a run for any position whatsoever, that means that American politics have already moved in our direction so severely, that I'm running as a moderate, right? Because AOC and Bernie don't campaign with others. Buddy, I've seen a fraction of what it takes to do even one day of campaign rallies, okay? Do you know how much time and effort is expended on running? Everything in your life is about winning that race. Okay. I wouldn't be able to cover the news. I wouldn't be able to promote other candidates. I wouldn't be able to do the necessary background research on other candidates. I wouldn't be able to adequately fundraise for other candidates. I'd have to be fundraising for myself. Like, you guys don't even understand. Like, it's just not, it's a complete time suck. It consumes every aspect of your life. There's also limitations on what I could and couldn't say regardless. It's just not, it's not possible. And on top of that, there's no guarantee. And on top of that, I don't even want to do it. Like, it's silly. People have always, throughout my career, told me what I should and shouldn't do, what I should do instead, right? Oh, you have all this money. Why don't you start a charity? You have all this money. Why don't you, why don't you build socialism? Why don't you build Medicare for all? And it's like, there are certain things that I'm good at and certain things that are within my power. And I'm trying to maximize my utility. That's it. At the end of the day, that is what I'm doing. I'm maxing out on my utility. I'm very good at one thing and one thing only, and that is going live every day and yapping and talking about the news and trying to help out with movements both all around the world and also certainly in the United States of America, and move this country's politics in a more productive direction that is better for the working class. That's I don't hide that intention at all. I say it. Sometimes people disagree with my methods. There are plenty of people who disagree with my methods, actually. There's even people to my left that disagree with my methods. But this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. And I'm radically transparent about it, too. So much so that people actually... people will take advantage of that radical transparency. Now,
so tell us about Kenya. Did you chill with Malik Obama ever?
No.
Did you ever link up with Malik Obama?
That's so stupid. Okay, that was bars. Let's get to Ilhan Omar now.
To leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean, I've got 6 older siblings. We've got 3 brothers. So. And
you've never lost one fight? You could beat up anyone in Congress?
I don't want my brothers being upset about this, but
you
yeah,
beat they butts? I don't know why I said it that way. You beat your brother's butts? To a little girl?
We'll leave that to the imagination.
You were little, though.
I was. But
did you do it in front of girls their age?
No.
Thank God.
No.
They would have never lived that down.
Yeah, but I rarely fought girls. I mostly fought boys.
She's such a gangster.
I'm sorry.
So
stay away from her, Adam. Up. Stay away from her.
Los Angeles, California at the Regent Theater. We sold out the first show. They've added a second. Enough of that. My guest this week is Ilhan Omar, representative from Minnesota in the House of Representatives. Since her election to the House in 2019, Omar has become one of the most well-known, oftentimes maligned politicians in America today. I really enjoyed getting to know her backstory. I knew some of it, but it's really unlike any other member of Congress. At 8 years old, civil war broke out in Somalia, and she escaped to Kenya, to a refugee camp. And at 12, she moved to Virginia with her family before eventually settling in Minneapolis. Since her election to Congress, she's also...
Keep this jester away from Her Majesty is right.
Been subject to constant harassment and even death threats. There have been Republican candidates for office who have called for her execution. Multiple people have been imprisoned for plotting her assassination. President Trump has targeted her repeatedly throughout her entire time in Congress. He's advocated for her expulsion from the country, among just other derogatory whatever. Funnily enough, we had this scheduled twice before on the calendar, and those 2 times were the days that New York City had blizzards this year. It's Islamophobic. It's the Jewish God is mad at me. Hashem is mad at me. The first 2 times, she had extensive security detail that was provided by Congress. She was the only member of Congress that had it, and they needed access to do full security sweeps of the studio. And on Friday, when I asked her team if they needed access this weekend, they said that Speaker Johnson has revoked that security. You know, I had a bunch of questions prepared for the Congresswoman about what it's like for a person to endure all that. But what I could tell immediately is that she's genuinely just unafraid and unfazed, or at least she seems like she is. I don't think many people could do that. I think it takes a really special person to do that. So here's my interview. We do a funny bit up top, if you're still watching. Oh, hold on. She said it was better than Hassan, just for the record.
That's
Ladies and gentlemen, Congresswoman
Bro,
from
that's
Minnesota.
crazy. That's crazy. Why would you lie like that? Why would you lie like that? This is up, bro. This is up, okay? This is the worst. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. My #1 op, I swear to God. Unbelievable. She never said that. She told me. She said, yuck, I'm going on the Adam Friedland show later. Yuck. That's what she said. Don't say Mog, chat. Shut up.
Han Omar. This is our 3rd attempt at this.
It is.
It is.
How are you?
Do you think
Stay away from her.
Cursed? Do you think we're cursed?
Stop.
No,
Stop trying to say we. Oh, we're cursed. Ha ha. I stop.
With weather issues.
No, we've had 2 blizzards.
From Minnesota, so it's just.
In New York City, we've had 2 blizzards, and those were both on the day that you were supposed to come.
Yeah, well, welcome to our situation in Minnesota.
Yeah. Do you like it there? It seems plenty cold, no?
Yeah, but as Prince said, it keeps the bad people away.
One thing that kind of is a little bit upsetting to me is that enemy of the show, Mr. Hassan Piker, got you. He snuck in there, and he gave you a tea that everyone, it's become a meme. Hassan got some store-bought bottled tea that was warm.
He doesn't understand the significance. He doesn't. This is why he won't get it. The bond that we have.
And everyone's like, wow, he's such a great guy. So
it's one of my favorites, though.
Yeah. You, Adam. You. Yeah.
But what I've done one better.
Okay.
I've gotten
it's a big challenge.
I've gotten authentic Somali tea. We're gonna do a cooking segment, late night talk show style. Can we get the boys out here? And we're gonna do a segment called Somali tea.
Okay. We're actually gonna make Somali tea.
We're gonna make Somali tea. You're gonna teach me how, but I'm also gonna spill some Somali tea.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I don't know if
I don't know if Trump will approve of this, but.
What do you mean? Well, I heard Donald Trump's been getting fat. That's like that kind of thing. We're spilling tea. Hurry up, guys. She's not sure about the show yet. We got to really win her over with this Somali tea.
Did you hear it from Trump?
No, we're not.
She's not into it. She's not into it. Oh, this is 100% Hassan Abi W, Hassan Abi victory. You got Mogdive here? What are you talking about? Come on. Come on.
You can't believe. Okay, I'm just saying.
We're not going to do racism.
I'm just saying your tea can't come.
No, listen, sis. We're spilling the tea, and it's going to be piping hot.
These things need to be ground. Would you have a?
No, no. Here are the leaves.
Okay,
These are special.
but the cardamom needs to be broken. And
oh my God! I look like an idiot, guys. What do I turn this on? Extra hot? Do we have water?
We need water.
Oh, behind me.
His voice is breaking.
So yeah, from a very.
Can we have water?
This looks, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, this is just. I feel like a Jimmy Fallon, huh? Well, maybe I can serve a little piping hot tea. Because I was on SomaliSpot.com.
Okay.
And I heard that the truth about that Ashraf guy on TikTok is that he's rich because he and his brother work for / own an NGO in Somalia.
Oh.
But you didn't hear that from me.
Okay.
Do you get it? It's like tea.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, God. Oh, this is unbelievable. Don't laugh. Adam gets really nervous around POC and woman. Yeah. Walk. Woman of color.
I don't know. A little birdie.
I'm struggling trying to keep some of these things open. It's fine. We're good to go.
You hate to see your boy fumble? No, I love to see my boy fumble.
So what?
This is why Adam's a comedian and you aren't. He's hilarious. He's trying here, okay? Don't let this fool you. Oh, this is a comedy bit. He's actually sincerely trying.
Clove?
Yeah.
Looks like you put
cinnamon, cardamom. It needs to be broken up, but okay.
Okay, just
I'm hate watching. I'm hate watching.
Little birdie told me that the president of Somaliland, Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdullahi, has announced a sweeping cabinet reshuffle involving new appointments, dismissals, and transfers across key ministries. But you didn't hear that from me, sis.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
We were putting you to work. You're the guest. This is going to be delicious, I'm sure. I don't know if you heard this, but Ethiopia and Eritrea have been saying that they have more beautiful lighthouses than us.
Well, we have the longest coast in Somalia, so I don't know.
Yeah. And I heard Eritrea said she had breathing issues, but really, it was a nose job. Oh my God, we're being so bad right now. So that's our bit, Somali tea. We're gonna. This is by far the stupidest thing we've ever done on the show. Can someone take the hot plate and then pour us the tea?
Yeah. If you lift that, I can lift this.
No, we don't.
Oh,
No. Okay. Ow. No, this is terrible. This is very dangerous.
I'll move the whole table. You grab that. There we go.
Wow.
I'll leave this there.
Guys, our first cooking segment has been an absolute winner. Listen, don't put it in a solo cup.
I'm going to be seeing Adam later tonight. And let me tell you, okay, I'm taking notes.
It's going to melt it.
That's what Caleb told me.
No, we have these.
Yeah.
I'll just say, do we have mugs? It's very.
I've really enjoyed learning about you for this episode. And I think that you're obviously, do you feel like you're one of the most well-known members of Congress? I mean,
sure.
Would it be fair to say that you're used as a political cudgel? And
I might be a little bit of a boogeyman for the MAGA, yeah.
Yeah. And it started pretty much immediately, if I remember correctly.
Yes, right after I won my primary race for the state house, so nobody should have actually known who I was. But
well, how did Maroon 5 find out who you were? I don't know if any of you know this, but in the Girls Like You video, you are along with Ellen DeGeneres, Gal Gadot,
J-Lo,
if I could be
Cardi
a fly
B.
on that. Cardi B?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when did you come to national prominence or something? Like that was obviously before you were in Congress.
What the?
Won my state house race.
Okay, I don't care about this Bill Jensen guy, bro.
They said I was the first Somali legislator to be elected in the United States, and I think people didn't distinguish the fact that I was a state legislator and not a member of Congress.
Really?
And so everybody was congratulating me. I was getting phone calls from world leaders
on becoming
around
the president
the world.
of the United States. Yeah.
And people were going to the Capitol trying to find my office. And
so everyone is very stupid.
Well,
was it like just a very generous headline? Did they not?
Yeah, I think that people don't. Yeah. Most people don't know that state legislators and because you're called a representative when you're a state legislator,
right?
And when you're in the House, you're also called a representative. So people, I think, just kind of confuse the two.
And you beat a lady who wanted to lower the voting age to 12. Is that correct?
Well, she was there for 44 years, so...
Yeah, but she said that 13-year-olds should vote?
She had some interesting ideas.
I think that's cool. I think kids rule. I think the maximum voting age should be 18.
I have a pretty smart 13-year-old, and I'm not sure she's ready to vote yet.
I think she is. I think the kids rock and teachers suck and there's too much homework. 13, that was my bar mitzvah.
They don't give as much homework as they used to when I was in high school now.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I know.
That rocks.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
Oh, no, it's sad. For a parent, I'm like, I want the same torture I went through for my kids to go through.
Did you have them at home for COVID?
I did have them home for COVID, four kids.
You were in the government and you had 4 kids at the crib?
Yeah, it was wild.
Were you losing your mind?
It was actually more entertaining because I remember one time I was cooking lunch and my youngest daughter, who was in elementary at the time, I think she was in 3rd grade, was doing PE through the computer. And
PE.
Yeah, and so I just she was on her laptop at the dining room table, and I turned around and she was doing jumping jacks, and it was a very weird thing to see her do, and then to hear everyone else doing it through the noise that was coming from the computer.
That must stink though, that you can't see your friends.
That was painful. Yeah. But it was a good bonding time for, I think, the 4 of them.
Do you think we afford kids enough sympathy for that? I think we only talk about their gender surgeries, but I don't think we talk about the fact that they went through a tough time growing up, no?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of social interaction that was missed for a lot of the kids that went through COVID.
They're weird, no? They're probably
a little bit.
Weird. You lost your mom young.
I did.
So you were 2?
2-ish, yeah.
So I guess how did you had to teach yourself how to be a mother?
I did, yeah. I mean, and I think, I was actually just talking to my youngest daughter about this. I was raised by my dad.
Does it hurt to watch Ilhan laugh at another content creator's jokes? My number 1 op, Adam, yes, it does.
Grandpa, and they were both strict, but they liked to talk to us as if we were adults. And so we, were free to have opinions and debate with them, and it wasn't they didn't consider it disrespectful.
Yeah.
And, we had a lot of autonomy as kids, and so that's kind of how I raised my kids. It's they know what not to do, but they're also very independent and...
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. Great timing. What's the l'chaim in Somalia? What's the cheers?
Oh, we don't do cheers, but...
Oh, because it's haram. No.
Yeah.
Well, l'chaim.
It didn't make it into our vocabulary.
L'chaim, yeah. I burned my tongue. So
maybe salute.
Salute.
Yes, we were colonized by the Italians, so there's a lot of Italian influence.
Yeah, one thing, when you were talking about your father, that kind of... I mean, my parents moved to America as well, and I had to kind of communicate American culture. I know you moved here as a
Jeff
child.
Goldblum,
but
that's actually he would not take offense to that. He would actually probably like that quite a bit.
Beyond being a single dad, he also was raising his kids in this alien culture.
Yeah,
and there's a really cute part of your book where you talk about where you want to wear cute clothes in high school.
Yeah.
And he was fine with that, but he's but no kissing. Yeah. If you kiss, I'm out. I'm out on that.
Yeah, he was out on a lot of things.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I remember in 6th grade, my parents got me regular underpants, and then 6th grade you have to start changing for gym class.
Yeah.
And so I asked my parents if I can get boxers, and my dad was like, why would a boy care about his underpants? I was like, I don't know, people are calling me gay. I'm not gay. But,
Yeah.
And he's like, do you have body dysmorphia? I'm like, what does that mean? And so I had boxers for pajamas, and I used to just...
they do go from 0 to 100.
Immigrant parents?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense to them. Yeah. It's really...
I do still have a little bit of that, even though like I've been here for over 30 years. I still do have like the little...
Chad said 2 African-American immigrants. It's true. Literally. Technically not wrong.
Bit of the immigrant parent. My kids are like, okay, relax. Like, we were joking.
But you had to learn American.
Yes.
We're hopping around a lot because I want to get into your story before that. But what were the things that you could kind of educate? Was it the show Baywatch?
I mean, I could watch anything because
I love TV.
My dad didn't have any context to like what was on TV, what was appropriate or not appropriate, and he also had to work a lot, so he wasn't really home.
Yeah.
And so I watched like Family Matters and
Urkel.
Yeah.
You were raised on Urkel taught you.
I was raised on everything that would come on TV after I got off school. So just the TV was just on all the time. And like, but I didn't speak English, and I was struggling.
Is this your favorite member of Congress? I can't choose between her and Rashida. I love them both equally. I actually love a lot of Congress people. Summer Lee too. Also incredible. I mean, these are the GOATs.
It's when I came at the age of 12 that I knew.
Did I do that?
No.
Steve Urkel.
No, I would learn that.
I know your first words.
It was hello and shut up.
Hello, shut up.
And that's not fun when that's the only words you know in 6th grade. So
that's so cute.
Yeah, maybe.
But your teacher wrote something in your yearbook that I thought was adorable. I don't want to misquote it, but it said like, Ilhan, like age 11, hello, shut up, age 12. Hello, my name is Ilhan, nice to meet you. Yeah. It's like, it makes me want to cry. It's so cute.
It went, Mr. Miller. It was that was very cute.
So when did you first feel American, you know?
I don't know if there's a moment. I believe when I could communicate and like navigate life and feel like just like one of the other kids. Maybe when I felt like I was American, and then maybe that was like 13, 14.
It's fast.
Yes.
Because you came here at 11, no?
12.
12. So in 2 years you learned English and...
I was pretty fluent within like 3 to 6 months.
And you learned Baywatch, you learned...
I would watch the TV with the captions on, and then
TV.
My sister and I would just have the dialogue that they were having on TV.
Yeah.
And that was kind of, like, it helped, I guess, not to develop a strong accent as well. But yeah, like I think much of my English before, you know, I got into my formal education was like context-based.
Yeah. All my non-American like family learned it from friends.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, Adam, you're such a chandelier. You're so sarcastic. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, I am. I'm definitely not a Ross. I wish I was a Joey a little bit sometimes.
Nobody wants to be a Ross.
Ross? Oh, what a schmuck.
Yeah. I also don't know if I could handle a Joey.
A Joey? Why, he's so stupid.
Yeah.
Joey's like, you feel like,
Is this how you learn English? Yes.
Yeah, it would be too painful to hang out.
I literally learned English watching American television. That's why I don't have an accent.
It was fun while it lasted, Joey, but you're no thinker. Yeah. I need someone more intellectual.
We could talk for an hour,
Yeah.
And I'm a conversationalist, so I'd like people who could hold
And Joey would be like, I thought you were a sommelier. Yeah. And you're like, Somalian. What's wrong with you, Joey? How do you even have a license to drive? You shouldn't be allowed to vote. You're spoken about so much, but I don't think people understand how much of a journey your life has been. And potentially how it's made you the person you are today.
Glaze.
Which is a person that's like, you, I'm not going anywhere. You know?
Yeah.
We're born in Mogadishu. How old were you when the Civil War broke out?
8.
8. What were your memories of Somalia before that?
Well, this is the thing that people usually get upset about because they're like, oh, she just glorifies her childhood. And like, my childhood was pretty normal. It was...
Like not being in a war, that sounds pretty nice. The
I mean,
parts where that weren't in a war.
wasn't, part of my life.
Yeah.
I grew up in a very loud, loving home. My mother, it's fascinating story culturally. In Somalia, the tradition is that if you get married, you have two options. Either you have your own home with, your wife and your kids, or if you don't have enough resources, the husband moves his wife in with his family.
And in-laws.
Yes.
It's got to be annoying.
Well,
or beautiful.
It depends on who the in-laws are. And my mother was the firstborn of her family. And she wanted to help her dad economically. She wanted to help make sure her siblings were raised well. And
she was an ethnic minority too?
She's of Yemeni heritage, and so she was very adamant that any suitor had to agree to move in with her family, which was a cultural no-no. And so my dad, when supposedly there was this coffee shop that he would frequent after work, and she would come by that coffee shop to go home. And he said it was love at first sight. He wanted to know who this woman was, and started to he figured out where she worked and started to show up at her job and kept asking to talk to her, and she wasn't interested, but eventually said yes. And
he wore her down.
He wore her down, and then she made her demand that, if they were to get married, he had to move in, and that was, I suppose, a hard choice for my father. But he was in love. With her mother and father and her siblings, I know. And he said yes, and I think, as it was probably one of the best choices he made. And so he moved in, and we were born in my grandfather's house. My grandmother died before I was born, so my mom had younger siblings that she had to help take care of as she was having kids. And so I grew up with my aunts and uncles along with my siblings, and so it was a full house.
And you were the youngest too.
I'm the youngest of 7, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Being a member of Congress and understanding what it's like to be a child in a war-torn environment, what was that like as an 8-year-old? I mean, what are your memories of that?
It's distorting because, like I said, I had a pretty normal childhood. My family was like middle class, upper middle class for Somalia standard in the 80s.
Yeah.
I lived with my mother before she passed, who had full-time employment, my father, my grandfather, my aunts and uncles, who were all teachers. And so there's multiple salaries coming into our one household. And so we were pretty comfortable. And then, we went from one day just being a normal kid, going to school and playing, and the next day, kids around your age are walking around with rifles, and there's bombs dropping.
38-year-olds?
Well, like
39-year-olds. Shit.
8-year-olds. 9-year-olds.
I know. I seem like an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
I look 8, but I'm 39.
Okay.
That's
when you have a
what
vote.
are you?
I mean, I know
what are you doing?
You're in a new kind of military operation, whatever the fuck that is. Do memories of like hearing gunfire, do they inform your kind of morality or your understanding of like what it means, what war is?
Yeah, I mean, I do think of war through the lens of someone who survived one.
Yeah.
And I understand that the lasting impacts of war.
Yeah.
It's the displacement. It's the trauma that you can't get rid of. I mean, I still have PTSD there's certain environments that.
Did we hear these stories in your interview? No, we were talking about tactics. We were talking about the future of the party. We were talking about what we can do for America. Okay. Also, I know for a fact that if I try to conduct an interview like this, 98% of the chat would be like, why are you talking so much? Stop trying to be funny. Stop trying to be funny. Like, that's what you guys would do. Good thing he doesn't have a annoying ass chat in his ear yelling at him. Anytime I want to make a point when I have someone that I'm interviewing that goes beyond 60 seconds, everyone goes, this is no longer a question. Why have you not yourself yet? So that your guest can be the only person on camera who speaks. And then you guys are like, oh, why don't you do these kinds of things? Because you, chat, because of you, okay?
That trigger it, and I think for a lot of people, especially a lot of people in the United States, unless you've been a service member and been in combat zone, like people can't fully comprehend. So they're just like, oh, there's war, and things get back to normal, and everybody's fine, and. Nobody accounts for the destruction that happens. Nobody accounts for the misyears of education that instability brings, the loss of jobs, the loss of infrastructure, the loss of your memories, the connection to family, to your history. I get a lot of people who are like, yeah, you should be grateful that, you have this beautiful life. I am grateful enormously that I have this beautiful life.
More so.
But it comes with a cost, and I think that a lot of people, because we are in America, a lot of people just see people who come here seeking a new life, and just are like, why aren't you just really excited? And it's like, yeah, they are excited, but they also have the human capacity to miss what was lost.
Yeah.
My great-grandmother, who also lived with us and helped raise us, I didn't see her for many years after the war. She passed away without me saying goodbye to her. And I would have loved to have been by her side when she passed away, as I was with my grandfather and father.
I think there's this notion of what a refugee is. In learning about you and researching for this, obviously there's a xenophobic thing happening, which is like, for the first time I'm 38 or 39. Fuck, I'm 39. It sounds so bad. I'm 40, and
I'm turning 44 this year, so I don't know why you hanged up on the 39.
We're the same age.
I'm
and
older, 5. It sounds like
we're the same age, and you're in Congress.
You would have been in 8th grade when I was graduating high school, so you're okay.
Yeah, you would have bullied me probably.
No, I was very much opposed to bullying.
We would have been best friends, obviously.
Yeah, I would have fought your bullies for you.
No, I didn't have any because I was so funny.
That's great.
All the bullies were laughing so much at my funny jokes. No, but
I thought that's how people become funny, is because they get bullied.
100%. 100%. Wow.
We're having a therapy session? Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm going to get on the couch. Well, no, I think it seems like this is the most xenophobic I've ever seen of the country. But also, there's a notion
even more so, than his first term.
Oh, I mean, it's not him. It's just, it's people, But on the other side, I think there's a notion of refugee, like, there's those, like, posters, like, refugees are welcome here. Mm-hmm. Almost as if, like, that, like, you're lesser than, kind of, even in the liberal sense, like, oh, please come, like, come sit down.
It's well-meaning, though.
It's well-meaning, for sure. But it's like...
Could be patronizing.
Being a refugee has equipped you...
Were you a bully in school?
As an adult. And is
absolutely not.
I mean, my resilience is because I was a refugee.
And you were supposed to come twice, and your security detail was supposed to do an extensive sweep. You had a Secret Service level security, because there are multiple people that are incarcerated for plotting assassinations. Obviously, we saw at the town hall recently that Yeah, but you fucking charged. You were like,
I did. I thought he
you're like, what, bitch? Yeah. You charged him.
Yeah, I mean, I did the only thing I knew how to do.
What dawned on me, it was like, yeah, because like she walked to Kenya as an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old, you know, like.
Close enough. I didn't walk all the way to Kenya, but yes.
Well, you don't say walk to them. Make it sound worse. You got a piggyback ride? You went to, come on, just let me do the Jewish thing. She walked to Kenya. And then seeing Republican candidates for office calling for your execution and seeing the president fixated on you, I think it's fair to say. Is that where your bravery comes from?
It's a very good interview.
Or am I off
He's
base?
doing a great job.
What I mean, and I think in the refugee story, I think, or any sort of displacement story through traumatic events, is that old adage of what doesn't break you makes you stronger. There are people who do end up being broken, right? But I think it did the opposite for me. I think it gave me a sense of like, I survived all of these things that could have destroyed me, could have killed me. And so what is the point of having fear? So I kind of really don't have the normal sense of fear. I mean, I have irrational fear of certain things, but I don't have...
Snakes?
I'm a little, like, claustrophobic.
Me too.
Yeah. And I think that, like, because we had to hide under beds, when the bombs would drop.
Good thing I still have Kaya, though. I Kaya mogged him.
And, or like try to hold on to the side of a wall just to make sure if it collapsed that you could crawl out. But I think those tight corners, being put in those tight corners, I think maybe helped me develop just a little bit of claustrophobia.
I feel bad for saying me too, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's different things that happen, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. But I think, when you are, 8 and you are crossing multiple checkpoints and people have guns pointed at you, you just develop a sense of like, I got through that. What else could happen?
It reminds me a lot of when my dad wouldn't get me boxer shorts when I was in 6th grade. We've both been.
How so?
We have different stories, and I've been through a lot.
Yeah, so it's very traumatic.
I didn't hit puberty until basically after 10th grade. So we've both been through a lot.
Isn't that not the normal age for
I know your grievance
puberty?
politics. No, it's not the normal age. In 6th grade, some of them are like with beards. And we're like, how are we the same grade? 2 kids had sex in 6th grade, and I went home and cried. I don't know why I'm telling a sitting member of Congress this, but I cried, and I remember both their full names still to this day. I cried. I said, I thought we were just kids. Sex?
You saw them? Did they tell you about it?
I just heard it.
What's the context of this?
The summer after 6th grade, you could beat both their names. Just had sex.
Oh, God.
And I cried.
They're going to sue you.
I thought we were going to
They're
try
going to
kiss.
sue you for sharing this.
So tell us about Kenya. Did you chill with Malik Obama ever? No, I'm just... Did you ever link up with Malik Obama?
That's so stupid. Okay, that was bars.
Who he is? The brother?
Yeah.
He's like MAGA.
Yeah, no, I don't.
He's a hater.
Yeah.
He's hating from Kenya. He's just tweeting and
I
hating.
don't think we were even in the same region of Kenya, but...
No, so your mentor in Kenya was Malik Obama. Is he related to Barack Obama, or is that like a common last name? Is it like Kim in Korea? I don't know. Your family got the visa to move to the States and to leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean, I've got 6 older siblings. I've got 3 brothers, so...
And you've never lost one fight? You could beat up anyone in Congress?
I don't want my brothers being upset about this, but
you
yeah,
beat they butts? I don't know why I said it that way. You beat your brother's butts? To a little girl?
We'll leave that to the imagination.
You were little, though.
I was. But
Did you do it in front of girls their age?
No.
Thank God.
No.
They would have never lived that down.
Yeah, but I rarely fought girls. I mostly fought boys.
She's such a gangster.
I'm sorry.
So,
well, girls are scratched, and I didn't want I didn't want my face scratched.
You're a boxing MMA fan.
I am a boxing MMA fan.
Do you like my favorite boxer, Naoya Inoue? Do you like him?
He's all right.
The monster? You think he's all right? The amount of power
I don't,
at that size.
Okay, all right.
Honestly, he's your size.
I am a fan of the sport. I don't really have.
You like Bud?
I don't. Who's Bud?
Crawford.
Yes.
He's the man.
Yes, he's amazing.
Awesome.
We watched his last fight.
Against Canelo?
We just watched Wilder, too.
Oh, yeah. This talk show is designed to help you stand out in 16 seconds. To be ready your other spending change lately, or am I on track to hit because it was on in California?
Where
Why America's $5 lineup prize picks. You asked your dad why America, why you chose America.
My grandpa.
Your grandfather.
Yeah. He said America was the only country in the world where you will eventually become an American. And it's interesting because he was very right about that. You know, I don't know too many places where an immigrant can absorb the identity of the new nation they arrive in.
It's true. Yeah. Hey, you say that too? Yeah, it's because it's true. I mean, look at me. I'm a living, breathing example of this reality, and so is she. I mean, she's a refugee, she's an immigrant, and now a sitting congressperson. That's pretty remarkable, right? That is one of the most, I mean, it's an old Reagan quote as well, but that's one of the most beautiful aspects of the United States of America, ironically enough. And yes, Canada as well. Jesus Christ, Canadians. Oh my God, America's hat. Can't even have like a moment of shine for America without Canadians being like, did you forget about us? Don't you know? Bro, every country's like that. I wouldn't say every country is like that. America is a nation of immigrants, okay? It's a nation of immigrants. There are plenty of countries that are, open to immigrants and migration patterns in general. But the United States of America, and I guess to a certain degree Canada as well, is somewhat unique in that aspect. There's also, ironically enough, these last post-Trump era America is a little bit different, but like the American attitude towards first-generation immigrants, like given whichever migration pattern exists throughout American history, has always been one of resistance, but then they just become American. And in the process of becoming American, they also get annoying about the next wave of migrants coming in, right? That's also somewhat a part of the American process where you're like, off, these new guys are really ruining the vibes, right? It's like the Irish coming in and the Anglo-Saxon Protestants would be like, off, why do we want these Catholic monsters in the country? And then the Irish people become a part of the American identity, and then they're like, Italians are coming in or Greeks are coming in. They're like, off, why are these weirdos coming into the country? Why are these Polish coming into the country? They're ruining everything. And then they assimilate. That's also a part of the cycle of becoming American.
I guess because it's not an ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
Like German is an ethnicity and nationality.
I know a lot of people use Japan as an example, which is crazy.
I mean, I guess that's the thing I always thought was awesome about America.
I mean, and the people here who would be, the inhabitants of what was to become America, were not calling themselves that. And so I think that creates the distinction where, like a country like Somalia, the people are Somali. So everyone else that's there, like they have their own ethnic backgrounds and stories, but there's a core group of people who are just Somali.
As a legislator that is, that's hijabi, black, and a woman, do you think that is kind of on the surface why so much negative attention is paid to you? I mean,
I mean, I would say less because I'm a woman and black, more because I'm an immigrant and visibly Muslim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing that's odd to me is like the Obama era, right? Like you seem like a person that like it would be the State of the Union or something, and you point to the balcony, you'd be like, Ilhan Omar was a refugee in Kenya, and she came to America, and she worked her way up and became a success. You know, it used to be something that we celebrate.
Yeah,
and
but I think that is the backlash, is because it was celebrated, right? Because like the reason, you know, earlier you asked, like, why does, you know, how does everybody know you? How do you, you know, come to national attention? It's because I was the first for a whole community that, like, was barely recognized as being in the country.
Yeah.
And, you know, here I am, less than, you know, a little over 20 years after arriving here as a kid, as a member of Congress.
You're the first African refugee?
I am the first African born.
You're the first Somalian?
Yeah.
You're the first Muslim woman?
Yeah, to wear a hijab.
Rashida,
We came in together, yeah.
Rashida, but was it alphabetical?
Yeah, but I'm also the first
But the
Muslim not born in the U.S. to ever serve in Congress.
Oh, so Rashida doesn't have that on you?
No, she's born here.
Yeah, she's born here.
Yeah.
That's kind of soft of Rashida.
Yeah. I mean, and Keith Ellison was born here, Andre Carson was born here,
Yeah.
and Latifah Simon was born here. So there's 4 of us that are in Congress.
Yeah.
But everybody seems to only remember I'm the Muslim one that exists there because I'm visibly Muslim, and I'm also an immigrant.
Do you think they're also haters because, like, I don't know, everyone's uglier?
No. People,
like,
are beautiful in their own ways.
You think Lindsey Graham is beautiful in his own way?
I'm sure somebody thinks Lindsey
You
Graham
work at an
is.
ugly office. Okay, let's be real. Have you seen some of these people? Why do we let them in charge of us? You can admit
It is not a beauty
Ilhan,
contest.
Ilhan, okay, listen, I'm not. Look at them. Some of the, wait, you think Mitch McConnell got there because of pretty privilege? You think? Well, what
you think I got there because of pretty privilege?
No, I think you overcame a lot.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know where we were going with this.
I'm just saying, you got to work at an ugly place.
One of my opponents, when I first ran for office,
was busted.
Said that I was gaining traction because I was attractive.
And you were like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah. No, I appreciated the compliment, but I'm pretty sure it was more than that.
When you got into the House, I think probably our audience's understanding of Nancy Pelosi is kind of probably negative. I don't know. People hate Congress in general. Can you tell us a little bit about, like, you know, what she told you about being a woman in government? Why are you laughing? I meant to say that. Why is she laughing at me?
I don't know if she...
Did I say woman?
Are you an imposter? Yes. I think that's not a bad question.
How did I say it? Sorry. I've just never met someone in a Maroon 5 music video with Ellen and Gal Gadot and Millie Bobby Brown. Young Millie.
No, I mean, Pelosi is a fascinating person because, you know, she's...
It's interesting because Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi basically was the last, like, competent leader in the Democratic Party. Obviously, I consider her to be an ideological opponent, and her competence in many instances, paired with her neoliberal ideology, became a force to reckon with. However, and I've talked about this for years, if you remember back in the day, I would talk about this all the time. She was a very diligent, very good fundraiser, but also a very reliable whip. Now, of course, that sucks for the left flank because she would reliably whip votes against, you know, leftmost positions. Now, Hughes just said she's a rabid Zionist supporter. This is true. This also makes the dynamic between her and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib even more fascinating because on the one hand, there were moments where she literally hang her out to dry when everyone was attacking her. But also on the other hand, they didn't vote to kick her off the first of all, she was placed on the, Foreign Relations Committee, which is huge. That's like a decision that Nancy Pelosi partook in, okay? as a young congresswoman, okay, green, young congresswoman, and a Somali refugee who had negative opinions about Israel, very openly having negative opinions about Israel, Nancy Pelosi, being the smart tactician that she is, placed her on that committee, okay, in order to basically, get some loyalty in return, okay? Like, this is the type of stuff that happens, I think, behind closed doors that are important to pay attention to. Our critics regularly, I like how you watch pictures while your audience thinks you're fighting for something. Are you an imposter? You told that you are, though, right? Are critics regularly permaban in here? Is that a good thing? What the are you saying, bro? It's so funny. There's 30,000 people in here, and there's like dumb in the chat who think they're having like a one-on-one conversation with me, and then they're like, haha, I bet you're gonna ban me for being a critic. It's like, yeah, I am, because you're a bot.
An only daughter to a family of like many boys.
Yeah.
So
also
she,
a political family.
Yeah, and she had her own, I think, strengthening growing up with lots of brothers in the same way that I did. She was very close.
I'm Coach Zay defending
Hassan
you.
went to Yale, J.D. Vance went to an empty auditorium, and Erica Kirk went to sleep because she didn't feel like doing all that. The thunderous applause Hassan received at this university was a complete 180 to the thunderous silence that J.D. Vance got. Because the only people who care about J.D. Vance are his mother and possibly his side chick, Erica Kirk. Allegedly. Speaking of allegedly Hassan Piker is apparently a terrorist. A socialist terrorist at that. Because he thinks people should have free health care, free education, livable wages. And scariest of all, he doesn't support genocide. What kind of monster would say such things? I'll tell you what kind. About 80% of the American population, that's what kind. It's very clear to us now, y'all want us to care about people who make y'all look bad. People like Zohran Mamdani, who make it very obvious you guys have been weaponizing incompetence for far too long. Well, check this out. If Hassan's a terrorist, we all terrorists, especially y'all. The ones who drop things on schools full of little girls. The ones who make threats to wipe out entire civilizations in a day. When I tell you that everything y'all say about dudes like Hassan and Zohran Mamdani are making them look better, I really mean it. No Dipset. Grown man, by the way. Don't believe me? Watch this. Erica, you can come back outside now.
Oh, honey, no. Actual real voters aren't fans of communism and terrorism. Hell yeah.
With her father, like I did. So we had sort of, some of those kind of things in common. A little toughness in us that was intentionally built by our brothers and father.
Reluctantly agrees that you're a net good.
Definitely a terrible idea for me to speak on this at all. And if I had a publicist, she/gay guy, he would definitely be on their knees right now begging me not to open my big mouth about this one particular issue for once in my life, just because that's how much of a tinderbox it is, at least based on my assessment. But I do feel like I owe somebody, perhaps you, transparency, honesty, and consistency. And it would not be transparent, it would not be honest, and it would not be consistent of me not to make this point. We do not have the luxury of not platforming Hassan Piker, okay? We don't have the luxury of ignoring Hassan Piker. We certainly do not have the luxury of castigating or insulting or looking down our noses at Hassan Piker. As hilarious and accurate as it is to call him IRL Brian Griffin. Like, I think that shit's hilarious and apt. But I have gone on here before and said to all—
Bro, there's like, I swear to God, there's a TikTok style of commentary. You know how like there's Reddit speak, where people will say Reddit's down the street, buddy. This is the TikTok meta, and it's like it's even somehow less educated than the Reddit meta. Like at least the Reddit meta is they write like all these long effort posts about how I'm a danger to American empire. I'm a danger to America. I hate America. I'm an anti-NATO Atlanticist, and therefore this is an untenable position or whatever, right? But the TikTok one is even dumber than that, where they're like, he's just like, He's a guy who talks condescendingly about politics, so he reminds me of Brian Griffin. That, and also he wears expensive clothes, so he's a fake commie. It's like those are the two prevailing thoughts in TikTok political discourse. Obviously, there's a lot of people on TikTok that are very thoughtful, very good at what they do, but I'm just saying, like, all the prevailing narratives on TikTok politics is literally that. Those two things. What's the Twitter meta? What do you mean? Dude cannot take a joke even when the video is defending him? No, I'm just like seeing, oh my God. I just see it so frequently. It's like, all right, yes, I'm Brian Griffin. Can I not make analysis about like overall platform, like the differences between like political expression and different social media platforms? Am I not allowed to do that? Can I do that without some dumb chiming and being like, oh, you can't take a joke? Yes, I'm Brian Griffin, dude.
All the crotchety locals who are like, oh, the Democratic Party TikTok page is unserious. Newsflash, bitch, we live in an unserious country. And the Republicans are not too cute to be unserious on social media, and look where it got them, okay? And the same goes for cringe. And the Kamala Harris 6'7" TikTok account. Is it cringe? Yeah. Is it like coworker humor? Yeah. But newsflash, again, bitch, there are a lot of coworkers in America. Someone's streaming somber, okay?
Jesus. Where the Brian Griffin thing come from? You have nothing in common with him. He's a lib. It's literally just guy who talks about politics and is annoying. That's it. And also hypocritical. This is what it is. It's hypocrisy is the number one marker of a person. Like hypocrisy baiting, hypocrisy fishing is the number one marker of a person who doesn't understand ideology, who doesn't have any sort of like real political convictions, and simply wants to apply some kind of criticism. There are instances where people engage in like inherently hypocritical things, incredibly hypocritical actions, right? There are oxymoronic positions, you know, the entire Groyper movement being comprised of like, you know, brown people, even though Groypers are white supremacist neo-Nazis. But in most circumstances, it's just, yeah, criticism without synthesis is precisely what it is. And that's what I was trying to get to with like TikTok. Is always like, her. Other people said this guy's a hypocrite, so I assume he's a hypocrite. And that's the worst thing you can be. You can be a villain, but as long as you say you're a villain, that's better than someone who I have perceived as a hypocrite. Unironically, that's how we got Trump. That's literally the whole Trump phenomena. All these other politicians, they come across as weak. They come across as hypocritical. Some of which are, let's be real, as opposed to Donald Trump, who is a horrible monster, but at least he's honest about it, dude. He just tells it like it is, right? Like that's the prevailing attitude of dumb people. It's the only political expression they have.
And coworkers are a voting bloc, and if your politics is built on an aesthetics of nicheness, you are building a politically toxic brand. Niche is the enemy of majoritarianism. So again, we can't be in the business of saying you are allowed in our tent and you are not. As annoying as Hassan Piker is, I still think his presence in the world is like a net good. Maybe that's crazy.
Dude, what is happening? Like, what? I don't know who these people are, but like, I just don't understand like what this whole. Like, guys, we really gotta allow Hassan to be a part of our movement. It's like what is happening? Who are these people? Why? What's up with the 17-page dissertation before being like, yeah, he's a big ass audience, and they're all lifelong Democrat Party voters and activists and advocates that have been actively petitioning and fighting for social justice and labor rights for, you know, the last decade. Like, you could just say that. It's just the truth. You could just say that. You don't have to be like, he's not good, he sucks, I hate him, you're all very correct, he's crazy, he's a monster, he's murdered children, okay? But we gotta have him on the coalition. I just don't get it. Like, why do people do this stuff? I don't. She's afraid of your haters. I mean, I don't even think that's the case. I think that there are a lot of people who have no idea what I'm about, like no idea whatsoever. Although I'm unbelievably accessible, you know. You do the same qualification prelude when you talk about Israel or Hamas too, to be fair. Are you making a comparison to an American political commentator trying to explain why militant resistance groups that are state-sponsored terrorist organizations that like why they exist? Are you making a comparison between that explanation and like just saying, hey, this guy who's been around for a long time, who's like, you know, mysteriously always found himself on the right side of these issues that I'm seemingly aligned on? You don't need to give that many qualifiers. Did you just compare me to dude? What is wrong with you? I genuinely, I don't know what it is. At some point, at some point, we got to move past this, right? Like eventually. Yes, we are, because you hand wave it every time someone says you don't have to do that. No, I'm done with the hand waving. Just be normal about it. Be like, this guy's, it's fine. I don't get it. I don't understand why. I don't understand why there's like so much hand wringing through this process. Like, I'd rather have someone just be like, I hate this guy. You know what I mean? Like, I've been doing this. I've been doing this for 13 years, man. Someone in the chat said this girl's 19 years old. When I started doing this, she was 6 years old, bro. She was 6 years old when I was doing political commentary, writing articles for the Huffington Post about like America's unholy allegiance to Saudi Arabia, doing genocide in Yemen. What are we doing? I'm 34 goddamn years old. Starting to get a little old here. It's just like I get annoyed. She probably thinks you're cringe because you're unk. I mean, I hope that's the case. I hope that's the only reason. Anyway, don't go in the comments of this person or like fucking go after this person or anything like that. Okay? I will ban you. But I do get annoyed. It's just like, I'm on your side, but I don't know how much the age matters. You criticize journalists who've been doing this longer than you. Doesn't mean her criticism is right. Yeah, the point is, if the criticism is at odds with the work, then yeah, I have to factor that into consideration.
Maybe people think I'm crazy for saying that, but like, think about who else would be in that position of a Twitch streamer, right? Who's like radicalizing these men into becoming right-wing monsters. Because like, and not to be dramatic, but I honestly think that like Hassan Piker might have saved like an entire generation of white boys from the clutches of white nationalist right-wing extremism, right? Like, he's taken what would otherwise be like a crop of, yeah, like extremist black-pilled incels scrawling school shooter manifestos in their parents' basements and salvaged in them like a kernel of humanity that is, yes, extremely annoying, but nevertheless, there's like something redeeming and beautiful about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the performative male thing, right? Like, obviously it's super strange and odd, but it's also beautiful that like men are kowtowing before women. You know what I'm saying? And like recognizing their power. So I'll take like a trust fund baby white boy who thinks he's a Marxist-Leninist.
Dude, you're sitting in a college. Oh my God. I'm not going to do it again. 19 years old. I'm yelling at a 19-year-old TikToker. You're right. These are not criticisms, okay? These are entirely made up, nonsensical lines, oftentimes materialized from reactionary outlets, okay? Just simply adding this into the... Oh my God. I can't stand this like criticism sandwich thing that these people do. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, abide by the hallucinations that people have made up? That I'm a trust fund baby? Like, what is this? And that I think I'm a Marxist-Leninist. It's just not. She said you're changing racist minds. Yes. She said one objectively true thing in between like 17 different considerations, packaged with also a bunch of nonsensical bullshit as to why she doesn't like me. I'm a fake Marxist-Leninist trust fund babies or something, like, and a bunch of annoying white boys or whatever the
running around in an ill-fitting beanie and like some secondhand Def Leppard merch, trying to lecture his prospective female romantic partners about how their uteruses work.
Oh my God, this is just a bad experience you had in college. I didn't do this, okay? This is one of the most annoying aspects of having to do political commentary in the United States of America, where like every experience is defined by what aesthetic value I represent. and what kind of emotional damage someone that looks or sounds like me has contributed to the lives of virtually every single person. It's just like, that's not real. It's not a real political commentary. That's not a real commentary on anything. That's just not. I hate that. It's fanfic. I don't expect this person to know anything about me. I don't expect it. It's just like, but I hate this like hand-wringing shit. Like and then people in my community are gonna get passionate about it and try to defend me, and it's so cringe. Like, don't do that either, please. Like, there's this prevailing attitude of like it's a newer version of the Bernie bro meta. Israel gives you more respect? No, apparently not, because I'm not even in the top 10 anti-Israel critics, or even in the top 20 American anti-Israel critics. So much commentary on the internet is just like people regurgitating that other people have said about other people. It's just like it sucks. It sucks so much. Like, make up your own mind. Just watch the stream. I promise you will develop a very different attitude. Okay.
Then these white nationalist worms like posting Agartha edits on 4chan. And so I'll say it again, we do not have the luxury of not platforming Hassan Piker. Like, he has a platform. The question is, will it be used to our benefit? Right? Will it be used as part of our program? Will it be a potential addition to our tent? Or are we going to turn people away? Are we going to turn people away? And if you ask Alyssa Slotkin, the answer is turn them away. Right? As if she has no Balenciaga, she has no Supreme, she has no Twitch followers. She's literally a walking Madame Tussauds wax figurine who looks like she was like designed by a K Street boutique lobbying firm. And no matter how many H&M leather jackets you put on, girl, like, I'm sorry, you still come off like an HR scold. So this is not a question of who's annoying and who's not annoying. I'm sorry. This is the left side of the political spectrum, bitch. We're all annoying. On everybody's soul, all of us are annoying in this bitch, okay? Like, if you don't want to be annoying, this is not the movement for you. This is team annoying. Sorry to and obviously, like, I think we should aspire to be not annoying, but like, if we're getting in the business of like people who are annoying should leave our party, like, we don't have a party anymore. Most of us are annoying. Sorry. I think it's also important to note that Hassan is also not like one of these intransigent reactionaries who just like bashes the Democratic Party all the time and is like only wants to, in ContraPoint's words, always wants to critique power and never wants to build power, or whatever the saying is, right? Like, he's not one of those people. He had a sitting U.S. Congresswoman on his stream like last week, I think, right? Like, he has a vision of the future of politics. It's a vision that involves electoral politics. It's a vision that involves, like, changing the Democratic Party and making it better. And he wants to be involved in that project. Why are we not allowing him to? I don't understand that. Let me put it this way. To all the people who were crowing after the 2024 election about go on Joe Rogan, which I agree with, right?
I'm dying because, like, she also is oh my God. I'm dying because her knowledge of what I do makes her previous criticisms even worse, because it implies that someone who is at least like aware of the shit I've done for the past 13 goddamn years still can get duped by the cultural forces. Everyone wants to be cool, okay? Everyone wants to feel like they belong. So if enough people are just like consistently regurgitating the same bullshit over and over again, right? Even someone who would 100% dial in, 100% agree with most of the things that I believe, most of the things I want to fight for, or even the methods of how I want to fight for it, will still turn around and be like, guys, yeah, he's cringe. He's wearing nice clothes. Like, it's just, it's even more frustrating when it's a person who is like aware. Okay, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I just happened to click on this and watch this. It's just something that I see so frequently on TikTok is this like reflexive, hey, I know everyone hates this piece of shit. And then like the reasons that they reveal for why is just like nonsense. It's never like an actual position that they disagree with. It's never like he's anti-Israel, I'm pro-Israel, right? It always has to be couched in bullshit. It always has to be couched in bullshit. which ironically enough, my commentary on this will probably be clipped by the very same people that then regurgitate the same process of drama and you know, pump these sorts of threads on Reddit and whichever place where liberals congregate. I just want to know what the disagreements are. Like, just, I am a political commentator. Just tell me what the disagreements are. If it's aesthetics, then why is there a disagreement there? We can have a conversation about that. But if you also recognize that I have the capacity to, you know, decouple young men from the throes of reactionary, far-right, white nationalist, white supremacist ideology, then you understand that, like, the aesthetics of this kind of works for a certain group, you know? I just wish that's what we focused on. I don't know. That's my main issue with... that's the reason why I appreciated Yale as well. Like, there were some significant disagreements with some of the people that spoke, right? A lot of retort, a lot of disagreements, but at least there was a disagreement. It wasn't purely on aesthetics. I want to hear objections. If you want to build like a more robust, more resilient coalition, then just say what the objections are. We can address them. No one ever does that. I hate it. I hate it so much. Usually the objections are either purely aesthetic or purely made up. I saw a clip that was filtered to through a totally negative perspective, and I believe you believe this. And then we can even address that. If you ask me a question, if you're like, do you actually believe this? Like, one of the most common ones being the whole the pro college, right? The insane university that's like destroyed, the insane university that was like, we're not doing Title IX any longer. Like, my commentary, my criticism on that. If someone were to be like, hey, are you pro wealthy women being raped? I'd be like, no, that's an insane statement. Next question. And we can move on. That's how normal conversations are supposed to take place, right? Patrick Henry College, exactly. Or whatever the fuck. Or, do you like Vladimir Putin? Do you agree with the invasion of Ukraine? No. Okay, my mistake. And then we move on. Why can't we have a normal conversation about this shit? Why does it have to always be, why does it always have to be like, well, I saw this thing and it's now my position. I've internalized it. My beliefs over your worldview are unchangeable. And now we just have to argue on like my misunderstandings about your worldview. Like, God forbid you have a nuanced perspective on anything, right? I just wish we could have a normal and productive conversation like that on the left, if that's the case. Why do people have to condemn him before you agree with him or something? Yeah, exactly. I don't agree with everything Hassan Piker says, but the gentleman is spot on about this. This guy, by the way, Bill Madden, literally posted like a Nick Fuentes quote the other day. Why do you people have to like condemn him before you agree with him on something? Hassan is a commie grifter. Anyone who thinks he's some sort of political superstar should be studied for a new form of autism. He was on Pod Save America within the last day or so. Cope. It's because I guess it's like there's a army where they'll be like, I'll have you know, here's a list of 750 different quotes that I've compiled in a Google Doc somewhere that is 99% the exact opposite of the things that he believes. And now you need to be inundated with this blast of fake bullshit. And 95% of the time, the dudes that are doing that would be on board with what they are describing my worldview as. They'll be like, he is a misogynist. It's like, motherfucker, you're a misogynist. If I was a misogynist, you'd be a fan of mine, right? It's always that shit. It's always like, he's a misogynist, he's anti-black, he's anti-trans. Like, there's this laundry list of dumb nonsense. They're trying to head off the army of shut-ins that Stalk Hassan mentions on Twitter and brigade anyone who speaks neutrally or better about him. I figured they don't have the time or interest to see pretty much every smear against him is a lie or an out-of-context quote. It's a protection against the haters who dive bomb on positive Hassan posts. This applies to boomers. Young people know what's up. I'm convinced that at least a good third of Hassan haters would actually like and agree with him if they watch his stuff fully rather than out of context or edited clips that are fed to them to create outrage. Yeah. I mean, some people that do this, most people that start the clips out of context, shit like that, they're not on the left, right? But the people that get duped by it sometimes are on the left, and it's like annoying. That lady saying he hates women in Israel had me laughing 3 days straight. Not gonna lie, yeah. I don't know. But it's vibes because most of these people don't dig deep look further into the politics of the people that they're, just dropping a note on. And I don't even expect them to.
Despising Joe Rogan and thinking he's a troglodyte. I agree that his platform is big enough that we do not have the luxury of not going on Joe Rogan. The same should be true of Hassan Piker. And you don't have to agree with him. You don't have to like him. You don't even have to not hate him to understand that that's true. We have to reach people. And by the way, it's a lot of the same people who are saying, well, we can't purity test our politicians, who are saying we got to shut the door on Hassan. Which maybe someone can enlighten me, but if 2 + 2 is 4, you know what I'm saying, right? And in order to retain your credibility about purity testing, you got to not purity test. And it feels a little like people are purity testing, not going to lie. And again, you don't have to like it. In fact, you're not going to like it. That's what coalition building is, okay? It's not just some like needlepoint sign that we hang over the door and we say, oh, we love coalition building, and we all hold hands and like, love each other and dance in a circle. That's not how this shit works. You have to buckle down and do hard work and cooperate with people you don't a lot of the time in order to get things done in this world, okay?
I just know that every single time that I do like a media hit or like a longer podcast and I reach out to like a broader liberal audience, the hits keep coming, right? It's like Jewish Insider. I do the Vanity Fair Oscars party. Jewish Insider writes like 8 articles right after that because they want to pollute the SEO so that people aren't like, who the is this Hassan guy, and then actually accidentally see, any of my unfiltered commentary. And the DGG brigade does the exact same thing, or it's like Orbiters still does the exact same shit, where it's like I do the Pod Johns, and then boom, right after there's like 7,000 quotes from every single Twitter dipshit, every single Twitter centrist who's like whose politics have been ritualistically humiliated over and over again by an incompetent fascist piece of shit like Donald Trump twice now. Like their methods of victory is clearly a disaster. So much so that even lifelong blue dog Democrats are like, maybe Bernie was right. Yeah. Anyway, this was a larger conversation about like my frustrations with people not revealing their true gripe. Not gonna lie, you are weird going off on this girl for a normal ass take. People are allowed to not like somebody as long as you lockstep fight fascism, then it's fine. I agree. For the record, I was just more so frustrated with the hand wringing that people do there when they're just like, oh well, I just he sucks because he's rich. He's a rich socialist. Like it's just a frustration that I have because I feel like it's totally unnecessary, and it ultimately legitimizes. A lot of the fake gripes that people have. Right. Anyway, I got to go to dinner, folks.
It's where you got that information from.
The government has cooperated. That's what I'd say. I think it's like...
Yeah, it's not true. That's just objectively untrue. First time, long time, but what did the hiss mean? So they have traditions. They have traditions at the Yale Political Union. Okay, so this is the oldest like political union / debate club that they've had. Okay, we'll get right into it. They have old ass traditions like, the speaker comes up, he says forward the speech. Okay, that's like one of the things. And then also on top of that, when they're, there's people there, there's people in that crowd that are like conservative, reactionary, liberal, Marxist, Leninist. Like it's a very diverse, ideologically diverse environment. Which is ironic because, like, everybody thinks, oh, Yale, they're all communists on the Fox News side. And my assessment was going to be that they're all liberal. I think my assessment was a little bit closer to the truth. Let's be real. But basically, there was broad positive reception. Never get high on your own supply. Elite schools believing in liberalism is like believing their own propaganda. They do believe their own propaganda. Anyway, so... they have different phrases that they deploy. They have different traditions. Hissing is one of them. Like the crowd is both left and right, and and obviously there are right wingers who don't like what I'm saying and they're hissing, and then there are left wingers who like what I'm saying and they're stomping. So that's just how it goes. Okay. First things first, let's talk about the entrance. Okay. Let's talk about the entrance, which was also captured by the Yale Political Union, and here we'll show you. People were going crazy. And not only was the reception incredibly positive, some might even say orgasmic. Stop Anti-Semitism posted this, said, watch, Yale students orgasmically welcome Hassan Piker. A man who said America deserves and calls sitting U.S. Senator, Yale is poison. Keep your children and grandchildren as far away from this institution as you can. Now, Noah Culwin also made a joke and said, watch Yale students orgasmically welcome Hassan Piker. That's an insane way to cover that entrance. I don't know why the Stop Anti-Semitism lady went with that. There were probably different words that she could have used there as a substitute for orgasmically. But you know what? Why not? Okay. Why not? If you're just going to be a horn dog about your psychosexual pathological obsession with me, you might as well go all the way. So I respect it. I respect Stop Anti-Semitism. So much of the anger and resentment directed towards me, and I don't really know why this is the case, is weirdly sexualized. That was just a strange thing. I don't know what it is. I have no idea where that comes from, but it was very strange. Yeah, it was a very, very eventful experience overall. The haters in the pew starts hissing when they hear certain words like USSR, Cuba, downfall, world peace, literal Twitter reply bots. Okay, guys, it seems to me like the hissing is so unique for all of you that you just can't get over it. It's normal. There's just like a regular interactive process, and it's fine. It's just like a part of the theater of it all. Okay. I don't know why you guys are so hyper focused on it. Yeah, overall, I think the reception was fantastic. I mean, the environment of the room was fantastic. They were saying that there was a lot of excitement for Curtis Sliwa, and when they had Curtis Sliwa on, that was the most exciting event that they had thus far. And then when I said I would do it, apparently it just the participation was insane. But yeah, this was me responding to his speech, where I said, like, look, if you say power inevitably leaves control from one hand to the next, and a lot of liberals didn't understand that I was responding to someone, even though I mentioned it in the beginning of the speech. One of the first speakers, I forget your name, had some interesting words to say, that there's always going to be power. I say we put the power back in the hands of the many, rather than the power in the hands of the few. If a dictatorship is inevitable, I'd rather have it be a dictatorship of the proletariat than one that is designed around the needs of the bourgeois class. And on that note, thank you so much for having me today. Look forward to seeing you someplace. The guy that said Venezuela and Cuba are narco states, and he said, where's your evidence? And he literally said he made it up, Lamau. I know. Not all the speakers had the same gusto, nor the same background. But yeah, liberals got really mad at this one. He doesn't even know the dictatorship of the proletariat means. He's not just dumb about politics, he's also dumb about Marxism. Again, one of my number one haters. And then, like, they continue to fantasize. A non-zero number of kids in that room have a favorable view of the Khmer Rouge, all this stuff. It's like liberals fantasizing about their opposition, their ideological opposition to their left flank, as both being incredibly violent, incredibly unproductive. Yeah, guy who hates you in your cause spotted. Exactly. Being professionally obtuse. Student news article summing up your appearance. Yeah, I saw. It was great. Yale Daily News wrote about it. It says, Hassan Piker says American empire is dying at well-attended debate. The left-wing trimmer Hassan Piker, whose visit to campus drew a Republican senator's rebuke, attracted a large crowd to a Yale political union debate on Tuesday. He has harshly criticized the United States foreign policy. Sheffield Sterling Strathcona Hall was buzzing on Tuesday evening, an hour before Hassan Piker, a well-known left-wing trimmer, walked up to the podium to address the Yale political union. Piker spoke in favor of the resolution and the American empire. In his speech, he criticized U.S. immigration and customs enforcement, Israel, and capitalism, and he claimed that the American empire was in the process of dying. 4 days before the event, Senator Rick Scott wrote on X that the Trump administration should immediately revoke Yale's federal funding because the student group was hosting Piker, who said during a live stream last year that if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, a Florida Republican who spoke at Yale political union debate in October. Was previously the chief executive of a hospital company that was investigated for fraud and later paid $1.7 billion in settlements to the government. I'm especially sad that Senator Rick Scott couldn't make it, Piker said on Tuesday in his opening speech, drawing laughs from the audience. I'm sure he had many opinions on whether or not we should end the U.S. empire and the global capitalist system, which is what I'll be talking about today. And then your grandparents are probably going to hear about it on Fox News tomorrow. That one got a lot of laughs. Yale Political Union President Morris Zeppi said Tuesday's debate saw the most demand he had seen for a political union event. Earlier the semester, when we hosted New York mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa, I stood on this very stage at this very podium and proclaimed that I could say without a shred of doubt that I had never seen this level of excitement for a guest of the Yale Political Union. Zeppi said as he introduced Piker, that distinction was perhaps short-lived. It was electric, Kai-Shan Kwek-Rupp, 28, who gave a speech opposing the resolution, told the news after the event. I really appreciate that the community cares about it, as the national headlines are reflecting. It's really contentious, and so it's good to have civic engagement at Yale, and it's really good to have people who disagree who are willing to listen to each other. Avi Rao, 27, the Yale Political Union speaker, said that while the increase in attendees brought more energy to debate, every student speaker was able to speak, have questions, and not be interrupted. The crowd thought they spotted Piker entering 3 times, and began to applaud, only to realize each time that someone else had entered the back door of the hall. When Piker entered, the lecture hall erupted into applause. This is a guy that has modern media presence, Jemer Kelesh, a member of the political union's independent party, said in an interview. He reaches our demographic exactly, people that are our age. In his remarks, Piker traced the history of what he called America's imperial roots from the Spanish-American War through World War II and the Cold War, which he described as an endless series of butcheries, each more perverse and more tragic than the last. What was the point of defeating the Nazis if we went on to dominate so much of the globe as violently as we have, he asked. After the fall of the Soviet Union, which Piker argued was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century, America had no more big enemies left to beat and turned the gun on itself. No matter what we say here, the American empire is going to inevitably fall, Piker said. Piker argued that the American people still had the power to manage the retreat of the American empire from the world stage, preventing it from ending in a much more violent way. Students who argued against the resolution suggested the United States, while in need of reform, should remain as a global superpower. Power does not evaporate, it changes hands, Kwek-Rupp said, arguing that an American empire is greatly preferable to the dominance of other global powers. Similarly, William Flanagan, 27, argued against Piker's vision of a weak, retreating America. We do not have to accept anything less than what we know this country can be, Flanagan said. The resolution passed by a vote of 54-31 with 3 members of the union abstaining. I didn't know that you are the biggest Putin fan. I love that people will say, well, Vladimir Putin said this. It's like, it doesn't matter that he said it, dude. It's just true. And like, my perspective on this is also very different than Vladimir Putin's perspective on this issue. Vladimir Putin said that because not only did he go through the process and see how unbelievably violent it was, but also he said that because the USSR had lost its global promise, its global presence, its global power. Okay? My perspective, provide data on life expectancy plummeting in the immediate aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, skyrocketing, child prostitution increasing tremendously. What do you mean provide data? I mentioned it in the speech. But it's not just that. My point there isn't just about the material harm that the Soviet bloc nations were experiencing in the aftermath of this dissolution. It was also about the fact that we were left uncontested. We, the United States of America and Western powers, were left uncontested in the global stage. And you, as a matter of fact, just like myself, live in that environment. That's the environment that you know. That's the only environment that you've existed in. And that's precisely the reason why you don't know any other alternative universe where there was a competitive global power that was an ideological opponent that presented the threat of a good alternative. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think we have accelerated neoliberalism? You talked about this. Even horrible, wrong people can say the right thing. That doesn't make you agree with their worldview. Exactly. The guy who spoke Mandarin to you are for that, but this point did not eat. But his point did not eat. That chatter doesn't know what you're talking about. He thinks the USSR still exists and Putin is still running it. Yeah. Owen Jones. 12 million people are estimated to have been killed by economic shock therapy in Russia alone. Russia suffered the worst peacetime economic collapse of a major industrialized nation in history. The Russian economy nearly halved. The fall in Russian output was much worse than caused by the Nazi invasion in 1940s. Russian male life expectancy fell by 6.5 years to 57.6, back to its mid-1950s level. The overall fall in life expectancy was on the scale of Vietnam during all-out war in the 1960s. The suicide and homicide rates doubled. Real incomes collapsed by 40%. At the time of the Soviet collapse, 1 in 50 Russians lived in poverty. By the end of 1998, that surged to nearly 1 in every 5. Full employment gave way to mass unemployment as healthcare funding collapsed by a third and poverty surged. Disease such as diphtheria, tuberculosis, and syphilis rampaged. Russia was taken over by oligarchs, gangsters implicated in serious crimes who stole the country's resources. Murderous conflicts in the former Soviet territory included Chechnya, where potentially hundreds of thousands were killed. Yeltsin's contempt for democracy was underlined by his bombing of the Russian legislature and the undemocratic farce of the 1996 election. Putin came into power after the Russian secret services almost certainly staged apartment bombings, which killed hundreds. The invasion of Ukraine has killed hundreds of thousands of people. Need I go on? Yes, the collapse of the Soviet Union was one of the great catastrophes of our age. An alternative would have kept the USSR together, Baltic states aside, on a democratic basis without the ruinous shock therapy. Notably, a Soviet-wide referendum in March 1991 overwhelmingly voted to keep the Union together, although it was boycotted by 6 of the 15 republics in the Baltics and 3 small republics. That is just the internal problem. The larger fucking issue that I was also presenting is that we won. And guess what happened? We won the Cold War, and we turned on ourselves. That is the argument that I'm presenting here. And it's so funny because it's like, it's very clear because I mention it. I don't know if the RNC research clip also factors that in, but like, not only was it catastrophic for the people that actually lived in Russia, lived in the USSR, but also in the aftermath of no longer having a great power, an ideological opponent that we were that constantly kept us in check, that allowed Europe to have, this bountiful social democracy because of the fear of capital owners in Europe, close in proximity to the USSR, the specter that was haunting Europe, that they gave concessions to the labor unions, to the trade unionists, to the socialists, the communists, the Marxists, concessions that still improve everyday existence of European social democracies to this day, although they are also they're also experiencing devastating attrition due to austerity as a direct consequence of no longer having another countervailing force, right?
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait, listen, maybe you'll agree. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting. But America was no longer contested around the globe. And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism that is devastating every Western nation right now. Unlimited and unchecked greed. Our successes are leading to our own demise and the demise and collapse of the liberal system. The U.S. has produced disaster after disaster after disaster.
To the U.S. ruling class, isn't China an ideological opponent? No, nowhere near the same. China is not the same as the USSR. China participates in the global system in very meaningful ways. China actually is the load-bearing structure that keeps the entire global design together, ironically enough. The USSR did not play a similar role in the global system as China does. Like, think about like a collapse of China right now. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but a collapse of China right now, similar to the collapse of the USSR, would lead to far more devastating global outcomes, whereas the USSR's collapse led to major catastrophe in that region. Its global impact was not as direct. Whereas if China collapsed tomorrow, the entire supply chain would be destroyed. China is the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. China participates in the global system in much more meaningful ways than the USSR ever did. This was another...
Manages to be $361 billion larger than last year's, despite cutting $300 billion in social programs and
Yuyito 74. Yuyito 74. God damn. Thank you for the 50 bones. Holy shit.
All of that money is going to policing, and it's going to endless war. It's not going to bridges, it's not going to tunnels, and it's certainly not going to healthcare. Every single one of you, regardless of your political affiliations or your ideology, should consider that money to be stolen from you. Trump's budget.
How distracting were the his or stomps? Not distracting at all. Wired Chat is talking optics. This speech wasn't for the modern Democrats or Republicans. You're talking to politics-inclined youth at a revered university. It was for the kids in the room and just so happened to be streamed to everyone. Yeah, it's really funny that people are making it seem like this was my stump speech at like a Michigan rally or something. And this was actually, I mean, I'll be honest, like I pulled back. I pulled back on more radical elements of my speech on purpose because I assumed that the room would not be super receptive to it because it's Yale after all, right? Like these are the sons and daughters of incredibly wealthy individuals, and therefore my expectation was going to be that they would not be positive about such radical statements. But what's really interesting about it is I was wrong because this diva cooked right after me.
Of the international corporate conglomerates that our governments serve. America is not and has never been the linchpin singeing together the democratic free world. We toppled Allende to install Pinochet in the 70s, provided financial backing to the fascist Argentinian juntas, supplied unconditional support to Yeltsin, chief architect of the modern Russian oligarchy during the Soviet collapse of the 90s, and today we bankroll the genocidal apartheid Israeli regime, playing defense in the UN for the Palestinian prisoners with rusty metal holes. We have set a global historical precedent for draconian drug laws, upending entire economies with gang warfare driven by the American elite's unquenchable twin desires for coke and bloodshed. We have set back progress, combating the climate crisis that threatens the imminent annihilation of life on Earth, of the international corporate...
She's the exact opposite of the redheaded kid from Cambridge, but she cooked hard. Yeah, no, she popped the off. Also, it's really funny because I do realize now when I was speaking, because I had a mic already, March had the other mic. That's why you heard the hisses a lot louder. I'm beginning to realize that's why you guys were planning so much, because you can still hear the hisses, but they're just not as loud anymore because the mic is now on the podium because March went up there and put his mic on the podium so you guys could hear the other speaker in the room. So that makes a lot more sense.
Another quote-unquote more benevolent empire. What I and what the Left Project in general is aiming for is the complete dissolution of that hierarchical system of international control, power, and economic coercion. Where power should end up and where power should resolve is in the international hands of people, of human beings, not of governments, not of corporate leaders, not of stock traders, not of the monsters who would bomb life on Earth into oblivion for another cent in their stock portfolio.
That was so good. I have been playing too much Minecraft with my 6-year-old, so all the hissing was giving me flashbacks. We live in polarizing times. Don't be conciliatory towards the right, Hassan. Okay, chatters. I think I had the right amount. Did your dad enjoy it? Yes. Did your faith in youth get restored? Yes and no. It was the right amount. It was the right amount, and I'm very happy with it because I'm not just speaking into that room, as you guys have seen. I'm speaking to the entire Fox News audience. I was very happy with the speech. I was very happy with the reception. And your fit was way better, by the way. Loved it. Thank you. Can you talk about the specific Yale political parties in attendance, particularly the menace who's drinking? Yeah, there's like different factions in the Yale political union. You got left. Apparently the communists were also a part of the Yale political union, but they separated. You have the progressive wing. You have the centrist wing, I think. Like, I'm not entirely certain about the different factions, but you have the right wing, you have the far right. So you have the Tories. There's 7 parties total, I believe. And it was a really interesting conversation, really interesting back and forth. It was funny with this one where his argument was we need to rebuild this empire because this one sucks.
So I'm curious what, kinds of means are justifiable. For example, if an empire deems a certain group.
I was going to ask that same question too, but I didn't want to constantly be on the podium asking questions. But so I was laughing because he asked that question. It's like, so if means justify the ends, like, what do you do? Like, what about genocide?
Subversive to its own ends. A group that makes up a sizable portion of its population. Would something like a mass extinction or a mass termination or like a mass disenfranchisement of this group ever be justified? Because of the way that the gentleman posits his view of empire, it seems like this is a reasonable option. So
we're about to unveil liberal Hitler.
Absolutely. So I did have one line that was basically clear, coherent, and preferred, one that maximizes collective human good. So, I mean, the empire, if it does those actions
this was supposed to be in the affirmative too. This was supposed to be a defense of collapsing the U.S. empire. And he took a very interesting pivot that ended up defending what the spirit of American empire was supposed to be. This guy was trolling, correct? No, I don't think so. What is this?
What was the point of defeating the Nazis if we went on to dominate so much of the globe as violently as we have? So that we could have the rest of the world to ourselves? The Guatemalan president, Juan Jose Arevalo, delivered a speech at the height of the American pressure campaign that kind of channels that exact same question. Before the coup d'etat, he said these words, and I think those words still ring true today. He said, and I quote, "The war that began in 1939 ended, but in the ideological dialogue between the two worlds and two leaders, Roosevelt lost the war. The real victor was Adolf Hitler. It is my personal opinion that the contemporary world is moved by the ideas that served as the foundation on which Hitler rose to power." 70 years later, I think history has proven Arevalo right. In place after place, time after time, the United States can never settle down its imperial bloodlust, this forever hunt for manifest destiny. We can draw a straight line from indigenous massacres of the early United States to the 20th century, killing fields that we have created in the third world.
I feel like you spoke a truth that a lot of people haven't heard or haven't been raised to argue against, which is a great depiction of society as a whole. This was by far your best performance to date, in my opinion. Other speeches have been superb, but this one gave theatrics and made it much more enjoyable. So, yeah, I mean, I think it was really good. I think it was a really productive experience. Fox News has started mentioning you for 3 minutes every hour at the top of the hour unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Hell yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Stomping is in support. Hissing is against. But the hissing could be against me, or the hissing could be like a boo against me saying, like, Trump. You know what I mean? So when you say like, when I mention Trump, there's like people hissing because they hate Trump, right? Like it's just, it's for both at the same time. Decoy1666, thank you for the 5 get the subs. What stance vote on American Empire did the guy sitting next to you have? I don't think they voted. But as far as the resolution goes, it won overwhelmingly. It was like 54-31 or something. So no one asked if you're anti-Semitic planted. Dude, we do have a crisis in anti-intellectualism in this country, though. It's kind of funny that a lot of these like centrist liberals who fancy themselves to be quite the intellectual, the studied knowers of history, the ball knowers, unironically engage in the exact same unironically engage in the exact same bullshit that right-wingers do whenever they have to address like a position to their left, right? It's so funny. That's like this is the point I was trying to make earlier, which is like these guys, these centrist guys on the timeline being like, oh, this guy's so stupid for saying dictatorship of the proletariat, blah blah blah, all the shit, like or even the USSR quote that they like misunderstood, even though context is like straight up in the clip that the RNC posted. Some people were saying, oh, this is what Vladimir Putin said. This guy's a real Putlerite. He loves Putler. He loves Putler, right? And then some people were saying, oh, this guy's a real subversive. He hates America. He's an American hater. And it's like unbelievably frustrating to hear that from supposedly well-educated liberals who think that they have a lot more intellectual curiosity and are a lot more intelligent than the average Republican. But the moment that they encounter any sort of dialectical materialism, historical materialism, any sort of like Marxist thought, they automatically turn into reactionaries. And it's very frustrating to encounter. It's unbelievably annoying. It's just, yeah, it's dogmatic liberalism, and it's just frustrating. Like, be more charitable. Try to understand the position that I'm advancing, and then argue against it instead of arguing over it and leaning into all of the idiotic Red Scare propaganda. They have blind spots for your commentary, so they can't argue from a logistical framework and instead fall back on reaction. Yeah, it's just it's so frustrating, because I've had fairly solid conversations with liberals, okay, even dogmatic ones, who at the very least are curious about alternative modes of production, different historical figures. You have to understand them better if you want to make a more convincing argument. I understand liberalism because I live in it, right? Liberalism is the hegemonic superstructure. It's the monoculture. It's everything that we live and breathe. So I understand it very well. But these guys don't choose to understand Marxism or Marxist perspectives at all. And they just do the exact same thought-terminating cliches that the right applies in the most heinous reactionary framework imaginable. They genuinely think speaking about leftist leaders of the past is a sin or something. Yeah. No, they immediately hit the oh, he's anti-American. Look at him. He's a campus. He's anti-American. He's anti-West. He's anti-American. Not realizing that the argument that supplants, the argument that is the foundations of said argument, unironically, are the exact same as the reactionary right. Okay? What is this? This is who the Democrats are humming and hawing about being in the tent for democracy. He agitatively, welcomingly wants democracy to die and a communist regime to take its place, like all the worst communist regimes is being led by LARPing bourgeois male. What the Again, this stems from just an inability to comprehend what these words mean. You just hear certain key words, although you fancy yourself to be like an intellectual. I don't know if this person does, but you harp on what these words imply. Okay, I don't know how to explain it. I find it to be so like you're so intellectually incurious. How do you live like that? How do you choose to live like that? Especially when you're like, oh, I read many books, right? I read many books. I'm smarter than the average Republican. And yet you pivot to the same exact reactionary framework. Fear, Western chauvinism guides your perspective. The fear of the unknown, and the assumption that like what we've done to the rest of the world will inevitably turn into a revenge campaign, and it will be done to us. like, you know, the third world will rise up and dominate us in the same exact way that we've dominated them. Like, it's ridiculous. It's shown time and time again not to be the case, right? Those who were subjugated do not turn around once they're emancipated and do that exact same sort of violence to those who subjugated them. It's just not how it works. This was one of the retorts, one of the responses, where he in his speech talked about like social liberalism is like has to be enforced upon people through American imperialism, which I thought was bad. And then he also said a couple things that were just like straight up untrue about like Cuba and Venezuela being a narco terrorism hubs, which was interesting because he's said that he was a progressive and yet he was like channeling Donald Trump there, something that Donald Trump himself has actually dropped, or his FBI has actually dropped.
The consequence of America's power waning on the global stage because empire does feel threatened.
So I think your first question was like free speech and relation to liberal democracy. So I agree. I think like I'm one of the big ones that like condemns like Americans who like jailed in the Red Scare and all those things. I actually think that like we're actually pretty good at like actually protecting actual free speech right now. I don't think people are actually like jailed or anything. I think like one of the most dangerous attacks on free speech is a sort of more like institutional one, like the ones that's happening in like schools all over, like the South, for example, where you can't teach critical race theory. But once again, like I think one of my main points is that like this sort of free speech is like I think unique and like even unique to like America compared to the rest of the West. For example, the UK, where like they can like censor anything. But I think the state of free speech in America.
This was the other answer, I think.
Election 2028. That's how we solve it. I forget your third question.
It's just Venezuela and Cuba being narco states.
Yeah.
Where
Yes.
you got that information from?
So I mean, once again, I'm not like the greatest like expert on like cartels, but I'm pretty sure, for example, like I can't tell you specific research for you, but like I'm pretty sure Cuba, for example, is like makes a significant amount of money as like a middle point between like South American cartels and like America. And it's like planes take off from there, and there is like some evidence that like the government has cooperated. Same, I think, similar in Venezuela. That's what I'd say. I think it's like wrong to sort of like say that they haven't cooperated.
Yeah, it's not true. That's just objectively untrue. Two separate prosecutions have taken place here. Donald Trump actually tried to get the Florida prosecutor to bring up drug trafficking charges against the current Cuban administration, and they failed to materialize any evidence whatsoever because it doesn't exist. And the FBI itself, on the initial narco trafficking charges for the president of Venezuela, Maduro, had to drop those charges because there wasn't sufficient evidence to actually prosecute Maduro on drug trafficking charges either. So none of those facts don't exist. They are so non-existent that even the American government has attempted to advance cases, and they failed to do so.
At all with some of these cartels, yeah.
For perhaps a final question.
Wait, so why is he in custody? I mean, there's a litany of other charges, and also, it doesn't even matter. You think America needs to bring sufficient charges to prosecute foreign leadership? I think we've already established that America is accountable to no one, not even Americans, mind you. It's ironic because Cuba used to be a narco trafficking hub. That was before the Cuban Revolution. Just a correction, he's still being charged with drug trafficking. They weren't dropped. The only change was removing the stuff about Cartel de los Soles from the indictment. Yeah, they removed the Cartel de los Soles from the indictment because they don't have sufficient evidence, which is the key connective tissue between narco trafficking charges directed at Maduro. That was the whole thing that claimed that he was a linchpin. It was also made up. It was made up, I believe, in the 90s, also by the State Department, but there was no evidence for it whatsoever. Anyway, yeah, the only instance of Cuba working with narcos was under Batista. Yes, it was It used to be the case. It stopped being the case after the Cuban Revolution, ironically enough. All right, so that was, a factual inaccuracy that I addressed. Here is Fox News covering it as well. Far-left streamer Soundpiker continues sympathizing with America's enemies, this time seeming to mourn the loss of the Soviet Union at a Yale University debate, saying the fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. This comes just days after Piker doubled down on supporting Hamas over the Israeli government. Fox is obsessed with me. Every day they bring me up, which, again, I welcome. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think this is a good thing. Once again, the power guy is so factually wrong. His speech was fully inaccurate. This was serious to be dock points for falseness on this insane rhetoric from historical empires to the idea of ethno-nationalism, which is a very modern thing. Yeah, I don't think the argument being made was that America would be punished by those we've subjugated. The argument is that empire is going to exist in some form with or without American empire. No, some people were saying that. Some people were presenting that as the counter argument, and that others were saying empire is going to exist. That's the first speech that was delivered after me, saying empire is going to exist in some form with or without the American empire. The argument is that the American empire exiting from the world stage doesn't mean we move to a system of global cooperation. Yes, I agree. Except what I tried to ask him, the first speaker, was basically, one, what is your evidence that another global superpower is automatically going to take advantage of the power vacuum that exists? And two, what makes you believe that the new system of cooperation potentially, or even like a new unipolarity, or even a single empire controlled world, is not going to look like an evolution like the American empire's evolution from the previous global design, which was, by your own admission, far better. That was the most sympathetic I could be, the most open-minded I could be to his argument. But because my assessment is, I don't know what it would look like or how it would take shape. I just know that this current iteration is unbelievably violent, and I have a firm commitment to ensuring that whatever comes next is much more egalitarian, much more cooperative, just as the American empire and liberal capitalism, global liberal capitalism, was an infinitely better formation as opposed to, the monarchy, theocratic monarchy dominated world rule, right? I don't think anyone is saying that feudalism is preferable to capitalism. I'm certainly not saying that. Karl Marx also was not saying that either. He was actually explaining that this was a industrial revolution, and capitalism was a far more preferable system in comparison, a far better system, a far more efficient system in comparison to the feudal rulership. My argument is what comes next after U.S. hegemony is destroyed will also be far better, a far better evolution than what the U.S. hegemony currently looks like. Daily Wire, Fetterman issues ultimatum to Dems. Israel or raging anti-Semites like Hassan Piker. This is a very funny ultimatum that John Fetterman, the least liked Democrat in Congress, is issuing to the rest of his party, because you're not even a part of the party, you ogre. That's number one. And two, this reminds me of those early Harvard Harris polls, where they would literally ask college students, do you prefer the Islamic militancy of Hamas or the beautiful nation state, the bountiful democracy of Israel? And even in those two insane questions, where obviously they're trying to generate as much of a positive response to Israel as possible, there was still a quarter of the students who were yeah, I prefer the Islamic militancy of Hamas, right? If you force people into these two different brackets, they're probably going to choose me over Israel. Maybe not the Democratic politicians, but certainly if you were to ask random voters, do you prefer this random American political commentator who sometimes can be vulgar, who is anti-Israel, or do you prefer the nation state of Israel? Well, the voters have already overwhelmingly made their decision. So very stupid to consistently present me as an op to Israel when it's a 90-10 issue.
Well, that's a little over the top, I think. But
Yes.
Dog, if you're going to Monday midday mass and you still have an inconsistent statement here, you might as well just not go to Monday midday mass. Like, what are you talking about?
It is, Terrell. New reaction this morning from Chicago's Catholic community following what's become a battle between the leader of the U.S. and the leader of the Catholic Church. This as Pope Leo just arrived in Algeria on a first ever papal visit, calling for peace in world affairs.
President Donald Trump taking aim at Pope Leo, blasting the first American pontiff over his criticism of the war with Iran. The president used a lengthy social media post to sharply criticize the Pope, saying he didn't think the Chicago-born leader of the Catholic Church is doing a very good job, and that, quote, he's a very liberal person.
He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapons so they can blow up the world.
His comments come after Pope Leo suggested that the war is being fueled by what he calls a delusion of omnipotence and demanded that political leaders stop and negotiate peace.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
While on board the papal flight from Rome to Algeria, Pope Leo telling reporters he is simply focused on spreading the message of the gospel.
I have no fear at the end of the Trump administration, nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to do what the church is called to do. I do not look at my role as being political or politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him.
Parishioners at Holy Name Cathedral this morning with strong reactions to the president over the two sparring.
As a Christian and a Catholic,
He's the Pope, brother. There's no better depiction. There is perhaps no greater indication that American religiosity is just totally phony than not even having like a little bit of reverence, a little bit of respect for the Catholic Church and the papacy. We are a nation of heretics, okay? I just don't understand.
I've had enough. I've just had enough. I've supported many things he's done. I'm actually in favor of what we're doing in Iran, but this country needs real leadership, and what we're getting now is an absolute disgrace. And Americans need to stand up because it's disgusting.
I think it's deplorable that the President of the United States would take aim at our first American Pope, and instead of working together and having an understanding to attack is the wrong way to do it.
Archbishop of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Cupich, also on CBS's 60 Minutes, criticizing Trump's rhetoric on social media and dehumanizing the victims of war, he says.
It is sickening to splice together movie cuts with actual bombing and targeting of people for the purposes of entertainment is sickening. This is not who we are. We're better than this.
And the White House has defended the videos, saying they highlight the success of the U.S. military. While it's not unusual for popes and presidents to necessarily not agree or share the same interests, it is rare for the Pope to criticize a U.S. leader and the president to directly respond.
I'm not sure if you saw.
We did. I saw that. Yeah. You think you're Jesus, but you're not.
For that picture, he will be taking a one-way trip to Gehenna hell.
Oh.
I don't think President Trump posted that. I think somebody else posted that.
Oh.
It's whatever.
Oh, here we are. We're in the first stage. Okay, cope. Maximum cope. Oh, it must not have been my president. My president wouldn't do such a thing. It's like, brother, what planet are you living on? Out of all of the presidents, historically, out of all the presidents around the world in like Western nations, Trump is probably the only president that's likely to post some shit like that about himself. What are you talking about?
The media wants you to believe is what gets posted most of the time.
Even though it's on his account. I mean, the media didn't post that.
Somebody.
This is such a funny argument because Trump also admitted to posting it. Someone said Gaddafi. Yeah. The reason why I said that, democratically elected Western nations, because like there are some, interesting fellows around the world that might, fancy themselves, might depict themselves in a similar fashion. That's why I said like it's most likely Trump out of all of the OECD nation leaders. Oh, Bummer did it all the time.
Else posted that. AI or somebody. President Trump didn't post that.
I don't know if he has a Christian mentor, spiritual mentor. He definitely needs one. This is not okay by any means.
Sometimes you have to look beyond what the eye can see and see the deeper meaning from that post. What I see is a light in his hand. From what I see is him laying hands and healing the sick, which is what we have been called to do.
What do America's Christian faithful make of the president's pop at the Pope?
I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person.
I voted for him. I like him a lot, but there are times he's kind of going overboard.
Is he in trouble?
No. These videos are so funny because it's just like it directly proves what I've been saying about American Christianity usually. Like it's so fake. It's just a cult. It's a Trump cult. It's Christian nationalism. It's totally ridiculous. It's just a bunch of people playing doing tricks on it, okay? These guys got a Christ-like figure in their minds who happens to be the Antichrist, honestly. But that's it.
I don't think so. I think before anybody criticizes the Pope, they need to think more than twice.
And what do they make of this?
I do support the president. I do not support what he just did there.
No, I never saw that before. You sure that's not AI?
Yes, this is Trump as Jesus, an AI image posted by him, now deleted, by the way. I'm in Virginia at Holy Trinity, Gainesville, beyond the Washington, D.C. bubble. Trump does well in communities like this, but then so too does religion. Monday midday mass is well attended in this huge suburban church. So what happens here when Trump compares himself to Jesus and takes on the Pope? He posted the image of himself as Jesus.
Oh, well, that's a little over the top, I think. But yes.
But he still has...
Dog, if you're going to Monday midday mass, and you still have, an inconsistent statement here, you might as well just not go to Monday midday mass. Like, what are you talking about? I'm more Christ-like than you. I'm a more committed defender of Christianity than you are at that point. And I'm not, right? I'm not a Christian at all. What good is it that you're going to Monday midday mass and then you turn around and you're like, oh, well, it's not my favorite. It's like, that's unbelievable.
You'll support for now?
Yes. The ones that vote for him are going to vote for him through thick and thin, no matter what. Because aside from this picture, this is the best president we've ever had, bar none.
And while we were talking, back in Washington, the president was backtracking.
They're all your favorites.
Sort of.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support.
As for the Pope, well,
we support the bombing of.
Had this.
I have no fear of neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel.
Finally then, why is the president lashing out at the Pope? Well, maybe because he hears him and he fears him. He can't remove him, he can't destroy him like he has so many of his opponents, his political opponents. The Pope is above all that. He's also an American. His voice resonates here far more.
There's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong.
But there's something else too, I think. Precisely because he's an American, Trump thinks he can more easily cast him as one of them, not one of us. And remember, 55% of American Catholics gave Trump their vote in 2024. They are watching this fight for sure.
J.D. Vance was asked about the Pope. Oh, hell yeah.
Leo has expressed problems with the war in Iran, says that we should be peacemakers, been very vocal. The president took to Truth Social saying Leo should be thankful because, as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope, was only put there because the church, because he was an American, they thought he would be good, best way to deal with President.
Oh my God, we're one step closer to excommunication, please. Please, it would be so funny. Please excommunicate J.D. Vance. Mr. Pope, my life is yours, okay? Oh my God, that would be so fire. If they excommunicated J.D. Vance, oh my God. Even if the Pope was like, hey man, you're not with us.
Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Just wondering, as a Catholic, how you consider this Truth Social post, and then the post of the picture, which a lot of people took as the president posting a picture of himself as Jesus. He later said that he posted it as thinking as a doctor saving people.
I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And
why is JD Vance so popular? He's not. What are you talking about? He's actually deeply unpopular. Did you not see what happened? He is internationally unpopular. So much so that he went and tried to promote Viktor Orban, and Viktor Orban literally dropped in his approvals right before the election after that JD Vance appearance by 3 points.
only the fake news could come up with that one.
But it really caused a kerfuffle, Mr. Vice President. I'm just wondering what you make of all of this, and whether it's what you think of this back and forth with the church.
Well, first of all, Brett, I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case. I think the president of the United States likes to mix it up on social media, and I actually think that's one of the good things about this president is that he's not filtered. He doesn't send everything through a communication.
Oh yeah, it's so great. It's so great that the president was saying sacrilegious shit and was behaving in a heretical manner, disrespecting the Pope, who I, as a Catholic, am supposed to believe is the spokesperson for God. Okay, calling that just a guy mixing it up is so unbelievably.
Professional. He actually reaches out directly to the people. When it comes to the disagreements with the Vatican, look, we're going to have disagreements, Brett, from time to time. I think it's a good thing, actually, that the Pope is advocating for the things that he cares about. But we're always going to have disagreements on matters of public policy, or I should say, sometimes we're going to have disagreements on matters of public policy. The Pope has been critical of our immigration policy, but ultimately the immigration policy of the United States is set by Donald Trump. The Pope is going to have disagreements on other issues. We can respect the Pope. We certainly have a good relationship with the Vatican, but we're also going to disagree on substantive questions from time to time. I think that's a total.
He's such a more Christian hypocrisy.
Weapons of war.
Yeah, I mean, he literally also just said America gets to do. Dude, JD's whole career depends on only using Mott and Bailey defense as a sole reason the Trump haven't chose him. Well, that's not the sole reason. It's because he's Peter Thiel's blood boy.
Span, bringing you democracy unfiltered. President Trump spoke to reporters outside the Oval Office after having McDonald's delivered via the online food ordering service DoorDash. He then took questions from reporters on several topics, including the ongoing conflict with Iran and a recent Truth Social post depicting himself as Jesus, which he denies, saying he thought it depicted him as a doctor.
This is unbelievably tacky, by the way.
I mean, it's flawless victory for the left, flawless victory for Hassan.
You just say, who's the blonde guy? That's the king. That's the dark woke commander, Kyle Kalinske, chatter. Put some respect on his name. New Kyle declaring total Hassan victory just dropped. Oh, yeah. I mean,
so as you guys know, there's a massive war, civil war going on when it comes to MAGA, specifically among the pundits. The base is still with Trump, but the right-wing pundits are at war with each other. But what fewer people know is that there's also currently a Democratic civil war going on. And in that Democratic civil war, you have Third Way, which is a literal corporate organization. They are going after Hassan Piker, and by extension, everybody on the left flank of the Democratic Party. Okay? And what they've done is they've smeared Hassan viciously and relentlessly. They've called him an anti-Semite, which he's not. That's absurd to call him that. They say, he's not a team player. They compare him to Nick Fuentes and say that this guy is just as extreme as Nick Fuentes. And what they're trying to do is cancel the entire left flank of the political spectrum and say, you can't take these people seriously. The Democratic Party needs to be a right-leaning party. They need to be a centrist party. And they need to represent the interests of the Israel lobby and corporation.
Dude, Dark Woke Commander hath spoken. Okay, he's declared
That's
victory.
The fight that's going on
over the right-wing force of the party.
They thought that by canceling Hassan Piker and quoting him out of context and running his worst moments. They thought they'd be able to shut this guy out completely. In reality, the exact opposite has happened. Okay? In reality, now more people are Googling him than ever before, and people are tuning into his channel to see, well, what's this guy really about? And what they find out very quickly is, oh my God, he's been viciously lied to and viciously smeared. And so this backfired colossally. Now, having said that, we also now have hit the peak here, because the king of the liberals himself, Ezra Klein, he is now out here defending Hassan in no uncertain terms. So he writes an article. The original title of the article in the New York Times is, Hassan Piker is not the enemy. Oh my goodness. Oh my. The Israel lobby is seething. Third Way is seething. The Diet MAGA Democrats are seething at this. Now, in this, he goes, basically comment for comment, all the ones that people say are the worst Hassan Piker comments. And he breaks them down and says, look, I disagree with this one in this way, but this one is out of context, and they're smearing him for this reason and that reason. And he even, swats away the most pervasive lie, nefarious lie about Hassan, that he's somehow an anti-Semite because he criticizes Israel, because he criticizes the genocide, and because he's anti-Zionist, because he's against ethno-states and he's for secular democracies, right? So Ezra Klein says the following, ready? Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invincibility, or invisibility, I should say. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you, says Ezra Klein. He also says this, but to only focus on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient nation anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker has supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. God damn, son. So this is a complete and total.
It's just so crazy because it's so basic. It's such an obvious truth. And it calls into question why all of the pundit class refused to just say this incredibly basic truth. Because one of my first defenders also was Bernard Sanders. Like when people were like, Hassan is a dangerous anti-Semite, what do you have to say to that? Bernie was like, no, it's ridiculous. So like, but weirdly enough, all of that got lost, I guess, in translation.
Well, not only Hassan Piker victory, but it is by proxy a victory for the entire left flank. They tried to cancel the entire left flank of the Democratic Party here and failed miserably, because we are rising. It is our turn to take the reins of power. It is our turn to fight back against the fascists and show the corporate centrists how it's done. Your limp dick approach to politics, where you half agree with psychotic fascist imperialist terrorists, is never going to work. It's never going to win, and it's immoral. We need actual lefties. We need the opposite of MAGA. And now we're going to teach you a lesson, and we're going to show you how this thing goes, okay? Hassan also went on another place, which I think it's fair to call the king of the liberals here. Ezra Klein is the king of the liberals, and then I guess you could call PodSave like the liberal lion's den or something, right? They did a long interview here, and they got into it. And man, again, the attempt to cancel Hassan backfired colossally. All of those candidates who were out there saying, I wouldn't go on his show, I would never, how dare you? They now look incredibly, immensely out of touch and stupid.
The Ossoff she got cooked on Twitter for ended up helping you, lol. Yeah, no dude.
And by the way, the people like Slotkin who said, oh, I wouldn't go on Hassan.
Like, yeah, oh, you mean to tell me that Twitter leftists have not the best instincts sometimes and get a little overzealous, far too overzealous for their own good? That's so shocking.
She goes on Bill Maher's show all the time, and Bill Maher says actually bigoted, says genuinely Islamophobic shit. Insane stuff from time to time. By the way, Bill Maher said about the 9/11 Hijackers, well, they weren't cowards. Say what you want about them, but they definitely weren't cowards. They flew a plane into a building. If Hassan said that, I wouldn't be in the same room as you. How dare you? But Bill Maher said it, and Alyssa Slotkin brags about going on Bill Maher's show. These people are dinosaurs. They're completely and utterly out of touch. And the fact of the matter is, they have leftist derangement syndrome. That's what it is. So here is Hassan Piker on Crooked Media here on Pod Save America, and listen to this back and forth.
You said you wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom against J.D. Vance in 2028.
Yeah,
and you vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but like a lot of people.
In other words, what he's saying here is Gavin's going to lose the primary. He's going to lose the primary because he's shooting himself in the dick. He's shooting himself in the dick by talking to Ben Shapiro and saying to Ben Shapiro that he doesn't think what Israel did is a genocide, when like 90% of Democrats believe it is a genocide and are morally outraged by it. He's shooting himself in the dick by arguing against a billionaire's tax in California right now as we speak. When, Democrats are waking up and realizing class politics is like a factual truth, right? I mean, we just saw the whole Epstein scandal. They're raping kids on an island. This is what the top 1% is. This is what the Epstein class is. And Gavin Newsom wants to make sure we don't raise their taxes. So this is why it's not going to be a problem, because Gavin Newsom is probably not going to hang on and become the winner because he doesn't have the politics that fit the moment.
Including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think, like, this is the problem. When the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through, people who say they're building a movement would, rather preserve their own power than, do what winning requires and, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just like taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then, I'm going to say things that may or may not.
You just say, who's the blonde guy? That's the king. That's the dark woke commander. Kyle Kalinske, chatter. Put some respect on his name.
End up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see, as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, on the one hand, you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won.
By the way, that's a bar. The Republican Party is the biggest terrorist organization on the planet. That's a bar. That's also something I've been saying for a long time. Like, you guys know my whole spiel. It's a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. That's what the Republican Party is at this point. So I'm in total agreement with the Democrats and the liberals when they say, like, listen, when push comes to shove, whoever gets through the primary, not only will I vote for them, I will crawl over broken glass to vote for them, without a doubt. Okay? So, like, that's going to happen regardless. Having said that, we can do better than Newsom. We can do better than people who are constantly cucking themselves to MAGA and the Republicans, okay? That's the part that people need to realize. That part of politics is throwing around your weight and saying, listen, I want to support you, but here's what I want. Here's what I want. There's a clip of Kamala Harris talking about how we need to be more transactional in our politics. Don't be afraid to speak up and say, you want my vote? Here's what I want from you. I'm not asking. I am demanding you end the illegal and offensive war against Iran. I'm demanding that you do that, okay? Like, this is how politics functions. And everybody seems to understand that unless and until it's a left-winger who's saying, look, we're years out from the election, but I'm just telling you right now, this is the path I want you to take, and this is the path to victory. Somehow it's a scandal whenever somebody on the left says it. And by the way, all of the polling data backs up what the lefties always say. Like, hey, an ideal Democratic candidate would want Medicare for all. They'd want a living wage. They'd want free college. They'd want universal child care. They'd want to raise taxes on the wealthy. They'd want to end the wars, okay? They'd want to arrest the Trump regime thugs and criminals, arrest the Epstein class criminals. Okay, they would realize that the enemy are the billionaires and the fascists and the warmongers. This is like basic shit, right? And we're allowed to have our preferences. We're allowed to voice our opinions. We're allowed to say, hey, that Democrat is way too cozy with MAGA and far too right-wing and far too corporate. You need to be allowed to say, especially years out from a election. Yes, if it's the day before the election, everybody should be, like I said, I crawl over broken glass to vote for any Democrat against this terrorist organization that we call the Republican Party. But like, there's a time and place for a primary and for a fight and to pick who's going to be the standard bearer. And the point that Hassan is making is, hey, you like the Clintonites, you've had your chance like multiple times over, right? And what happened? You kept losing. And so instead of shunning and disrespecting and spitting in the eye of the left, maybe you should learn from the left, especially when you have right-wingers like MAGA people who are saying
the focus on child games is so great that law enforcement are privately employing terms like cloud chasing and aura farming in its intelligence reporting. See the article. The FBI has new target preteen terrorists. Wait, what? Bleach your hair? I mean, at this point, I might as well. You know what I'm saying?
Openly, oh, I would never vote for a Democrat under any circumstances whatsoever. Okay, then why are you bending over backwards to try to please them when you should be trying to please people like Hassan who are telling you, look, I want to vote for you. Here are my conditions, right? So, I mean, it's flawless victory for the left, flawless victory for Hassan. And if you go and you read the comment section of the New York Times piece that Ezra Klein wrote and read the comment section of the Pod Save America podcast, you'll find out very quickly it's over. It's over. We won. The left has won the Democratic Civil War. There is no coming back for the corporate centrist diet MAGA hacks. You're too cozy with the right. You're too cozy with power. You're too cozy with big money. And like, now is our moment. It is the Democratic Tea Party moment. And so that's what we're about to get. We're about to see what it's like when the left actually has.
The difference between 2016 and 2018 versus this time around, by the way, is that the liberals were in charge of the hashtag resistance against Donald Trump last time around. This time they just totally gave up. They engaged in unconditional surrender against the Trump regime. And when the liberals were in charge of hashtag resistance, you mean 2020? No. I'm talking about specifically 2016 and 2018 when Trump was president and liberals were in charge of the resistance. Their focus was about pushing the needle on social progress in an effort not to have a sincere conversation about economic progress. They rarely ever genuinely defended economic progress. As a matter of fact, people will say, oh, how can you say that? Kamala Harris and numerous other Democrats voted in favor of Medicare for all. Well, guess what? Those guys weren't serious about it at all. In 2020, they literally coalesced around Joe Biden so that Joe Biden could tank Medicare for all, being the prominent fixture of the 2020 race against Donald Trump, shepherded by Bernard Sanders. Okay? This time, things are very different. This time, you actually do have Democrats out there in large numbers running around advocating for Medicare for all openly, advocating for a split from Israel openly, especially considering that that's a fairly important policy difference between regular Democrats, centrist Democrats, Israel First Democrats, and the actual left flank. That's a major problem for the centrist Democrats. But in terms of changing the Democratic Party's makeup into one that doesn't compromise on social issues and doesn't have to compromise on social issues because they are advocating for policies that materially improve the working class or the working class's lives. If we go into the midterms with that message, it's over. If you carry that momentum into the presidential election in 2028, it's doubly over. If you were to elect the FDR-style figure into a position of power, Republican fascism would slowly but surely unwind. There would be an FDR-style swing where the Republicans would start conceding to quote-unquote woke positions in an effort to win elections, like they did in American history between the period of FDR and Carter.
Control. And all I'll say is The last time the left flank actually had control was during FDR's reign. And what happened then? Well, at his peak, he had 80% of the House and 80% of the Senate, and he won 4 presidential elections because Americans got a little taste of something called...
Any chance you're going to the downtown LA rallies for the LAUSD strike? Brother, I don't know if you know this, but I'm currently in New York City.
Social democracy, and they creamed themselves, and they said, oh my God, let's only have this forever and ever and ever. Right? So the same thing would happen today.
Yes, bro. I'm not even pre-watching. We're just mind. We share one mind, you know, as a hive mind.
If you have somebody who's an actual social democrat who delivers on their promises for the American people, if they end the wars and spend that money here at home, it would be, Americans would breathe a huge sigh of relief, and we'd finally get on the path of fixing this country. Okay, so massive W for Hassan, massive W for the left. Shout out to Ezra Klein for actually being reasonable. There's parts here and there in the article that I disagree with, but overall it was very fair, very reasonable, very level-headed, and he's telling the truth. And he realized, look, I can't write an article saying, Charlie Kirk did politics the right way because he talked to people, and then also go after Hassan. Like, yeah, every Democrat in the country said, oh, where's the liberal Joe Rogan? Then here's a liberal Joe Rogan, and they go, no, not like that. Well, Ezra Klein realizes that's absurd, that's ridiculous. No, this guy is going to be in the tent, and you're going to have to deal with that, even if you don't like that. Okay? So, shout out to Ezra for that, and shout out to the PodSave guys who never wavered in their support of Hassan. They have some disagreements with him, but they have those conversations on air, and it's very clear that they're working on a similar political project. And the fact of the matter is, what's happening to Democrats in this country is the exact same thing that happened to Jennifer Welch of the I've Had It podcast. She'll be the first one to tell you that, like, yeah, there was a time where I loved Hillary and I hated Bernie, and then here we are years later, and I realized I was wrong. I realized Bernie was the one who was actually going to fight Trump and fight MAGA and actually deliver on promises for the American people and for the working class. And that's happening to Democrats and liberals all across this country, is that there's a synthesis happening right now between liberals and leftists, where they're saying to us, hey, you guys were right about, about X, Y, and Z, about all these different policy things, about how to fight MAGA. And on the flip side of that, look, we've, us leftists have taken some genuine points from these liberals. I think the liberals were 100% correct to be the first ones to have Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome is just factually correct. It's just the right reaction to a man who's a fascist, imperialist terrorist, right? And so we've taken some of their stuff too, and I'm willing to give them credit. You know, I've said before, like, break out the liberal apology forms for a lot.